liability. That's a little bit. That's what the rest says. No, the comic does that. No, the rest says like this. The rest says the comic doesn't need the responsible. So teach you that there is individual liability for every Shabbos transgression. What does this mean? I'm going to put like this. Simple Shabbos is like one lump of violation, right? One island of violation. And therefore, no matter what you do on Simple Shabbos, no matter how many transgressions you go ahead and you engage in. I love myself. You're going more liability. This one's posted by a particular Stable 69. To teach us that approaching influencer here. For each and every that's one performance. That's the comic that's also. So now what exactly is what we're talking about over here? So the Gemara said, we're not going to have all the Rabbi also. So this is according to the opinion that says the Havara was singled out. This was every other Shabbos transgression carries with that penalty. Havara only carries with the lab. For sure, say what? Yishtakaba, Nami Lulav Yatzah. Between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. Because on one hand, yeah, worship Avodah Zarah. The Torah also singles out frustration, bowing down to Avodah Zarah. So once again, why single out frustration? Why single it out? So the Gemara says, remember, I've already got your stuff, so crazy being of that, but I've always singled out in order to make one kite for a lot. Is this like a TikTok thing or did they come up? Right, frustration, bowing down to it. What's also singled out today that to us, if we're normally worship of the Lord, is our kind of, okay, we're not going to have all this coverage yet, so according to the opinion that says, no, Havara was singled out in order to be individual liability for each and every Malava, we'll say that, so frustration was also singled out in order to go ahead and create individuated liability. Why is this important for us? Because how did this case, how did this whole thing start? Zakai, giving over a root one portion ruling, if a person went ahead and offered up a slaughtered and sprinkled and libationized, right, and did all of these different things, and bowed down to an idol, the one laughs, he's chayiv achos. He's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now how do we get Rabbi Yochanan here, what exactly is it that is unfolding? So let's give a Zakai is subject to leftovers. But why we come up with single now, Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach you that it's only a love, because everything else is like that. But Rabbi Yossi is singled out to teach you that you're chayiv to teach you every Malach individual. So it's a similar focus to chayiv by Avodah Zarah. Why was frustration singled out? Why was it singled out? According to one opinion, maybe whereas everything else that comes from like that, frustration is punishable by Allah. Second opinion, though, to teach you that there's individual liability for each and every act of Avodah Zarah worship. So let's see one second. Let's go to Rabbi Street Fighter stuff, Schultz, really plugging in hard, selling it as bad as he can. Actually align these things. Why not? When you're in the arcade, it says that full and the fire setting. What do you say is that about? Because I don't even know if that's the same name. Oh, yeah.
But halakha makes this come to school out for a lot. Because remember again, by Shabbos you have another passage. The passage you know for the quality is Babe Avinu Yisham and Mark. Nefesh ki tachta mishkagam mikol mitzvot Hashem Hashem Sasena. Also, me'achos
Fire works pretty well.
we're talking about the carbonic liability.
Exactly. And
the halakha if a person performs me'achos, now we're going to see that there's a very interesting one. Because the way it translates is me'achos from one, from one from these. So the Gemara says, listen to this. They're not going to, because Chilik Malachos, it could be that Rabbi Yossi holds that Havara is singled down for last purposes, because he learns that Chilik Malachos, he learns that the idea that every Malachos is separately in a different source, from that phrase, me'achos, mehina.
Sanya, but here we go. Second one by Sanya. Rabbi Yossi says, the Asam, the Afas Mehina.
Bro, are you serious?
The Pasuk says, and he will perform. So this is not the violent. First, the person who's violating Halacha, he performs the Asam, the Afas Mehina. He does one of these things. This is actually very interesting.
You might have to expand that sausage salads. You might not need a wooden spoon if that's what you're making. Oh yeah, sorry, I tossed my sausage salad with tongs like a normal person, dude.
And sometimes spicy. Multiple times for each and every act of violence. So again, this is a strange thing of all things. Sometimes you can perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once. And sometimes you could be chayiv to perform multiple acts and be liable for each individual one. They will define what that is. Rabbi Yochanan says, my time with Rabbi Yossi, where does Rabbi Yossi get this from?
It's like, you want to see shops in too.
Where does he get this from?
I don't know if I said it right.
Because the Torah is speaking about liability, he says the person will perform one.
Yo, what's going on, Maris?
From these.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Achos is singular.
And you?
I'm well, thank you. And thankfully, how can I help you?
Yeah, I guess you are. I hope you are less busy today because yesterday you didn't have my time yesterday to answer one or two questions because you were busy or something.
Okay.
All that stuff.
All right, well, I'm all yours. Go ahead.
Okay, concerning the Instagram, I wanted to put, I don't know, maybe to do it directly or to reel. I don't know how I'm going to do it. That's what I want to know, how to do it. Is it post it directly to go through reel? Because I discovered that posting it will be through reel and that will give me viral or something. I just wanted to get it.
That's an excellent question. So let's find out the exact definitions. I use them all the time. In fact, within the last 24 hours, but I want to make sure we both understand what they are. So to reel.
Hello?
Yes, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Remember again, one of the 39
all right.
is writing. So you go ahead and you write.
So here we go.
Okay.
All new video posts on Instagrams are automatically shared as reels, meaning that posting a video directly on your feed is no longer a separate option. When you upload a single video, it is technically published as a reel, and appears in the Reels tab, your profile grid, and the Explore page, which enhances discoverability and reach. This change means that even if you select the post option, the video will still be processed and distributed as a reel.
So let's say again, for Shabbos violation, how do you violate Shabbos?
Oh, awesome. Okay. Okay, I'm going directly to my profile to post it and it will still be shown on the reel, right? That's what you mean?
Correct, yeah.
Because I want to get it so that let it not be that I made a mistake.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. It used to be different, but now, as of 2025, anything that you post automatically is uploaded on Instagram as a reel.
Which are what we call the primary categories of halacha. Those are the ones actually
An excellent question.
I don't know that I'll just brush into.
That's okay. It's an excellent question.
What's an example of achos that is handled? What's an example of one act which could result in multiple layers of liability?
I think that's exactly what made me not supposed because I had to reach to find out. Say, the judge was like telling me that for me to post it on the reel, that's where it go viral and all that. I was like, oh, but that means I'm not supposed to post it on my profile. I'm supposed to go directly to reel to post it there. But how do I do that? So that was what's giving me kind of a hinge about not posting it like that. So I said, let me ask you first before doing anything.
Most certainly, yep. It's going to go to the same place.
There's individual liability for each and everything that I do. Right? So here, interestingly enough, here's so to speak.
Once anyone click on the link tree, it will show up immediately. Okay.
So once anyone clicks on your link tree, once anyone clicks on your link tree, once anyone clicks on your link tree and then clicks on your Instagram, it'll go to your Instagram page, and then that's where all your reels will be located.
But I don't know that malachos are also and I have liability for every malacha that I perform. On the other hand, if halacha might say shigna Shabbos, right? Again, that I don't know that Shabbos.
The same thing will be done on LinkedIn and all that, right?
Yeah, everywhere where I sent to you, so we can go through those just in a moment, so that people see.
You hear the difference over here. When I know that it's Shabbos, then again, it's okay. Every malacha that I perform is its own shogeg.
This is going to be,
and therefore generates its own liability. When I don't even know that it's Shabbos, right, and then I perform all of these malachas.
So I didn't include LinkedIn in that list. We're talking X, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, Threads, Tumblr, Mastodon, Flickr, Rumble, Truth Social, Blue Sky, and Imager.
Okay, interesting.
No, I'm doing it as you posted it. I'm just using an instance. I'm not doing anyone that you didn't put there. First of all, tidy all the ones that you put there before handling other ones, right?
Yes, yeah? Exactly. Okay, well, you said LinkedIn, and we didn't include that one.
So maybe it's a slip of tongue or something. I didn't mean.
That's okay. That's okay. No worries at all.
Why that is and what exactly is the case.
Yeah. Okay, that's 10 of them. Okay. I think one of them was doing 80 views, and that's awesome. That's awesome.
That is great.
There's liability for each act of worship. The Kule Alma Ishtachava Lachalik Yatsa. When the Torah singles out Ishtachava,
that's 200, and I viewed it on YouTube studio, it was 217 in all. I don't know.
For each and every act of prostration. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Why can't you use the same process that we just quoted before for Avodah Zarah?
Go to my, if I have to go to my Instagram on YouTube,
worship.
Pardon me?
What is going to be liable for that?
I think maybe I should go there now because I needed that explanation and just want to be clear about it before posting anything. So that it won't be after posting I'll keep looking for what I posted. That was what you mean. Maybe I should go ahead now. I'm trying to post them. My profile. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yep, that sounds good.
Normally requires the cutting of both simanim, the windpipe and the esophagus. So let's say achos is the actual shchita. Achos would be cutting one of the simanim. Siman echad, heila is avos. Therefore, the primary categories: zibuach, kitur, nisuk, ishtachava. So again, primary ways to worship avodah zarah. For example, slaughtering, incense, burning incense, like wine libation, prostration. Mehina, which is derivative, what does that refer to? Mehina toldos, shavar malka.
So once I finish, I will send you the link to the Instagram, yeah?
Sounds great.
What does that mean? Let's say you have a particular type of avodah zarah where the way that you worship it is to break a stick. Okay, if that's the way you worship it, then that's the way you worship it. So nice again, even though normally one would not be liable for that form of worship, but if halacha l'maisa said that is how the particular idol is worshipped, then there is liability for that. Achos she'ihena also was an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability. For example, zalon avodos kofavim b'shigas avodos. So let's say that would be an example of, let's say again, I know avodah zarah is asur, but I don't know that all of these different things are problematic forms of worship. So, for example, I know that I'm not allowed to worship avodah zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down to it, offer up a carbon to it, give incense. So I didn't know all of these things. I committed all of these acts. So I'll say, what's halacha? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now, remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew avodah zarah was asur. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical logistical information. Okay, so you're kind of it's b'shogeg, obviously. All this is shogeg. I'm kind of for each and every act. So that would be the case of achos. In other words, there's achos shehena. So one act or one situation which results in multiple layers of liability. Next, So it won't be an example of multiple acts only resulting in one level of liability. That begins to say of where I didn't know that this thing wasn't avodah zarah, right? But I did all of these acts with intentionality.
Yeah, again, am I putting the same title and the same caption and the hashtag?
You can. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay. So it says, by the way,
What do you say?
Yes, you absolutely can.
This is a great question.
Okay.
I think this harkens back to yesterday's daf.
Thank you.
It says, tell me what it means to mistakenly worship avodah zarah. Just explain that one to me. Right? How what you slipped? What exactly happened over here? So Gemara says, listen to this. I won't say this yesterday's daf. We had this. So it's like if you thought that the structure you were bowing down to was a shul, right? And what happened? And you and it turned out, and you bowed down to it, and it turned out that it was an avodah zarah. So we'll say that's not avodah zarah at all. Hari libo vashamayim. We'll say again, there a person's intention is totally pure. So there's no avodah. That's not even a shogig avodah zarah, right? In other words, we'll say which by the way, it happens to be the statement is so profound. Just so you understand, number one, the Gemara. Whoever heard of bowing down to a shul? Well, what like the Gemara seems to say about. See, you see something amazing. Just the covet that we are obligated to have towards the Beis HaKnesses, like the covet that we're obligated to have towards the shul. Like the shul, Hamikdash Ma'at, is the home of the Ribono Shel Olam, and how we are obligated to treat it with respect and with reverence and with derech eretz and with love. It's fascinating. I've never heard of bowing down to a shul. What is that? And obviously, we don't bow down to a shul. But it's interesting that the Gemara understands it as well. If you thought it was a shul, and therefore you bow down, as if that's a normal thing to do. So again,
Yo, dog, what up, Arjun?
Wow, Chazal teaches such profound yisodos, such profound yisodos. Just again in the give and take of the Gemara. So the Maisa and the other piece over here also is the Maisa. If you thought it was a shul, you bow down to it. Hari libo vashamayim. Your heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll say that phrase. It's at the end of the day. At the end of the day, when your children or friends or whoever's going to deliver your eulogy,
Thank you.
say that phrase about us. That this was a person whose libo was Lashamai. His heart belonged to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If after 120 they could say that about you, that is a life well lived. That you learn Torah, anybody can learn Torah. That you give tzedakah, if you have it, you're going to give it. You did chesed, it's beautiful and fulfilling, and it's shtickle self-serving to give chesed. It feels so good to do it. What's the true metric of spiritual success? A person who lives a life where his heart belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. Rachmana Liba Boy. What HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is not our body. He doesn't just want our mechanistic activities. He wants our heart. He wants our heart. So you can say, Hari Libo Lashamayim. Imagine if HaKadosh Baruch Hu could say that about me. If my family could say that about me after 120. Hari Libo, my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, you obviously have to bring the rest of your body along with your heart as well. Right? It doesn't make you're not allowed to say the alarm went off in the morning. My heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? My body is going to belong to the bed, right? But my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, you need the body to follow the heart. But I will say that sometimes, we get so lost in all of the mechanistic details that we forget that as important as the details are not the ends. The details are the means to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the case? What the case? The case I saw yesterday. I saw a statue of the king. What did I do? I bow down to it. So the Gemara says, one second. If you bow down to a statue because you thought that it was a god, that's avodah zarah. So what are we talking about over here? If you did not accept it as a deity, then ultimately, again, there's nothing to talk about. Elo me'avo mihira. Once again, remember again, this was yesterday's daf. Rather, why did I bow down to the statue? Out of fear or love for a person. Nothing to do with statue. Nothing to do with statue. Remember, I always want an example of yesterday's daf. Haman. This is why, by the way, that let's say you ever wonder the Megillah says Mordechai lo koreh mishtachava. Mordechai didn't bow down, which tells you everyone else was bowing down, including the Rabbanim, including the Talmidei Chachamim. How were they able to do it? It wasn't Avodah Zarah. It wasn't Avodah Zarah. That was the whole chap. They were doing it ultimately, again, because they were scared of Haman. They were doing it out of respect or reverence to Haman or fear of Haman. It wasn't Avodah Zarah. That's why, again, remember, because Megillah records that there was such animosity between Mordechai and the other Rabbanim, because the other Rabbanim thought that Mordechai was a rabble-rouser. They thought he was a troublemaker. What are you doing? Just bow down. Everyone else is bowing down. Why do you got to be down? That's bow down. Right? It's not Avodah Zarah. We're bowing down out of coveting here. This is not theological. This is not theological at all. This is just about playing the game of politics. So the Gemara says follows. So now one second. So according to Abaye, that says that if you bow down to a statue out of Avon, you're chayiv. But Rabbi says that it's potter. So what is there to say? So the Gemara says, Ella ba'omer mutter. Interestingly enough, that I will say, what's the case? The case is where a person says it's mutter to worship Avodah Zarah. Omer mutter. Rashi says over here, it's 5 lines up from the bottom. Ella ba'omer mutter. Kasabra ein avodas kachavim b'Torah. He'll say, the person says, there's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah in the Torah. He thinks that. That's what happens when you pay attention and cheer. In other words, literally again, it's not Omer mutter, it's mutter. Don't say, by the way, I just want to point out, lest you think that this is so crazy, right? The truth is, all of us tend to do this in some area of Yiddishkeit. Right? Omer mutter. I said it's mutter, but it's not. But I said it is. It's powerful, right? It's powerful, right? We are powerful people. Omer mutter. I said that it's mutter. If you say, and by the way, if you say it enough times, and you say convincingly enough, something amazing happens, which is you actually begin to believe it. Right? We're able to live. One of the interesting things because Baruch was programmed us is the ability to live with cognitive dissonance. To create alternative realities, and when you live them and reinforce them for long enough, they actually become MS. So the Gemara says, "Oh, the guy says that Avodah Zarah is mutter. I didn't know." So the Gemara says, "Tifshot the Baimei Rav Nachman Helam Zeb Yadamau." So it's interestingly enough. Now, if you can tell me Omer mutter is potter, so interestingly enough, this helps me resolve another case. What's the other case? Helam Zeb. Let's say a guy didn't know about Avodah Zarah and he didn't know about any of the accompanying modes of worship. What's the halacha? Tifshot the Eno Chayiv Ela Achos. So it appeared that ultimately, again, he would only be chayiv once. So the Gemara says, Holocaust. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, they don't chayiv alachos. Holocaust. Shouldn't be a question. I resolve it. Now, 1 second. Let's go back for a second. We were dashing achos meino to apply to Avodah Zarah. But can you really go ahead and dashing these psukim to apply to Avodah Zarah? Dilu hacha ksiv the Mashiach par. B'Mashiach par u'Benasi Seir u'Biyachid Kifsa u'Sira. Because again, all of these different levels of liability, you have the par coin Mashiach, which is a par, the offering, the guilt offering, if the Nasi rules erroneously, right? That's a seer, and for an individual, it's a kifsa u'Sira. By idolatry, Tnan the shavin shebesira kiyachid. Ultimately, in the Bible, the Gemara taught that halacha l'maisa they offers up a seir like the individual. Okay, so the Gemara says, Rashi points out that the Gemara says, and the Gemara concludes this discussion. There is nothing more to discuss regarding this particular topic. Now look at the last Rashi of that. So bottom line, the Gemara says over here is that interestingly enough, there is a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What's the similarity? But Shabbos say, by the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, actually, the Gemara says quite explicitly that whoever is Mechal Shabbos, it's as if he is worshipping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. That without that, there is no belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The primary essence of the Ribono Shel Olam is as a historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the day that solidifies that. When we abstain from creative activity in order to yield that creative baton to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. The Gemara now takes that comparison a step further, just to teach us, although it's from two different sources, that just like Shabbos, the Torah goes out and singles out kindling in order to show you that there's individual liability for every act of Chol Shabbos. So the Torah singles out prostration by Avodah Zarah to teach us that there's individual level of liability for every act of worship of Avodah Zarah. Okay, so the Gemara says, so what's the other days? Halchi Tana Kane, Chomer b'Shabbos mishar mitzvos, Chomer b'shar mitzvos mi b'Shabbos. Let's listen to this. There's a chumrah that Shabbos has over other mitzvahs, and there is a chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chomer b'Shabbos. What's the chumrah of Shabbos? 3 lines down on 62b. Set up on his other base. Chomer b'Shabbos. Shabbos also shtayim behelam echad. Chai b'akalachas v'achas. So we'll say, okay, so now we'll read it, and then we're going to define our terms in a little bit. Shabbos, if you committed 2 malachas, behelam echad. Now, what does that mean? 2 malachas in one lapse. In one lapse. Now, again, we'll have to discuss exactly what kind of lapse we are talking about over here. What's the lapse? Now, the pashtos, what it sounds like, well, we'll discuss. So, if you went ahead and you did 2 malachas in one lapse of awareness, chayiv al kol achas v'achas, you are chayiv for each individual malacha. So again, there's a lapse there. Good. The Gemara says, "Mashein came b'shar mitzvos." Now that is not true by other mitzvahs. So apparently by other mitzvahs, if a person commits 2 transgressions, let's say in one lapse of awareness, you're only going to be chayiv once. Okay, now let's analyze. On the other hand, chomer b'shar mitzvos. On the other hand, other mitzvahs have liability over Shabbos. How so? Shebishar mitzvahs. When it comes to other mitzvahs, shagag below miskavein chayiv. This is very interesting. If you accidentally perform a malacha or an avera without kavanah, you are going to be chayiv. Mashe'en kein b'Shabbos. This is not true by Shabbos. Now, let's say, this is very interesting. So, let's say, I'm going to introduce, we're just talking about a particular term which we've seen before. What this refers to is misasek. We're going to see, let's say, when it comes to accidental violation of a malacha, there's 2 different ways that could occur. There's typical shogeg. Now, what's typical shogeg? Typical shogeg is, for example, let's say, Hilchot Shabbos. I know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that turning on a light was awesome. For example, right? So I know that it's Shabbos, I'm shogeg. There's another thing called misasek. Misasek means I am involved in a totally different act, actually potentially a permitted act. And as a result of that act, something prohibited occurs. Meaning, whereas if you take a look at the light case, right, I had kavanah to turn on the light. Right? What was my mistake? I didn't know you're not allowed to do that on Shabbos. That was my mistake. So again, there was kavanah for the act, but just lack of awareness for what it is that was doing. This asik, as we'll see in just a moment, means I didn't have kavanah to do anything wrong. It just happened to be, as a result of what I was doing, something else occurred which was prohibited. So now, we'll come back to it in just a moment. So we'll go back. Chomer b'shar mitzvos. So there's a chumrah of other mitzvos over Shabbos, and that's what? Shebishar mitzvos, shagag below miskavein chayiv. Ultimately, again, if you go ahead and you do a shogeg, without kavanah you're chayiv, mashe'en kein b'Shabbos. Right? By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the act, you're not chayiv. Right? So if you do an act without any level of intention, Shabbos requires intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, if you perform an aveira even without intentionality, you're going to be chayiv. By Shabbos, you're only chayiv with intentionality. So let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, Amar Mar. Let's now dissect this. Amar Chomer b'Shabbos So what's the color of Shabbos? Shabbos also shtayim. So remember again, what did we just say? On Shabbos, if you perform two malachos, the ha-malachot in one lapse, the next halacha, you chayiv for each and every malacha. Okay, so the words are like this. What's the case? This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you went ahead and you violated Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested and you ground the wheat. Right? So those are two different malachos. Harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people will do anything that's very short time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest and you grind up the wheat. So two different malachos. The Kabbalah got the Shiny Chase. So we'll do a comparison, let's say, out of Rosh Hashanah. We'll do a comparison out of Rosh Hashanah. For example, the also Chiyat B'Dam. So let's say again, the power of the being forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so just like by Shabbos, Kesira and Tehillah, two malachos, you're doing those things in one lap. So go to you eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says, I don't know. People, in those cases, it makes sense that they do a life. Remember again, the Gemara said before, that Shabbos has been from all the other hours. How so? That by Shabbos, if you perform two acts in one lapse, you're chayiv twice. Whereas for other hours, only be chayiv once. But you might say that's not true. By Shabbos, let's say I go and I do Tzila and Tehillah in one lapse. This entire case would be I eat blood and Caleb in one lapse. So by Shabbos, it should be chayiv twice. But if you eat blood and fat, so we'll say what's the halacha? You should also be chayiv twice. So what's going on over here? Here's the Gemara says, Ella, listen to this.
And also Joe, he has to say that,
what would be a parallel case by other
you don't say stuff like that, what Joe Rogan said, if you're not angry. When you're angry, that's when you go, but that's what they need, man, that's all they have. If you were actually not offended by people making fun of you or in chat or whatever it is, you wouldn't talk about them, and you certainly wouldn't be real mad and serious about it. You would laugh it off if you didn't care, right? I would encourage Joe to see how I handle what people say in school because
harvesting one, and then go back and harvesting two. That you would need dual liability for that. Gemara says, I understand, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. By Shabbos also, if you were to do two acts of harvesting, right, you put repetition of each other.
It's like they're not really
once.
They're not even, it's like if they were happy, they would love you.
Now that this is why you see
you become like super happy and then all this
right?
That's like, I guess I really am. You were with a therapist or a psychiatrist, you go out there one day,
what's the problem here?
the therapist was someone super bad. You go, I know, I'm really happy. He's like, oh, that's great. You're right. You're like, I'm so happy for you. Like,
the case of Shabbos, when you perform two acts in one parallel,
that's
that
too
gives
bad.
you a liability. What's the case? Like we said before, it's Shabbos morning. I harvest the wheat and I grind it. Right? Two lots.
I don't feel like I should do T-Mo so they can get a therapist grabs you. It's like, no.
I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I did not know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I'm harvesting, I'm grinding, so there's going to be dual liability in this. Okay, so now, what would be the corresponding case, let's say by another Avera, where one last, two acts, and it results in singular liability? What would be that case? I can't get in Shabbos. I saw that on this couple, listen to this. Give Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says, Zidea,
He's been around for 14 years. That's why how long they've been here. I like how he jumped. He's like, great job. He usually brings up the Alex article immediately. He's like, we've been around for a long time.
Don't bring it up. Interesting contrast. So what happens if you perform multiple malachos in one last way? Because I think it's sort of funny why that ice cream is so funny. I think it's because his hand is so gigantic and he's sort of like relaxed. It's like he goes like he's like if he's talking in there, so he gets to ultra focus on it. It becomes like weirdly robotic. I want a comically gigantic hand so I can do that. Just like everything he does seems so stupid and on point. What if I'm talking and I'm just like, when people hate on me, I just my whole face is covered by my hand. I just don't really pay attention to it because like I've been in the business 15 years. His hand is so sad because his hands are too big for him to be able to use it without looking for it. It's not fair. My hands are small. I'm not good at that. I don't want another thing. I have small hands now. Anyways, what is showcase for low kavana? What is that case? What's the case of accidental avodah without kavana? The big liability for that. Here we go once again. Because of the technique, so we talk about if I dive down to a building, and I thought the building was true, right? But it turned out that it was really avodah. That's not avodah. Why?
Just ignore all of it. Just there's that aspect of it. You don't want to read all the comments nonstop. Like with the red group we have now, it's like they're considering these man, I think you guys should shine some light on his son. It's his elf in the room. It's not a bad thing. There's like some
Then again, that's amazing. You know how they are like, but if I deny something as a God, then no cool. Then it will say nothing. Then it might be absolutely nothing.
Stuff on there. Now, there's some creators in that red group start off as a fucking, big fans of the show, and somehow got inserted.
So
Still
for a particular individual.
So
once again,
it's not even right.
honey buys the
Podcast
Makai.
creators love you guys.
Then
What's
it's
the
the
ribs?
buy says
Oh,
that
and
you buy
each found
for
out
such
Brendan Shaw,
a
Roy Callie.
but when Rob says that's your father,
There's some evil people. We look at the Kill Tony subreddit. It's the same. It's evil, but like, you can't let the few evil people.
the person thinks that it is more for worship, idolatry. That's the case.
That's what we. It's funny when they say that because they're literally their podcast is literally becoming what our podcast is. There's one where they just watch clips with that guy, and then they say the things that we said when we started. We're like, no, we like the Reddit. I mean, some people are kind of evil and like that. That is exactly what we said. It's so strange to watch. I will say, a lot of the comments on the stand song were like, James is so bad, and I mean, dude, even with this right here, the username Horny Polio, dude. I remember him the longest time. Really?
The question of liability is always a very simple question. Are you going to be fired once, or are you going to be fired multiple times? That was the question. No one says, or I should say, Julia's question, is there anyone who says that there is complete liability and complete exemption? Is anyone who says that you're totally covered for anything? Seriously, why not?
Social media, this is it. Asked why Papa made his special puts by Horny Polio. Yeah, so the Dave Cross guy stayed up coming up on 3 years. So, okay, so now you're fairly new, so imagine so was I. But imagine 2 years into it, Showtime comes to you and gives you a big paycheck. That's what I'm talking about. People try to target you. I did it. What made you decide to be like, all right, was it polygamously or was no? I was doing my own thing, but like, cause I knew I'd get hate.
I forgot that the skin was in my mouth.
From it, but it's like this is a good opportunity, and it just what I'm gonna do. So listen, you were a little cocky at times. You were young, and you have a lot of confidence, but also arrogance in that sense. In that time, like we all know, our biggest strength is a lot of times our biggest weakness. He's kind of fearless. I always love that about him. Like he's truly fearless. Like he'll do anything I gotta do. I was putting him in front of some. I am blind as shit.
I had something in my mouth. I forgot that it was skin, but I just wanted to say saliva, so I swallowed it. So then I was like, there's not even cover.
What do you mean by anything?
There's
You
not
mean
even
he'll
cover.
cut out the Dallas skyline?
That's Shalom below the sky. You can solve it.
Or you mean he'll open up he'll do a food truck diary and the food is in the trunk of the car?
You're going to contrast between Shabbos and Shabbos. So by other
He'll take
ideas,
your
I will say,
It'll
even if you
take
have
6 months to
absolutely
do
no
one truck
kavanah
show.
for the commission of the
He'll
Avila, but you do
out of
it.
nowhere have a fish
I
habit where
forgot
he
that there's
talks
further in
about
my
the
mouth.
fish,
I thought it was
tanks he
saliva. I
has.
swallowed. I have
So he actually
absolutely no kavanah for any kind of consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara is not speaking the Shabbos. You caught that. So let's say Shabbos is going to be better. You don't have kavanah for the actual Shabbos. You caught that. Why not? The Gemara says, for example, she is studying the idea that the Chakaf Hashem but it's not the case. Let's say on Shabbos, I go out with a cucumber on the ground. So I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that cucumber is detached. So because it's detached, therefore I can smoke it for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the locals. So what's interesting enough, on Shabbos, you are hotter. You are hotter for that. Now why? So because we're going to see the merger. People are not here on the floor. We're going to put Lord Lamar, Hamisasik Bechalobin, Va'arayos Chayim, Shekim Yama. That's what we do this. Misasik. But then again, what's Misasik? Misasik means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibitive. For example, by the favorite case is what we just saw. There's a piece of hair in my mouth. I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. That's a case of misasik. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted. But it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by Arayos, by morality. So this is an interesting one. Where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it turns out that something prohibited happens. For example, let's say Lulain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel. But it turns out, through some confluence of events, that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister.
Dude, I didn't know that. When I was a kid, I said when I was a kid, these are facts. These are facts.
But again, it's some type of mistake, occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality of this. Interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. People say that all the time about Elias, right? So nice again. But in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife, through some confluence of events, and having relations with the wrong woman. I don't know how exactly you can explain that to us, right? But for myself, that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, Meleches Machshavas Asra Torah. When it comes to Shabbos probably Meleches Machshavas. Meleches Machshavas means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. Absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber was detached, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just plucked it out of the ground, there's no liability for that because the evil has machshava. So what's that? So interesting, we'll have to stop with this for today. What it turns out is halacha myself. These fascinating distinctions. So first of all, the one thing that you have commonality about is that there is originated liability. Just like the Shabbos, we also have that by Avodah. What's the difference between Shine again? Same thing by Shabbos and Avodah is that you can be hired for multiple originated liabilities. An interesting distinction, however, is by all other Avedas, I will say, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is their liability. As I was saying today, let's say we are not in college very concerned with Hashem this afternoon, because we have flight tonight, so we're going to start, but the shir will go on, so we'll be broadcasting the shir back here, thank Abu Fogel, really taking over our technology logistics over here. While our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael, so we should be broadcast here every day. Mirz Hashem, Shabbos, but we keep going strong in Mirz Hashem. Two chavos, one here, one Eretz Harabai. Along the and Mirz Hashem to get together to share Eretz Yisrael the color.
Used bow and arrow. I remember it was all camouflage. Anyway, we go shoot it. Like twice a month. Growing up,
So that's you're not allowed to use it because it's a result of law, but it's not liability.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. This right now is like a guy who's like 5'8", lifting 100 pounds over his back. It just doesn't count. Yeah.
6 to right 12, you know. So I was a little familiar with it, but again, never hunted, and it's pretty close when you're at the range and you're a kid. So I tell him that story. He's, oh man, I'm telling you, if you like hunting, if you like shooting, I'm not that big into shooting. I had fun hunting, but I'm not that big into it. After about 30 minutes shooting guns, I'm over it because I know you gotta get a bow hunt, man. Just like me, like routine and all this, and it's all mechanical. I'm like, all right, this sounds dope, man. Because what are you doing tomorrow? Tomorrow, what's up? I can figure some stuff out. He goes, well, meet me at Archery Country.
Have you seen Archery Country? Have you seen the new 28 years later? Yeah. A lot of bow hunting in that. You think Shab would be good in a zombie apocalypse?
Oh, that was Shab's life.
Yeah,
Growing up, he was doing that twice a month.
With so much experience. He's so ready for a zombie apocalypse. We're making fun of this guy nonstop. We better hope we never need him because he knows how to do everything.
I'd rather be alive than be a zombie during the apocalypse because this motherfucker's around the corner with the goddamn, what are they called? A bow, combustion bows or some shit. What are they called?
Shab just like fucking idiot savant kills like 20 zombies. You go, well, look, I'm sorry, I made fun of you a lot, but you saved our whole town, and I'm not gonna make fun of you anymore. And I would like some fish too. If you caught fish because you're a fisherman.
Yeah, I've always been bears.
I've always been a big T-Fat K fan.
When he started the show, he was like, yeah, I've been on the YouTube since I was a kid. What the hell's that? He's like, it's a bow shop, man. Like, all right, he goes, meet me there at 11:30. So that morning, that was Friday morning. So that morning, I met a guy at Facebook Marketplace, sold some wheels from one of my old trucks, and I went straight there. What? Old trucks? You've been in the trucks for half a year.
Yeah, it hasn't even been that long. He does have a lot of vehicles, though. So we've seen him at the store. That's why he has a storage thing. Right for all the trucks and all the podcasts. The podcast equipment, yeah. He's like, he slips out. He's like, I sold my podcast equipment.
I sold my head. I'm like, I'll be here maybe 30 minutes. Me and Adam would maybe shoot some bows and give me some pointers and I'll get out of there. Dude, I was there for 4 or 5 hours. Adam's like, dude, you need to shoot this and do this, do this, do this. I walked down there with a bow, arrows, freaking giant thing to shoot into. And then he goes, this is the bow you want to use. And he goes, I'm having my boy Tank teach you the proper way to shoot this bow. Dude, I've been super fortunate. I've had some great coaches in sports. This dude Tank, Archery Country, might be the freaking bow whisperer, dude.
He's Josh Terry.
I was about to say, it's turning into Josh Terry.
Another plug.
Get on down to Archery Country. Talk to Tank. He's my guy.
The quality of plugs is going down. You know, it used to be Rain and Wix.com. Now there's this guy down the street named Terry, and it's called Archery Country, and Tank teaches you how to shoot an arrow if you want to know how to do that. And what are you going to use it for? Being a man. I'm Joe Rogan. I was there for 5 hours. Of course you were. Everything that you see, you become obsessed with, right? Any kind of fucking habit or hobby, I should say. Any hobby. You're just going to that's going to be your new thing.
I did like 4 shopping sessions without even trying.
Good, yeah. Good.
But yeah, yours is having
Spicy.
Usually I can, on average, when I start working with somebody new, I can get them to shoot a bullseye within 50 euros. I say, hey, let's do it.
arrows. Oh, arrows. I'm thinking there's just so many arrows, man. That's such a. I guess that makes sense for an instructor to say. But if somebody said it to me, it'd just be like, I'm going to shoot 50 arrows. Not today, right? But I guess you would. It would kind of sounds kind of fun. Yeah. Maybe you would shoot 50 arrows. That just sounds.
I shot arrows in September.
Oh yeah.
I gave up like after one. I was super hurt. It's like I don't want to do this. I was like super lit to do it, you know. And then I shot a couple. I sucked ass, and I was like, I don't do this.
I imagine that it's kind of emasculating and frustrating. You gotta pull it back, and it's probably hard. So if it just patters down, yeah, it's like, I can totally see myself doing this, and it goes like, oh fuck, and it's embarrassing, you know. So you gotta overcome that, though. Like,
I went like this, and then I didn't pull back that hard. I just went like this, and it went, and it didn't really go far. I'm like, I don't want to like launch it. I just want it to go by itself. I think I would like those high tech ones that you don't have to really do much. Because I had like a fucking Robin.
But I'm down to start shooting. I got through his coaching. I got the bullseye within 5 arrows, and then your boy was just lumping them together, dude, like a snap. I was there before, and I couldn't get enough of it. Went home. I got this thing to aim to shoot to practice on in the backyard now. Freaking doing it nonstop. I love it, man. It's dope.
What do you think he was better at? Like on first try?
Cappuccinos.
Bow and arrows or stand-up comedy?
Stand-up.
Do you think so? Probably true.
He probably got a laugh before everyone knew what was about to happen. You know what I mean? They were like, oh shit, that's so stupid you would say that. And then he kept going, and they're like, oh my god, you know?
Shab is definitely the kind of guy that would get laughs because people don't think he's serious. When he first starts, they go, he's hilarious. The stuff he thinks of is amazing. You would never. He's a prodigy. Yeah.
That's the narrative.
Let's see. Hopefully that was on the screen the whole time. I don't even know if it was. Successful egg 8345. Capitalizing off the TFAK Reddit community. How'd that go? Blockbuster views. TFAK finally responds to the Reddit hate. 5.8k views in a day.
Yeah, dude. And they were pandering and trying to do the narrative that's fucked up. 5 minutes too long. They need to do a Jubilee where they. But then the problem is Redditors are anonymous.
Oh shit, 5 minutes too long, dude. I did what I just said. It's like 10 minutes a shot. Nobody wants more than that. Trust me.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
Let's see. Here, keep talking behind. I want to see where this video is at now.
Okay, yeah, we're checking the views to see what their plea for views from the subreddit community is at. Like how many of you guys actually tuned in. I saw another one where they were like bean cheese, but they were debating Patreon because they said someone on the subreddit said that TFAK was doing Patreon and thinking that would make the subreddit subscribe. They're like, hell no, we're not subscribing to Patreon, which is sad, but they're doing better.
Look at that, 8.3k views, 3 days.
Okay. Yeah, I guess not good for like such a big podcast for sure.
That makes sense.
Unfortunately.
In what fucking sense?
So they're doing good.
So that was a good one. That was a good idea by those two guys.
Rob Reiner was thinking it was Rob Reiner doing TFAK, or is it Timo's? Yeah, so let's see what else we got here. Khabib Time posted this. Your fave couple is back with the weekly social media content.
Okay, good. So they're committed to the bigger.
My husband's pajama reading skills. Was it?
Probably gonna look at her ass or something.
Oh, damn it, guy. I don't know if I'm more upset about what they're doing or if you were right.
Yeah, no, this reminds me of those stupid videos that they post on Twitter where more Schultz fans content. It's always like something about banging your wife. She's hot, but there's a joke in there. Like, I saw one that was so bad. It was like a guy's trying to call their wife's vaginas on the phone or something. Like, hey, I haven't talked to you in a while. It's very lowbrow. Crazy lowbrow. It's your true God flipped up almost died. He's still got the blonde hair. Seriously. He wants it. Dude, God forbid a man gets horny, right? It's just horny. Oh, dude, BCE was leaving Mortal Kombat. Yeah, dude, someone just DM'd me about this. It's kind of crazy. I'm telling you, though. Is he joining TK or Timos? Let's see.
The camera on me, Brian Campbell. As many of you know, my parent company, CBS Paramount, have been there 9 years. One of the best jobs I've ever had in my life. Has acquired the rights, of course, to the UFC, Super Boxing, and a lot of changes are coming in with that. My role in CBS Sports is not only changing, it is growing rapidly. So rapid that it's tough to say today, but it is the truth. I will be stepping away from Morning Combat in 2026. My final episode will be Monday, January 5th, 2026. It was never the plan to have it announced this abruptly. It's sort of just how it all worked out. But to begin to use the word bittersweet would certainly not even come close to describe the emotions today. As you know from listening to Look at the Dark,
he has to end a shot, right? That would be nice. Yeah, I hope so. Because it's become such a huge part of the show. Yeah. It's good, like, who knows? Bro, does that mean he's going to be on CBS doing Shabbos? I hope so. Oh, my God. I hope they both. I just found out about this today. I'm just hearing this now. So my friends are telling me I'm hearing it. It sounds like he's getting more stage time on CBS, and then Luke is doing this whole political thing. He's blowing up on his political show, so they're both going their different ways, but I hope they keep the subreddit in their heart. Yeah, I know, and every once in a while let it out. Jump on that motorcycle and ski. Yeah, and then it's important because
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. No one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee did.
Yeah, Bobby Lee's getting paid. Bobby Lee did buy from the Ellisons. He bought CBS, right? Tiger Belly. Tiger Belly by CBS. Shout out to I'm still waiting for it. Let's see if here's the great thing about him staying true to who he is and stuff. He doesn't even have to hit a shop. It's all still respect. Sure, as we hear it. If we don't hear it.
It's been a rough couple of years professionally for us since the fall of Showtime abruptly, and picking up the pieces, getting this show back on the streets was a long battle, and I'm very, very proud of what we've done. But 2 years of juggling paychecks all over to get the opportunity to go solid and go all in with my company is an offer I can't refuse. So, Luke Thomas. It doesn't bring me joy to announce this, but it is major news to a program that we built together almost 7 years. The most fun I've ever had of anything I've ever done in my career, and the thing I'm most proud of, by the way. And it obviously has an effect on the future of this program.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember that phone call I gave you when we were in New York? It was 2019 before the show started, and we were describing what the game plan was, and don't sign this and just wait.
Yes.
And I don't know what you had in mind about what this. I mean, it makes sense they wouldn't do a show as it's too serious. I mean, like I said, I respect, but it brings a tear to my eyes. What if that's very emotional. What if the clip stopped, but then it kept playing and dude, what are you doing, bro? Or if it was just Shop Dancing against Deadpool at the end, and they edited it. And so I wanted to bring Brendan Schaub on for my last episode. That would be great if Thomas did it with Brendan Schaub. Yeah, we might do the same thing. Brendan Schaub, Brendan's our CEO. Yeah. All right, let's see. We saw that last time. No, we didn't. The great thing about doing the weekly show is that it's always new. So this is posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539 Total Redecked. I think that's where I got the call out from earlier, but such a good title. This is supposed to be ABTB12. So they pick by Archery Club for coming soon. I mean, that's cool. He's kind of self-aware, and so it begins like he knows, or he's being 100% non-ironic and being like, I'm going to be the best bow hunter of all time. And so it begins so perfect. I thought it was a Changs thing. I thought Changs did that. So not Tim. Yeah, Tim. That's hilarious. That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about with that fucking bow. That fucking big dick boy. Yeah, how's it fit? How many arrows can you fit in that thing, dude? Shoot a bunch of the night vision goggles in the closet. God forbid that you're an animal around a burn shop. Like a mountain lion, dude. Yeah, we don't have mountain problems. Lion, not any y'all anymore. This was like a bite. I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Bean cheese.
Let's see what else we got. This is John Africa Origins and More reacting to Reddit posted by Danny Kaufman too. Is this from their Patreon? Because if it is, I don't want to watch it. I have no idea, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, so I got a good one for you.
What's up, Squirrely? How you living, pimp? What's good? Look at you, looking all fancy. Let me see how I can.
I'm just chilling with my bus right now.
Yeah, I saw that. It's a beautiful bus, my man.
I still got a lot of building to do.
Just one moment. Let me shut off some of these.
Oh, my internet might shut off some.
There we go. Okay, can you hear me better now? Yeah, so I didn't mean to piss off anybody. I just when people.
I didn't even know you're pissing people off.
I mean, I don't really know what I did.
I don't care. Honey Badger don't care, Rabbi.
I understand that. I used capital letters. I used capital letters, and I said, "Why would somebody shut off the ability to stream in the VC?" And then Yo-Yo said that it made me sound entitled. And I've been live streaming in the VC for 2 years. Of anything of which I'm going to feel entitled over, it's that. But I didn't want to make him mad, and
you probably took the better. It'll go over like it always.
Yeah, I just don't understand why somebody would shut off the VC. That's like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu 101. The VC has to remain open. So, yeah.
You're originally always talking with you. Always having a place to chill.
There you go, big man. How do you like your bus?
Oh, it's cool. It's really great. I've had it for a few months. For a little while, I went back to Alaska for a little bit and was cutting some fishies. Yeah, that was okay. I was there for like most of the summer, and then I came back down here.
How are the mosquitoes?
Oh, they're horrible up there, but luckily where I'm at, I'm on a piece of land that stretches out into the ocean.
Oh, that's tight. And do you ever have to worry about? Oh, okay. Do you stay there in the winter as well?
No. I'm back in Northern California now. At my parents right now. I came and said hi to them. And then I stay at a friend's property. And then I'll probably head back down to the desert here too. Because it's already
Oh, that's tight.
I know we got an event in Vegas in April, so I'm gonna try to go do that and be in Dumpstar or try to raise money so we can have a book booth. But that's like $3,000, so we got some work to do.
What happened with Old Man with Coin?
He has a child now, so he's a daddy. And yeah, he's just been doing his life up in Sweden. He got a new house. I think he got that before Hobo, so. But yeah, no, everything's good. We haven't heard from Old Man really much.
Exactly.
I've been wanting to support, but he's just doing his own life.
I've been
But
promoting.
sucks that level.
Yeah, I wish he was around more. I've been promoting that coin, like a lot, and kind of in an interesting way. So I made a lot of the social media for it, just created the accounts and stuff. And the link tree that I use to give people an example is the Honey Badger Hoba link tree, so that they can see boom, 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 everything that they need to do. I've been doing a lot of promotion. I do a lot of promotion every day for Harry Potter, Obama, and Inu, in addition to just wearing the stuff all the time. Have you been in Twitter Spaces recently?
Yeah, every day. Oh, wait, Twitter? No.
Why not?
I got a new little remote job, so I've been trying to do this, which is pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see many Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 people in Twitter Spaces like we once were, um, and I feel that, I mean, I've tried. I mean, there's only so much I can do, but if we had a Twitter Space every single day, we would easily have our community back. And I
I
don't.
think that's a great idea. I'd join if you do.
Well, I mean, I have them 24/7, but that's different. Um, you need people to know.
Yeah, you are running multiple accounts.
You need to know when people are, like, when it's going to start to get people in there. If not, they're just going to be like, they take it for granted, and they're like, well, somebody always be in there, and everybody kind of passes the ball to one person or another. Um, I've been doing a lot of shilling in these spaces, like really hardcore, to the point where I'm getting better and better known. Like, I had my Twitter accounts banned over the many years. Like, I've had 2,000 of them banned, and more than that. But I finally have this one that I've been using since like the beginning of November, and it's got 2,700 followers to it, which in like 50 days or whatever it's been, that's really good. 50 days and 2,700 followers. That's a lot of shilling. And
I would have that on my next account after like some
there you go. Yeah, so you get it. Like, all the work that you put in to every single space you've been in and every tweet, and you're always, promoting the coin and everything, you still don't have 2,700. I'm not saying that it's the biggest amount that anybody could have, but that's what every single day, essentially day in and day out, of shilling yourself and following back and all that other stuff will do. So what I've been doing, I get a lot of Nigerians, as you can imagine, who, they want to be reply guys, they want to be shillers, they want to be raiders, and I ask them, do you really know what that means? And they're like, well, I mean, not really. They're like, it means I hit the reply button and I hit the like button, and I type GM to people, and like, that's cool, but that's not gonna put food on your table long term. Uh, you're gonna be working from one gig to another, and so what I've been doing is I say to these guys, all right, do you have a link tree? Most of them don't. I say, create a link tree. I send them this message that I've created that has all the links to Linktree on Android and on iOS. And then I give them a list of the top 30 social media platforms. And they all say, do I need all of these? And I say, yes. If you want to be a social media marketer, this is what you want to do. This strategy works. So I have them create, an Instagram, a TikTok, a Reddit, an Imager, a Spotify, just anything that you would use to be able to promote a client on social media. And I say, this is a 5-prong strategy. The first prong is it gives you 30 different places to promote yourself. The second prong is it gives you 30 different places to promote your clients. The third prong is it opens up 30 new communication channels with new clients. The fourth prong is that it allows you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI, which is really underestimated at this point, and impersonate you. And when they tell them that, they're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So then once they do that and I look it over and it looks good, we use Grok to make some just simple content for their page so that it's not empty, and they don't have just skeleton accounts. Then what I teach them to do is how to join X communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities, Facebook communities, because the big phrase, as I'm sure you've heard, your network is your net worth, and I want to increase both of those for those people. And then what I teach them to do is how to clip people's spaces and get on the radar of the different hosts, so that the host knows who they are, and will let them up. It's not, if not immediately, very quickly. and then I teach them how to make memes and also market themselves with memes. A lot of people make memes, and that's cool, but they don't market themselves with memes. And I tell them, you can put your at in the corner or your link tree in the corner, and then when you do that, people are going to know who is the creative force behind this idea. Then what I teach them to do is to make a Fiverr account if they don't already have one, where they can do gig work from $500 to $500, whatever they want. And then the final thing I do is I teach them how to pitch, and we get a 30-second pitch down for them, a 60-second pitch down for them, and a 3-minute pitch down for them, so that they don't come into spaces and say, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to do. I'm a reply guy. Please send me a job. Like, that's fine. At least you're trying. But what I teach them to do is to come in and say, GM, everyone, my name is XYZ, and I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. That means you're going to get more DMs, more people interested in your coin, more people interested in your NFT or whatever else you may do. Additionally, this will help you to rank very highly in social media, on search engines, and in AI. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd be happy to work with you. And when they're able to do that, they're basically business owners. They're starting their own social media marketing business. And then when people message them, I have this like basic message that I send to many of them that basically says what they'll do, which is like for $5, or well, for nothing for free, they'll just upvote your stuff 5 times. For $5, they'll post your content on 5 of their social media platforms. For $10, they'll do it for 10 different social media platforms, and for $20, they'll do it for everything. And if you have a project that connects with you and wants to do that, if you post your stuff on if you post their stuff on your social media, within about a month or so, you start to dominate search engines because that content has the ability to populate. So I've been, I've been, pardon me?
I'm just thinking I need to get on one of these sites for Google too.
Yeah. Well, I created the most of them. So at least for Honey Badger Hoba, they're all done. If you go to have you been to the Honey Badger Hoba link tree?
I'll have to.
Yeah, so actually, Old Man with Coin contracted me to do this for that project, and so it's already been done. He has a spreadsheet of all of the usernames, the passwords, and um, the links. But just if you go to linktree.com/ honey badger hoba, you'll see the best link tree that you've ever seen. There's one issue with it. I have a typo in the word TikTok. It just has like 2 T's or something like that. But aside from that, like it's really really good. And the only I just noticed that like
Oh, there it is.
so you already have these accounts already made and they're already aged. So and they have content on them. Go to the Instagram. Like I made videos for Honey Badger Hoba like more than a year ago.
Oh, wow, this is everything. Holy shit. Website, Gmail, Telegram, YouTube, TikTok, Kick. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's all been done. And it all has descriptions. So believe it or not, like when you type in Honey Badger Hoba, the stuff that shows is not from like X. It's all of that social media that I created. Go to its Instagram or go to its TikTok. Like you can see
I
that.
have to send some updated. I'll get the login for these because I'm running most of our social media.
Yeah. Um. If you just have to contact Old Man with Coin, and I gave him a spreadsheet with all of the information. It's really organized. So it is. He has access to all of that, and but yeah, that's all been made already for that project. And I actually send people to that project when I want them to see what their social media should look like because it's like a good example. And um, so in
I
my
created a bunch of new stuff too, new website, new TikTok.
all right, well then you should connect it.
So I'll try to, yeah, I'll definitely
Um, I'm surprised. Oh, I know Old Man Coin has been busy, but he should have. Uh, or
That's basically down to be a dumpster and everything.
oh, okay, all right. Well, at least when people type in that project, that's what shows. In like if you Google it right now, that's what's going to show. And I want people to be able to do that for themselves. So I teach them how to do that, and I don't charge them anything. To me, I don't like the people who are like, "Oh, you've got to enroll in my class." That's garbage. Education should be free, and you should not put you should not put what's the word? You should not guard it, but there's a word for it. You should not. What's the word for it? Anyway, you shouldn't paywall it basically, and I have people who then go in and check this stuff out. Now, in terms of the promotion of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, I've been in some of these spaces with some big movers and shakers in um, the cryptocurrency world. I mean, people with like hundreds of thousands of followers on X, and I go in there and I talk to them, and they're like, "Oh, they'll be like, pitch me your coin." And so the default coin that I always use is Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu. I don't think I've ever pitched another coin in my entire life, and they're like, "Oh, we know that coin." I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Whatever happened to it?" I'm like, "It still has a thriving community on Telegram." They're like, "Yeah, but they used to be on X all the time, and we don't see it anymore." And um, I know this one guy. He's a big influencer, whatever you want to call it. He like speaks at conferences and stuff. His name is Andy Lane, if you know who that guy is. And he was like, "Yeah, I mean, you guys were always doing stuff, and then it's just like one day you disappeared." And I don't want people to have that kind of mentality of what we are, because we're still a very strong community. Trust me, I see all these communities and how they burn out, and it's shocking that Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 is still going really strong on Telegram. I don't understand why we don't take more time and do Twitter spaces. That's all we need to do. And we need the leadership to be able to do it. Look, I do them, but I don't have access to the big account. And frankly, right. And I understand he's busy and stuff, but like the 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 price is at under 4 cents. And like we don't want this thing to rug. We want it to continue to maintain strength and to grow. And I understand Ethereum's down, but that doesn't mean that we can't perhaps increase our visibility. And so I'm all about it. And if people want to do spaces again, it's about consistency, in my opinion. We do spaces sometimes, which is cool, but they're like few and far between, and then they're kind of like a flash in the pan. We used to do them like multiple a day. You remember that, Squirrely, right? Absolutely, exactly. And so I don't know what happened to that. The Sprotos, I barely ever see Sprotos anymore. And I understand NFTs have kind of died and stuff, but I used to see Sprotos everywhere. Like it's kind of one of the things that made me recognize before the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 knew ever connected with me. Like that made me aware like this was a thing. And so anyway, I just think that we could be back very quickly. We just need some consistency. And I understand the leadership is busy. I get that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it, like, I see these other projects, and what they do is they just take turns with their big account, and they just have a new person post every night at a lot of times, like at a time that a consistent time, and then they get 20, 30, 40, 50 people. They get new blood in there. One thing that I have found, I think, is a really good way to get new people in. Instead of just saying Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu discussion space, like nobody gives a shit about that. They don't even know what that is. But if you come in and say it's a chill and chill, which gives people the ability to share their own projects, you'll get tons of people in there because everybody wants to promote. Exactly, and so why not double up on whatever they're doing? Like, let somebody come in, tell themselves about tell you about themselves, let them promote whatever it is they want. They're still like doing it under the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu umbrella. And I mean, the spaces that I'm in, I know a lot of them are bonded, but they've got like 600 people. There's like a huge amount um, of people who are motivated to be able to promote their project and learn about new projects. So, to me, if we want the coin to get out of the single digit, territory, it's all about Twitter Spaces and nothing else. Um, but I'm not the person who controls that. I have hosted Twitter Spaces before. Exactly. I mean, I have been. Nobody's gonna watch. Exactly. Nobody's gonna watch any of that stuff. Nobody's gonna care about that stuff. Twitter Spaces is where it's at. That's the audience that we need. And well, I mean, it exactly, and it needs to be a group effort. It can't all be on Morelight, or it can't all be on Yo-Yo, or it can't all be on Fabi. But ideally, what we would do is say, all right, I don't know, we've got like 7 mods or 7 admins or whatever. Every single person take a day, and then you just, like you would a job, you say, okay, well, and that's what will happen. Who are the 4 devs? Oh, okay. That okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That will. So okay, even with those 4 guys, I'm sure we could get 3 other people. I mean, I know I can do it, with no issue. But just every single person, one night a week, from like 6 p.m. Pacific until like 8 p.m. Pacific. That would give 2 hours for people to come in, shill their shit, but then also learn about Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 What these spaces do, it's incredible. They say, oh, in order to get up and speak, you have to like the post, you have to repost it, you have to comment. And then you get up there, we've got a lot going on in there. And then they join the Telegram, and then that's a new person who will consistently come in and perhaps, like connect with the community. And it's just about visibility. And if we could do that every single night within a month, we'd be back exactly to where we wanted to be. And I know people on meme coins, but that's because most of them are dead. I'm shocked that our exactly, but this one is still very strong, and I just want our presence to be seen more. So anyway, that's what I've been doing, and I treat these Twitter Spaces like a job in my own way. Sometimes I don't want to go in and chill, but I do, and it's to the point where the people can almost do my shill, like not word for word, but they're starting to learn it really well. And that's telling me I'm doing my job. Basically, if they know it as well as I do, they're gonna spread it. And then I just recently learned how to embed videos into the Purple Pill, so that like people can watch me as I shill live, which is kind of a new feature, which I enjoy. Being able to allow people to watch me chill, because a lot of people come in and they're like, are you a robot? I get asked that all the time. Are you AI? No, I'm a real person. You can see me live on YouTube right now if you want to. And they're like, well, your pitch sounds like you're reading it. And I'm like, well, I'm not. I've had it down for 4 years, so come watch me live. And even if I was reading it, who gives a shit if somebody's reading their pitch? They're trying to get the communication out to you. This isn't like a class project. That's not cheating. Like, I don't understand why people are so judgmental. And but nevertheless, tell me about what you're doing. Don't. I'm not going to sit there and critique you. And that's just kind of how I feel about the matter. But the people who I've been able to connect with, there's some really wonderful individuals, and I know we love Telegram, and I get that, but I feel like, personally, I feel like we underestimate the value of Discord as well in the crypto community. We don't use it, and I feel like it just has more features than Telegram does. And I'm not saying we have to use it, but just in the same way that we made all those Harry Potter bombs or all those Honey Badger Hoba accounts, we need to have a presence everywhere. Because when you have a presence everywhere, then you're going to get new blood from all kinds of different sources. So it all comes back to when's the next space, though. I mean, Squirrely, do we have a time for another space? I can't hear you very well. Can you repeat that? Yeah. If you, I don't know what your strategy is, but a lot of these spaces that I see, okay, if you can, it's kind of expensive to do, but you can buy your own space, and you don't have to do it for the entirety of the space, but it's really smart to do if you want more than just like 3 people in there. You right. What they do is they'll bot their space for the first 15 minutes or first 30 minutes or sometimes the first hour and get like 500 people, 500 bots in there, and that'll get them like 300 organic people. And then once they have that, they can let the bots go away because they already have 300 people in there who are interested in what they're doing because they're already at the top. Squirrely, have you ever been to the website spacesdashboard.com? It's amazing. It is the best resource for spaces in the world. Yeah, we talked about, I think, the last, maybe a month ago, last time we spoke. And it is basically the big board, the giant scoreboard of what's going on X in order of largest accounts to smallest accounts. And what everybody's vying for is to be number one on that list, basically. Even though not a ton of people know about that website, it's good enough that, yeah, exactly. And you can change the language on it so that it's whatever you want it to be. And what people do is they bought their space so that they show up, I don't know, in the top 5 of there, and then they're going to get a lot of people. They get organically 200, 300, 400, 500 people if they bought their space for even as few as 15 minutes. The thing is, though, it can get really expensive really quickly to buy when you want to use like hundreds of bots. I don't understand why bots are so expensive, but they are extremely expensive for Twitter Spaces. I think for like an hour, 1,000 bots, it's like $400. But if you want to be like one of these guys like Mario Narfall or one of those guys, and you have these spaces where in order to speak with him on a space, it's $4,000, that's what you do. Another piece of advice, Squirrely, I think I sent this to you as well. There's a website that allows you to buy followers, and if you want to improve at least Honey Badger Hoba's visibility, it's like maybe $80 to buy, or no, to buy like high quality followers. I think $150 will get you 10,000. And once somebody sees an account has 10,000 followers, it becomes a medium sized account, if that makes sense. Meaning they're gonna take it more seriously. Your website's down for Honey Badger Hoba?
Are not overt lying, but they are still dishonest. They're still dishonest. This case is overt lying.
Go to Google and go to Google Images for Honey Badger Hoba.
What is my Rabbi asking me? Let me say like this. Listen, I have one witness, but I like giving $1,000. Here's what I want you to do. I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to come to basement and stand next to that other aide at home. Just stand next to him.
Google and type in Honey Badger Hoba.
You don't have to say a word. I'm not asking you to say a word. Now, what is my Rabbi essentially asking me to do? What is he asking me to do? He's asking me to provide the appearance of being a her by me showing up in nation, standing next to that other aide apart. Even though the other aide apart is he's all talking. I'm not saying anything. My presence is just a presumption of a second aide. So
what up, GB? How you living, Tim?
Really, all I'm doing is I'm showing up in basement. I'm standing beside the talking witness. I'm not the talking part. I'm not saying anything.
We're just chilling.
My presence is creating the presumption that there is a second aide involved. So here, Mercer, don't do us with bad. Incredible. Yeah, Minayin. Listen to this. I lend my friend $1,000. Shelo Yomar et Ayenu b'Masayim k'dei sheyodeli b'mona v'yischai b'shua v'agalgal alav shelo yakamacha.
Yeah, we're just talking about strategy. Really, when are we going to have another Twitter space for Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu?
I have another outstanding matter against eBay that he denies, and I was never able to impose a screw up on it. Here's what I'm going to do. Listen, that gives me a stop. I'm going to go to base. I'm going to go to base. I'm going to say, eBay, you owe me $2,000. What is he going to say? He's going to say, I
agree. We need more than one, though. It needs to be consistent. And if we're serious about it, and I know we are, it needs to be, I say just one a day. And then everybody knows they can plan on it. And you're going to get wild people in different spaces. You can always mute them. You know, you can always boot them, but it's important to get new blood into the coin, in my opinion. And I know that I've been in spaces with big influencers, people with hundreds of thousands of followers, and they've asked me, what happened to Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu? And I say to them, oh, we're still really strong on Telegram. They're like, yeah, but you guys used to have spaces all the time. I used to see those photos everywhere. And it's like, yeah, I just feel like we've been reclusive, and we shouldn't be.
Now again, what Ruben's motivation is this? Let's say Ruben was paying alone with $50,000. So I say like this: if I admit that I owe him $1,000, then what? I'm going to decide the shua.
What happened to Vamp?
Listen to this. So Yomar, after renovation, I'm going to be kosher bakol. Now, what's that look like? You're kosher bakol? What's that look like? You totally deny the obligation. There's no, then you're pasha. You're pasha. So my cut is, I'm going to totally deny anything. I owe you nothing. The older will cook the basin, but I'm giving $1,000 outside of basin. So let's say in this case over here, so when in the previous case it was the lender playing games. Over here it's the borrower.
Wait, GB, what are you saying? What about the mask you take off?
Ruben goes into the says that on $2,000. My cop was like this. I know that if I admit
$1,000,
I'm not doing this. Then I have to take a shoe off, and then we can roll in the show from everywhere else. I say like this, you know what? I'm going to deny the claim. I'm just going to deny the claim. Now again, I'm not trying to not pay back Ruben. I'm going to deny the claim. I'll pay $1,000 outside of Thursday, but I'm not going to go ahead and admit anything in Beis. That way I avoid the whole shvuah. So the Gemara says, how do you know you shouldn't do this? So let's say we see the common denominator in all of these cases is Midbar Shekatecha says, don't try to manipulate the system. Even though, again, looks like in all these cases, a person is using the halachic system for their own gain, for their own benefit.
Well,
you I don't do that. That's Midbar Shekatecha. Next.
I want to say, I mean, I said this earlier, and I really didn't think that what I said was offensive. But I said, I don't want to search through it all, but I said something like, well, I went to my computer today to try to start up the VC or check on the VC, and I wasn't able to stream. And so I wrote in capital letters, much because there's so much garbage that happens in the Twitter space or in the Telegram space. I want to stand out, exactly. And I said, why am I unable to stream in the VC? Like, why would somebody take away this? I didn't even say it that way. I said it a little nicer than that. Yeah. Right. And he was like, I would have gone about this a different way. And I was like, I sent the first one. The second one, I asked, please. But I still want to know, why would somebody take away the ability to stream in the VC? I don't think people understand. When this happens, I think there's something wrong with my account. It causes me issues with my device. I have to refresh the route. There's all kinds of like little things that nobody sees on my end. And it's like, of anything that I need the VC to be open. If you want me to stream there. If not, I mean, I get it. I 100%.
And what happens? So Ruben is dressed in rags. Shimon is wearing the highest fashion, beautiful clothing. This is where it says, you see the Shimon, the wealthy guy, here's your choice.
I'd appreciate that. Because then I asked, why would somebody do this? Like, I wanted accountability for it, because this isn't the first time it happens. It happens, I don't want to say pretty regularly, but it happens often. And I have to go into the chat and say, go to an admin, will you please open up the VC for me, and all of that. And it's like, this is the only thing that I need. Anyway, he didn't like that or whatever. He didn't think I did it in a nice way. As I said to Squirrely, though, he said that I sounded, what was the word? He's like, I took it, no, you're fine. Like I took it for granted or something like that. And I, in my own mind, was like, well, I've been live streaming this VC for 2 years. Like, of anyone who's going to, he said I felt entitled. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I've been live streaming in this VC for more than 2 years. Of anybody who's going to feel entitled to do it, I am the person to do it. I mean, that's, at what point? Is it going to be 5 years when I feel entitled to do it? Like, and
one of the most important and innate things or drives that the Bible has given us, which is self-preservation. Right. And the idea is, because I assess everyone, I'm always on the lookout for things that are threats to me, that get apart, which is good. I'm always on the list for things that catch up. So therefore, again, by definition, anything that comes inside our eyes, we're always assessing. That's how we can assess the threat. That's how we can assess friend or foe.
Yeah.
So by definition, this is how we see the world. And it's so incredibly important that we are judgmental. Besides people up within the first
there you go.
30 seconds.
Well, exactly. I mean, at least then, so it'd been like 53 days perhaps since the last time that's a long time. In my own way, I somewhat do feel like that shouldn't be, like we should be conscious of it. But anyway. Right, I get that. Anyway, I did not want to make him mad, and I know he thought I felt entitled, and again, I didn't mean to come off that way. The second message that I said, please. It was not, but I don't know, maybe the capital letters threw him off. But again, there's a lot of stuff going on, and sometimes when I have to ask for this, it's like an hour of, can you please open this for me? Can you please do this? Can you please do this? Yeah, so, and I just was like caught off guard as well. because sometimes I don't know if it's my device that's not giving me the option, and I have to refresh it, and then I refresh it again, and I refresh it again, and it's just. And then sometimes I think like, well, maybe somebody doesn't want me to live stream in there. Why would now I've got to debate somebody over it? I don't know. It's neither here nor there. I sent Yo-Yo. I said like quite a few times, like, hey, apologies if I upset you. He did not respond, which is fine. But I just don't know why somebody. What I really wanted, this would be this. Hey, we looked into it. So and so accidentally shut off the ability for the VC, and I would say no issue at all. At least we know why it was caused, and hopefully we can prevent it in the future. But if not, I understand it happens, but at least there's some accountability. Instead, it's just like, I don't know, I feel like when that happens, you have to boot me to be able to shut down the VC.
No matter how much time you have invested in that shooter, in that particular position, be courageous enough to go ahead and walk away from something, even though you've invested a lot of time in building it up, but if you know that it's untrue, find the courage to walk away from it and find the courage to gravitate towards truth. Then we got into a whole bunch of cases of manipulating the system in order to go ahead and create the reality that you want, even though again the manipulation itself is not really true. Now, in these last cases, it's about giving an unfair advantage to one of the litigants, right? If they're dressed differently, different footwear.
Right. I don't know what it would have said that I would have said. I was asleep, so I didn't send anything. But anyway, all right. Well, that gives me some clarity that it could have been a bot as well. But it's like, this bad boy's been going for 53 days. Like that's a long time. Yes, and I would just say this, if I come off as entitled, then I feel I've been doing this for 2 years. That's the one thing that I need, is the ability to have a VC. So yeah. That I would say in my own way, perhaps I'm guilty of feeling entitled to be able to stream in there. But you would too. When you do something for 2 years straight, more than 2 years, I'm closing in, we're more than 2.5 years. Then it's like, at what point shouldn't I feel entitled to do it? If never, then I understand, but it's just like, it's like this automatic thing that I have. Like, okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm live streaming there, and if for one reason or another I can't, then it's like, okay, well, who shut this off? Like, what dummy went through and shut this off? Because it's like, that's the one thing that we know that Rabbi needs, is for the ability to live stream in there. And so I wanted some accountability for it, but I recognized that perhaps I didn't have to do it in such an aggressive manner. It's not like I said, hey, you dumb motherfuckers. Nothing like that. It was just like, why can't I live stream in the VC? Like, why would somebody shut this off? And this is the one thing that I need. Like, everybody knows that. So, and I think so. Yeah, exactly. But again, the reason why I use the caps lock is because so much shit comes in that I want somebody to be paying attention to what I'm doing. And also, I didn't want to have to go in and tag people, like, at so-and-so, at so-and-so, at so-and-so. Can you please reopen this? Can you please reopen this? I just wanted somebody to pay attention to me. But I understand. And no, not Blue Sky at all. X. I'm all about X. In the last 50 days, I've gotten 2,700 followers, which is a lot. It's all organic. And I've been chilling myself every single day, making these people sick of me in my own way, which is good. I mean, like, hey, you're going to hear my shill. If you're going to allow a shill and chill, I'm going to come in and I'm going to shill myself. And I've got the best shill in the game. It is flipping amazing. May I please give you my shill? It's at 2xthot. Yeah, if you're like, why is it that? I've created 2,000 different accounts, and most of them had Rabbi in them. And that was like, I don't know, an easy way for X to be able to ban them because they just knew they had to ban accounts that said Rabbi something. So then I started using random phrases, and there's this. Well, so then I didn't know what thought really was. I had seen like a meme that said Thought Patrol, and I thought, oh, that's funny. Like, there's like the ice cream man for like slutty chicks, and then it was just something that I saw, and then I didn't know what it stood for. Apparently, this could be a backronym, but it's that hoe over there. I'm not exactly sure. But it was short, and I was like, okay, well, I actually created this account back in like February, and I just didn't touch it until November or so of this year. And once it came back, once I started using it, it was the one account that I had that wasn't getting banned. So it's like, oh, if this thing's not getting banned, what up, Dracologic? How you living, Tim? Okay, so here's my shill. It's the best shill in the game, so you're never going to find anything better than it. Here we go. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life at 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they're available in my YouTube. They're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shiller, and you need a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. It's about 2 minutes, 22 seconds. And some people say when I'm done saying it, they're like, that's the best show we've ever heard. And I'm like, yeah, there you go. That's what I want you to say. There you go. That's what I want you to say. Excellent. So, like, it's unlike most people's shows. A lot of people think that I'm reading it, or that, it's just like a recording, and they'll just cut me off right in the middle, and I hate that. That is like in at least X Spaces, it's one of my major pet peeves, because I'm on a roll, and then you want to fucking ask me a question mid-sentence. It's like, it's kind of rude. Like, hey, I'll answer anything that you have at the end, but let me finish. It's to me quite rude. But I understand some people just are living in their own world. And I also get some people who, they look at my account and they're just like, what is this? And they won't let me up, and I get that. I mean, I get other people who are like, who send me invitations to come up and show myself. They'll be like, hey, I'm having a space on Thursday. I want you to come in and chill at the beginning, will you? And I'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll kick it off. So it just depends. But I am getting a lot more people who know what I do. I'm in this marketing Discord that's got like 10,000 people in it, and we just have the biggest effing spaces on X currently. Like they get like hundreds of people in there, and it's really something that I'd like for Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu to do if possible, because I mean the difference between us being worth 3 cents and 30 cents is Twitter Spaces. It just comes down to that. I mean, people don't know you exist if you don't tell people about yourself. Yeah, but even our posts, I hate to say it, that doesn't do that much. And here's why. The accounts that we've had in the past, they were much bigger. Now it's got like 5,000 people following it. It doesn't have that much reach anymore. When yeah, so what I would do with that personally, and I don't run these accounts, but I would take the main account, and I would bot it with 10,000 followers. So it's got 15,000 followers on it. No, that's what everybody does. I helped the project do that earlier this week. They were. No, they can't. No, they can't. You cannot tell. You cannot tell. Let me finish. So then what you do is they have services that are really cheap. That anytime you post, they automatically, for the indefinite future of the website that works, which has been going for 5 years. I've used it for 5 years. Sure, go ahead. They automatically like and repost your stuff. Nobody can tell the difference between a bot doing that and some guy in Nigeria doing it. You're good, Squirrely. You're good, big dog. Take care.
I entrust something with Ruben. I give Ruben a picado. Picado means that I'm giving to Ruben for safekeeping. Ruben claims something happened to the picado. We lost the picado. The picado was stolen. There's something called the Shvasa picado where I could make Ruben swear about the picado.
All right, Squirrely. I've got to say some prayers and get into the shield space, so I'm gonna go back on my other account. It was great catching up with you, though, and I'm really happy about your new vehicle, and wish the best for you. And if you ever need to connect with me directly, like immediately, just come to my Discord. You know I'm always live there. The reason why I don't do the speaker on the computer of the other account is people come in there and they scream at me. Like, you've got to understand, for every friendly person we have in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu space, we get some wild ones too who just want to be disruptive or whatever. And additionally, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And then additionally, I'll get people who they'll want to talk to me and they won't realize that I'm in space talking to 600 people right now. I can't talk with you, so I've had to mute that account. But I still do my best to give people a view into my life as much as possible. And yeah, and the only way that I'm able to do so. Excellent. Well, come to my Discord if you're gonna. I've got people who live in there with me, which is quite interesting. I've had somebody who's been living in there for 6 months. And then I get some girls who come in at night. We play games together, and they sleep in there, and then just random individuals. So if you ever need to get a hold of me, best place to do it is Discord. Oh, but as well, GB knows that I have an X space that I've been doing now for almost an entire year. Like, nobody's done a video X space for like an entire year, which is an accomplishment in itself. It could be its own. So I have to stop it every 24 hours. because X only allows you to archive that much amount, at least on an iPhone. But yeah, I mean it's like it's definitely the audio has been going like as much 99.9% of all of that. Video sometimes cuts out, but that's just an X thing. Um, but yeah, so if anybody wants to watch at least the last year of my life on X, that's available. And then of course there's YouTube and all the other places. So. All right, Squirrely, I'm gonna hit the ground running. You take care, my friend. Absolutely. Shout out to Neatard Pants. Take care.
And if it's outside of Beis Din, it won't work. So too, if you're taking the shvua on your own, the shvua only works if you're taking it ultimately again in Beis Din. Outside of Beis Din, it won't work. That's the position ultimately again of the Rabbanon. Shalom Beis Din low. Good. So I'm a base. I'm gonna do that, Papa. Someone says 1 second. Even Picadon community law. So Papa says, I'm not sure that that's correct. If we're learning all this out from Picadon, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna Papa. Even Picadon, I'm gonna do Rabbanon. To Kuli Amalot 3, to don't know. Everyone agrees that if you're learning out Shvua Sa'idus from Picadon, that the way to learn that out is learn out all of the elements of Shvua Sa'idus from Picadon. Hello, Hanikami Rabbanon. What's the logic of the Rabbanon? Because let's remember again, what is the point of contention over here? The point of contention over here is in the following case. According to the mayor, right, the Rabbanon holds the point of contention over here is when you are mushbar v'acheret, if someone else is adjuring you to take the shvua sa'idus,
Oh, Joe.
That shvua have to happen in Beis Din or not? The Rabbanon say again, if you're taking the shvua on your own, even outside of Beis Din is fine. If you're taking the shvua adjured by others, only in Beis Din, not out of Beis Din. But the mayor, on the other hand, holds no matter how you're taking the shvua sa'idus, it's gotta be in Beis Din. That's the machlokes over here. So now the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi says, if we're learning out from Picadon, then everyone agrees, don't we know. So what's the logical to Rabbanon? Because when we're trying to figure out, according to the Rabbanon, why is it that, again, we're making this distinction? If you're taking the Shua Sa'idus on your own, you can even do it outside of Beis Din. But if you're being adjured by others, it's got to be done in Beis Din. It's Kavachomer. If you're going to go ahead and be Chayiv the Shua Sa'idus, then certainly again you're going to be kind of do asmo. When we delight silen the Kavachomer, and since we're up in Kavachomer, Dayo Lava Minadim Leos Kinido. And also Leos in general also make Kavachomer. So remember again, so the halakha is there's a sense of Dayo. Dayo means that ultimately again the cow could become no more chomer than the chomer itself. Ma mushba mepiacher the Beis Din. Just like mushba mepiacher is going to be in Beis Din, the Beis Din in Shalom Beis Din lo. Af mushba mepiatzmo the Beis Din in Shalom Beis Din lo. So if I want to say Beis Din Kavachomer is like this. Just like if mushba mepiacher is being adjured by others. So that only works inside of Beis Din, outside of Beis Din it doesn't work. So to again, Mushra Pi'atzmo will only be again in Beis Din and not outside of Beis Din. So Rabbanon said to Rabba, 1 second. Ni matzes kamis the lad that don't know uminafligi. Is that apostle says they're not arguing don't know uminei? But we learned. But that Picadon. Shua Sapikadon. So we'll say back to Picadon. Shua Sapikadon. I guess Banashim Ubinashim. They're Chokin Ubikrobin. Bikshir Bisulim. So remember again, Shua Sapikadon. Again, we're going to get to this in just a couple of days from now after Yom Tov. Shua Sapikadon applies to men and women, relatives and non-relatives, Sharon and Psulin. Bifnei Beis Din, Bishlo Bifnei Beis Din, in front of Beis Din, not in front of Beis Din, Mipiatzmo or Mipiachelim. Ultimately, again, whether you're swearing yourself or you're adjured by others, Eino Chayiv Achiyich Bar Bol Beis Din, Diramer. The mayor holds you only Chayiv Shua Sapikadon in front of Beis Din. The Chum say Mipiatzmo, Mipiachelim, Kevan Shekapar Bo Chayiv. The Chum say whether you swear yourself or adjured by others, ultimately, again, if you swear falsely, you are Chayiv. So again, where do we ever see in the case of being adjured by others in Shvas Pikadon? Where do we see according to Rabbanan that you're Chayiv? Lav Digami Lo Me'edus. It must be They're learning out Shvuas HaPikadon from Shvuas HaEdos, Ushma Mina, B'don Mina U'minei Pligi. And therefore, again, they must be arguing about the extent of a Gzeira Shava. In other words, we'll say, Don Mina U'minei, or Don Mina V'uki Ba'asra, is a fundamental machlokes about how to darshan a Gzeira Shava. So mostly that's the arguing about, to which the Gemara says, you're right. May I, the Gemara says, May I eat in, the Gemara says, you're right. That is what they're arguing about. Here's the difference. You could see that from the Mishnah of Shvuas HaPikadon, but you would not see that ultimately again by the Mishnah over here of Shvuas HaEdos. So from Shvuas HaPikadon, from that Mishnah, which we'll get to in just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of their machlokes. But ultimately, again, from our Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so what do we take from there? So first of all, what we take from here is a very important principle in the Darshan of the Gzeira Shava, right? What is the Gzeira Shava? The Gzeira Shava is you find commonality between two scenarios. That commonality could be a word, it could be a phrase, it could be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and create a halakhic bridge between A and B and learn out the different concepts one to the other. So the shaila is, in general, when you learn out of Gzeira Shava, how does that work? So let's say, for example, I'm extrapolating out of Gzeira Shava between A and B. So I'm going to learn out elements about B from A. So the question is, how does that process work? So there are two different mechanisms. There's what's called Don Mina Umina, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B will resemble A. Or Don Mina V'uki V'asra means no. Learn out the initial concepts of B from A, but then look at the unique elements of B and establish those as your new reality. And again, that's the machlokes. And again, it's a machlokes. It's one of these things that you see throughout Shas about how the darshan ultimately again Gzeira Shava. What about here? What about halacha l'maisa again in this situation about Shvuas HaEdos? How do we pass regarding the Shvuas HaEdos? Remember again, this machlokes, Rabbi and the Chachamim. So Rabbi holds that in general, Rabbi holds that halacha l'maisa, Shvuas HaEdos only takes place in Beis Din itself. The Chachamim understand that halacha l'maisa, that if you are being adjured through others, it's only in Beis Din, but ultimately again, the pi'atzmo, ultimately again, even outside of Beis Din. How do we pass him? Rambam asking like the Chachamim, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, if you're being adjured by others, that Shvuas HaEdos must take place in Beis Din itself. If, however, you are swearing of your own volition, that shvua can even take place outside of Beis Din. That's how you pass like the Chachamim. But let's go a little bit lighter. The Gemara says as follows: so again, if you intentionally, right? So it sounds like if you intentionally violate Shvuas HaEdos, you are chayiv. What does this mean? So the Mishnah brought down a case of literally again shigigasa, the shogeg with zidon HaEdos. What does that mean? Rabbi, who don't? Did I skip? Sorry. The chayav shvua. Sorry. And you are chayiv for intentional violation of the shvua. So what is that? The Tanakh, I will say that here's this interesting. In general, we saw beforehand that there are other types of shvuas that if I intentionally violate, there's no chiyuv. Yet here by Shvuas HaEdos, interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely that I don't know Eidos, I am chayiv. So what's minhani? The Tanakh the kuli ne'amar v'ne'elam. In all the other cases, it says v'ne'elam, that the shvua was hidden from you. The kan lo ne'amar v'ne'elam. Here it doesn't say v'ne'elam. The chayiv ala meizid kishon. Teach you that what? I am liable ultimately again for meizid, just like shogeg. So whether, we'll say, so therefore again, whether I intentionally take a false shvua, say this, in other words, I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot that I knew testimony and I swore to that effect, either way, I am liable for the false shvua. Furthermore, again, you're also liable for shogeg with zdon ha'edos. Now, let's say, now, what does that mean? So, listen to this. The Omer, I know that the shvua I'm taking is zasur. Shabbat means I know that I know testimony for Ruben, and I know that I'm swearing falsely that I don't know testimony for him, and I know that the shvua is asur. About any yodea in chayavin alad carbon in law. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So in other words, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately, again, I don't know about liability. That's called Zidon Shvua. That's called a Shigigasa in Zidon Ha'evis. So I'm shogeg in what sense? I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately, again, I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. Incredible. So I said there's liability for that case as well. But you're not chayav to just plain shogeg. I will say, now what this means is as follows. What this means is, let's say, right, Ruben says, Silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, you did, like, I don't. And it turns out that I really was shogeg. Like, in other words, I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really did know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah says, and if I swear, I actually did a shua, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on, it becomes clear to me that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly, but it was a total shogeg. There's no liability for that. So Lema, Tanina, Dravkana, Dravasi. So the Gemara says, so should this not go ahead and answer up the question that Dravkana Ravasi, and I must say, okay, Rashi, Lema Tien Dravkana Ravasi, Tehekot the Sava the Shava Be'emes, Enu Chayit. By my istafik Lulu, this Tirech Rav Lema Lulu Litchanascha. Shavuot said this was actually a question that Tanner of Asi brought up before, which is if someone really thought that they were swearing correctly, but they really swore falsely, what is there liability in this case? Now, interestingly enough, Rav Tanner of Asi brought this up as a question. You see, based on our Mishnah, that it's clear that there is not liability in this case, right? Because in this case over here, I'm swearing Ruben, I don't know any testimony from you, and I believe that I'm swearing correctly. It turns out that I was swearing falsely, albeit accidentally. And what does the Mishnah say? There's no liability in that case. So Karavasi asked this kasha. The Gemara left it as like a kasha. The Gemara is essentially saying, why did the kasha? And why didn't they answer from our Mishnah? Even though our Mishnah says it, you must not go through the process. Why? It's just how that coming off. I'm going to put the maybe only by Shua Sa'idlos. Maybe only by Shua Sa'idlos. If I end up swearing falsely, but not intentionally, but because I really thought I didn't know any Eidos, that's the case where there's no liability. About Hossam B'chsib B'nelav, but let's say by Shvuas Bitui, where it says B'nelav, Afilu Shigagasa Kolbihu, so we'll say maybe by Shvuas Bitui, maybe by Shvuas Bitui, even though when I swear, I think I'm swearing correctly, maybe if it turns out that I swear falsely, maybe there is even liability in that case. Chamash Molon, that there's not liability in that case either. So we'll say bottom line, and this is actually very important, Halacha L'maisa, any case where you swear falsely, but you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. Shua Sa'idus, that is true. Shua Sa'idus, so for example, right? If I swear, Shua, Sha'achalti Kikar Zu Hayom, I swear I ate the loaf of bread today. And it turns out that what? That I didn't. But I was so sure that I did. There's no liability in that case. Same thing. Right, Ruben says, Silver, you know, ain't this for me? I swear, Ruben, I don't know what you're talking about. And again, when I swear, I am 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about. Therefore, Allah again is what? There's no liability in that case. So we'll say, anytime you swear falsely, but at the time you're swearing, you think you're swearing correctly, there's not going to be liability in that case. But make sure it's interesting, by the way, the bookends of today's daf are quite fascinating. How did we start today? We started out today with a Dayan who had built up a particular legal construct that at one point he was convinced was correct, but then he became what? Aware that what? It's not correct. And the Gemara says, have the courage to admit that you were wrong. Have the courage to go ahead and deconstruct that which you've constructed. Right? Have the courage to go ahead and walk back that thing, even though, again, you built up this whole legal construct. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Walk it back. But yet again, the Gemara also acknowledges that there are other times in life where we're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're false, that we're wrong, and that happens. Both of these scenarios, if you know you're wrong, don't double down. Find the courage to walk it back. But on the other hand, fully recognize that there are times that we are convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're fundamentally wrong. So notice, interestingly enough, if you know you're wrong, but double down and refuse to walk it back, there's liability for that. If you think you're right, but it turns out that you were unequivocally wrong, the halacha says, for that, there's no liability. Why? People make mistakes. If you make a mistake and you really didn't know, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, well, okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you are absolutely wrong, but you doubled down and you didn't walk it back, with that, there absolutely is liability. I want to say, Shkach, stop over today, pick up with the Mishnah tomorrow. But a start to the week, Shkach, everyone. Good Yantif. It's all right because because all right, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei Haba Alina Latova, Yoel and Sarah count in celebration of the completion of Seder Nezikin and Besoros Tovos Am Yisra, Nathan Perry Smith, in the source of the entire Kehillah, and our tefillos being the Skabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors Jonathan and Alana Austin in honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar. To Yair Ashendorf of Teaneck, New Jersey, may they be Zochem Neretz Hashem to build a Bayis Ne'eman B'Yisrael. And our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Mark Kogan in honor of the entire Shir. Beautiful. All right, well, so with that, let us begin. Today's Daf is the base. We have a really exciting Daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on Yud Aleph on the base 11b. Mishnah says as follows: Very interesting case. Let's say you went ahead and you checked out a cover Pesach on the 14th, which of course is Erev Pesach. Shalol Lishmo. Shalol Lishmo means not for the sake of cover Pesach. If it's not for the sake of cover Pesach, then what is it for? Then ultimately, again, let's say for the sake of Shlomim. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Yeshua Machshir to the Nishchat B'Shlosh Asar. Now, Yeshua says shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting it on the 13th, right? I think it just wasn't. So it's no different than shechting on the 13th. And therefore, halacha l'maisa. Remember again, a Pesach shalol d'shmo, right, during the rest of the year, ultimately is considered to be a covered shlamim. Therefore, Rabbi Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be kosher. The Seirah posel ki nishchat b'nei arba'im. The Seirah says no, it's posel as if it was shechted shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would render it invalid. Amr Shimon ben Azai. Shimon ben Azai said as follows: the kobel ani mipi shidim ushnayim zakim. I have a Kabbalah from 72 elders. That's of course the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, the Yom Shol Shiva asked Rabbi Eliezer the yeshiva, the day that they went ahead and they appointed Rabbi Eliezer as the head of the yeshiva. Shekolas v'ochamanah. In general, I will say this really is just a repeat of what we saw in the first Mishnah in the Masechta. And in general, any korbanos ultimately again that were offered up shalol l'shman are still kosher. Ela shelo olu l'baylim mishum choma, except that they do not satisfy the obligation of their owner. So we'll say, remember again, that is a repeat of the first halacha that we saw in the Masechta, with the exception of foods. Mina Pesach or Mina Chatos, with the exception of Pesach and Chatos. So before Pesach and Chatos, with the exception of Shul, because Pesach and Chatos, if you shech them shalom lishmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately, again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid korbanos. And Azai also wanted to add an ola to this category. He wanted to say that if you shech an ola shalom l'shmo, it also doesn't count towards the owner, and in addition is also possible for the whole look of but that ultimately again did not agree to this. Okay, so let's say it's really fascinating. So the Ikar Halach over here is when it comes to Karban Pesach. What happens if you go ahead? Now remember, Karban Pesach is shechted when? The 14th. But when on the 14th? What happens if you shecht the Karban Pesach at the morning of the 14th? Shalom Lishmo. Ultimately, again, Shalom Lishmo meaning not for the sake of Pesach. What does it mean not for the sake of Pesach? For the sake of Shalom, for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So Rabbi Yeshua says it's mutter, because again, essentially shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting on the 13th. And any time you shecht a carbon Pesach not at its designated time, by definition, it's reclassified as a carbon Shalom. The Ben Beseira says, no, it is possible as if you shechted it Shalom Lishmo on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the Ikamach we're going to be dealing with for now. So let's analyze. Says the Amar Belozer, Amar Beloshia. Makshu Hayi Ben Beseira, the Pesach Shashak, the Shachris Ba'asar, Lishmo, the Kula Yomas Manehu. Ooh, so this is very interesting. So Rosa says at the core of this is a fascinating idea. Ben Beseira says that Halacha L'Maisa, you ended up shechting the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the carbon is kasher. Which was very dramatic. Very dramatic. Why? Because Ben Beseira holds that the Ikar again, really according to the letter of the law, the entire day of Erev Pesach is fit for Karban Pesach Shechita. The Gemara says in my Ki'ilu. So what does Ben Beseira mean when he says that if you shechted on the morning of the 14th, it's as if you shechted it in the afternoon? From Rabbi Yeshua Ki'ilu, Amar Ihu Nami Ki'ilu. Which is Ben Beseira just said that of textual symmetry. That since Rabbi Yeshua said Ki'ilu, different Ben Beseira also said Ki'ilu. So I will say, but this is very interesting, right? It's actually quite dramatic. It's too dramatic for this early in the morning, right? But again, just understand what just happened over here. My whole life, we've been focusing on this idea that Karban Pesach is times in our time, the afternoon of the 14th. Now, suddenly there is an opinion that says you could even shecht Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th. So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if that's the case, then why does the Mishnah frame the as a Karban Pesach shechted Shalom Lishmo? Why frame it that way? Litlagu b'shmo, b'lishmo. Make it even better. Make it a machlokes of a Karban Pesach shechted on the morning of the 14th, l'shem Karban Pesach. Because that's a much more dramatic case, right? Because then Ben Beseira is going to say that it's kasher, and Rabbi Yeshua ultimately again is going to say that it's possible, which the Gemara says, because if they would have argued in the case of the Shmo, when the Karban Pesach is shechted, Lishmo on the morning of the 14th, Havamina, Avav B'Shalom Lishmo, Moshe Rabbi Yeshua Ben Beseira, hold the Mitzvah right, because I would have thought otherwise. Rabbi Yeshua would have agreed with Ben Beseira. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yeshua would have agreed with Ben Beseira. Ultimately, and again, in the case of Shalom Lishmo, since Halacha L'Maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering of that carbon, Kamash Malon that they disagree in the case of Shalom Lishmo. Okay, so let's now the Gemara circles back. So remember again, the earth-shattering piece that's been introduced over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, Ben Beseira says that a Karban Pesach is kosher. Is kosher Lishmo on the morning of the 14th. So now the Gemara is questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, V'haksiv bein ha'arbayim. But the pasuk explicitly says that the Pesach was offered up bein ha'arbayim. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim, at least as far as we knew, always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th? Amar Ula is very interesting. Amar Ula bein Rabbi bein shnei aravim. This is fascinating. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim doesn't mean the afternoon. Rather, bein ha'arbayim means between the two evenings. Fascinating. So when you offer up Karban Pesach between nightfall and nightfall, essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now, obviously, you can't offer up a carbon at night. Right? Karbanos are not offered up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings, between what we'll call the night of the 14th. Remember, the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. In other words, just stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Karban Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, good, one second. So does that mean that every single time the Torah uses the word Bein Ha'arbayim, that Bein Ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein Ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward? Because again, it's going to introduce a lot of very interesting ideas. The Gemara says, Tamid, Yichsimba Bein Ha'arbayim, Ha'kanam L'Kol Yom HaKasher, so that covered Tamid. All right, the daily sacrifice. It also
Absolutely. May I please share my project with everyone when you have time? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can view that camera as well as others in the purple pill. No one else does this. You can view all my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, they're available in the pinned post that I have. You will also find a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to promoting world peace and wanting to make you all extremely wealthy, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a Raider or a Schiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Also means that halacha l'maisa, again, you could do it the whole day. So the fully yom kosher, shiny Torah, it's a different type of your days, 12-8, this Gishrei Neiros. So Torah is different. Why? Because ultimately, again, Torah is compared to the menorah, and just as we've established that menorahs are done later in the day, so to Torah Bein Ha'arbayim means the afternoon, not all day. Fine. So now, interestingly enough,
absolutely. Shout out to Hello XR. I'm Rabbi. I'm here in the Chill and Chill, the Friday open mic, NFT, art, crypto, of health, AI. I am real in the flesh. I am not a robot. Can you see me or can you hear me?
So you have the entire day. And that's interesting because all other situations where it says Bein Ha'arbayim, you can explain it completely differently. One second, there's still a problem. So let's say 12-8.
That's absolutely correct. Thank you so much, Health AI, for allowing me to share.
So here's the problem. By Korban Pesach, the Torah explicitly says, when should you offer up the Korban Pesach? In the evenings. Now, evening doesn't have to literally mean evening. One thing is clear, which is evening doesn't mean what? It doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Korban Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which we must be very interesting. So ultimately, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Korban Pesach is offered later. And listen, now what does that mean? This is very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are 2 karbanos that are going to come out. What are the 2 karbanos? Korban Pesach and the Korban Tamid, the afternoon Tamid. Now, generally, halacha is like this: if you wait to offer up the Korban Pesach until the time of the Tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first.
Absolutely, I heard the discussion earlier regarding Telegram versus Discord and how you can protect yourself against bots. So definitely ensuring that if you NFT gate or crypto gate, whatever you want to do, that's a way to do it. But that's really a turn off to people who are just interested in perhaps exploring your community. I understand that there's a balance between the two. There's certainly some bots out there that can help you to be able captures that you can make people do that hopefully can keep away some bots. Other things that I've seen spaces do, or I should say channels or different servers, they can make people get a certain amount of experience points before they're able to use certain settings. So like image permissions, video permissions, certainly voice call permissions. That's something that I've seen people do. I don't think there's any perfect if there's any perfect solution. It's really a balance between allowing a few more bots in versus allowing to be shutting yourself off to new people who are interested in the currency. I have seen that some servers, especially on Discord, require you to shut off DMs in order to be a member, so that at least just for that server, so that anyone who is trying to fish you or trying to promote themselves to you in a way that's unwanted is unable to do so within your server. So that's a solution that I've seen. And then also just not allowing new users to be able to send links is another way. Personally, there are balances between Telegram and Discord. I prefer Discord slightly, even though I live stream. I'm currently live streaming on both. Telegram has some benefit of forcing new users to have to use a telephone number, which Discord does not. But then again, that can cause some issues as well. Discord has many more features, I've just got to say, at least from it has more bots, it has more opportunities to be able to allow people to screen share and use a VC and multiple people at once, 25 people per call. You can have many different calls going on in a given server. Generally, Telegram does not have that. You all have to be in the same discussion, and I think that is a limitation. But it's really up to what you want, what features you need for your community, and just know that some of the balance between keeping out bots or scammers is going to turn away perhaps new people who might be valued members of the community. So for anyone out there who has one of these, is an admin of either one of these, just keep that in mind. And if you have any questions, I use both Discord and Telegram constantly. In fact, Discord sent me my year-round roundup, like Spotify does, and I was in not the top 1% of Discord users, not the top 0.1%, but the top 0.01%. I'm like the biggest Discord user in the world. So if you have any questions from my experience, I'll be happy to share.
So again, remember the answer that if you're going to see on the 13th, in other words, if Korban Pesach was opened up on the 13th, where no part of the 13th is fit for Korban Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Korban Pesach. But then the say that you are correct, kulo loyalty. And it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Korban Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Korban Pesach. Ella, Rabbi Yochanan, wholesale higher than the
certainly, you can also just have portions of your server, at least on Discord, available to people who are brand new, and then if they want to get into perhaps other levels, you can token gate, NFT gate. If you've never been to the website top.gg, top.gg, it's an amazing a website that allows you to view all of the different bots and ways to manage at least Discord servers. I highly recommend that website. There has a lot of really interesting ways to customize your different
Very interesting.
your
So the Gemara
Discord
says
in
as
any way
follows.
that you wish. So if you're looking for
Regarding
different kinds of
Rabbi
bots that have been
so we always
vetted,
said one second.
there's a ranking system on there. They
Rabbi
have
was like a little
comments
bit
on
surprised.
people who
In this
can
indication,
verify the
Pesach
veracity of
kashrut ben
how
b'seira,
good the
if you
bots
check
are.
this
And
law.
really,
So it's
what you're trying to do, and you've got
How
the
do
right
you
mindset, you
ever
want to create a safe
find
environment for the
a
people
carbon
within your
based that's
server.
kosher
That's all you're looking to
according to
do.
the
And
B'seira? Now why would we
perhaps
issue?
there'll be a perfect
Ida
solution in the
Apashia
future,
Ida
but for now,
Dikli
I think
Mikar.
that you've
So
got
let's say
a
here's the interesting,
good strategy of token
A
gating,
halacha by
certainly
person
NFT
designates
gating,
the
and then
carbon on the
using
morning
bots
of the
in
14th. The problem
in
is that we're
partnership, and
reinventing it.
hofully
That's going to be
you're
B'seira.
able to keep your
You can't offer it up
audience
in the
and
morning.
your
If
community
that's the
safe, and
case,
that's
if you
what
designate
a
it in
good
the
community
morning,
leader's doing.
that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted, then ultimately again it's set aside for non-use. And I will say we've seen this concept before that once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and precluded for use forever. So the Gemara says we eat that the esmo, and ultimately again if you designate you on the 13th, if that's the case, then it was fit, but then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. It was Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, because according to the B'seira, if you're separating or designating it out in the morning of the 14th, it's not fit for sacrificial use in the morning of the 14th. So ultimately, again, according to the B'seira, how are you ever having an effective Kala Pesach?
That was an excellent thing
keep
that
a
they
simple
said.
case that maybe the designation of
Hello,
the Kala Pesach back occurs after midday. Because after midday, it's a proper designation. Why?
Telegram is
Because
built
the
for
Maisa
phone.
can be offered up as a carbon as well. Rabbi says, no, you can even do it in the morning. Why? Because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th, you're good to go. Even if you can't offer up the Karban Pesach until that afternoon, it's not considered to be what we call the Chosros Mana, lacking time. Interestingly enough, you can even designate it at night. In other words, the night of the 14th. Why? Ultimately, because nighttime is not considered to be a lacking in the calendrical designation. Because even though you can't offer it up at night, but Lamaisa, it's being designated on the correct day. The time that Bishmal, Lel Shmini Nichnas Ladir Lehis Aser, Ukidrabi Afturiki. It's very simple. So remember, the halakha is as follows. You cannot offer up an animal as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born. Right? Shiva Som Hiatachas Imo. For 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only you cannot offer it as a carbon, but you also can't designate it as Meiser Behema. What can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as Meiser Behema. So the Rabbi Afturiki from the contract of Suzumo to the Psik and say, the animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Because what do you see from there? Already the night of the 8th, it is fit to be designated carbonically. But the Pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So the Mark says, you see from there that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this? Ultimately, at night, you can designate it, but the offering itself should only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So then also, the Mark suggesting the same thing with Karban Pesach. You have the Karban Pesach that is designated the night of the 14th, even though what? It can't be offered up until the day of the 14th. I will say, the Gemara kind of detours here a little bit and doesn't make quite interesting. And what the Rabbi Yochanan holds the following: Bali Chaim Nitzi. So we'll say, we've seen before, Bali Chaim Nitzi means that once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Dichoy literally means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside for sacrificial non-use, it is forever rendered ineligible for sacrificial service. So you want to, yeah, Rabbi Yochanan does hold that. So listen, I watch this. Very interesting. I love it. Very young. If you have an animal that belongs to two partners, Reuben and Shimon own an animal jointly. Now what happens? Take Dish Chatzia, because of a lockdown Chatzia, big Disha. So let's say Reuben was Makdish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is Makdish consecrates the other part of the animal. So what's the halacha? Kedusha in a crate. The animal is consecrated, in other words, essentially has financial monetary sanctity, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. Even though Reuben subsequently buys out the ownership interest of Shimon and consecrates the newly acquired part as well, the animal has financial sanctity but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Well, interestingly enough, but the animal can be into a tumor in order to be exchanged for another animal. There's the tumura penalty, where both animals are consecrated. Tumura sekiyoseba, and the tumura has the same status. So it's like in this case, shmamina tzlas. We learn three things. Number one, shmamina barechayim nitchin. So both is very important. Barechayim nitchin means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shakes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. Shmamina dikui me kara hava dikui. We see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. Shmamina, and lesson number 3, yesh dikui b'zamin. Ultimately, again, interestingly enough, an animal can be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that Rashi, our 12b, yesh dikui b'zamin, yesh toras dikui b'kushas damin. Because it looks like even by financial sanctity, once an animal was set aside for non-use, ultimately again that status remains. Because that's this case over here. When Reuben is makdish his half, remember again, all Reuben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. I'm sorry, has monetary sanctity, does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of duty, setting aside for non-use, applies even to financial sanctity. Incredible. So let's say I just found something amazing over here. This phrase, if you notice, back on Amud Aleph for just a moment, the first lesson that the Gemara learned over here, Shmamina, Bale Chayim Mikra. This means animals could be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use. That could be pushed aside. So let's say Shemana is supposed to have skill. It is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon, coming close to that Kaddish Baruch. Right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed. That is only redeemed by animals. The Baruch Hashem, not the Halakha L'maisa, not the Hashkafa L'maisa, by people. There is no such thing as a person. There is no such thing as a yid who is always neutral, who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately compromise my spiritual strength. And there are times in life that I make poor decisions and make wrong things in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from my Kaddish Baruch. And that is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a din shmamina. Animals could be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial use. Animals could be precluded from forever entering in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a din in animals, but is never a din Halakha L'maisa or Hashkafa L'maisa by people. No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a covenant, come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's incredible. We'll say some great cases over here. Uncle Caleb. Listen to this case. Uncle Caleb is a fish cover. So watch this. Reuben ate Caleb, right? Obviously prohibited. That was it. Has he's trying on a case where he ate Caleb b'shogeg. Right? So he ate Caleb b'shogeg, because remember, Halakha L'maisa, he ate Caleb b'nezid. That's kares. He ate Caleb b'shogeg. Accidentally Caleb. Separate out of carpets. Fish carver. Then what happens? The Henry Das. He became an apikoris. Afterwards. Okay. No, not okay. You understand? In other words, he became an apikoris. The Chazar, and then he did Shuvah. So let's say, by the way, all of this could be happening in an hour. Right? That's how fast change could occur. And see, it becomes an apikoris, and then Baruch Hashem, he does tshuva. So let's say, so now what's the shaila? The shaila is what's the status of his carbon. Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikoris. Like of an apostate, you can't offer up that carbon. So the shaila is now, so again, we've been ate the payment accidentally, separate out a carbon chatos, became an apikoris. As an apikoris, his carbon was precluded from being offered, but then Baruch Hashem he did tshuva. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about tshuva. The shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha? All of the nitrate that can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use at the time that he became an apikoris, once a carbon is set aside, it's always set aside. So therefore, again, the carbon cannot be redeemed. Now again, listen, what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean? He's not to bring another carbon. In other words, he still has his obligation of bringing the carbon. Mostly cannot use that particular animal. Another case, it's my Rabbi, I'm not very fun cases here. I'm Rabbi. I'll call Caleb the Nifish Carbon, then it's status. In this case, moving a Caleb, right, to a Caleb, separate out the carbon contact, then it's status. He became insane. Right, in other words, he lost mental capacity. Because of the Nishtata, then Baruch Hashem, then ultimately again, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. So let's say, by the way, it's interesting the commonality between these two cases. Like the Imam Sota says, when does a person sin? Ein adam chote ela inki nichnas bo ruach shtos. A person only sins, almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. When you put it on paper and you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? Ooh. Really? Okay, let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Right? Everyone start with Judaism 101. Start with that killing for a little bit, right? The cons, well, say, right? You go on record. The cons will always win. The cons always win. Why? Because whatever you get from sin is always temporal and episodic. Whatever you're going to get has a very limited shelf life. Right? The pros. The cons could be eternal. So the Gemara says the only reason a person sins is nichnas bo ruach shtos. It's like temporary insanity. I'm losing my mind for a moment. I'm just losing control. I'm losing rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition of these two cases. So case number 2, moving Yitzchak, he goes in and separates out a carbon chatos. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally, in other words, he becomes a show death. He loses his mental capacity. And then what happens? We'll say, then he recovers, Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? So we'll say, the shadow is we offer up the carbon. Now remember again, the carbon of a shota, the carbon of someone who's insane, a shota cannot offer up a carbon. Because remember, to offer up a carbon, you need das. You need intellect. Mental capacity. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Since the carbon was set aside for non-use, non-sacrificial use, ultimately again it remains precluded from use. We'll say, so the point over here is these two cases are two illustrations of the halacha that the Gemara just said on Amud Aleph, namely that once an animal is actively set aside, the sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of, or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the carbon becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status changes back to what it originally was. Incredible. So, by the way, why don't I need both these cases? They're both illustrating the same concepts. Why don't I need 2 cases to illustrate the same idea? It's really, I need both. I'll tell you why. Because if it would have just said the first case, the apikoris, now, let's say, in that case, maybe I say, Reuben chose to become an apikoris. So because he chose to become an apikoris, ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the carbon can't be offered. He made a choice to go off the derech. He made a choice to become an apikoris. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. He decided to do tshuva. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the covenant is set aside for non-use because of the decision he made about harcha. But in the case of where it becomes a shota, in the name of the ultimately, he didn't choose to go insane. Rather have his also, which, by the way, is so incredibly important because it's also Chazal giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally misunderstood. Right? Sometimes people don't understand the person suffering from depression. So people will say, sorry for depression, so just become happy. Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your disposition, change your mindset? It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? This is one of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand about mental illness, that it is no different. It is no, just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So you're listening to what I'm saying over here. You're saying in the case of the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto to him, right? He's not choosing that. That's occurring to him. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, since again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to him. It's no different than someone who falls asleep. I will say, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? Ultimately, it's fascinating to a certain degree, kind of like a shota. Now, why is that? Because a person who's asleep doesn't have das. Now, it's true and not true. Because what's the halacha when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a kli and you break it. What's the halacha back to our Baba Kama days? Right? Right? Why? Adamu aliolo. So you see that halacha l'maisa, even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But l'maisa, at least I can say, we don't say that every single time a person goes to sleep, their carbon can't be offered up anymore. Right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where it becomes a shota is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. Therefore, he wants to say that that's not true. Furthermore, again, if we just said the case of Nishtata, it becomes the same, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will. But in the case, ultimately, again, where it becomes an apikoris, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the derech when he chooses, which I must say is so incredible. Even if you become an apikoris, you control your ruchnius. You control your ruchnius. You want to be an Oven Hashem, you make that decision. I might have thought imolo, I might have thought therefore maybe the covenant is not fulfilled from being offered. Therefore, tzita. Therefore, we'll say ultimately again we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore both cases, interesting illustrations ultimately of yesh dichui, or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, the animal still remains prohibited. Let's go back to one more case. Interesting case here. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate chaylev, by accidentally, and he separated out a carbon chattas. The holy place in shechir mutter. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin paskin that you're allowed to eat chaylev. Oh, back to our Horius case. Right, they gave chaylev. So now what happened? The chazru bahan. Then Beis Din retracted their ruling. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Mahu. Mi havadichui, or lo havadichui. Ultimately, again, so we'll say, what is the status over here? Right, so do we say that halacha l'maisa, since had he sinned after the Beis Din made their ruling, he would not be chayav the personal carbon, right? Because halacha l'maisa, he would have been covered under the Har He'elam Davar Ne'atzi, or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of dichoy, he would definitely use this case. My timer, hasam gavra etri carbon lo etri, haka carbon nani etri. In fact, the Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of dichoy. Why? Because we'll say in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself that was compromised. Right? What was compromised in the previous two cases was this. What was compromised in the previous two cases? It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruvain became an apikoris, or Ruvain lost mental capacity. Ruvain was compromised, but the carbon was fine. This case is even a better illustration of dichui, because in this case, the carbon itself was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this is a great illustration. This one more, then what's the middle? Stop. Shimon ben Azai. Shimon Azai said, I heard from 72. Now he said, he didn't say 72 elders. He said 72 zaken means old man. Rashi says, why did it say 72 zaken singular? The Gemara says, the kulu Because ultimately, again, all 72 were of this same opinion espoused in the Mishnah. What was that opinion? That opinion was that all karbanos that are offered up shalom l'shmo, ultimately, again, the carbon is kosher, but doesn't work for the owner, except for Pesach and Chatas. And this was a universally held opinion that was held by all 72 elders. To show that there was complete unanimity in opinion, it didn't say elders plural, rather it said elders singular. And both sides stop over for today. Shkoya. What a job. What a job. All right, together, resume the Shabbos, everyone. The Shabbos, the Shabbos. The Marcus is over. Let's say good morning. It is incredible Baruch Hashem to be able to be here with all of you today. And the great Baruch Hashem. Sorry that I can't be with you in person, but at least to be together virtually is a tremendous success. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Kotzim Shulchan Aruch itself, dedicating all the Shulchan Drushos this year as his host for the Soros Tolos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Av, Ha'ba'alim, with Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Stanley Rosenzweig, and Irene Rosenzweig. The morning sponsor is David and Wendy Hefter, in honor of David Hefter's 54th Bar Mitzvah anniversary. Incredible. Having Daniel Hefter and Orly Olbaum ensure to celebrate their engagement. Mazel tov. And welcome to David's nephew, Isaac, and his wife Gitti, and their children, Ishai, Nama, and Ora, visiting from Eretz Yisrael. Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, commissioner of the yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom. Then Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Livracha, and Nathan and Ben Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hashkover, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Rab Nelson, Zichron Livracha, and merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah. The families in the Chama, all those who were reported to have to the soul for these. So, this Baruch Hashem, the Omar hostages, the Shalom, the Karm, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole of Maaseh Yedei. Once we are beginning today's daf is Samech Aleph 61. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Samech Aleph on the top of the daf. Shkech to the Newberger for giving daf only on Shabbos and yesterday on Sunday. And Baruch Hashem, let's begin. We've spoken about already this case in yesterday's daf. This is a situation where a Yisrael is producing wine for an Akum. This one for an Akum. Rashi points out over here, Sha'asal bekashrus, so the Yisrael, the Jew, made the wine, and he made kosher wine, and the mochor the Yisrael. And the intention of the wine ultimately again is to use it to sell it to another Jew. V'lo nasan damin achshal obiko halim. So again, the way the situation works is like this. Essentially, the Akum goes ahead and provides all of the materials. The Jew has not yet paid the Akum anything. Payment usually comes after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the Akum, being produced almost like under hashgacha by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi comes out, he says, after the Yisrael has gone and produced the wine, so he leaves it in the domain of the Akum. Okay, so obviously now we understand what's the tension. The tension is what's going to be the status of this wine, given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, and therefore the pashtos, it's kosher, but at the end of the day it is in the domain of an Akum. So how does that impact the ongoing pashtos status of the wine? So what's the halacha? So again, assuming that we're talking about a home that opens up into the public thoroughfare, which means other people could see what's happening inside the house. So the as long as it's a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the wine is going to be mutter. What's the pshat? Take a look at Rashi. Mutter. The near suslay ovei kohabim v'lo nava. But interestingly enough, the Oved Kohanim himself is going to be nervous. Or what do you have to be concerned about? Let's just analyze this. So the wine, ingredient-wise and process-wise, is kosher, as made by the Jew. It's now been deposited back with the apple. So of course the concern we have is that the apple is going to touch the wine. So the Mishnah says like this: if the place where the apple's home opens up into your surroundings so people can see, which means if the apple touches the wine, people will see him touching the wine, then the wine is mutter. The wine is permitted. What's the logic? Zak Rashi, and the end of the first short line in Rashi, mutter. The nearest say Oved Kohanim below Nada. The apple is going to be too nervous. He's not going to touch the wine. Why? The Amar Doma Chazuli Hanafi saw the Aribish Sradin. Umafsinda Bafilo Imafteach Bachosim Shari Hushain Lo Klum Aose Yain. Kigon Shukasal as Gabati said, interestingly enough, okay, we'll define more of the parameters of this in the Gemara, but one thing is like this: as long as the apple's home is visible from the Rosh Hashanah, and this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the akum who's in the akum in whose home the wine is deposited is not going to touch the wine. Why is he not going to touch the wine? Because he's going to figure like this: I'm going to touch it, or I'm going to shake, I'm going to stir it around, do a little libational activity, and someone's going to see me. And then if someone sees me, I lose out on the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish market. So therefore, again, Mirsis means he's fearful of being discovered. He's fearful his libational activity will be discovered, and therefore he does do it. That's the first part. The ear shakula obegum oven also. But if the akum lives in a city, now all of this presupposes that there are Jews who are passing by. If of course the akum lives in a city where there are only non-Jews, then this whole equation goes out the window, because then obviously no one's going to see him. In other words, well, whoever sees him, it's not really going to matter, and therefore the wine is also. Ad, she goes ahead and appoints a shomer. He appoints a guard to be there, right, to ensure that the akum doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine could remain mutter. Ve'ein hashomer tzarach lios yoshev u'mishamer, af al pi shu yotze v'nichnas mutter. But interestingly enough, the shomer doesn't just have to sit there the entire time. Rather, the shomer ultimately, again, is able to be what we call yotze v'nichnas. Go in and go out. Again, we'll define the parameters of that as well. Shimon Elazar says, Shimon Elazar says the domains of an akum are all one. So that surely points out first. We have no idea what is Shimon Elazar. What is he adding? What is he saying? Okay, to be determined. Let's see next. So same case. Jew, I'm a Jew. And I go ahead and I make wine. Now again, remember, same case before. The akum is supplying all the materials, which means he really owns the wine. But I'm making it in a way that could be sold to other Jews. Once again, the wine, after it's finished, is being deposited with the akum. It's an interesting case. In this case over here, the akum goes ahead and he writes a receipt. And in the receipt he writes, "Silver paid me." He paid me for the wine. Now remember again, I actually didn't pay him for the wine. But he's writing that I paid him for the wine. Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. Now we're going to see what's the logic of that. Now again, the logic behind that is as follows. Since Akum has written that Silver's paid him for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is the Akum's not going to touch it, because he knows that I could come and access it whenever I want. Therefore, there's a mirsis. There's a certain element of fear that's there. But again, despite writing this receipt, the Akum says, Silver, you can't touch the wine until you actually pay me. This was an actual case in Beis Shan Basru. And Chazal, the rabbi said it was Asr. Which makes sense, because in this case, since the akum ultimately again retains control over the wine, therefore we have to be concerned that he's going to go in, he's going to touch it, and make it into yayin. Okay, incredible, what a beautiful Mishnah. Says the Gemara. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, now remember, let's go back to the first case in the Mishnah. I went ahead and I made wine. I'm a Jew. chazer over that a couple of times. I am a Jew. So I made wine. Now the wine, the grapes, everything belongs to the Yaakov, right? So really what happens over here is I really owe him money. I made the wine, it's kosher wine, it's ready to be sold to Yisrael. It's being deposited at his home. So what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said if it's a city where ultimately again there are Jews and non-Jews, right? And the Akrum's house opens up into Rosh Hashanah, the wine retains its permitted status because now by inference the Mishnah says, the Mishnah says that if it's a city of only Ovdei Kochavim, then again the wine is the Akum feels free to do whatever he wants with the wine. Someone says, 1 second. Even if there are only non-Jews in the city, after all, literally again like a spice peddler or a perfume peddler, there are peddlers. In other words, there are merchants who go in and out of the city. So even if the majority, even if the residents of the city are all not Jewish, there's always Jews that make it enough that will create a little bit of a mirsis, of a fear that the Akum is not going to come touch the wine. We're talking about a city, interestingly enough, that has a lock and literally again crossbeam. Rashi says over here, Shein nechnasen ba'ela b'rshus, so we're talking about essentially a locked city. So in a locked city, peddlers and merchants can't come in and out freely. Even their access is restricted. So because it's restricted, therefore, halacha l'maisa, if it's a city that only has Gentile residents, the wine is going to be asur. I'm Rabbi Yosef. This is very interesting. So remember again, Mishnah says that in a city where you have Jewish and non-Jewish residents, the house of the Akum has to open up into Rosh Hashanah. Now the Gemara says, by the way, that a window is like Rosh Hashanah. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up into Rosh Hashanah, but there's a window from the house to Rosh Hashanah, so people can see in to see what's going on, that creates enough of a fear on the part of the Akum that he's not going to play around with the wine. Similarly, again, if you look at Rashi, Rashi is right across. The Chalon Kirsh Rabin Danu, Afilu Bayis Pasuach Lefasar, the Chalon Pasuach Lefasar, Rosh Hashanah, Kineged Pesach Habayis, Kiman the Pasuach Rosh Hashanah Danu. So again, even if the major opening of the home doesn't open into Rosh Hashanah, but you have a window that opens into Rosh Hashanah, ultimately again that creates enough of a mirsus and of a fear, and the Akum is not going to play around with the wine. See again, the Ashba Kirsh Hashanah. If ultimately, again, if you have a garbage dump that opens up into the home, remember, apparently, again, I guess this was a norm then, people would go to the garbage dump and they would linger there a little bit. So because that people would see if the Akum's home opens up into the garbage dump, people would see what's happening over there, and that would create enough of a fear that the Akum is not going to touch the wine. See again, a palm tree ultimately, again, is like the result. Now, what does that mean? Interesting. Rashi says, if let's say again, so the Akum has his house, and next door to the Akum lives a Jew, and the Jew has a palm tree. So therefore, when you have a palm tree, everyone knows it's very common. What do you do with the palm tree? You climb the palm tree to get the dates. Remember again, these are not coconut trees; these are date trees. They're Yisrael. So it's common to get the dates. So because Yisrael is going to climb up, therefore he's going to see into the Akum's home, and therefore the Akum is going to be reticent to do anything with the wine, lest he be discovered by the Yisrael. I'll say, just want to point out like the tremendous Musar Haskell. What's happening? What do you see from here? What you spot? Let's finish up. So Gemara says, Psik Reisha. This is very interesting. Psik Reisha. What happens? I watch this. It's not Psik Reisha like the Hilchot Shabbos. Psik Reisha, all it is, the head was cut off. Let's say the top of the palm tree was cut off, and therefore halacha l'maisa, there's no fruit. So because there's no fruit, therefore, does the Yisrael climb the tree or not? So Pligi Barabaka Rabino, Asar Bechad Shari. One says that the presence of the palm tree permits the wine in the Akum's domain, and one says that it's Asar. Watch this. So the Gemara says, Man da Asar, Bechad Asar, Man da Asar, Lama Le Salah. So one says that it's Asar. Look, if the palm tree is not growing any fruit, the Jew is not going to climb it, and therefore if he's not going to climb it, the Akum knows no one's walking into his house. The Gemara says, Man da Shari, Zimna da Apule Behemah. The one who says that it's mutter says even if the palm tree is not going any fruit anymore, the soul would still climb the tree. Why? Let's say he loses his animal, and he needs to see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, he'll climb the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. Incredible. Let's say just want to find out now. What's the musahaskel? If you notice, what is it that creates the kashrus of the wine? So obviously, step one is that I'm a yid and I'm producing the wine. Step two is now the problem is that this wine is being deposited into the possession of or into the home of an akum. So pretty much bottom line is as long as other people, there are Jews in the city, and other people could see into the akum. So either again because some opens into Rosh Hashanah, or because there's a window in Rosh Hashanah, or because there's a garbage dump, or because there's a Jew next door with a palm tree. If someone sees him, at the end of the day, he's not going to mess around with the wine. Why? Because people will do things wrong. When will we avoid negative activity? When we think that someone's watching. It's bottom line. We all do averos. When do I muster up the courage not to do an avera? When someone else is looking. So this is the opening halacha and Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch says the most of us the halacha and Shulchan Aruch begins with Shivisi Hashem l'negdi summit. I place Hashem before me at all times. Why? Because the secret to spiritual success is God awareness. Mishnah comments. He says if a person would only realize that they are always in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mishnah says that a person behaves so differently when he's in the presence of the king than when he's not in the presence of the king. We'll say we just sometimes make the fatal flaw of thinking that just because we can't see what a Baruch Shalom means, that he can't see us. But the privilege that we have, is that we live in the presence of God at all times. And at all times literally means at all times. In the boardroom, in our business, in our bedroom, in our intimate lives, anything and everything we do takes place in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam. So an akum shifts his behavior when he knows that he's being watched. We have to be mindful of our behavior because we're being watched as well. Not that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is watching us in order to go ahead and find our flaws. This is so important. It's not that, I got you. It's almost as if if you ever go with you have to take young children to swim, a pool or a beach. What does every parent do when their child is swimming? You're watching your child like a hawk, right? Not because you're looking to see them mess up, because you love them. You want them to be safe. You want them to be secure. So when we see HaKadosh Baruch Hu watches us, he doesn't watch us so he can catch us and say, for a gotcha moment. That's not why he watches us. He watches us because he loves us, because he cares about us, because he sees us swimming in the ocean of life. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants to know it, so that he could be there to swoop in and to bail us out, as he does countless times that we know about, times that we don't know about. But it's important for us to remember that we live in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam, and he modifies his behaviors when he knows that he's being watched. How much we have to modify our behaviors when we know that our loving, devoted, and doting Father is watching us every moment of every day as well. Incredible. Let's go back to Tana Abanon. The Gemara goes like that. Such good Gemara. Tana Abanon. Echad halokech ve'echad hasofer ba'is bechaser sha'olei kochado. Interesting case. So again, I am going ahead and either purchasing or renting a home in the chutzner of an akum. So remember, we'll say the way their Damas house was set up is you had a chutzner, a courtyard. And if you can imagine, that was like a central courtyard, and multiple homes open up into that courtyard. So the chutzner is owned by the akum. And I, the yid, am renting or purchasing a home in that chutzner. And what happens? I go ahead and I fill up the home with wine. And ultimately, again, there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner as well. So what's up? I'm about to say now, once again, this is a case where I'm depositing the wine with the akum. That's the case. I'm depositing the wine with the akum. Just the difference is there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner. So what's the halacha? Mutter. The halacha is that the wine is mutter. Right? And even though, again, that Jew does not have a key or there's no seal on the wine, the presence of the Jew, the mere presence of the Jew in the chutzner is enough to allow the wine to remain mutter. We'll say Amud Beis, 61b. The chutzner has, however, again, if the Jew lives in a separate chutzner, so ultimately, again, if the Jew lives in another chutzner, then ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key to where the wine is being kept, and there's a chosem, right? There's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be mutter. Okay. Next case. Hamatargino Shali Bacham Bishuso, the Isalda also Fatzer, was assuming again, if you have this was the previous case we had before. I'm producing wine for the apple. But the goal over here is to be able to sell this wine to a Jewish consumer, but the wine is being deposited in the rishus of the apple. The Yisrael Dava also Chatzar, and a Jew lives in that very same Chatzar with the apple. Ultimately, again, and he has the key, or there's a seal on the, and there's a seal, and or there's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be mutter. Amr Rabbi Yochanan Latana. Tani afapi she'imach tevachosim biyado mutter. No. Rabbi Yochanan said, no. If the Yisrael is living in the same chutzner, even if he doesn't have the key, or there's not a seal on the wine, it's still going to be mutter. Why? Which makes sense. The presence of the Yisrael, by definition, prevents the akum from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the Gemara says, afapi she'imach tevachosim biyado mutter. The chutzner acheres. But however, let's say the Yid, the Jew, is not living in the same culture as Yaakov. He's living ultimately again. Sorry about that. Sorry. But let's say again, he's going ahead and he's living in the same cluster. I'm sorry, a little bit of technical detail over here. So the says, however, let's say even if at the end of the day, right, if the Jew is living in the same cluster, ultimately again, even if he does not have the key or he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be mutter. But if the Yid is in a different chutzner, ultimately again, if he's in a different chutzner, even if the key and the chosim is in a very male. From the chum say, from osrim achi shomer yoshek u'mishamer or achi yavo mamona haba lekitz. And the chum say that ultimately again the wine is going to be aser until when? Ultimately again, either up until the time that a shomer comes, achi shomer yoshek u'mishamer, until a watchman comes, or until someone who comes for appointed times comes to watch the wine. Now we'll see exactly what that means. The Gemara says, Chachamim ahiyah. So what are the Chachamim commenting on? What exactly are they commenting on? So the Gemara says, Ilema as-seifa. If we say ultimately again that they are commenting on the seifa, Tanakama nami meisar. Ultimately, the Tanakama also said it's answer. Meisar ka answer. Ve'al ha'reisha. Unless he's talking about the first case. The Gemara says, 1 second. The second part of, or I should say the beginning part of the Seifa. I have a haka amar le, the Rabbi Yochanan, litana, tani afapi she'imach decha chosim yado. But Rabbi Yochanan said to the Tana, that go ahead and explain this, even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal. The ela aseifa dereisha. Rather, again, ultimately he's talking about the end part of the reisha. The kamar Tanakama, the chutzner acheres mutter. Tanakama says that if the Jew is living in a different chutzner, ultimately, again, it's going to be mutter. That is in other words, the Jew is not in the same chutzner, ultimately, again, as the akum. Then again, it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. From the Chum say the olam aser achi shomer yoshe u'mishamer or achi yavo mamona habol lekitz. But from disagree, they are going to say no. Even so, again, even if the Jew is in a different cluster, even if he has the key or there's a seal, it's not enough until there is a shomer. Ultimately, again, it comes at appointed times. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Mamona, first one line, both sides on the following page. Mamona habol lekitz in Gariusi. If there is a shomer who comes at appointed times, that's actually detrimental. In other words, we'll say, if it's clear that he comes only at certain times, then the akum knows exactly when he's coming. Rather, the way you have to say it is that halach and lemaisa, we're talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't come at appointed times, i.e., he comes whenever he wants. Okay. We'll say we'll finish up the sugya, then we'll see what the Rambam has to say about all this. Remember again, remember the Mishnah. Shimon Elazar made this cryptic statement that all of the domains of an akum are considered to be one. So you must say, Shimon Elazar lahakel or lahachkel. The Shimon are coming to be Mako or Machmir? Is he coming to be more lenient or more stringent than Tanna Kama? So Rabbi Yehuda Amar Ziri Lahakya. Rabbi Yehuda said name is Ziri is coming to be Mako. The Machmir Amar Ziri Lahakya. It's going to be Machmir. So let's analyze this. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Ziri Lahakya is coming to be lenient. How so? Balcham is means to say Balcham Tanna Kama. Shame Shebirshus so Aser Kach Birshus Ove Kochavim Achar Nami. So listen to this. So Yehuda says names here like this. Tanakama says like this. In the same way that ultimately, again, Shibir Aser, the same way that if it's the Rishus of the Apple, right? The owner Apple. And again, all the qualifications. There's no Yisrael in the cities, and ultimately, again, the city is not, and his domain doesn't do the same halacha is true if the wine is deposited in the home of another. In other words, it looks like this: whether the wine is deposited in the home of the akum owner or in a different akum, either way, it's going to be aser. Why? Chashinan the gold. Ultimately, again, we have ushesh for reciprocity. I will say, the truth is, before we go on, let me show you a very important Rashi over here. Look at Rashi lahakel o lahachmir. It's almost right across the Rashi we're up to. Rashi lahakel lahachmir. Lahakel v'kamar tanakamo. Be'ir shekula obdei kochavim aser lanicha b'leis obdei kochavim shehu bailov v'odin b'deis obdei kochavim acher. So again, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is Reb Shimon Elazar saying. So Tanakama holds like this: if you have a city that is all akum, right? So halacha l'maisa, you can't. Then the wine is going to be aser, and that's true. Whether you place the wine in the home of the akum who is the owner, or you place it in the wine of the akum, ultimately again, who's not the owner. Either way, it's going to be aser. The Gemara says, "The Kamar B'Shimon Elazar, v'chi kol b'shus obdei kochavim achvasi b'tmiya, k'lamar chol ve'ino lebeis bailov mutter, the high obdei kochavim mirsas, or lahachmir kamar, or b'nichuse itmar t'tanakama daf b'beis bailov kamar." So we'll say, here's the shayla. The position of the Tanakama is like this. When you have a city that is all akum, right? So then halacha l'maisa, the Tanakama says the wine is aser. And the Tanakama doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the akum, who is the owner of the wine, technical owner of the wine, or a different akum. So the shayla is, what does Reb Shimon ben Elazar say? Is Reb Shimon Elazar ultimately, again, is he agreeing, or ultimately, again, is he being more mega? So now let's go back to the Gemara. So Gemara says, Tanakam is like this. Tanakam is like this. In a city where it's all akum, whether you deposit that wine in the home of the akum owner or in a different home of an akum, the wine is going to be aser. Regardless, the wine is going to be aser, right? What does it mean? Chashin on the gomer. He says like this, that remember the akum owner says to the other guy, listen, you know what, I can't make this wine yain nesach because all eyes are on you, but you can make it yain nesach, and then the next time a Jew deposits wine, you could also give it to me, I'll make your wine yain nesach. So therefore there's yain nesach reciprocity between the two of them. So that's that position. Reb Shimon Elazar Omer Medar, when is this so? There's so only needs rishus. And then Reb Shimon Elazar perhaps comes along and says, no, the only time that it's in a city where it's kulo akum, where it's all akum, the only time the wine is aser is in the domain of the owner. But in the domain of someone else, we're not concerned that this secondary akum is going to make the wine into yain nesach. There's no concern about regional reciprocity. The machmir is the iri lahachmir. No. It's going to be machmir here. Tanakama is like this. What is this? Tanakama is like this. When do we have to be cautious? When do we have to be concerned? Ultimately, again, that in a case where it's a city full of akum, that the old akum is going to make the wine into yain nesach. That's only just placed in the home of the owner. But for a different akum, we don't assume that a stam akum is going to make wine into yain nesach. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, why? We're not concerned about reciprocity. Shimon Elazar Omer Kol Rishus Obdei Kochavim Achasi. Shimon Elazar on the other hand says he disagrees. He says no. He says rather all Obdei Kochavim are considered like one Rishus, and therefore Allah L'maisa, the wine is going to be aser no matter whose domain it is deposited in. So that's the two versions of Shimon Allah. So Tanya Kavas, we have Nachman Amaziri, Lahachmir, because Raisa. That's the question of Nachman Amaziri, said it was Nachman. Shimon Allah, Kol Rishus Opek Lakavim, Afasi, every domain of an Achum is considered to be one domain. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, because we are concerned about pollution and reciprocity. Good. So the Gemara goes back. The Gemara says, the day Hazak Rofila Osivu Chamra Gabe Arsai. It's an interesting case. So let's say we had this name mentioned before. Hazak was the guy's name. Rofila means he was an official who was second in command to the king. So one time this guy Hazak deposited wine with a sharecropper. With a sharecropper. Rashi says we are Sivacham. So this is this same case. So Parzak had Jews who created wine, who made wine. They deposited the wine back to Parzak. Parzak went ahead and deposited it with a sharecropper. So now what's the status of the wine? When do we have to be concerned regarding pollution or reciprocity? When there's the possibility of reciprocity. However, again, even the Ali say, and therefore the Gomu no Kashida. But in this case over here, where there's not a lateral relationship, but rather, again, there's Parzak, who is like the second in command of the king, and a sharecropper. So the common for him to deposit wine with them is the uncommon for them to deposit wine with him. And therefore, Halakha Lamaisa, perhaps we could say in that case that there is no concern ultimately again for pollution, and therefore the wine shouldn't be Yainesa. Amadullah says, Adraba, even according to the opinion that says that only you're not focused for reciprocity, I'm really that's only where there's no fear. Even the near sesame made, the Kate Aleza Fusa. This in this case is worth giving ourselves. The sharecroppers and Parzak. Parzak with Philo, ultimately, again, we have to be concerned like this. Parzak could come in, he could do whatever Yainess wants to with the wine, and guess what? The sharecroppers aren't going to say anything. Why won't they say anything? Because they're afraid of it. So in this case, you really could do whatever you want to check, and therefore there's really a significant concern about Yainess. Amalullah, the Rabbi said, Adraba, good, that's fun. There was a particular city which housed kosher wine, Jewish wine. So the Gemara says, and they found an apple standing between the barrels. So the just is, obviously the Shara is, what do we say? Like, you have to be concerned about Yainesa. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Amarava, in mitfas alav kigano, kamro, shal. The law also, it's at the end of the Rashi, second to last line in Rashi, in the Parak, in mitfas alav kigano, in obito kavan kavan the ima shoke ha'ir alav, in mishul nogea, mitfas alav kigano, if this is a city where there's Jewish settled, and therefore, again, if they were to find the apple touching the water, who would be judged as a Gano, and in that case, the wine is going to be much kind of studied. Essentially, what I'm saying is like this. If the apple knows that there's going to be recourse against him, if he goes ahead and he touches the wine, in other words, they're going to treat him like a thief. And therefore, again, they're going to make him liable, and you can see that he's not going to touch the wine. And if you touch the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it, then the wine is going to be awesome. So, okay, so just by the one is going to show you just the Rambam. That's saying that was just the Rambam. So, the Rambam has like the book of Apolos Asilos, Arik Gimel, Allah Akbar. Here we go. Akum Sisafo Yisrael Vidro Flogin of the Tala. Today, she mutually is not a home and a higher than Basil Shah. Anakum, higher than make kosher wine, and he can then sell to Jews. But the wine is being held in the house of the Akum. So what's the status of the wine? In High Yisrael, if the Yisrael, I live in the same country as the Akum, then the wine is going to be milk. My near presence prevents the Akum from tampering with the wine. The Akapisha, Tesak, Tesak, Shomer Nicholas, Yotze, good. The Maya, Shomer Daga, Hatsa, Peres, Hayayin asr. Ultimately, again, but if I live in a different culture, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be asr. Wine will be asr even if the Jew has the key and there's a seal.
GM, everyone, thank you for the opportunity. First and foremost, I made sure to follow every single person in here. Please follow me back if you have the opportunity. I'm the easiest follow back possible. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
And they had something that's short, right? 23 days to and there's actually there's something just very exciting about it. And that had been a massive undertaking. It was incredible, and we finished it certainly a tremendous feeling of elation. But then there was these little successful that are just so sweet and so beautiful. And these often seen maybe for some of us in our youth, watching Zaka, just for some of the things that she was in. Wink, wink. So it's just always how it starts. But special welcome to Morty. Welcome to Justin. Welcome to beautiful to have we'll recognize the food of
Yes, we can hear you.
Let us begin. So begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Special thank you to Rabbi for making sure that we have Pesach coffee. That doesn't taste like Pesach coffee, by the way. It tastes like all year round coffee. So tremendous stuff. Thank you for that. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Kapshin with Tosin Mishpach, dedicating all the Sherman blood this year. supposed to be so troubles for Amistam. And it's very fun to forward the bunch of new summer things of his life. Happy gender for Esther, the birth of a grandson to Eden Jeremiah Park in Minneapolis, Indiana. Now in this Salvador sponsorship in stores, a secret for all of our children, and to me son to be the month of Geulah, full of all the cloudy surround only in Adam, James Tubman, memory of Abel's mother, Sarah Zainab Yoshua Heschel, Yisrael of Mizracha. Was it that? Let us begin. Was it a beautiful, beautiful God ahead of us today? And of course, as always, we dedicate our name in this post on all of our hands to give you from afar from Yetzer bring them home. The Shalom and the Karos, and Yetzer Shem, the of holy soldiers, may be successful. The whole Maaseh, also to all of our online listeners, it's beautiful. That's I woke up this morning to a whole bunch of pictures of people learning dance in different places that they're away for young kids. And these TikTok happening, I don't think to share them yet, I'm going to try to get permission. But it's really beautiful. Really beautiful and really inspiring. And it's tremendous. I think those of us who have been doing that for a while recognize that it's so much more than just learning. It's that it becomes an indispensable part of your day. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you're traveling right now. I'm just saying, I got a picture tape from Randy Orton, Yosef Orton's wife, Yosef and Josh Rosenblum. They're in Spain, okay, and they're going to pictures with the cabbage. So nice. I guess we're back there. So nice again, learning together is just beautiful. Just inspiring. There's no break. There's no day off. Wherever you are, you figure it out. And that's part of the beauty of the daf. Just very inspiring. I got a number of other pictures as well. Just beautiful to see people learning from our Shia, all different places, and giving the energy. Let's do that. Let's begin. We're up to Mishnah on Zayin Medalef 7a, up to Mishnah. Misha Nigmar Dino Ubarach. Interesting case over here. Let's say someone was, so you have Reuben killed Shimon, right? And now we're fast forwarding a little bit, right? Because Reuben has been judged by a Beis Din and found guilty. And then what happens? Reuben runs away. He escapes. He escapes before they're able to execute him. Ubarach also Beis Din. Now let's say again, Reuben's brought back. So Reuben's recaptured, and he's brought back into that Beis Din. He's brought back into that Beis Din. So what happens? In social enough, we don't retry him. In other words, let's say as much. What does this mean? We don't retry him. That Rashi says over here, "Lachsov lisav litim ulai yizakeh." In other words, we don't retry him to see maybe we'll find some way to exonerate. Now, why does the Mishnah need to say this? First, remember going back to our Sanhedrin days, in general, with capital cases, what does the Beis Din try to do in all capital cases? What do they try to do? Exonerate, right? That's what we always try to do. We try not to execute people, and we'll do whatever we can to try to find someone innocent. So I might have thought that if Reuben was sentenced to death, but escaped before the sentence was carried out, that perhaps when he's hauled back in front of the Beis Din, maybe we should retry him. So much of the Mishnah says that we don't do that. We don't do that. If he's brought back in front of the Beis Din, we don't go and retry him. Kamakom Shiyam, we'll visit that a little bit more in the Gemara. Kamakom Shiyam B'Shnai V'Yomu, Me'idim on the beach Ploni Shenigma Din Beis Din Shel Ploni, Uploni Edav, Harezei Hare. Similarly, let's say again, witnesses show up in Beis Din. Witnesses say, we are here to testify that Reuben was tried in front of so-and-so Beis Din. So-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses, and he was convicted. He was convicted, so Beis Din could execute Reuben based on that testimony. In other words, so this is a Beis Din that didn't hear the case, right? But now this Beis Din is receiving testimony from the witnesses who know that Reuben was tried in front of a particular Beis Din. So-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses. Therefore, they could execute him based on that. Sanhedrin, no Haggis, Ba'aretz, or B'chutz La'aretz. So this is fascinating. So literally translated, the Sanhedrin operates in Eretz Yisrael and outside of Eretz Yisrael. Now, what does this mean? We'll see the Rambam in just when we get to the Sugya. But again, the idea over here is when the Sanhedrin is operating in Eretz Yisrael, it has the ability to implement its rulings outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. Because obviously, there's no Sanhedrin outside of Eretz Yisrael. Sanhedrin only resides in Eretz Yisrael itself. But when the Sanhedrin is operational in Eretz Yisrael, its rulings can be enforced outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. The Gemara says, this is the famous Gemara, Sanhedrin ha'oreges echad b'shavua nifes chovlonis. The Sanhedrin that executes a person once every 7 years is called the destroyer. All right. And Elazar ben Azariah Omer, Echel l'shivim shana. Elazar ben Azariah says, no, even once every 70 years. So let's say, so interestingly enough, back to that previous motif, Beis Din does not like to execute. And therefore, again, Tanakama says, if a Beis Din kills once every 7 years, that's not good. That's a bad track record for a Beis Din. We call the destroyer Beis Din. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, even once every 7 years. We'll say, by the way, how beautiful is it? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. Elazar ben Azariah, Omer, Harei Ani Keben Shivim Shana. So the beautiful thing about Kedusha is that when you go ahead and you wrap yourself in Kedusha, Kedusha follows you. We have the Kedusha of the Seder, and Kedusha of the Seder. Elazar ben Azariah was there on the Seder. And again, there's the thing that says, Elazar ben Azariah, I'm like 70 years old, but he wasn't 70 years old. And how incredible is it? After 2 nights, right? Well, what's this 2 nights the fifth Seder? I think tonight's the fifth Seder, right? Right, so after Baruch Hashem, after the star, after 3 days of Yom Tov, first they tell him, right, who shows up? Who shows up when you open the door? Who shows up when you open the door? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. So that's the whole concept of Kedusha. The more you immerse yourself in it, you envelop yourself in it, it follows you wherever you go. Incredible. So Elazar ben Azariah saying once every 70 years, not good. So look at this. Rabbi Kiva saying, Ilu Hayinu b'Sanhedrin lo nerad adam me'olam. So this is fascinating. Rabbi Kiva saying that if we sat on a Sanhedrin, no one would ever be executed. We'll see what that means. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, because if no one gets executed, right? If no one is ever executed, no one is ever put to death for murder, then in general you create a general sense of lawlessness. So obviously, what Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were trying to say was that, we would find a way to exonerate everyone. What Rabbi Shimon is saying is, while that sounds very beautiful, like Al-Sirachmanis, that's not good. That's not good. A Beis Din does have to execute, because at the end of the day there are capital cases, and if a capital punishment is never carried out, then that creates a certain sense of societal lawlessness. Okay, more about that in the Gemara. Says the Gemara, they also Beis Din do the Ein Sorcery, Haguf made Beis Din after Sorcery. So what's this? Remember again, the first part of the Mishnah, right? So what was the first part of the Mishnah? Reuven was convicted of murder, sentenced to death. Then what occurs? Reuven escapes. The Mishnah says if he's brought back in front of the same Beis Din, we don't retry his case. The Gemara Darshan says, what do you see from here? It's only because he's being brought back where? In front of the same Beis Din. But I can infer from that if he was brought in front of a second Beis Din, a different Beis Din, then maybe we would retry his case. Even unless he's ploni. Shenigmar din of a Beis Din. Ploni. So 1 second. But yet, if you look at the end of the Mishnah, what does the end of the Mishnah say? That if witnesses show up and witnesses say, we testify about Reuven, that Reuven was tried in so-and-so Beis Din. So-and-so were his witnesses. And he was found guilty, that we executed. Which makes it sound like what? Even if he's brought in front of another Beis Din, we don't retry his case. In other words, what it sounds like, what it seems to hear the contradiction from the first part of the Mishnah, it sounds like the reason why we don't re-examine Reuven's case is because he's being brought back in front of the same Beis Din. I can infer from that if he were to be brought in front of a different Beis Din, we wouldn't re-look at his case. But then if you look at this end of the Mishnah seems to indicate that if witnesses show up and say, we testified that Reuven was found guilty in a different Beis Din, we will execute Reuven based on that, and we will not retry his case. So what's going on here? It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I want to say 2 different cases. Overwhelming. One is talking about Eretz Yisrael, and one is talking about Chutz La'aretz. What does that mean? Yisanya, what's the for this? When you would have been story om Yishon Shetach. Bara mechutz la'aretz ein sosrin es dino. Right? So the Gemara is like this: if a person, the person runs away from Eretz Yisrael to Chutz La'aretz, we do not retry his case. In other words, here's the case. Reuven was convicted of murder, right? Reuven was convicted of murder. So he was convicted of murder in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. And then what happens? He escapes to Chutz La'aretz. So again, in that case, when if witnesses show up in front of the Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and they say, we testify that Reuven was convicted in so-and-so Beis Din, so the Chutz La'aretz will not retry his case. ROTHSCHILD's case. However, listen to this. Michutz la'aretz la'aretz, sosrin estino. But Allah if we go ahead and he escapes from Chutz la'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, we will retry his case. Why? Mipnei schusa shel Eretz Yisrael. He goes out of the schus of Eretz Yisrael. And we'll say first I just want to point out how beautiful it is, right? Before we get so let's say, so this is really an incredible idea. So Gemara says there are times that we will re-examine a capital case and times when we won't. What's the criteria? If Reuven was tried and found guilty in Eretz Yisrael and then escapes to Chutz La'aretz, and witnesses come in front of a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz and they say, we testify that Reuven was found guilty in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael, this so-and-so Beis Din, so-and-so were his witnesses, Beis Din will carry out the execution. Now, again, we'll discuss when a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz could execute someone. We'll talk about that. But the might say they won't retry the case. However, if Reuven was found guilty in Chutz La'aretz and then escaped to Eretz Yisrael,
Keep talking if you
show
really
up
want
and
to
say,
research
we
and check it
testified
out.
that
So
Reuven
I
was
don't even
convicted of
remember that
murder and
clip.
sentenced to
I
death
do.
in Chutz
Oh yeah, I
La'aretz.
remember that. Oh yeah. I do think it's funny for them to
Now,
watch. I enjoy it. I encourage everybody to have a podcast where they watch Brennan Schaub. And who better to do it than Brennan Schaub himself? There should be Brennan Schaub watching Brennan Schaub with Brennan Schaub reacting to that. Yeah, because you know they whatchamacallit, is it Republican Republic
makes us better people.
yeah, we were saying
That's what makes us better
everyone should
people.
be doing t-shirts.
So
Yes, but like you remember what's his name that came out with the stand-up special during the pandemic who sings and plays the piano bumper? He did a bit about how it's like a podcast, watching a podcast. So my idea is Brennan Schaub watching the subreddit, but Brennan Schaub watching a clip of Brennan Schaub watching the subreddit. Oh, it's like years in the making. They should watch watching this clip
doesn't get a
and
second.
how they react to
Doesn't get a second chance.
Yeah,
Living the Chutz La'aretz to escape from a different man. This is a different man. Therefore, again, his case has to be reviewed. And also, it's going to point out how beautiful this is when Eretz Yisrael is not colonized. You know, in Chutz La'aretz, we have a very beautiful Yom Tov. Like Yom Tov is beautiful. Yom Tov is uplifting.
that'd be funny if you were that out of shape.
Where do you feel that
Yeah, you got kind of fat, bro.
Anyone who's ever been in that
He didn't like say anything about it.
So how do you know, I guess?
Well, they're not pausing like we do.
So it's very
Right, but he doesn't comment, you know, he just laughs. He laughs like a tree seal. You know? Oh, I'm supposed to laugh here. Right. I mean, he goes to, what's his name, Turbo or something on the show? On the show.
But how do you
It's like you talk about he has a lot of good teachers. Now he's on this venture of Timo's. What is he talking to the guys that
Sanhedrin operates both in Eretz Yisrael as well as in Chutz La'aretz. I in Cain, not Kamel B'Sharach. So if that's the case, that the Sanhedrin operates both in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutz La'aretz, so why does the Torah frame it? Why does the Torah say B'Sharach in your gates?
He already kind of did do some songs
Which
with
makes it
Lover.
sound like
Just
that
songs
the Sanhedrin
yourself.
only operates in Eretz Yisrael itself. So what's going on? Listen to this. B'Sharach Atamoshe B'Sharach in Eretz Yisrael, there's a little look like this. Although you have the transplant over the high court, they absolutely in the East Coast, between the community and the you also have butter drinks in every province and in every city. Like a province is made up of multiple cities. So you have like a regional provincial basin of Sanhedrin, and then you have smaller Sanhedrin, the small butter drinks in each city. That's Eretz Yisrael. The Chutz La'aretz, after most of the whole clock and clock, you have to most of the whole year. In Chutz La'aretz, you have provincial butter drinks, but not butter drink in every single city. Those are Santana points out there, which is very interesting. But I'm not pointing out of the entire
I don't know why I paused it. I thought you were talking. I swear to God, that's why I paused it. tell you, like, you get the right pitch, and then here's the thing, whether you fucking, or the high dude, boom, the kind of dude, like, the fact that you're able to go in there with fucking heavyweights and you can take a joke about afterwards is crazy. I mean, you can't take it too serious. It's also, like, if that came from, like, DC, versus, like, somebody from the fraternity, then it's different. Yeah, but from fans or people, that are playing the same game. Like,
When there is proper operational Sanhedrin in Eretz Yisrael, that is adjudicating capital cases. Now that requires two things. Number one, and number two, that the Sanhedrin is situated in the Lishkas HaGonim, in the Innovate Center Trust. If you have those two criteria, then the Sanhedrin is able to adjudicate capital cases. When a Sanhedrin adjudicates capital cases in Eretz Yisrael, then powers Sanhedrin outside of Eretz Yisrael capital cases as well.
That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up.
Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. And let's have left.
That'd be much stranger than it is.
Remember, it goes crazy.
Yeah, Cormier is like a
Kind of
rich.
time is right. Because Sanhedrin goes ahead and executes once every 7
This is
years.
the only thing that
It's
makes me
considered to
happy.
be a destroyer.
If
That's what
I wouldn't
Rabbi
have
Azariah
do this,
said. Even
I'd
once
much rather
every
be fucking.
70 years, that we calculated Rabbi Akiva, if we sat on the Sanhedrin, it would never execute anyone. The Shidden Shanroke Kavalis, Oguma Olam. So let's say, so what is this mean? Let's go to the topic.
You've been fighting for exactly 20 months. But what those guys like, dude, and Jin knows this. Jin knows this. It's actually a question that I have. Like, you know, how the fuck how'd you get John Africa? I don't know.
70 years is too much.
He's the first one there. You know what it was? I think, because we were talking about France is fighting Africa, and I'm fighting all of Africa.
So the calculated Akiva said, if we sat on the Sanhedrin, it wouldn't execute.
We were doing the thing where it's like 100 Cameroonians versus one France.
That's very nice. But then there would be a proliferation of Muslims.
I was saying John in Africa.
Take the obvious of
John in Africa. I think I left out the in because I was going to say you need to fight John in Africa, and I just said John in Africa. So then it seemed like I was saying instead of John Jones, John Africa. Dude, I've been doing this for decades. You get a ton of mistakes. But also, when it comes to these fighters' names, what fucks me is why I get upset. Not upset, but it bothers me that there's not more American stars. Because when you're getting tagged as fucking Chechnya, Afghanistan, Iran, all this shit. When you're this is like jingling is not trying. That's crazy to say that about an Asian person. Jingling was your attempt.
Or what's your trade off?
Those are keys.
Let's say
Jingling is keys. Jingling is Christmas. You know, like that Christmas Asian guy, whatever. Merry Christmas, what's his name? Santa Claus. Jingling is a cat's collar, dude.
Now we'll have to define the
I feel
scope
like we've
of
said all this
that.
stuff.
Just a little bit
Jingling
more.
is a classic. Sometimes you just gotta go back and relive it, dude. Fast Tinder. Fast, like Michael Fassbender, but like the explanation he's giving is like a person that fucked up one name. You know what I mean? He's like, I gotta know all. You don't know any. You're not missing. Just like a couple of you're missing all the names that are John Smith. Every name, you gotta sing it up. And you would mess up John Smith too. You fucking that's how your brain doesn't work. That's what you should say. The excuse was kind of good. The John Africa one, I was like, okay, I'm redacting because I fuck with that one. That's not right. That's social media. This isn't real.
When they had
It's an in this one. Yeah, I don't give a. What do you mean you don't care what someone's in? That's crazy. I do like that though. They said that because I cannot wait for him to try to say
capital piece. So
he
essentially,
said Geronimo, and I'm like, that's as close as you'll get.
if you
To
wanted
mine.
to exonerate,
I wonder what he
the
would
way you
think
would exonerate
Gerardo
would be to say
is.
to the
Alarcon,
witnesses, how do you
good
know
luck.
it's
Yeah, no chance. He's probably gonna say jingling.
You saw the vacation. Fine, so we're not even disputing that. Maybe Shem was a traitor. He was a traitor. Okay, so that would be God's declaration. Now, the difference for that is, the Chazaka is that what? Is that what? People are traitors. Like that, but again, whoever that's the trying to see, the point is that in treating and helping, what are the security, a particular like desire of question. And it's something that we cast doubt on the fact that even should be divided between sinners, if there's a possibility that sin essentially is only like halachically dead. She would say already, okay, that was, let's say just the murder. What about a piece of immorality? Like, let's say witnesses show up, and they say that we saw you then committed adultery. Like, we saw you then have a relationship with someone's wife. So how would that be Akiva and Rabbi Papa exonerate in that case? Where the Gemara says, the ball is a heavy about me. You're always
walks in to your apartment.
So like this, so witnesses, did you see the actual act of the
okay, is it
like,
worse
literally
that
again,
he just got into drugs, or is it worse that he does nothing with drugs? It's worse that he just got into drugs and he's just
you gotta be pretty up close and
I
personal,
mean, it's
right?
very
To
bad to be
actually
dressed
see
like
that,
this, for sure.
right? And so in other words, the thing is,
Unless you
you
work
have
on
seen a lot of
drugs,
stuff
there's no
that
reason to
looks
dress
like
like that.
but did
It
you
would be like it would be if I really like trains and I showed up like a conductor here. You get a conductor's outfit. What you would be worried about? I would call your doctor. He showed up like he says the astronaut cost me
Spirit essentially the way it was exonerated was to say, how do you know that Shimon was a whole and healthy person? Maybe it was a trace off. In the case of
it's ridiculous.
Did you really see the actual act itself? And the other that we didn't know as well. That would have been one from exoneration. By the way, that's actually very interesting. Now, again, you see that recording that if it was not a trace off, unless of course you're like the other trace off. What about the piece of air? Let's say, is that valid? Or again, it's the same. Or if you don't see the actual act of the maybe you can't convict. So how do you ever convict someone of immorality? But I think that we can show up in the nafil, you should have been in the nafil. Because again, when you give testimony about adultery or about alliance in general, you even are not obligated to see the act. Or you're obligated to see, like circumstantial evidence that indicates to us that the right side acted immorality. Again, rarely are you ever going to see actual acts, like of actual alliance. What are they going to see? They're going to see a man and woman behaving in a certain way that further indicates to us that forbidden sexual activities. And what's the other way? That's a good idea. No. What is that? What is that? I mean, the beautiful minute to actually learn the sex of Sosa over
that's crazy how he doesn't know. That's
the 41 block. The 41 block is the sex of Sosa. So the Rabbi had a very beautiful minute for the sex of Sosa.
This guy's having a great time.
And then we just started marking.
He probably realizes that that's just happened. He's the only one in the room that realizes that.
It doesn't come out right, but understand. You understand what that's incredible because that's what Soka is all about. Soka, something different languages, but Soka are witnesses seeing a man and a woman, not only have been forewarned about a certain man, but even a certain way. Now, if they don't see y'all, that's what we actually really in that case always see a seclusion. And that's why this is not that triggers all different conscience. But in general, when witnesses are showing up and they're saying, you didn't commit adultery with Shimon's wife, so again, we're operating like school says that halacha and Isa, rarely are they ever saying we saw active. Yeah, that's not what they're saying. Rather, what they're saying is we saw enough to indicate to us that there was forbidden sexual activity that happened again. We'll say that's how we function. Hazar Allah, Steve Taylor, listen, no question. Our first time in office.
Alright, this one's posted by Kevlar Hot 7539.
Over.
It's been a hot weekend, James, dude. I'm sorry, we're going a little long right now. Let's see. Never heard of it. I mean, with titles like that.
Went hard on the first
no,
day,
this guy, this is a big brand on his podcast.
What were you talking about? Aaron, I'm focused on now we're going to focus a little bit on actual city that probably the most well-known city in the South Marcus, which is the halachas of your mitlah of Remember again, just a little brief background of what Reuben killed Shimon accidentally. We're going to define exactly what all of these terms mean. Reuben killed Shimon accidentally. The halacha is that Reuben is sent to Dallas to
it's really, if he's wearing it after, is that really a big deal? If he's wearing it before, oh yeah, that's the shock.
So now we're going to focus on what kind of case actually results in a I'm going to use the word carefully, speculative obligation, punishment, or opportunity for Dallas, right? We'll just say right now, what kind of act results in the obligation for the killer to go to Dallas? So anyway, I'm golden. These are the following people who are sent into Dallas.
This is reheated original dish for the record. I called the move to Austin back in February. He posted by that Ninja 11. Brendan shot me like
plastered roofs, right? So how would you plaster your roofs? You take plaster, and what do?
I'm telling you, I see where you're going with this, but you're off on this. I'm telling you, Africa is a country. I've been there. I sell out Africa every time I go there. And this other day, I take my dog outside and walk it, and he got
on
dog walk. Oh yeah, that's a version of it once. Like North Star, that's Adam Sandler. North Star, you're talking about Joe Montana.
And what
North Star, everybody's moving to Austin now. I'm actually thinking about moving to Austin. Okay, with Texas this weekend. Love Texas. Got it tatted on my arm. Boogie with Cleveland this weekend. Love Cleveland. Got it tatted in between my toes. Oh, you were Montpelier this weekend. Love Montpelier. Got it tatted on my right armpit. Were you in Afghanistan this weekend? Love Afghanistan. I got it tatted on my lower back. Every time I go to Afghanistan, I sell out. No, not tickets. Bottles of water. I bring bottles of water. Sell out every time. They love it. Are you in Antarctica this weekend? Love Antarctica. Got it tatted on the roof of my mouth. I sell out Antarctica every time. For years. We have no story. I've been fighting since I was 6 years old, dude. Playing football since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been doing comedy since I was 6 years old, dude. Wow, it's insane. Yeah, it's all six. A lot happened. Those are big here for Brendan. Six was four, but that's why it's pre-quarter.
Upward motion.
I know what you're trying to say. I don't know. Prefrontal syntax. Cortex. Pre-cortex. Yeah. Pre-lobe lobotomies. We got a lobotomy. Prefrontal lobe cortex. That's what it's called. Story. I've been lifting weights since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been driving trucks since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been fucking chicks since I was 6 years old, dude. Very cool. I've been working in coal mines since I was 6 years old, dude. Wow. I've been with cool story. I've been making stained glass windows since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been making fonts at Starbucks. It was just us two. She was like, oh, you're that funny guy that fights too much. True story. I saw Bill Clinton at Chick-fil-A. It was just us two. He's like, oh, you're that badass, that podcast you were just on the house. It was just us two. And he was like, oh, you're that Trump guy that walks too much. True story. Saw Kobe Bryant at the GTA 6 release party. It was just us two. He was like, oh, you're that white boy that dog walks too much. So you have a TV show called Hunting Hitler. Did you ever find him? So you have a TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Did you ever catch him? So you have a movie out called Finding Nemo. Did you ever find him?
I like
it. I like the commitment to the bit. But the dog walking thing is really good. Because that's my favorite is when it's like so dumb, but then so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day. That could have been the clip itself, and I would have been very happy with that. I will remember that for a long time. Thank you. Oh, here.
Just stay there.
Dog walking. Alright, let's see here. Papa Sat now says prepubescent sports don't matter.
all of your circumstances,
I think
but
this
there
is a
are
huge
always
development. Very important
circumstances
take
that
on
are
the show, posted by Danny
in our
Kaufman too.
sphere of
I mean,
influence.
if you guys aren't
So
aware,
you're
let's just
not
catch him
in
up
a
really
good
quick.
spot
He takes it
in life,
before.
if you got to yourself, go there.
Oh,
Change
dude,
the
I
spot.
drive my kid to
Change the
baseball
place.
practice.
Change
Oh my
whatever
God.
circumstances you can and turn your situation, at least begin to change your situation around. Incredible. All right, so you know,
Just to let you guys know, I don't know if you guys are keeping aware or anything, but he does go to baseball a lot.
So you should give
Yeah,
this
that's
ball,
the first time
but if you
talking
didn't kill Shimon with a downward motion,
here's the thing, he's
so
been
we're going to
driving his
send
son
to
to baseball
Dallas.
practice since he
Yes,
was 6
again,
years
if you
old.
kill Shimon with an upward
Even if
motion,
your kid's a
he's
baller,
not sent to
under
Dallas.
14
So
million,
this is
doesn't matter.
By you call
He's
by
balling.
Classic
But until
says,
they're like 15, 16,
the
it's
Classic
tough to
says,
tell. Like most of the guys that go pro are just dominating until they hit puberty.
Yeah,
So it really don't matter.
well,
so
but
it's
that
actually pretty
you don't,
explicit.
you should
The
know
Russian of the
though.
Classic is
What's the one thing
right?
I don't
When the
co-sign
Torres
with people, it's just a game.
strikes, the accidental killer,
It's
like the
just a
consequence
game
of
to
time
you.
is overfall
To me, it's life. To me, it's a way of making a living. And they have the genetics where they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose. If they put in the effort, they can do that. That's the outcome. We're getting if you're something to fight, and he's executing these all the time on ice cream,
upon someone
we're gonna run
to kill
circles
someone else in a
and not
downward
to be able to
motion.
compete.
So let's say it's
Yeah,
not a
at
logic
least they
thing,
would be.
it's a concept
Yeah,
thing.
some would say that.
It's a drop off.
Yeah,
Drop off.
that's pretty good.
I don't know about
Let's
that.
see here.
So now
Let's go.
we're going
I
to
want to try to
unpack
get. Okay,
this
so here
entire
we go.
subject.
Fine.
Let's say, so
Caterpillar Hot
if you have a
7539.
new
Those are yourself.
you can see, by the way, you notice on your
I don't
margin
think
you
he
have
posts
the
all
chicken.
this.
So if you just take a look at the chicken we're talking
But
about.
if you
This is
had
the chicken that
one
we're in the
shot,
block.
one opportunity.
So it's reducing the fat, reducing the fat are in the block. So it does go to yourself again, chicken, now that's the mother. So then it is a safe of refuge.
That is a crazy ass looking thing, dude. That guy looks like Batman. I will say, Papa's looking good. He's like, he's got skinny as fuck, dude. Could you imagine if you saw Papa, like, oh no, he's very serious right now. You see, this seems like Papa, maybe this really is. Papa has been doing though. I think this is the one thing that's true, that he's ever said. He fits. This one fits. Drugs didn't really make sense. Fish. No, he doesn't give a shit about his family. But that bow hunting, he might actually be pretty good at that. Yeah, I'm ready to believe.
If you were an intentional killer, right, you
You know, be careful.
and decides to run through your McLuck,
If
what
it
do
was
you do?
this outside
You
my
get out.
property, that's
You come
fine.
out. We're talking about this.
Terrifying, dude. I definitely would like to be killed by a bow and arrow by Brendan
So
shot.
if he
Because
does,
if he's gonna try and kill me, I think that would be pretty
without
goddamn funny. I'm
intent,
walking my dog and then an arrow goes through my leg.
this excludes someone who
Alright,
feels like even if
let's
it's
see. Crystal trolling
you know,
Papa
that's
plus my minimum
obvious.
sky
You know, it's
2305.
so you know,
I
it's
know this is
amazing.
poster. Keep
She's
your
got
eyes on
back
my hands
to
because when he does.
Listen, now obviously,
I jumped
if
on
there's
contest.
intention,
I
there's
jumped on
intention,
top of the
then he's
octagon.
amazing.
I was
If
on the
he's
front
amazing,
cover of Toronto
then
News.
he's
Yeah,
liable
big
to
deal.
that penalty.
Wow, this is
And
around what it's about.
It also happened on the night of John Jones versus Alexander Gustafsson, which is the greatest light heavyweight fight of all time.
Really?
Yeah.
But when
Really?
you go out and say, you know, I thought it was
Okay, again,
But
making it about you, which I
you see
appreciate,
what
but
happens
it's
when you
just,
don't pay attention to
I
the
told
field.
the UFC, I turned down their initial offer. I was like, I'm going to win this one, then we negotiate. So all my sponsors were up after this fight. My UFC contract was up at this fight. So if I would have lost, I'd been fucked. So I won, I was the happiest I've ever been.
so this money after that.
He won't execute
And that's how you
under those
became a
circumstances,
billionaire.
but at the same time,
The
what?
first UFC
At the
billionaire.
same time, he doesn't go to Dallas.
Why do people like
Right?
this?
He's not sent into exile. You don't get to
They're both kind of funny because Shab is doing this weird thing where he does big eye contact and he's sort of lazy, like,
I'm
really, it's just sort of underweight, I guess. I don't know, trolling him.
Now, I hold
But
the
yeah,
only
I would watch
motor
the whole thing.
when you
Billy
think
Edge
of
from
Shimon, and
Lucha
he says,
House.
yes, I did it, but I thought it
And I
was
like the
motor.
editing too because it's
That's
showing
what
that like Shop's just getting trolled, but you know he's probably
it's not showgate. It's not showgate. Like, why isn't it showgate? Why isn't it accidental? Why?
this poster is Mike Redbar Tears.
It's not
When
lazy
you accidentally
because he
turn to
didn't
the
have in
front
mind to do
camera,
something wrong. He thought
nothing
it
better
was
than an IV
motor.
and
So
chatting
it's
out
only a motor on one hand isn't showgate. It's colored and amazing, right? It's close to amazing, but not amazing. It's
So
also
yeah,
executed,
very
but at
boring
the same time,
content,
it
just
also
a picture
doesn't
of
go
your
to
face.
Dallas. So the regas, without intention, practically stabbing. This is
The
like
albino
Havana. That's
deer
obviously
is
not
the
just
same
the
thing.
stabbing.
Yeah.
Shoot the back of the loop. Obviously, we'll say, if we think
But
Coach
is
Shimon,
there
if we
take
catch
mine?
Coach
No
Shimon,
problem.
then ultimately, again, he's liable to death penalty. Coach Shimon says, no, what's the case? Fact, in the Scotty, not only Sabahin of the Hollywood Sahara. Interesting. What about Ruvain? Right, so let's watch this. Ruvain had intention to kill, had intention to hunting, had intention to kill a deer, but instead he killed Shimon.
That is Tank from it. Wow, Tank was a dog.
Or I guess so.
Tank's like, normally it takes me about 50 arrows,
but also not liable to death penalty. And he ends up killing these 12. The Nifel, Baharat Ben Kayama, the intention to kill Nifel, like a non-viable child, but instead he killed a regular person. So all of these things, it's interestingly enough, you don't go to Dulles. Right? Why don't you go to Dulles? Why not? Because it wasn't fully accidental, right? There was intentionality for an act of bloodshed. Just it was supposed to be quote-unquote a permitted act, it turned out to be a prohibited act. So again, because there was some level of intentionality, you can't go to, obviously, you're not going to be executed for that, but you also can't go to Dulles because there was some level of intentionality. Turn around, hold on. Abe passed out.
That's close.
But the Karen's others. This is the case of a corner. That was my other piece of corner. That's the name of the house. Ruvain is walking with a knife, an outstretched knife. Right? Why? I don't know. Like his mother always told me don't make decisions. Right? He's having some mother issues, right? So he decided, after the bug, I'm walking around with outstretched scissors. That's what he's doing. Right? So the knife said, now again, let's just walking like that. What happens? He comes around the corner, Shimon comes around the corner, and he ends up killing Shimon. Now again, he didn't have intention to kill Shimon, right? He was just holding an outstretched knife. That's what was happening. So the myself, in this case over here, he's not going to go to Dulles, right? Why won't he go to Dulles? Because at the end of the day, there was some level of intentionality. You can't say that this is totally accidental. On the other hand, the person definitely executed because he had intent to kill Shimon.
Fancy yourself a Vista animosity. He's not funny at all.
This comes to exclude ultimately again in enemies. We'll talk about this more. But when I say again, if there's some pre-existing beef, between ultimately again Ruvain and Shimon, we'll see what to do with that. But Ruvain will not go to Dulles. Hadacha, Shadach all the people, ultimately, talking about it, Ruvain killed the king by pushing him, by pushing him by his mountain, or that Ruvain was thrown upon Shimon and killed him like that. We'll talk more about that as well. Lahadi Yehuda, so he says, oh, he's the Halal. Lahadi Yehuda, this comes to exclude the case. I will tell us in this moment of going down, Yehuda, and the purpose of going up. The Lord Sidia, without intention, or I should say, the Lord Sidia means without intention to kill.
I love his podcast too.
לצד זה, בהפעלה לצד אחר. Incidentally, I don't like this era of pop with you. It's not for me. Just agree and everything. Don't wear yellow ever again. He did not have
Well, that's it
intention.
for this week. I don't want that. Yeah, man. Join the Patreon if you want early access to these episodes. Never great week.
What's the theme over here? When does Ruvain go to Dulles? Essentially, when it was really a total accident, right? He did not have in mind at all. What you begin to see is any situation where Ruvain had some level of intentionality. Some level of intentionality. Even if it was intentional to kill an animal, but he killed the person. They throw a rock, 2 on this, and they went 4 on this. Like, he rounded the corner, 2 minutes, one's on the other corner. If there's some level of intentionality, that of course does not rise to the level of intentionality to make a fight with Musa, but it will preclude him from getting to Dulles. Dulles is only like exiles here in Mikvah is only for someone who is a full and complete shoulder. If there's any level, even a little bit of some intentionality, no Dulles. This is also these are the details that you want to continue to kind of brush up as we go forward. Let's just do a little bit more than a stop. So it says Dayar. So ultimately, it's interesting. If you look at the Torah phases, this is where all of this happening in the forest. So it says even like the paradigmatic case, the paradigmatic case of accidental death is where Ruvain is going out and chopping wood in the forest, and what happens? So we'll see somehow he ends up killing Shimon. Right? It's because the axe of force flies off, or because the spiritual wood flies off. But the paradigmatic case is where it's happening in the forest. So you know it's a wide forest, by forest. So you know it's a Maya Christian, it's like the most intention which is the musical amount of intention. Because a forest is a place where both parties have the right to to be there. And if I left the house just like the forest again, both living and children of the career, so to again, the only time there's a few progress is that both parties have a right to be there. You know, for example, if children comes into living property uninvited and it happens to children, so living is not necessarily liable for that. Right? Or conversely, if living goes onto children's property, also that's not to be accidental. In order for it to be an accidental death, a number of factors have to be in place. Number one, we establish zero intentionality. Right? And number two, it has to be an area where both parties are committed to do. Next, thirdly, Rabbi, so now this is an interesting case here. Are you over the Sulam? The Mishnah Tashkudan Kaska, Menachla Bahado, nothing. Those are locked. Let's say reading is done up all around. And what happens? The long battles and the movement, and therefore then it falls down onto Sulam. Now what's this? The Gemara says, Mahu, what is down when you speak? And listen, now what's the about this case? Let's read about this case. On one hand, which direction is moving going? Up. So you have to, how this is force down. So the Shire is now let's say reading falls down on children. So what is it mean for? If reading falls children is an upward motion, no jealous. Downward motion, there is jealous. So when you do the case like this, on one hand, you expect things to go up, right? You go up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that causes the breakage of the run that causes them to come down onto children. So what do you get? You've had the meta case of the ladder where he's going over together, pragmatically, when he's coming down the ladder, he slips off and he falls down children. In this case, he's going up, so it's like up, but at the same time, there's a downward force that broke the run that caused him to fall down. So is that called Aliyah or Yerida? So the Gemara says, no, it's not, no. Is this called ascension? Is this called Aliyah? And therefore, you're not going regardless, or you're weakening, or is this called going down?
This is so funny.
Anyway, because I got that, you read that shit, it's all Aliyah. So this is, okay, you touched on this already. This is the case of Yerida, Yitzhak, Aliyah. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Not to say that it's
Welcome back to this episode. Thanks for tuning in. As always, we're on the Patreon trying to render the Discord.
Just over here, we spoke about this before.
Patreon. We did an extra episode. Never heard of it. So if you want to see us, even more of us, Danny,
Downward force.
I am
This is called Yerida. This is called the descent.
we got a new soundboard. But if you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon. Also, if you want early access of T-Mo's, go to the Patreon. Oh, yeah. We don't want to sleep on that, dude. You know, you potato tots, though, dude. Potato tots equals early access to the No, they're not. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard. They're not even here for the golf ball, which isn't even here. They're here to watch Tim as a shop to start the timer. Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on the iPad right here. Oh, shit. Jingling.
What does this come to?
You dumb fuck, dude. You got an iPad in front of you. Yeah.
This case. Up and down, up the ladder,
Let's see. We got your compete time posted
the
this.
pressure exerted downward that
It's
causes
called
the run to
R.I.P.
break.
to Obama's hamstrings. Again, those are definitely the strides of a former UFC NFL D1 football player.
Also, the director doesn't ask you why. What this culture record doesn't come to issue. You know, it says my LLC and cuts up. It comes to the butcher. Let's say what the butcher is. So the butcher sounds like where a butcher is, what do you call it?
Like, why would you put Division 1?
Chopping you, thank you. And what happens? He comes down with the
say all the
he's coming
accolades.
down.
She should say, you know, against my podcasting, hilarious food truck, marketing truck, media marketing genius, man, those are way bigger
What's cutting me?
than
What's the deal? Canacada, thanks for the different guys to be here. Canacada, and guys to try. The fun of Kaiser Akara Potter. If he kills in front of him, he's tired, in back of him, he's Potter. Trying to eat up, bless you. Trying to eat up the Akara Potter. Another guy says, if he kills in back of him, he's tired, in front of him, he's Potter. Trying to eat up. They were following the Akara Kaiser. Whether because in front of him or back of him, he's tired. Because he eat up, they were following the Akara Potter. Now, another guy says, they killed the Potter and back of him, Potter.
And why is it
What is
bad
this?
voice?
Well, Kasha, that's
He's
not
a
a
bad
contradiction.
boy.
It's very simple.
Okay, that's what
Can
I've seen.
be a
He's
reader
got a
of
couple
a
of demons with
right?
him.
So we'll say one is talking about
There
peace.
is a song
Now,
playing,
you know
but as
what
you
I
can
say?
see,
For
he
the
chases
butcher,
her down,
it's
beats
two
her up,
motions, right? Right? When you chop
throws
steak,
her
what
to
is
the
he doing?
ground, walks
First,
away, all happy.
he goes up, and then he comes
Now
down.
they're grifting the
So
couple
again,
scene. Until then. Oh, a
can be
new
used
thing.
on the
I like
basis
that.
that his
Okay.
sky is in front
Thought
of
it was
him,
going to be
talking
a
about
bring
his
back the
skills,
pizza
in the
game
downward
thing, but
motion,
no,
like
he's
possible.
got a couple
God,
games
you shall
out. You can never
and
predict what's
versus when
next.
he's
I'll
throwing
give it
like
that.
knuckle,
Did
right?
you
In
see
the
that
upper motion,
coming?
that
They're going
doesn't
to do a couple
can
things.
bow yourself on
Only
the
when
view.
they
So after
posted the first
the
video.
second right, that's
That
talking about
first
a
video
case
of them
where the
doing some
idea
sort of
is in
activity
front of
together.
him
Like,
and the
oh, it's
idea
going to
is
get
in back
likes.
of
They're
him.
going to keep on doing
Can
it.
be a reader
It
to
kind of makes sense though,
Akharov,
because remember when they were moving to
the
Texas,
third
they
right
did
is
some
talking
sort
about
of
again
kind of
with the
moving
reader
it. They
in
both
front
had things that
and
were
in back.
like, well, I can't believe moving to Texas. And they're like, oh, there's I'm moving to Texas. I gotta get my cowboy hat. And it's like, I gotta get camo pants for him.
With the
They both
downward
saw each
motion
other
of the
fussing
knife,
like,
when
what
he
if
goes with the upward
we
motion of the
both
knife,
did
wherever that
this,
upward
dude?
motion is
On
taking
social
place,
media, this isn't
ultimately
real.
again is going to be cutter.
I
Incredible.
have
So
a feeling that's going to start
so
even
again,
you're done
so
talking about the clip
we're
whenever you
still
push this out.
focused on our case over
Could be,
here.
dude.
We're going to go up
Alright,
the
this
ladder,
was by Danny
right? And when
Kaufman
he
too. It's
presses
called
down
Papa
on
Wants
the
to
run, the
Assault
run
Mark Bear.
breaks and he falls down on
Let's see
chin.
here.
So that is
It
what we
looks like
call
I'm back in a better
aliyah
pitch.
or
But here's the
yudah
thing,
with
the
solar
way from
aliyah.
where I come from
There
is
is
Mark
downward
Bear
motion,
with all the
but the
shit talk
downward
he's
motion
talking
is for
about
the
with all
purpose
the
of
Rogan
going
verse.
up. So
And
now,
you guys aren't
how do
going
we
to know
look
this.
at that?
He needs
Is
to
that
get fucking
called
punched in the
ascent?
face.
Or is that
That's how
called
this should go.
descent?
Behind a mic.
You
Remember,
can talk
we're
all
not
this
doing
shit,
it,
Behind a
right?
mic.
and
We're
get
not doing it.
physically
Why?
assaulted.
Because if it's
You're going to
ascent
stop.
aliyah,
I will
he's
snap
not
his fucking
aliyah.
neck.
If it's
It
yudah
sounds like you're
descent,
saying that right.
he
I
is
know. That was
So
time
which one
really
is
good.
it? Which one is it? Limited tonight. What's the last short
What
line?
does
Limited
Crystal
tonight.
say?
How you
He's
always
gotta
when
get
you
fucked
touch
up.
the
Yeah,
back
is Crystalia not fucking
if you've been
being the
going up
voice
the
of reason
ladder,
here?
and
He's
ultimately
not
again
gonna.
the run,
He's not gonna tell him not to hit
the head and ascending the ladder.
what's going on.
So tiny cat that
Oh, I think he's right.
the potter,
Can you imagine?
one
Billy is
verse
like,
says he's
you might be
tired,
right.
one verse says
He's
he's
gone
potter.
completely
So
insane.
Mala
All of a
about
sudden,
him, Philip Shadi, not
Eric's like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the comedy store, we see Bear getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys.
No, the
Should go.
Behind him, like,
You talk all this shit,
everybody
behind him,
and get physically
this is
assaulted.
called aliyah.
You're going to stop, right? You fucking cuck.
Listen, buddy, think about it. It has to be that way, right? Why?
Why is
Because
Bear in a
if it's
cup?
not that way, then
What does Baba
There's
think
never a
cuck
piece
means? That's why I feel like I've said this before, but I
by
truly want to
definition,
know.
every ascent
Define it.
requires pressure
You gotta
downward.
define it.
If you're going to say that any
Is
ascent,
that him
right,
when he sees you? He's like,
that
I was just
ultimately again what we
kidding.
call Yerida
Is he
with
scared of you?
Sorah
I
Aliyah,
mean,
or
this
Aliyah,
makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up.
Oh, yeah.
He
goes up the
maybe he's
ladder,
scared of me.
and he
And that's funny.
breaks the run
He's such a
because he's
bitch
pressing downward.
that I meet him and he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, oh, dude, do it, puppy. And he tells me he was joking. That would be something. I go, dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun? I love you, dude. I let him to go up your chairs. Yeah, dude.
Break the run as he
What
was
are you
descending
gonna
the
do,
ladder, fall down,
Follow you
killing
a
and
country,
killing.
motherfucker?
What are you gonna do,
Not
Brennan?
go nuts. That's called Aliyah, not Aliyah. It has to be that
Go
way.
complain to your cats.
Only
You're
way
a fucking
He knows
cuck.
that coming is up and coming is
What
up.
the fuck?
And
You
the
better
verse
get
says
into the
that
word.
it's kind
Like
of
somebody
type
that
doesn't
cooks
mean
out for
dollars.
clout.
That's how it means damages.
Yeah, okay, you're cooking
And
on that.
listen,
You
let's
could
say
give
you're
me a
going
little
up the
coffee
ladder,
noise or something.
and he breaks the run, as
That
he's
makes
going up,
sense.
he falls down on chin, and he doesn't kill it. He injures it. What's that? Fight damages. But listen, if it's an accident, it's
Go
an
complain to your
accident.
cats.
Like,
Go to your
damages,
shitty
you're
comedy.
101
And go
is
back into your dungeon.
a person is always liable for any damages he does.
Throwing glass at a stone
Accidental,
house is not a good
doesn't
idea.
have to do it. It's a type of everything.
Definitely, yeah. Dude, that's
The
well
other
said.
that says that he's
And
butter,
dungeon,
that's talking
dude,
about
you
the
fucking,
bonus. If I say
your
no
house
possibility,
maybe is like
alcohol rebellious. What they're talking about
storage
bonus.
facility, or at least your podcast thing is. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Well, let's talk about
The other possibility is talking about as follows.
oh, that's even crazy.
Yeah,
Guys,
for the nice stuff.
fucking knows.
One is talking about a worm-eaten
Go to your
ladder.
shitty
So
comedy.
let's say the run
Yeah, I think that's
is
crazy
eaten by
for a
his
shop to say for
his
sure.
body.
That's
So
hilarious.
that's
If there was a crowd in front of them, be like,
body.
oh,
So that's what I'll say. If then Shimon was to go ahead and step on it to break,
And go back into your dungeon.
Well,
See, this is what I do. I'm done being nice to him. I was a fan of Mark. I
that's not really capable of going ahead unambiguously and sustaining this ascent, that's considered to be
Shaw was a comedy nerd. He was a singer in WTF all the time.
Interesting. porque ele acha isso uma toque, isso
I get it, dude. I understand. I get it.
Whenever you have a run, what's going to
I
happen?
think we gotta
It's
kill
going to
him.
sad.
He's gonna step up.
Therefore, by definition,
He's gotta go.
you got to
He sounds a lot more like a
descend.
dolphin.
So
I
you got to see
understand.
the marcas,
Underage people. Let's see.
Or the other
What else
part
we
of the
got here?
actually
Anything else on that one?
anybody say, no, how about go? Both you
This one
talking
is
about
posted by
cases of
Flashball
rather than
962.
not one. So
Calabasas Scouts
or
arrived on the hard streets of Austin, Texas.
one is talking about a case where the run was properly fastened in the place, and one is where it wasn't properly fastened in the place. Meaning what? If it was properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And therefore, they have also raised that if the one breaks, as you're going to descending, that's called ascent, and ultimately again is that type going. If it wasn't properly fastened in place, then that's going to be called descent, and we're going to be tired. So when I say, it sounds like the one thing was like this, that halacha when I saw, if you think going up the ladder, in a regular case, assuming that the ladder is a proper ladder, right? It's not right? Properly fixed. You didn't go up the ladder. As he's going up, he snaps the rung. Even though why is the rung being snapped? But we don't look at that as descent. Rather than only do that ultimately again as ascent. And therefore, Allah Mason, you don't would not go to God in that situation. I'm not saying I'm not a pastor, but listen to this. So that I'm saying the whole host will say, I have Papa without here it is. There it is. I almost love the Mishnah Shiva in Tahas Lagrad, the Nachma moving up the ladder, and what happens as he's going up, the rung snaps under him, and as it snaps, he falls down on Shimon and kills Shimon. Tucker and then Hadalas. Ultimately, again, giving his Tucker from Dallas. Now, why? Okay? Because again, you're not asking that your Liga, Yitzhorah, Aliyah is called Aliyah. Liga stuff, Aliyah, but the ultimately, again, downward motion, when the kids are going up, is called upward. Right? Aliyah would say, no, it's the Liga, Yitzhorah, Aliyah. Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing down for the purpose of going up, right? So you read that Yitzhorah Aliyah, exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up is not called Yehuda, it's called Aliyah. And therefore, again, by definition, when Yehuda is ascending, now again, remember, if it's a rotted ladder, right, or if it's a poor construction ladder, again, then that's a different kind of case. But assuming that it's a proper ladder, like even though, again, when moving going up, he's exerting downward pressure, that is called ascension, and therefore, Allah so you would not be excited to go in that case. So it looks like the Mr. Hester is screaming at us, screaming at us in the dark, but when you see from here, you got with Surah Aliyah is called Aliyah. So it's like, you know, a lot of times in life, it'd be wonderful to think that life is like this perpetual is going upwards. It's not like that. You ever have one of those experiences where things are going so good spiritually, and then something happens, and like you are thrown into this down, and so frustrating, so upsetting, when a person feels like all of my work, everything I did to build myself up, is well done, because I look at this stuff, look at what happened. So that's what I'm looking at in this practice. When we descend, like when you have the Yerida, when you have the spiritual descent, it offers us an incredible opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our weaknesses, right? When I make a mistake or something, when I get myself into a bad spot in life, that teaches me, that shows me like my spiritual place here. If I use those moments of Eureka to learn about myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build back better, and it turns out that Eureka is your soul idea. That is descent, the spiritual descent fuels my ascent. And if I say, what's the halacha? And if you read with Solar Aliyah, if you're spiritual descent,
I don't
you
know, but he was talking for a long time about how people wouldn't stand up for Rogan, like Bert Kreischer wouldn't stand up for Rogan on some podcast.
I must say that it turns out that even the descents in life,
It's like
ultimately are going to judge as an ascent. Even the
Chris,
Yeridos are
Brian,
considered to be an
Jeff
Aliyah.
Dye,
The
Mike
Yeridos
Rogan.
are
Oh,
used
fuck, dude.
ultimately again for our spiritual
Dye
guidance.
really
And
is
listen,
that
this
bad.
one of those beautiful
He
things
just
in leadership.
accepts it, dude.
When we
Jeff
fail,
Dye is
when
like
we
best
fail,
friends with Brendan
our
Schaub.
goal
That's
is
how you know
not to
he's
wallow
terrible
in
at
it.
stand-up
When we
comedy.
fail, our goal is to ask
Yeah.
ourselves, why did I
It's
fail?
like Jeff
What
Dye really
happened
thinks that
over
we
here?
want Brendan
What
Schaub
can
to
I
come
learn
back to
about
stand-up.
myself?
He's like,
What can I
we
learn
could
about
just
my
give you
life?
your jokes. And
How
that's why it's so
through my
bad.
weaknesses can I
Jeff
grow
Dye
to
doesn't
become a
want
better
him to come
person?
back to
If
his
in
shop
those
shows
moments
now.
of failure,
They're
I
the
learn
guys
about
that
myself,
don't like
I
to hang
build
out
myself
together
up
that are
even
both
stronger.
bad.
When the
They both think
failure
they're
itself,
good.
when the Eureka
We don't.
itself
Oh, what are you talking about?
becomes,
Yeah, I always think
the Eureka itself becomes an Aliyah.
Recently,
The Eureka itself
I
becomes
found
a moment
myself in a hot
ultimately
tub
again a
with
spiritual
about 8
ascension.
to
If my
10
Eureka against Eureka,
12-year-old girls.
then guess who does?
Found myself.
From the space of life, become the opportunity to learn about myself, to build myself back even stronger than even the Eureka is an Aliyah. So ultimately again becomes a Eureka with Solar Aliyah. And I love myself, I stuff with myself, is that Eureka with Solar Aliyah is called an Aliyah. A descent. A descent for the sake of ascending, even
So,
the
yeah, so
descent
standing in
is
for
part
Chris
of the
Lee,
physical
making
and the
Chris Lee a
spiritual
joke.
attempt. Was I?
And Brandon looks at you and he smiles and goes, he didn't stand up for shit.
Yeah.
Alright, guys,
And then, but he also already admitted that part. He was just like, this is your platform. I'm just not gonna say it. Yeah. But on other shows, he's like, I would fuck everyone up. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'll fuck you up. I'll rip your fucking neck off.
Especially if you're a cuck. He hates cucks.
Oh yeah, not only a cuck but a cluck, dude. Don't even get started on that, daddy. This one here we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Holly sent a Gen 3 RAM high manifold. YouTube mechanic install. Brendan Schaub, Holly performance. With help from my boy Trey. If the mechanic has a face like this when you drop the car off, dude, I'll be like, I'll get a second quote, dude. You know what I mean? This is the last thing you want to see. This is a methed out mechanic right here.
I wonder if, no, definitely not. I wonder if Brendan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like Brendan is the guy that asked that. Or maybe he's just too much of a professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for hooking up the car, fam. Now take the picture. He just does that. Dude, now I take a picture of I make my funny face.
Why? Dude, you can teach a whole geometry class on these lamps, dude.
Yeah, it's weird looking.
That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure, right?
It looks like some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s, like Rocco's Modern Life or
Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniacs?
Yeah, definitely. I see that. Pinky in the brain.
Just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why?
Also, I think Trey probably did all the work too.
How dare you, dude? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get under the lips, dude.
He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on a little bit, you know.
Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. What are you going to do with that, dude?
Yeah, the job's done.
Yeah. That looks like a kid's power drill. It looks like tiny in his hand.
Like, you gotta give him something to keep him busy.
He's working on Legos in the corner of the mechanic shop. He's making an engine out of Legos. Anyways,
They tried to hire me. I was like, I can't, dude. I have a podcast.
Holly. Who's Holly? Of course, it's just like other.
Just ads.
Yeah, it's just other partnerships. You got Holly Performance, Lethal Performance of Texas. Do you think it's them just like on the Tweeties episode we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff like that? Is it them just like blowing money? They're just like, oh, dude, we gotta work with Shop. That'd be hilarious.
What did they get out of it is a good question. What is it exactly?
Should I ask ChatGPT?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happens is like Shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads with it. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like all he wants to do is pose and tag us. I guess that's fine. What's the alternative? He beats us up. He sounds crazy. I'm asking right now. Yeah, like what they get. Yeah, and it's on thinking mode, so we'll get a good answer. Okay, let us sit there for a second. Anyways, you want to hit a sound on the soundboard real quick? Okay.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Alright, this was posted by Moon Blogger. It's called Always Been Into Cosplay B. Always Been Into Cosplay B. Wow. As a man that literally and figuratively wears a lot of hats. So first of all, let's tackle this 2021. Because the Baba narrative continues to what? Transform, transcend, be painted. Yeah, of course. So keep up. And what was he doing? That's the narrative. What was he doing circa 2021? I guess he was trying to be like an LA hipster guy or make fun of them. You're looking at a picture right now. You're not using your brain, Daddy. Oh, what was he doing in LA 2021? Stand up. Wrong. He was going to coffee shops and threatening to fight security guards. That too, just like that. They don't know who he is. They don't know British up. They're describing it to the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci fanny pack and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear at Starbucks in Silver Lake. And he had tight pants. We kept saying he was part of the Big Buck Pipe. He had a scooter with blue brake lines. He made someone took a picture of him. I mean, honestly, dude, the Republican clothes. He still looks he looks better there, sure. Yeah. Mexico 2029. I'll be there for that. Oh, yeah. He should lean into his Mexican side. Yeah. We all know it's a Puerto Rican shirt stop. His face, look at this wicked back here. Also, like that shirt that Trump signed, like, Donald Trump is ready to chop. So that way they go, oh my God's name will vote. Yes. For President Trump. Looks like I'm from Mexico. I'm pretty up in the Mexico. I mean, look, stranger things have happened. And there's bullshit. Let's see what this is about. A lot of video posts this week. You know exactly. This one's posted by Missing Middle 8108. It's called Papa's First Hunting Kill. Shot a very rare white albino. Access to the corners. That's something you want to brag about? Like preserve my exact thought. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Never heard of it, but I assume so. It's like, it feels bad. It feels like extraordinary. It's like, I have to talk about this. It's like, I shot at Baldy. Yeah, I got my first try. And everybody was like, dude, what are you doing? Puppy, bro. Listen, bro, they're dangerous like that. I'm like, hey, they questioned him. He's like, you're fucking they're like, it's an endangered species. I'm like, that makes sense. And there's an axe there. You guys know hunting which way is that white one. You are not allowed to sell white anything that white one. Very fast here. Drones be going. Okay. That means you want to hit him right above the shoulder so he gets a punch and he takes it up here. It's not shooting him. Oh my God, dude. That's so funny. Imagine how much you're not making any understood things. You're getting instructions and you're that we're not hitting that here. No chance. He didn't listen to anything I said. He's playing us. He hasn't gotten anywhere near him. Takes off and go, fuck out of this. has no brain.
I said, most of the time, it's not the same. Don't supplement the okay.
Born excited or nothing. That's crazy. That's the crazy. That's the craziest thing. It's Dio, bitch.
Most of the time, like I was high five and stuff, my nerve were fine. I was so happy.
Brennan Shaw feels something after killing a dangerous species.
Why does it say those 6 times? Not enough.
So triggering a brain something like that.
Don't keep them reading that. But like my nerve were fine. I was so happy. Free gifts, something that
Probably not true. Could be, I guess.
That level of friendship, that level of responsibility,
Very
that level
funny
of
though.
love. That's
If you were shocked, how do you make sure that the lies you tell on your podcast don't correct on it? Because you're so big and buffy and all this stuff. You have a thread like a quick with like you're talking about this.
My looks, I mean, smart, you know, why is it
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether he's dumb enough because both are dumb. Like if he was just like, I'm gonna say I killed somebody, so just don't say anything. It's part of the show. But yeah, the flip side of that is like also stupid. Where he's like, I'll kill you. I'll say, I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think? I think it's called you know, like people finally have a podcast. People that you do stand-up comedy. So let's say
Damn, bitch.
just acts like it's all him. Yeah, his life is a movie. So he goes on these whatever this hunter trip was, and they killed the actual albino deer. And they're like, you should talk about that on your podcast. And Shop's eyes just get like a jacket. But it becomes Sam. Yeah, and they're like talking. Those people in the it's the same thing. I actually taught them a lot. It's natural. I said, he said that if he was expecting it or it's an interesting teach that we discuss and not what it is, which is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Play it again? Jesus. What's more first? Actually, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That is kind of play that again? I like it. Jesus, more out of March month. What's more first?
Almost good enough for
How are you supposed to respond? Jesus does return. Even if Jesus was a physical person in the crowd, he could return. As artificial intelligence. Oh yeah, artificial intelligence. As Jesus with all the powers of Jesus, Optimus, Rabbi, and
Or
Stop
you
eating all artificial
could
intelligence.
start, so that's
Whatever.
like
It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants it doesn't care if you kill it because it's going to just go be with God.
I don't know.
I don't even understand what you're trying to say. This is who is to think or blame because they're not agree with this guy with thoughts like that.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. No one's been more supportive.
He's what are you talking about? Why is he doing the religious thing now too? Everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Joe Rogan. I think.
Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks to be tied back directly to Catholicism.
That's true.
And this is just an extension of that.
Maybe Joe Rogan. What if? Okay, Martin, you have more to say about that?
Yeah, and then the Unitarian, what is everything called?
Unitarian Universalist.
So don't get me started on that.
Okay. What if? Stay with me, man. Don't kill me. What if AI we come back as Joe Rogan? Right. So it's like AI teaches you all about aliens and talks a lot about trigger groups. What's more powerful than that in AI?
Here's my thing, dude. I'm Joe Rogan. Right? Dude, I'm not talking about AI, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, Jesus is gonna come back and be the fucking only Jesus I've seen.
Yeah.
Like that. That's what I think is gonna happen. You don't think Jesus is gonna go that far and choke off glass for free? That's what he's gonna do.
I think I'll take that.
No strike.
He has this. He's Darth Vader, Jesus. I think Jesus comes back. I think Jesus already did come back as Joe Rogan. That's when you know that Joe Rogan's really lost it. That's when he says that. What if Jesus is here right now? His name's French. I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, it would have gotten so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too. But this fucking idiot. Stand up for yourself. Have some fucking respect for yourself. That's a cuck. This is a cuck. This guy is right. That's, yeah, wow, it's intense life. You suck. You suck ass. You're horrible. You know, and you have a great set. I mean, I think that's a spaceship.
That's what I'm saying. That's my favorite picture.
What if AI came back as God?
I'm like, I'm here in a spaceship, right? Dude, you know how much fucking money this costs me to say some stupid fucking shit like that? It's funny. You're in my spaceship. I don't even want you in here anymore. That's the fucking most stupid thing I've ever heard. I wanted to say another word.
I like that. The guy's mad because, like, Joe Rogan's disgrace his amazing set. I think that's funny. That's a great. But I also say, I didn't think I had that.
What is going on here?
AI. Like AI left. Not Jesus. No, you're right. This guy put on a great show, and Rogan comes in and says some really stupid shit. Some heinously stupid shit.
I think I'm doing this for the viewers. Go back outside and put your brain on.
How dare you sit in our orange chair and say some shit like that? Fuck you.
Oh, sure. I wanted to watch this episode too. I haven't seen it yet. But this was supposed to be appropriate. 9:30. Christianity is real because people are nice.
The scripture, to me, is what's interesting. It's fascinating. Religious podcast.
I think it's a UFO podcast.
So why is if Rogan is so annoying that he comes on and just whatever he wants to talk about is what you're talking about? It's a fucking space podcast in a spaceship, and Rogan starts talking about scripture. He's like, dude, I fucking love church, right? And you gotta go with it because he's Joe Rogan. You go, oh, yeah, I was gonna talk about space and spaceships and aliens, but But dude, when you kneel down in the pew and they, you eat part of Christ, you're like,
does not work with what you need. Just how you
What are you fucking babbling about, you fucking billionaire psycho?
Or you can gift it to people, or you can sell it to a non.
Yeah, dude.
But you may not
Let's see the
gift it
rest.
to a non.
That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, is the only thing I have experience with. It works.
Yeah, I can't stop. Christianity works. Okay, good. I got Joe Rogan on my podcast. So what are you talking about? He was talking about Christianity works really well. Yeah. I didn't know I had him on because I have a spaceship set. I wanted to talk about aliens, but we ended up talking about going to church on Sunday. Dude, Joe Rogan sucks. Yeah. He talked for an hour about the collection. He said the pastor, he actually knows more than the pastor about God.
Yeah, but Joe Rogan's cool, right? He got you a gift. Yeah, he bought me a nativity scene. I put it in my spaceship.
Yeah. He bought me a Bible. Signed by him.
With the crown thorns. Joe with the crown thorns. We should change that up, but we'll never get rid of that.
Maybe you should put a crown thorns on her.
You're right, we should do it that.
That's fun.
And that would probably be, if she came here, she'd probably be super duper Christian.
Paul C, dude, get on it, dude. Can you get a crown thorns on the death real quick?
Yeah, who else has to sacrifice?
Yeah. You know what I got a problem with, dude? Listen, this is 10 minutes shop, but we gotta talk about Christianity once a week, okay? You know what I got a problem with, dude? That's the narrative. That's what I'm saying, the narrative, dude. Why do they, like, celebrate his death? Like, the most brutal way of killing him, that's what, like, symbolizes it. It's like, yeah, made this motherfucker bleed on the cross, dude. And then it was like, oh, the cross is beautiful. It's like, no, dude, that fool died on the cross.
Yeah, no, that's a good criticism for sure.
The fuck? What kind of crazy fucking ritual is this? Where we're like praising the death of some prophet.
You know what that's like? I was watching Girl Poppy. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to Brandon Shop. That's like a cross necklace.
There's law.
I want to get that on my neck. Get the Girl Poppy poster.
The Dallas skyline.
Yeah, what's up, Dallas? And yeah, you push a button and says, what's up, Dallas? People that are Christians, that go to this church that I go to, that I meet, that are Christian, they are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind. If Cody had more money than he has now, I'd be a lot nicer.
Oh, yeah. God damn. Of course they're nice to you. You're fucking Joe Rogan.
Yeah. He's so stupid. That's like saying, like, the open mic scene in Austin, dude, the kindest people. Yeah, it's like the most cutthroat place. You got like 30 spots that millions of comics are running at. But Joe Rogan comes around and they're like, we will suck your dick.
Yeah, they're going to be nice to you, Joe. You're a famous person.
We know you're gay. We will suck your dick.
He's like, I went to this fucking mosque and they hated me there. I went to this fucking Buddhist place and they were like, fuck you. Fuck your mother. No, you're fucking Joe Rogan and rich and famous. You should be. He has no idea the amount of yes men around him. No one has told you you're not funny. There you go. Anyone that tells you you're going to stand up, you know, they're not telling you the truth right there. There's a problem.
They are even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. There's no one honking in the church parking lot. It works. I'm on today, though. I did run this. Oh, yeah? They're taking too long. And I felt bad, and then I realized how much I honked. I wasn't even that bad. Like I hadn't honked in a while.
You gotta get that on
Driving my son to baseball practice. And where in the fucking Bible does it say I can't honk my horn, dude?
nowhere, dude.
You go to a fucked up church in Europe. They tell you that you're fucking 6'2".
They don't even tell your height over your lectures, dude. All right, let's see what this one's about. This is also the audio blows some lovely exhaust because we had this good picture. So it's like bump me, bump it. That sounds like exactly what I did.
Representing the people that suck.
But I was commenting. I think Roger, I'm going to get out of your average man. Say, pal, have that dream. Brother, play away. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Sorry to pause. This is amazing. So, you know what I'm seeing? What? Kick back. Step and shit. Yeah. Back to that day. Start to get a little good. Yeah. You're going to pod. Wants those for a little park. Yeah. I think so. I think you're right. You know, a little bit of attention goes a long way for him. He didn't used to get invited to Tucker Carlson's birthday party or whatever it is, but now he's flying out on a private jet. Then you have a theater line to Carlson to get some yeah, because like he's like Florida's on the scene. Right? So that's social criticism. If I see it again, I got great one fucking sentence. I'm sorry, when you guys are talking about any subject, you guys talk about the moon, I feel great moon story. Whoa, that's Shop's truck, everybody. That's the Shopster's truck. How's that make kind of happy? Yeah. What fucking sense? Dude, I'm just kidding. It's supposed to be sacred power. 84. How long until Bob is a fan of I will say,
so whatever
I've
the
never
negative
seen the
is,
Quintus and the
that
Tom
means that
together. The same guy. I didn't say that, dude. Jody would have died. That's a dude. That's secret gets out there. I would watch I will say, he's the same height to me. I would watch our podcast. And Quintus is very cloud. That might be pretty good. But I would be, and I don't want this to happen, but I'm trying to think of the perfect scenario. Already on this. Drink on it, take some hats, and studio. Because they know Tom and Fuentes are in their prime of their fires, dude. They're out here spitting on a mic and fucking wiping it down, spitting again. You know what I'm saying? Right. And so all four of them shooting on all 8 cylinders. You feel me? Like that's what I want to do. That's the narrative. Yeah, dude, that's the narrative. Alrighty,
So
let's see what else we got here.
be proactive.
This is posted by
We so
Frederick
often live
Bastiat,
in
1801. Pronunciation
Well,
is very hard. Part 9. Oh shit. Let's see what this is all about.
Happens, you just go, all right, if I was in the government, this would be, I wouldn't lie about this. I would want people to be healthy. That's what you want to think. That's what you want to think. And then you think, you don't believe in the land moving. The what? The land moving. The landing on the moon, Jesus Christ, all this Diet Coke fucking up my land moving. Moon landing. Nearly Foghorn, the Foghorn Leghorn, that land moving, moving. They're way ahead of this. This it's so funny when the Foghorn is saying that's what you hope for. Now remember, drop their books and they can look for unless you forget it's original laws. He's putting on a clinic right now. He's the Babe Ruth of this, of saying, unless you forget now, there's a blimp on the radar. Cross your eyes, dry your teeth. Never heard of it. I got Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, he's a little cheaper than putting them 100 right now. Oh, yeah.
What's up, man? If you enjoyed the Patreon, this would be a good reason. Jim and me just shot a little over you.
Shot a little over you. What does that mean? Come shots.
Overuse. Part 1 of all my whips in the shop right now. I give a pretty detailed overview of the cars I have in the shop. It's part 1 because I have more cars.
Acapella. 10:30. He's just having fun there.
Finish my
Yeah. I do plenty of 10 minutes. It's funny because Bloomingdale's is the name of the shop, right? Is it Bloomingdale or Bloomingdale's? It's a luxury. It's like Nordstrom. Oh, okay. But it's funny to say because he's saying, trying to say Bloomington, right? Yeah. But he says the name of the shop also wrong. Because the thing is Bloomingdale, it could be wrong.
Bobby, please one close friend.
You know that one's long. I know, it's just fun. It's so random that it works, but like, I don't know. Yeah.
I guess that means me. Big ol' pussy.
Maybe some jelly rolls. Like, oh, hell yeah.
Daddy, a little older now. I might have to just get that thing cut off. Because I'm like a kangaroo with pouch above my heart.
I'm like a senator with pants with a mouth kicker.
March 21, 22. Alright, kids, that's it. Tuning into the fight companion myself, Joseph Rogan. And I go to Bloomington, Minnesota. God, you do a day, and you do it the proper way. And let this nitrogen cycle run its course before you add fish. You run some problems.
How many people do you think it takes to put like that word in front of him? It's like there's one guy that's like, no, I'm not there. They all want him to say a lot of words. It's like, the guys we get one this week. It's like it's geologist, the writers. Yeah, which word should we choose? He's so like, oh no, like, I'm tired. He's like, he's like, this is the morning. You know? His his face. That this is all Chuck. And he's doing that. You gotta make sure Fisher. And I'm an egg bomb. I'm an apologist. What happened the night before? What were you doing? You had to do 5 shows.
I picture the Open Blood, you know what I mean, Daniel Plainview in the house by himself, shooting in the hallway, drinking alcohol nonstop, waking up, chugging water, dude.
I am Brendan Chuck. I'm a podcaster.
If I say I'm a podcaster, would you believe?
Okay, this is my son, Austin. I have a pouch in my mouth. I have a pouch inside me.
It's an oil tiger thick under our feet.
Female physiologist got to fill the list. Do that. You're fucking praying mantis, barking at a tiger walking through the fucking jungle.
That's legit creative. I don't care what anyone says.
You know he really wants to fuck Nate up, saying some shit like that. I would get scared if I was Nate.
You're a fucking white deer in the woods of Boston in the scope of Brendan Chop. Okay? Never forget that. You're a Kiwi in an aisle of the grocery store with Gerardo walking towards you. That's facts, yeah.
Don't make me stop. Twist your fucking neck off. That's what's great about that culture. Like, black culture? Yeah. Like even R. Kelly can sell a messy record.
Messy square card.
Been burned by the system so many times. Even though the video of Diddy beating up, Homegirl came out. They said, yeah, that's terrible. But he's still our guy. And also, he still made great music. And he got railroaded. So you guys like your freedom? You like having an opinion of freedom?
You said thank you and you're welcome.
Remember again, standing on the stairs at the
I don't know what to say. I think part of my favorite part of that clip is just Chappelle and Alec Diamond, and they're like,
so we said it's not
they would look so ridiculous if they faked a picture. They're not allowed to talk about race at all, and he's like, thank those white soldiers.
So we'll see. Fire your manager. No, but here's the thing I figured it out, dude. You forget these managers are so out of the picture. The managers are so scared to say anything to the UFC. To say check, please. That's what things also because they fight.
I'm sorry, you're talking one second.
That's why it's exhausting because they fight.
So there it is. I get it. People hate this guy for a reason. It's just, we gotta put some words in that he can, whatever we want him to say, find out a way to see if we can get him to say it. We gotta think of that. I don't know how we get it in there. We're sick of it. We'll figure it out.
It's like that movie
They ride with their bike off in the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know. That one is.
I think he's talking about riding towards the sunset blade. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade type thing.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta really
They ride off into the sunset, yeah. They said they ride off their bike into the ocean. That sounds like they're murdering, they're killing them.
This is the blip on the radar.
Like Denzel Washington, I'm in the hotel room and you got a bar there. Yeah. I go to Charleston, you got tits. We all know I'm trying to walk in a straight line. And by the way, let the sun go down and let the drink start flowing.
Because if you don't think there's a break in the drug in Charleston, I'm a werewolf. I'm a Charleston werewolf. Oh, he's reading the comments. Al Jaffe confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Sky Goes to Wake and stay from However much Jackson knocked the person out. Renamed Skyo Stu, followed up with a lot of heavy punches. This is Skyo Stu. Psycho? It's not supposed to psycho. It's just, nice. I would have thought it was sick. But dude, you know what? Some of the ways he was saying that the names, they kind of started to sound like cool rapper names. Cool rappers just they give Brennan Schaub a bunch of words and they're like, you'd say this, and then you got a new rapper, Skyo Steve, or whatever. Skyo Steve is a new double XL freestyle rapper. Cisco Steve. Cisco doesn't love right now, dude. Funny, where are you doing it? Okay, Psycho Stu. Changing it. Which word do I have? They show Sean Penn now? Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10-8. He's losing the fight. He's losing 10-8. I don't think. How is he? That's what an old guy was. Is he Native American? Is he Geronimo? Go to how old he is. Because your face is always in the wind. You don't look like that. That's pretty good, actually. That makes me want to ride out back like into the ocean. And hungry, I've just not been eating much, and I love when I see somebody in LA and they go, man, you lost 10 pounds, huh? You look skinny as shit. I'm like, I guess I do. Yeah. I stopped drinking. Sometimes they wither all the time. Take a little break from just shouting about this crazy girl. Alright? Thanks, there. We never got any of those clues yet. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember him saying Kurt Baxter. I said Metzger. Kurt Metzger. Listen, if Kurt Metzger. You know what I think? I'm going to say this. When I read about this, like, I'm a flawed human being. You're a flawed human being. But you know what we are not? We're actually good people. There's certain flaws. Dude, what have you done that's good? It's not even that there's obviously plenty of people saying they've done bad things, right? But what is it exactly that you've done that's good? They do charity or anything? Maybe they had money, they would do charity. If they don't have enough money, then I don't have a chance. Because have you heard someone go, oh yeah, Brian Callen really helped me out? I've heard friends of Shaw be like, oh, I want a truck. Not a chance that's right in the friends of Shaw. He got me a truck. I mean, I want a truck. I don't know. I promise you. This is what they've been 6 grand. Oh, that's an album. Let's see. You're talking about getting involved with the law. And, you know, I don't like the laws against PJ. I love that PJ. That's the best part. Yeah, she resigned right away. And he got 5 years shortly after. But he's like, oh, yeah. She resigned. She got 5 years. Oh, let's see. I guess let's see. That's it. Tanning Tatum. Channing Tatum. Yeah, of course. Yeah, besides acting. And his looks are better. And he's more shredded. Whatever. I guess he's black belt as far as knowledge rolling with you guys, but as far as
competition because, man, his brain is just like, you can do this stuff. And then he tries, and he's like, Brandon can't do this. Yeah, something is working faster than something else. Maybe part of the brain, there's one part of his brain that's going really fast, and one that's slow, who's kind of trying to catch up, and then that's how you get knowledge. Which is funny because it kind of sounds like New England. It's like he has an Apple laptop, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's on the Intel chip. He's not on the UFS. Oh, right. Yeah, he's not even on an M. He's on an M1. No, not even. He's on i5. He's on an Intel. Okay, yeah. No, I remember that. He's fucking. That'd be funny if he gets really stupid or if he just starts doing a Maslow accent. That'd be cool. Brendan Shaw Maslow. Fucking cock.
Like, is he executed in against other guys? Like, he's not getting he has no aspiration. We're cool. Breeze is an incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink these days. They're not charged at the office. They're subdued and put in handcuffs and charge medics. There's possible overdose. You don't want to charge. There's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before they just sell it, imaging so much more stupider. See it?
Damn. That's great. He's the greatest ever tried. Let's see if there's one more. We got this by Icy Staff. The truth. LA Tire prices got me like. To discuss the podcast. Icy Top Brain Tire. This is a promotion, dude. Ah, fuck. Damn, yeah. It took me a while to see that. I saw a cat. I thought for sure it was almost cats. Yeah, they're getting smarter. These advertisements. Against himself. Caught a little something on the Chin apartment video. Started the greatest inside joke of all time. Let's see here. He himself did not get it.
This is the studio. This is my main big signal.
Most noticeable history for the extended surrounding. Oh my god. That's your favorite young man. I think way better.
Good morning. Today's stop is the Heaven Stop Love Change.
Great title for Andy Kaufman.
You're going to kick off on the down on the biggest running of Sunday with Gemara. Yesterday, almost in Gemara. We begin today by taking our sponsor.
You guys should fight each other.
Our annual conference. The text is out of the self-responsible industry and breakfast of 5785. And it was a source for sure coverage from all of Friday for us. We also take our weekly run practice. We take Barrel and a Philadelphia perspective industry on this week. When racing cars, Barrel's back on the US side. Barrel stands the fire on the US side of yesterday and the hour flat. We also thank the sponsors for their support here today. Adam Crawford is talking the memory of Harry Crawford of Leo, first, then his third, the first, and Harry Maria. We also thank Yona Oakley for sponsoring Gary Perez for the for a short trailer for young celebrities. Yes, Bruce Ben, Yafa, Sado, Gito, who's having back surgery today. Yossi should have a full recovery, be pain-free, and back to taking out the garbage speedily in our days. On a serious note, Yossi, we wish you a full Corona, hopefully the surgery goes well. But Dr. Bruce, you listen to the thing. Hey, my family
tough guys.
Wishing tremendous knowledge of Rabbi Dr. Richard, the best baby boy. Thank you so much for the sponsorship. Yes, we'd like to share tremendous things for us to tell my wife for the rest of the birthday. We have family thrilled to welcome 11 boys to the Richard family. This is some of the course to celebrate with you. This is some of the this week. We have the same birth coming up. And look forward to bringing that up to Paris. So, and we'd like to thank you for bringing that up to Paris as well. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of line and ruined my jacket today with that youngest here. Sorry.
I like how Chris is trying to be like,
that's the only thing I was out of line for yesterday. I'll take it.
Yeah, though, he just, all I heard was like, all y'all bitches.
Yesterday, we had to tomorrow. Came out focus. All the way at the bottom of the Yamud, between Rob and Shmuel, about when you have a Zafar who is the recipient of Mishkan Zafar, Does it follow the halachas of Mishkevei Isha, or does it follow the halachas of Shofei of a Zachar? In other words, we know that when it comes to a girl, halachically, the bia with a girl is only considered to be a bia from above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the bia is only considered to be a bia when the boy is go out somebody only from the age of 9. So when the boy, the recipient, does his actions follow the action of being the Mishkar, where he has to be 9 years old, or does the action follow the halachas of Mishkevei Isha, because Mishkevei Isha, which would be from the age of 3. In other words, does the action actually like the woman, that the Zaka has the halakha of a woman, or does the Zaka always follow the halakha of the Zaka, and therefore he has to be 9 years old, regardless of which position he would be playing. But the Gemara says, Hanukkah says the Rabbi Dwara to do the Raya to Rai. Zachar, the way to read this is Zachar. The way to read this is Zachor. In other words, we're referring to, as we mentioned yesterday, Rashi told us, whenever it says Zachor, it's referring to the act of the Zachar being in the position of the Mishkevei Isha. The halacha is Ben Teisha Shanim V'Yom Echad. From 9 years and 1 day.
Blood of pain. To everything you do. Secrets with small stuff.
We should read it immediately katani. So that's one case. You have one case which is Zachar Ben Teisha Shanim V'Yom Echad, or Haba Al Behema Ben Kedarta Ben the relationship
No.
of animals in the normal way or an abnormal way. Va'isha B'Viras Behema Allah, and a woman who brings an animal upon her, again, Ben Kedarta Ben Shlo Kedarta, whether it's the normal way of Bia or it's not the normal way of Bia. The halacha is Kayit. What do you see clearly over here? So they can open a Sharaya like Rab, but when it comes to Zachar, it is still going to be from the age of 9, not from the age of 3. That seems to be the most right. Now, the Gemara goes on a little bit further. I'm going to use this price that we just mentioned to disprove another Shita. And what is Dara Shabnachman Baratista? And that's why Chris made the following drasha. The Isha, it says, Shnei Mishkavas. The Isha says,
Folks.
Isha, which is a plural. And
That is
the Hema says, Mishkava for the toxic use of the singular term. The amount of lower papa and papa asks the following question. Abraham, if you're using logic, that doesn't make sense. Isha would walk on a woman, it's normal for a person to engage in intimacy with her. You should say, I'm Mishkat Mechayev. I mean, Gamachrina, one Mechayev. On a normal way of being intimate with a woman, the person has that kind of intimacy in a way that's going to be awesome. In such a case, it would be forbidden. The Hema is not orgy. The Hema, the whole thing is not normal. There's no such thing as a normal way of being intimate with an animal. So if a person's going to go ahead and do that, then I'll connect with the naked. You should be Messiah about any type of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole idea of saying, oh yeah, a person can be intimate with an animal, kedar, the normal way. Nothing is going to be said. It's not normal, nothing is not normal. Now, later on, he explains this. When it comes to an Isha, there's an element of Hana over here on the recipient. So again, when it comes to an Isha, to a woman, there's a normal way of a woman enjoying intimacy. So that would be Kedarka, or not Isha, or Kedarka. However, when it comes to an animal, the whole idea is really the person who's engaging in this animal, in this behavior with this animal. Now, what's the difference if from the animal side, it's going to be what the woman would consider to be normal. Again, the whole thing from a human perspective is not normal. So therefore, it makes a difference between the normal way of being intimate, the abnormal way of being intimate, making it sense. Therefore, Papa says, it should really be the opposite. Now, the truth is, it doesn't really mean, you look at Tosfos, he says, Azarah, but each of the workers, it's called Shik of a Kuba Shas. It's obvious in all of Shas that the Isha is fire as name is Shas. Why does the Isha exist? In other words, the Rama is not really trying to tell you that the person is going to be intimate with the woman to whom it is also to be intimate with. It's to be intimate with her. would call this what the doctor, not going to let you not be tired. In other words, the Lord's not trying to say that. But the second, and the other side says that he is tired. The couple can't argue on that. Rather, he's told you, oh, a couple has to cover. This is a couple that you say. In the profound issue of the answer to that, if you like to differentiate between an animal and a woman, it's the other way around. Your logic would have dictated the other way around. That would not that he's saying that the halach would be the opposite. But again, if you go to use logic, you have to determine which way you're being tired. If you're not tired, then the opposite can be true. That by an Isha, it's only be the normal way. Being intimate by animals is the whole thing is absurd. So you have to look at things in normal ways. That's all the name of it.
They're cowboys. They like to show off what they do.
Sure. Thank you. Send me coffee.
We're up to the theaters. It's going to be
Crazy. However, as much as a logic would make sense, the problem is Tanya. And we learned in the Bible said, Zalkar, as we just mentioned, but they show you that time. If he's 9 years in 1 day, so Habal Behema, or someone who has relationship with an animal, says very clearly. Make Shalokadaka, make the difference if it's the normal way or the abnormal way, again, anatomically the normal way or the abnormal way, Isha, and the deal, the Hema of that, make the Raka, make Shalokadaka, Halakha is, regardless of what you would have thought, regardless of what the logic would have dictated, Halakha is still going to be the same. That in any way a person can be intimate with a woman or with an animal, in the case it's going to be for an animal, always going to be permitted with a woman, depending on who the woman is. In any case where it's done, any kind of intimacy, whether it's Kedaka, or it's below Kedaka, whether it's the normal anatomical way or the abnormal anatomical way, the halacha still agrees that they're chayav, they're in violation of the Isser, and that they're, in other words, the logic that we said, that when it comes to an animal, it should be both. When it comes to Isha, that's all we want, and it's okay, the Gemara continues. I'm on the Ravina and the Rabbi.
Shout out to them.
Ravina asks the following question. Hama'ara ben Zafar Mafel. So it comes to the halachas of Bia. We learned this in a couple other mistakes. Basically, today, there's basically 3 levels of Bia. There's what's called the Shigat Seidah, where it's just a touch of the human body from one to the next. Then there's a Hachnasas Eva, there's a Hachnasas Kol Atara, and then there's something called the Demafia. So in Shika, obviously, is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it starts to penetrate, and then there's the full penetration. Ma'ara, it's not focused what that is, either it's the initial touch, or it's the initial penetration. Now, the halacha, when it comes to a needle, it's very clear, it's in the pasuk, it's Mekara Hara. Rabbi brings it down, we'll mention it soon. It's Mekara Hara, it's very clear in the pasuk, a person does not have to actually complete the Bia for a person to violate Bia with a Nida. As long as a person has Hara with a Nida, already in violation of being Bo a Nida, and the Safiyah of parts. And then the Gemara wants to know what happens if a person does this Hara with his Zafar. Again, being intimate with Zafar is we're talking about that. And then Allah asks you, to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, or because it's the focus, or the penetration begins, is that enough? Or does it have to be what we refer to as a Gemarabia, as a completion of penetration? The Gemara says, Ma'ara b'Zafar Ma'ara. What's the halacha which is Hara? The Gemara says, Ma'ara b'Zafar. What's your question? Mishkevei Isha ksiv. The Gemara refers to that as Mishkevei Isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara possibly refer to it as Mishkevei Isha. Mishkevei Isha, we know when it comes to being intimate with a woman, to do what's forbidden, how often even Hara could be a problem. The Gemara says, Ella Hama'ara b'Behema Ma'ara. The Gemara wants to know what's the halacha with regard to the animals. It's just Hara. There's no Gemara Bia, but it's Hara. What's the halacha? The Gemara says, Amalei, and Eino Ilu Nara, the Siv Gabi Apais Adu, Ba'apais Yimei, the Lord Shita. The pasuk says very clearly, that place Adu, like that's Yimei, it says very clearly in pasuk.
I'm not speaking in tongues. I'm just trying to avoid it.
The pasuk, what the pasuk is, yes, She'eloi Ha'ara, so it says very clearly that what's the Ha'ara here. Therefore, any time that's engaged in that kind of relationship does not have to be complete Bia, even the initial penetration is a problem. So then why did it say it? What's the point to say? In other words, the Gemara needs to say, when it comes to all Mishkevei Isha, there's a hekesh which compares it. It says very clearly in the Gemara, in Eino Inu L'Hara, but Sid Gabi Apais Adu Apais Imai. Why?
shut the fuck
The
up.
white tzricha doesn't have to say why not. The ha'ifkish na'ara the nida. Nida is the initial place where it says it's the current error is the problem, and all other arayas are juxtaposed to the halakha of nida. So therefore, it comes to all forbidden types of relationships, even if there's an initial penetration, it can be a problem because of this hekesh. So why does the pasuk have to say it when it comes to a place which is an aunt, get another aunt from the father or from the mother? Why does it say there? And we mentioned yesterday as this class, the pasuk tells us something which is not necessary, and we're allowed to borrow it and apply it to the whole case. That's Indian you can borrow those extra words and apply it to the behema, and therefore, just like any kind of intimacy, there's also with the animal hara, and it can be also with the animal as well, and it follows all the other halachas of intimacy, and even the initial contact is going to be a problem. And let's analyze this for a second. The behema, especially. You have to put these things in different categories. On the Hema, when a person violates the Issa, they're kind of Issa from Beis Din. This is something which is adjudicated by Beis Din, by a Beis Din Bas L'Dam. Not by a party, but by Beis Din. Now why? Lama Udi Ksiv Lara, the dog got a another creases. Why is it that it's going to be connected with family members that have creases like an aunt? Those are both related. That's because that kind of party takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by Beis Din. So why would you write the words, the extra words, get She'era Hara by someone who's Chayv Misa, be they Shemayim to the creases, the Karetz, why would you write it by a case which is more similar to the Chayv Misa special? The Karetz got a Chayv Misa special. The link more to the Misa special because it's never Misa special. The law says that Hara says the Kulei Kral Drasha with the Asa, see the matter of the Drasha. The law says, Rashi points this out, that the psukim are repeated in Parshas Akelos and the Kedoshim. So the psukim are said twice. So if you end up psukim that are said twice, they're there the entire second time that they're written is for a drasha, to teach you something to learn from. Now, since they're written as extra time to teach you extra halachas, you want to say we have no problem adding in some extra halachas which involve other cases. In other words, the bottom line is, when it comes to halach, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar, it's always a problem by Yisha. The greatest of today's year is it's a problem by Behema as well. And how do you know that? You learn that after the extra words of Kishaera Hara, which is extra and unnecessary to write by an aunt to the mother or to the father. So since there's extra over there, because you use the halacha, which is all Mishkeva Isha, all forbidden intimate relationships are compared one to the next, and therefore you don't have to write the extra words there. And this must be teaching you when it comes to a behema, to an animal, the bestiality that is going to be even a hara is going to be a problem. Now you want to ask the question. One day Rabbi was Ami, the son of Ami asked the following question. About Arab Asma, what if a person does this to himself? What's the halacha? Is that going to be a problem?
I could do this though.
What did the Sheikh's respond to him?
Kabbalah, take it off, and the next
in other words, that's the simple understanding.
Yeah, I gotta be in the
bunch of
hotel.
different ways of understanding this word Kabbalah. Either it comes from the word Shiviyos, this is a type of ganem, or it's just like, why are you asking questions? So look at Rashi. So Rashi translates this word as Kabbalah. You're bothering me. So Sha'al to Davar after you ask me something which is impossible. Others say you're causing my stomach to turn by asking me such a ridiculous question. Now, the more explain why was it a ridiculous question? I'm asking, what is good question? Well, let's analyze this. Because if it's something about a person with the Aver is firm, Christian possible, impossible for a person to do this to himself. When is this possible? The Mishamish makes. We're talking about a case where a person does this with a link Aver. Now imagine I'm a Mishamish made by Rayu's Papa. When it comes to oral Rayus, the person's intimate with a link Aver, there's no contact. Of course, this is the same exact halacha. But when I done my Chayyim, to those who say a person is Chayyim, for intimate relationship with a link Aver, then Papa Chayyim Tarti, here, you can Chayyim twice, in other words, you can figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible, why are you bothering to ask? If If the case is possible, then how is it going to be possible? The only way it's possible is where it's halakhically not considered to be a bia, according to most opinions. So therefore, it's not halakhically considered a bia, according to these opinions either. And if it is halakhically a bia, so it is. In other words, why are you buying to ask this question? I think that this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. All these Gemaras, what are the likelihoods of these cases happening? Now, I think it's very important to note, I don't think these Gemaras are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant or because the culture was engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I haven't lived through that 30 years of this kind of culture. But the reason why the Torah brings this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left to our imagination. The Torah governs our life. The Torah governs every possible scenario. You can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea and then Beis has to go ahead and make up the halachas. We don't make up halachas. Every single case is going to be dealt with in the Torah. So we'll come here, the Torah covers every single case. This is Torah. The Torah needs to know what the Torah's opinion is on every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation has come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. This shouldn't be brought up. This is not something which is relevant to the Gemara. It makes our stomach turn. Now, it makes our stomach turn because the case is impossible to happen. In other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen. So don't bother asking the question. For those who use drushes to figure it out, it's just impossible and it becomes irrelevant. As long as something is possible, we have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here, to go through these cases. As much as these cases, for the most part, sound bizarre to us. What's going on over here? Who does these kinds of things? The bottom line is, Torah the Lumay Anitzara. This is Torah. We need to know what the halacha is in every single case, as disturbing as it might sound. What is the halacha? What does the Kodesh Baruch Hu want from us in this particular case? Therefore, the Gemara went through these cases. We have to give a testimony of that. We go through cases which I think many of us don't stop turning by. The bottom line is, we need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's just impossible for it to happen, that's when the Gemara says, okay. Maybe this is Torah, but it's not limit. It's a little bit I need to learn this because it's just impossible. And that's why you responded to been said, you don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the halakha is a double question. One goes on. Following then, Rav Sheshes. We want to ask the following question from Rav Sheshes. Ovid Kitatim, Haba Abahema, Ma'u. If a idolater goes ahead and engages in a relationship with a behema, Ma'u. You put the animal to death. Now the Gemara is explaining this question. Why not? Takala, the kala b'inon, the haka takala ika, kala leka, or dilma takala afatisha in kala. If you remember in our Mishnah told us two reasons why an animal is put to death when there is a case of bestiality between a human being and an animal. One of them was the hayel v'afu takala ayad. One was because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. So in other words, this animal is the vehicle for sin, therefore he put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a desire this animal to be walking through the street and people say, oh, this is the animal that this person is put to death over. Now, takala is the first one. Kala is the shame, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both? Or do you need just one? When the Mishnah told us that there are two reasons, was the Mishnah telling us you have to have both reasons? Or is one of them enough? What's the difference? When it comes to an akum, perhaps there's going to be a case of takala, but there won't be color. Why is there no color? Why is there no shame? Now, what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain eras, certain period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been bizarre types of bizarre. Many some idolaters did this, so it wasn't considered to be a shame for them. And more than that, it could be that even though there was some type of human dignity shame that came along with it, will the Torah go ahead and go out of its way to worry about the shame of an idolater? Because that's what we're going to be worried about. We're going to put an animal to death for for the sake of the shame of the idolatry? That's the more question. No, Shesha said to Yisrael, we have an issue with proves this point. Not Ilanos. When it comes to trees of Avodah Zarah, saying often they don't eat, they don't shofty, they don't drink, they don't eat, they can't smell, and still honor them, burn them, but again, get rid of them. Since the person went and violated the Israel through them, so something that goes ahead and brings the person from Darkei Chayim to Darkei Misa, from the ways of life to the ways of death. Of course, this animal will put to death. Just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is that Kalah is enough, Kalah is not necessary. In other words, there isn't as much shame when it comes to Avodah Zarah. That isn't shame. In other words, there's no really deeply aspect of Avodah Zarah. And therefore, you want to say that the Kalah should be sufficient. Why is it when it comes to a tree? That was used for Avodah Zarah, we put a tree to get rid of the tree. Same thing to the tree when it comes to the animal. By way of the animal, taking the person away from life, the ways of death, we should go ahead and destroy the animal either with the Kalah alone, just with the stumbling block alone.
We should be like Ebert and Roper for these clips.
I'll tell you the truth. I want to look into this book because I don't really understand a lot of it behind this. In other words, what is the fact that the tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't smell have to do with the fact that the animal brought a person from Darkei Chayim to Darkei Misa? In other words, it doesn't sound like
it sucks.
It's not symmetrical.
She's talking about the
it doesn't sound like a symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, you could say, I know that an animal does eat, does drink, and does smell. But why is that the relevant point? I must be mentioning something here tomorrow. You have to excuse me, but I just didn't see that you're trying to write down the page address it. I didn't really understand why that is the way we do it. In other words, like you just said, now when it comes to an animal, maybe that's the point of it. When it comes to an animal is Bakai. It's a Bakai. It enjoys life. Instead of take away the life from the Bakai, why? Because of the stumbling block that came along with it. So a tree, the word doesn't say that though. The word doesn't say a tree doesn't smell, doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe that's what the Gemara meant. A tree doesn't enjoy life.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult her.
The animal does enjoy life. Maybe that's what the Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life.
No, I mean, that would be so funny to do a dolphin thing every time Akash's wife came out.
Am I missing something?
Sorry, dolphin bottle next time.
I don't think so. Okay, let's just
let's see.
Your opinion is that the Kalah, stumbling blocks alone, is enough. When it comes to Avodah Zarah, person who bows down to the animal, titzar, is to become asur, who licked the law to be killed. That's not halacha. You have to kill an animal. Person bows down to it. Well, again, according to your logic, you should.
Okay, I have two Bible stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder, and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I woke up in the morning and my asshole was a little sore. Oh my god! And I remember I really kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator? Okay, nothing like I don't watch porn while using a vibrator.
Things come together.
What? I just think that my imagination is vibration enough.
Can't be the responsibility for the outcome are going to be
Wait, that's kind of baller.
No problem.
I could never do that.
In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it, in other words, we put an animal to death for engaging this type of behavior with the person? So why do we put an animal to death when a person bows down to it? A person violated Avodah Zarah by way of this animal. The Gemara says, listen, we did have our Rabbi. It should be the same thing. Rabbi, Zek Kolona Meruba, Zek Kolona Meruba. The Bible says, clearly he's not going right with Sheshes, but he's telling you that, yeah, the shame does play a role here. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person's going to be embarrassed. It's terribly embarrassing for people to be put to death because they engage in bestiality. Even if there's a culture that we do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. So there's a lot of shame that comes along with it. But she does that to what is as terrible as it is, doesn't come along with the same kind of human dignity type of shame.
It sounded
Well, hold on. All right, you want to think on the move. Let's get back to our tree example. Kind of what a shame when it comes down to the tree. Still, on the Torah house gets straight to Calais. You have to destroy the tree. Moses, Balakayan Karina, that's only when it comes to Balakayan for live things that we said it. Why? Because that's what I know. We find the Torah did take tremendous precautions when it came to livestock and animals. It's if a baby wants to put animals to that, you need to have a base skin of 23 to do that. You see, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, however, when it comes to trees, you do not need to be the base skin of 23 in order to decide to cut down a tree. Rabbi, my brother disagrees, and he says maybe Allah is like the Shashas.
That's sad.
Amar Torah, Behema Nenis Me'avera Tiharek. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, he put it to death? It's because
First of all, that's a fucking red
the
flag.
Behema,
I'm not
he
like,
was
no
Nenis
joke.
Me'avera. The animal actually enjoyed it.
If
Therefore,
you
it's
want to
going to be
work
killed.
off,
Hold
like,
on,
all
already
for
learned
that,
to
whatever.
Me'avera.
But, like, any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag.
So now Rabbi explained about the time coming. You can't compare a lot of
I know,
things
right? It feels like we're all being
that's why I want to try to bring a raya to it.
This is
In other words, when it comes to
into the world of
Malacha, our Mishnah told us that there's color, there's shame, and there's the fact that it was a stumbling block. Which one? Do you need both, or is one of them sufficient? Talk about. Look at our Mishnah. The Rakar, Slow, the Behema, Oberis, Bashuk. You don't want to have an animal walking
This is
through
a
the
one-way
marketplace.
street.
The younger
His
people are
money
going to say,
is our money, and my money is my
this is
money.
okay. This is the
And
animal
look,
that the
have I
person
only made
died
$600
because
from
of that.
content
Now, my
creating?
life.
Why not
Now, let's try to
sure?
think about this. You just say for the top of the
My
hand
money.
you just say for
Okay,
Takala,
I
the
watched the
end
I
of the
love him on
Mishnah,
the I never watched the show, but like he's on my podcast
Again,
list.
it's talking about
Tracy
the animal
Crawford,
person's being
Jacob
shamed by
Velarde,
this. And of
Austin
course, there's the
Butler,
Takala person
and
engaging
who
this kind of
else?
behavior. So in other words, what's the second line adding? It must be the second line is adding. And you know why it's worse? Because there's shame and with the stumbling block. Rach at the beginning, what was it missing? It was Takala. That reason was sufficient. The fact that it was a Takala stumbling block and not shameful, and still he put the animal to death. So you seem to have an open and shut wide in the mission that tells you that Takala being a stumbling block for a year, whether the Rabbi is enough to put the animal to death, it does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. Now, the answer told me what would be the case where there is Takala without shame, over to Babin, Abba, Bahema, a case of an Aklo who engaged this relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be as ashamed of it. In that case, he's going to have Takala, of course, is it?
Come on. No, that's a compliment to me. I mean, Akash Singh is a genius.
So you have Takala.
He knew things were going downhill, and he told his wife, like, go tell him about your
Without, Takala without
now we
Takala.
all naturally feel worse for him. That's true, too. Man, you gotta
You
look
are
at these
right,
things.
it's incorrect. Safe for Takala the color.
You gotta be
The safe
comfortable.
of course, we know there's a stumbling block there. That's the reason why it's put to death. And color because the shame is also the why it's put to death. Rachel talked about it. Rachel teaches us the following. That feel color below Takala, not in the fire. Teaching us even if there's shame without there being a stumbling block, in that case, it will be tight. How do you find the case where a person has a relationship with an animal and there is shame, but no Takala, no Avera, he's strong, Habal, Behema, he's strong, engaged in
So I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and that's exactly what it is.
Come to shul with a late night partial. He did not know that it was also in such a case. There's the color not really there because it was a shame. But the color on the shame, of course, is terrible. It's the virus of Nuno, and the word that compares it to the question of the virus of Nuno. We have to find a question is strong. Abba, Behema, the Shogun. Now, what's the halacha? If Yisrael engages with an animal by mistake, what's the halacha? Do you need Takala the color, you have both as a stumbling block, and then it's shameful. Takala, Iko, there's definitely shame that comes along with it. Takala, Leka, but with the Shogun, and therefore it doesn't get the full hair of it. Odilma, maybe, Kolon Apapi Shame not Torah. Maybe the shame is enough to sleep with the evidence for that. Although we also talk about trying to bring it out. You want to go through two cases. Show us that there's a lot of not such one cases, but it goes through a bunch of cases just to prove this point. The Mark is the following. Basel started beyond that time. It's one of the very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday, I mentioned it again. We're talking here about the halakhic nature of what we is the halakhic via. In any case, this is still going to be a via. The question is whether halakhically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halakhic via. In other words, there's the action of via, and then there are the halakhic consequences that come along with the via. Now I'm explaining when a number of examples of the halakhic consequences of a via when it comes to children. About some of you about that. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day. This guy, that's just a via. If her father marries her off and they get married with via, that via is considered to be a halakhic via. Now she is married. Then Baal Yavam is her brother-in-law who died.
He's a marketing genius.
She fell to Eva, and her brother-in-law performed the literary marriage on her. Then that even works. But in the Baal Yavam, her Yavam brother-in-law was Boher Kada. She's now married. But Chayavah but she's married, and she, at this age, engaged with another person, is a chiyuv of Eishes Esh.
Papa was a guest on Story Wars. Hopefully we get some
When the Tama is Boala, if she happens to be a Nida, it's technically possible with her child, then the Tama is Boala. The Tama is Ketachta K'Alyan, not to get into the unless there's two over here, the Ketachta K'Alyan is basically even there's no Negia, but the Tama will go very high level of Tama.
We have collectively decided that Joe
And again, the person engages in being with her, while she's a Nida, then the person becomes Tame as well, Nisis the Kohen, if she gets married to a Kohen, Ochela Tershuma, she gets married by way of Bia, then yes, she gets the Truma, Baila Echad Rapsulin, is someone who is hustle, who she's not allowed to be married to. Engages with her at this age, possible of Kahuna, she becomes disqualified for marrying the Kohen, when Baila Echad Kohenai Samur Torah, if one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then another riot, then Lumashina Yada, that type of Bia with her is considered to be a lot of Bia, and it's definitely that. The Yipatura, she's the Torah. She's exempt out because she's a child. After the Torah riots,
that'd be so funny. They'd be like, dude, definitely
go back to this. It says, who engaged with her after the Torah riots and was the Torah? And in the riots, that engaged with her. What does that mean? Rabbi Rebbeima. And even the Rebbeima. Look at this case. The Torah herself is terrible. She's a child to grow up. But knowing that she engaged in this kind of relationship with an animal, Kala is a child. She's a child. And therefore, there's no Takala. The Avera is a beer, so you see very clearly that with the shame alone, without Takala, that's sufficient. The Katalu Masla Yaga. All of the riot was put to death by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal relationship with her, and she's a child, so in this case, it's clearly no Takala, she didn't do an Avera, she's a child. And still, the animal being put to death, you seem to see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons, Takala being the stumbling block, and being shameful is enough, because in this case there's no there. You want to know, you misunderstood. He wasn't in Ziba, this was the case where she did it intentionally, she knew what she was doing. So Takala Nanika, where's the Takala? Now why isn't she had a struck? Mother, who's the Pakala? The Takala Pakala, she's child doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore the charge is, even though she did this on purpose, the actions of children are actions of children, but she's not going to be punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no Takala to the court, so you can't engage in behavior, therefore there is a Takala, and yes, we did do an Avera, will be punished, she will not be punished. Okay. Allah, the thoughts of the Hemalokas. Where does the Rahmanah go? How far does the Rahmanah go? It goes to a person, but not to a Behema. Where goes one more case, a similar case. Amarabba talks about in the Raya whether or not you have to have Takala and Kala, or is Kala enough. You have to have a stumbling block and the shame, or is the shame alone. Shame alone. Then take the show you that part. The parallel rights when it comes to a male. He's 9 years old in one day.
They're letting Andrew Schultz have the
How about you, Victor? He goes then engage in a relationship with his mother. So if his brother dies, he's left behind the 6-year-old children, and he goes ahead and he's he's come to her, and they're married. The ain't no saying get out to Yaakov. He can't divorce her until he gets older. He's not old enough to be able to write again. The Mekava Kenida. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he becomes Tameh with Mr. Tapnik Alyo. Wholesale, he passes someone to Karuna with an inappropriate relationship in the mafia. If he engages, if he's a Kohen, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to eat Shuma. Wholesale, behaving with a Mizeh, he engages in a kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies from being brought on top of his back. And it's Kelas, and there will be skila by way of this type of relationship. Now again, this male, 9 years in one day, is intimate with any of their rights when they're set up in Torah, and that's not Yado. He shall be put to death by way of this type of relationship. And clearly, in Alaka's case, Kalon Ika, you're safe for Kalon Leka, there's no stumbling block, like he's a child. Nevertheless, this is trying to this girl is like, the first thing will get skila by way of this case. So again, the same exact thing. When you're a child, you can't consider to be a takala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's terrible. Same becomes one with it, and what does it say? The animal shall be put to death. You see that it's a riot in paper that says that if you sit or shade or lows, that will be enough to put the animal to death. What's the note? So he was basically, this child is with this being for purpose, is intentional to call out of each other. This child did not bear us. Mona did the castle with the day. The child was more for him and say, this is the child, doesn't know what he's doing, not going to call to the castle punishment. Now, we was that much to go. Fast up, Mona, the angel. Sorry, Allah, lazy day about the Mona of a halo with that subject Mona. The rest of the only way so far is the person, but not the animal. We don't have enough concept, but this is a major figure in the halachas of Shema. Because the return here is not possible. But the idea is considered to be like Vera for a child, so he's not going to be punished. This is something to a big discussion. How do you children under the age of 18 when it comes to mitzvahs and Vera? Is it just a separate mitzvah of Shema? Or is it really essentially coming from the father? Or is the children actually obligated to live mitzvahs? Can't get into that home stuff. It's a critical career. In this case, it's see what all the ones that he's saying that there's a takala, there's a hero when it comes to punishment and punishment is not important. That's enough. Never after. Go back to our mitzvah. So, once the whole hero of that concept, the number of these describe our business is usually put the animal to death and do it when it's not just a bestiality. It's because we don't want the animal running the beast. People point to me saying, this is the animal. That's right, so we're engaging it. My law, yeah, so we're the same with the car, the power, since the second one in this was only a person adding the faster that it's a stumbling block and shame for all of make the color or the color. The beginning indicates that it's shame for the actual era. Okay, if you probably want that way, you saw that there was a second. If you saw engaging with the animal, by the talk, we have a reversal. This is right, and for that, safe with the color, race with the color, the safe with the color, the case, of the color, obvious, and it's giving a vera, so the stumbling block, the color is embarrassing. The race is sometimes the color, when there's a vera, or what color? There's no change. Right? Because when we watch the case, there was no vera, and there's no change. What's that only to cover up all the era? It's notice to cover. The engagement is working in the Behema. This only to cover with idolater. There's not a change of it, and perhaps even if there is some element of change, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya, which is one of the irritations, we're still going to have the same practice irritation, the one is not able to resolve. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. We can make things with all of our sponsors for this morning's church event, our annual commentary sponsor, Christmas Conference Israel, to dedicating all the things brought us this year. כדי חוס, ובסדר חוס המזרח. ובסדר חוס המזרח, סיפר הבאדים לטוב וסיפר כריתים, loving Maria, sweet Ramos Doris, Sin, Laura Basta, Sol Lord, Shukran the Block, Ali Communities Boundaries, the first station of the Spanish Church State, Shmuel Ben Shimon, Ali, Shukran the Block, anonymous sponsorship with tremendous strategy to the entire shift. The Church encouragement starting to do that film over 27 cities of the section of Dora, celebrating seeing my chance to America from beginning to round two. The young Schweizman, the memory of Yaakov, Abraham Shmuel, Google, Benji, Young Yaakov, and Zaha, and the Shana Hadley, and America, all of the national sovereignty, the families in the channel, all of those new reports, never to the point, all of Israel, with such America Son, provide a real response of the precious soldiers who were killed in lakeside bombing in Gaza, and as a son, giving the honor to the prophets, the selfish and never son of the hostages of Torah. The American Son give incredible safety and snare to our holy soldiers, but give dearly to our brothers and sisters, married to Son, Holobash, and American Son, continue to give Hatzlacha, B'Racha, and American Son this week, Bobby Salter, Andy Salter, as with that, let us begin. That is the signing of the rock. We are picking up on Bob on the days 6B, and we left off. Let's pick up at the tiny Kavaki operation. So it is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines down from the top on Bob on the days. Remember, again, we're going to do something like that. We left off in the middle of the focus to the Yochanan and the yes, so my focus is regarding the following. In a scenario where you should highlight that we're going to allow you to transact signals for other folks to deal with the percentages you do before they're young. What happens if one did? What's the status of the proceeds of such a transaction? So the Yochanan said, Asa, proceeds are Asa Dana. They likely said the proceeds are liquid. That's the same as my focus. So that's what we're going to look like there. You know, some of what you're focused is the vice president of the country. So anyway, Asa Velasquez Simon. When Asa that you're not permitted to go out and do business with nothing, no Asa out of the other hand is scary. You're only permitted something, let's say, for example, selling the up in something that is going to last up until the young up until the young because again, then the assumption is that the sold item will last up until the young then halacha l'meisa goes with saying to their deity, without saying this kind though, unless you sell something that's not going to last. For example, if you sell an vegetables. So if I sell the vegetables, you do the young, so it's not going to last until the young. They don't know. The other thing is scanning, smoking them about female but you did, partially he said the truth is you can sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. The logic being over there, because the Akim has tremendous simcha when he sells off something that he won't last. For example, again, vegetables, he has to be able to go ahead and make money before it's gone. Simar tells a story over here. Very interesting. Yara, he started out in the city of Yomido. So there was a particular mint. He was a heretic. There was a heretic. He sent Rabbi a special coin. Dinar, she signed off. Literally went to Saudi. He sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi Huda this gift? On his young on the Avon Bizarre young so have you also been to his Turkish country? So Turkish was singing the party again. Amar has the other. So we said, what should I do to do? Askele, if I accept the gift, was it in Moda? Then ultimately, I don't know how to take this room, we'll just thanks to his deity. And that's not good. No Askele, if I don't go ahead and accept it, how do you let me talk about it? Well, so we don't talk about this concept about the concept of evil, the issue of animosity with the outside world and how we have to be careful with that as well. So the once we again we see it in context, so the Ecclesia wasn't sure what to do with the coin. So Shlosh is an interesting thing. He says, "Oh, there's Shlosh tells Rabbi Solomon just to go into a bit, just to go into a bit. Did you read the says Paul is Rabbi Solomon the funnel? Just go throw it in the face, right in front of this heretic. I'm gonna lay pushing the hand of Eva. So it's which the Ecclesia says, well, one second, because he's talking about creation and animosity. Ain't animosity, you don't. Right there, that's pretty much kick the guy off. which is like, no. The African it's like I meant like kind of make it look like an accent. In other words, pretend like you tripped and like you lost the point. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it because holding on to a gift. And I will say there's actually even a different kind of case because remember, this case over here is one of the next Mishnah. This case over here, the gift is actually being given on the Yom Tov itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the 3 days before the Yom Tov, as we'll discuss. She says to him, pretend like you tripped, you lost it. This way again, you don't keep the gift, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass the Shabbat and the whole Shabbat and the Shabbat? Right, so at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an akum on the 3 days before his Yom Tov. What is the halacha? So the Rambam asking in Hilchos Avodah Zarah, Parak has halacha, there's like a lot of halachas in this packed into this one halacha over here. The Rambam writes, Abar b'nafsa liman ba'osu shlosh yamim harei zeh mutter b'hanah. So Rambam means that if you violated and you transacted business on the 3 days before the Yom Tov, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. So Rambam asking like Rish Lakish. However, Rambam does very clear. If you transact business or if you transact with an akum on their Yom Tov itself, then the proceeds are asur bana. So 3 days before, if you violated mutter bana, you can benefit from it. On the Yom Tov itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back to so next, ultimately again, Lashon L'Sholehen. So what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, the Mishnah said both of these are prohibited in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. So Bishlam Lashon and the Kamar I understand why I can't lend something to an akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tov because again, I'm actively benefiting because again, he's growing his assets. Right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, why can't I borrow from him? At the end of the day, to borrow from him, again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be prohibited? Rabbi says we're concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's Rabbi. Rabbi says no. So Rabbi says you're going to be issue over here in general. The akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. So we're going to see this machlokas over and over. So what Rabbi is saying is this: when an akum sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him simcha. So fascinating, right? Then what does the world want? What has the world always wanted? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So Lemaisa again, and that's why the world has such difficulty seeing when Jews stand up for themselves and when Jews fight back, and then Jews don't have to rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says over here that when the Jew borrows from the akum, as much as from an asset perspective, the akum has less. At the end of the day, he is still giving thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, to lend or to borrow from him. So I understand why I can't lend the akum because by lending him, right, he has more property, has more assets. I'm a little bit but why can't I borrow from him? Because again, the assumption over here is when you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the akum. Or Rabbi so once again, Rabbi says we're concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to lend them. Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the akum sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. The Lord was like this. Bishlama, since I before run, first slide line. The Torah is the man to go ahead and literally again pay back the akum and to collect payment from him. So he wants to Bishlama the so I understand why I can't pay him back. We shouldn't become our because at the end of the day, I'm increasing his assets. Throw a man. But again, ultimately, to exact payment from the akum, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that not be mutter? Rabbi, once again, the fear of the Rabbi and Atul the Koran. Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payment, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, Kula Mishum the Azulumot. Rabbi said, no, all of this is because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent on him. Incredible. So the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? Whenever you see a repetition of cases and the cases are all highlighted in the same basic principle, the fundamental question comes up, just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after the fact. Which we want to do tricky. We need all of these cases. Why? Allah says, Simon. So if we're discredited doing business with an Akum and 3 days before Yom Tov, we shouldn't come out of it. But also because again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Akum, he's gaining money. It makes sense that it'll go into gratitude to his deity. About Lishoman, but I would have thought that to borrow money from the Akum would have been fine to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Akum. Therefore, I would have thought that would be mutter. These kind of lishal man, and if it would have just said you can't borrow from the Akum, from the Hashivale, Milsa, Va'azumoda. When someone has to borrow something from you, what does that show? When someone has to borrow something from you, what does that show? I have and you don't. Right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. And I thought, okay, therefore I can't do that with an Akum because he's going to go and he's trying to do his deity. About little boss man, but ultimately again, to borrow money from an Akum, that's the Sarah of the Alma. So this is very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender sad. Right? Why does it cause the lender sad? Because ultimately again, it doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. The Gemara says, Sarah of the Alma is like Amar Tuf Lo Azuzuzi. So whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that you will not get paid back. Therefore, I would have thought that should have been mutter. Akum's not going to have some stuff in that. So in other words, Rabbi had a little bit of from the cover about parking in Farah. The Hashtamira Aizin. But even where you just come to the case, I can't borrow money. No, because the Akum says, no, I'm going to get my money back. One way or another. I'm going to say, the Sima Ajuji in the Sarah is stay below us in the Moda. But let's say to extract payment from the Akum, I would have thought that's mutter. Because there's no simcha involved in that. Therefore, he's not going to go into God and give thanks to his deity. And I would have thought that would be mutter. Therefore, people will say, look, reminds me with all these cases. We're not able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained something additional and going to be thanks to his deity, or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he's going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved in anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances the relationship between the Akum and his deity. Okay, incredible. Rabbi Yehuda in the front. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda holds the halacha l'maisa. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payments from an Akum 3 days before, right? He's throwing them. You can't collect payments. Why? Because Rabbi Yehuda assumes that halacha l'maisa, there is no simcha involved in going ahead and paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akum is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to his deity because he repaid his debt. Now, interestingly enough, the Tanakama says, the Rabbanan say no, the Rabbanan say no, you can't collect the debt from the Akum. Why? Because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. Right? Because since he paid off instead, he'll be happy later on, and therefore he can't extract things. You might say, I don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda, let's say Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, so apparently, what's at the core of this machlokes over here, Rabbi Yehuda is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness, but long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an Akum? So there's really only one thing that fits into that category, which is collecting payments from an Akum. Right now, we're causing distress, but later on, it feels good to know that they paid off your debts. So Rabbi Yehuda says that's not a problem. You just look at what the transaction is now. You don't look at what it is in the future. Tanakama says no. We look at what it is now and what it is in the future. future. So the Gemara says, I understand that Yehuda doesn't hold to this concept. He doesn't hold to this concept that something that causes you temporary distress, but long-term happiness is considered in general to be a happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, Yehuda says, a woman should not go ahead and put lime on her face. So you use lime, like a facial. Basically, you cannot apply lime. So the way it works with lime is when it was on you, it was distressing. You would leave it off for some amount of time, and then you would take it off, and it does wonders for the complexion. Right? In any event, so the Gemara says here that a woman should not go ahead and apply lime on her face on color range. Right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from her simchas yamtiv because her face is covered in lime. So the Gemara says, it's I guess like a shorter, a facial of a shorter duration, where she could put the lime on and then peel it off, then it's okay. Right? Why? Because even though it's distressing for her now, ultimately again she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. What do you think of this? That you just don't hold of this concept. That Allah likes that if you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, you look at that as happiness transaction. If that's the case, the Buddha Mishnah would say you can't extract payment from an Akram 3 days before his yomtiv, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will cause him long-term happiness. Or a Nachama Yitzchak, Hanach L'Hilchos Loi, B'Kudu Minter Asher Simcha L'Achazman. So interesting, the Nachama Yitzchak said, the truth is, don't bring in the halachas of Cholamayit. Because what's in general, remember that on Cholamayit, you're really not allowed to do malacha. You're allowed to do things for Okal Nefesh, and it's perhaps to stave off some type of loss. So in general, anything you're allowed to do on Cholamayit is things that cause you temporary distress. Or because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term or for some down the road simcha. So you can't really bring the right from Cholamayit, because Cholamayit is a little bit different construct. Rabbi says, so it's interesting. Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, then always is always in a state of distress. Paying back debt is just stressful for an act. In other words, by a Jew, you can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful and temporarily difficult to yield a long-term happiness. By Akram, they don't have that construct, and therefore paying of a debt is always just going to be distressful or difficult. So let's say that is to be a fascinating idea. But anyway, it's only to come into the older Mesa. But it could very well be that the distance behind the two, like, what is unique about our people? Like, if you think about it, what is unique about Am Yisrael? So see about Am Yisrael can really be summarized in this one phrase. And the whole yesod of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. It's almost like our mantra. That's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day, because we believe, right, and Mamin Damina Shalina, that the tsar of the Akshav, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. But that may be something that Hashkafa may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single time. So Rabbi said, by the way, it's not just on a national level, it's on a personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is filled. I'm talking about just on a personal level. I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about us, like just like day to day in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of being is life is incredibly difficult, maybe very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart, I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later on. This one line of us, this one line, is anything and this is what we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabbi comes along and says, by the way, they don't have this. They don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means they live in the here and now, whether that means they lack the ability to have future-oriented perspective to understand that the sorrows of today pave the way for the sequence of tomorrow. But Rabbi is just simply saying this is so. This is so. This is the hashkafa of the Yid, and it's unique to our people. Incredible. Incredible. Gemara says, Masisha B'Shem Bekarfa. Understood the first half of the B'Shem Bekarfa. We're just going to say. B'Shem Bekarfa all day. Malva B'Shtar, very interesting. Malva B'Shtar, in the front in their hand. Malva Al-Peh, in the front in their hand. They should make all the others. We'll say, B'Shem Bekarfa makes a very interesting distinction here. B'Shem Bekarfa says that halacha l'maisa, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lend money for an upgrade, if I lend in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the lend. Why? Just wait, because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If, however, it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea, you collect that whenever you can, because that always is fear of being lost. So if the only time to collect it is the 3 days before the Yom Tov, then ultimately, again, you take care of that debt. So it's interesting, again, our Mishnah does not make that distinction. Yosef Yosef Akari Rabbi Abba. Yosef Rabbi Abba. Yosef Akari. Hilchasah Rabbi Yosef Akari. Hilchasah Rabbi Yosef. So ultimately, again, what happened? So Rabbi Yosef was sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba was in front of him. And the Rabbi says, follows the halacha follows Rabbi Yosef Akari. And the halacha follows Rabbi Yosef. Hilchasah Rabbi Yosef Akari. Hada Amar. So the halacha follows Rabbi Yosef Akari. That's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rapuna was making this distinction. He said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan level, it's a loan recording document, do not collect it in the 3 days before the Yom Tov, collect it afterwards because it will remain collectible. But if halacha l'maisa, again, it is a nova al-peh, it is a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, even in the 3 days. So that's halacha there. What about Rabbi Yehuda? What is doing this halacha to do? What do we do this? Sanya. So what's the next thing? So it's before. I know since Sarah let's have a mitzvah on the mitzvah shachar. Shachar mitzvah. So what's the last case? I give my wool to a dyer, D-Y-E-R, right? I give my wool to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. But he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What are you doing there? So what's the top of the olive? Shemir says, no sin late, to make someone. Shemir says essentially the dyer is obligated to refund me the value of unprocessed wool, undyed wool. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? But Yehuda says no. Now what's that? Now, the reason why Yehuda is dramatically opposed to that is because you set up a scenario where the dyer profits. Because think about this in just a moment, right? I told him I wanted it dyed black. He dyed it red. It's still, okay, I didn't do what I wanted, but the value of dyed wool, we assume, is always greater than the value of undyed wool. So essentially what's going to happen over here is the dyer is going to get dyed wool for the value of, for the price of undyed wool. So you just have to do that. You're allowing the dyer to profit, even though, again, he did something wrong. So we say like this. No similar sayitziah. It's sayitziah. You say that no similar sayitziah. So we do this like this. There are two costs of it, right? So let's say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation, right? How much more now is the wool worth, and is the expenses. So essentially, Rudy says the owner of the wool pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts. Right? So whatever is the lesser of the two, either the appreciation of the wool, now that it's dyed wool, or the expenses. He pays the dyer. So again, I the owner of the wool, pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. And therefore, again, both the Rabbi says that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda in this case. And in this case over here, again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the two expenses, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expenses. Sadri Rav Yosef Lache. So Rav Yosef heard this, and Rav Yosef turned away. So let's say this act of turning away, right, was an act of like, that's just like an act of displeasure with what was said. Right? So he turned away as like very, very displeased with this whole discussion. So this is not Rabbi Shimon Katra. It's this. So now why would you see upset? So first he said like this. I understand why you need to make a declarative statement that the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon Katra. Right? Why? Where is Shimon Katra? Shimon Katra was going to said that in terms of this collecting of a debt on an atom, it all depends how the debt was recorded. If it's a debt in a document, you are not allowed to collect it on the 3 days before the Yom Kippur, because it'll be collectible after the Yom Kippur. But if it's a verbal loan, you got to collect it as soon as you can, because you're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that statement had to be made. Why? So because when you show the is arguing on the Rabbanan, generally the halacha is like this: when you have machlokas in the individual and the group, the halacha follows through the group. The halacha again. Therefore, again, the Gemara is going to tell us, or Rav is going to tell us, that halacha l'maisa we asking like or the shul of Rabbi. I understand why that statement was necessary. Halacha Yehuda Allah. But why they need to make a declarative statement that halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? Now, remember again, bless you. Always Rabbi Yehuda. That's the case where I give the wool to the dyer, right? I want him to dye black. He dyes it red. So Yehuda says what? I give him the lower of the two amounts, appreciation or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. But why was there the need to say the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda? Pshita, that's obvious why. The machlokes, the achar kach stam. So I said this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two mishnayos, Mishnah number 1 records the machlokes. Mishnah number 2 is a stam mishnah. What's a stam mishnah? A stam mishnah is a mishnah that records one opinion without attribution. So whenever you have machlokes and then stam, the machlokes always follows the stam mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now watch this. I will say now in our case over here, machlokes the Baba Kama. I will say now ultimately again the machlokes that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. And so that's the Gemara that we just quoted before, right? It's Baba Kama. Right? I know Saint Sarah with Sava Lisboa. So the machlokes of Yehuda and Rabbi Meir is in Baba Kama. The stam the Baba Mitzvah. Then there's a stam the Baba Mitzvah. Once the stam the Baba Mitzvah, it's not. Hakola Mishane Yado Ala Takona. The Kola Kozirbo Yado Ala Takona. What was the stam Mishnah in Baba Mitzvah? The Mishnah said like this. Whoever changes the what's the word? The parameters of an agreement, he is put at the transactional disadvantage. Just like the person who retracts is put at the transactional disadvantage. What does that mean for our purposes? So again, remember, in this case here, I gave the wool to the dyer. I want it black. He dyed it red. Because he changed, the dyer changed the parameters, changed the details, therefore he is put at a disadvantage. That's a stam mishnah, which would then tell me that what? Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the two expenses, either appreciation, or the lower of the two amounts, either appreciation or expenses. So I have a stam mishnah. Now, what do I have? I have my focus in Baba Kama, between, as we just mentioned before, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and then a stam mishnah that cements the halacha like Rabbi Yehuda. So whenever you have a machlokes and then a stam, the machlokes always follows the stam. So why do you need to tell me that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? That's obvious. That's why Rabbi Yosef was annoyed. So he turned to him like, what are you doing? Why are you making such a declarative statement when it's obvious just based on Talmudic principles? For Rav Huna, so why did Rav Huna feel the need to say that Allah follows Rabbi Yehuda? Why did he feel the need? Listen to this website. Mishum de'in seder l'mishnah. So this is very interesting because Rav Huna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? Because the Lord said, okay, Rav Huna will say like this. I agree with the principle. Now, whenever there's machlokas and then stam, the machlokas follow, the halacha follows the stam, which I will say makes sense, right? Because like Talmudically, what's happening over is like the Gemara, the Gemara goes and discusses the machlokas, and then the appearance of the stam says the halacha is like this. That makes a lot of sense. What was the Rafuna's problem? Rafuna's problem, or what was Rafuna's issue? Rafuna said it was not necessarily in order to the Mishnah. Because it's not an order, therefore what? It could very well be that what? Stam came before the machlokes. Or if the stam comes before the machlokes, then you can't apply the principle. Versus 1 second, hold on. Hihachi, kol machlokes, the achakach stam, lema ain't say the Mishnah. 1 second. If you're going to throw out that idea of ain't say the Mishnah, that there is no order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively imploded that entire principle. Then you can never rely on that principle of machlokes the achakach stam, the halacha to stam. Why? Because who knows which reason came first? First thing I said, no. Rahuna, Ilo Aminon in Seger, the Chadam Sekta, the Chimak Sesta Aminon. To which the Gemara says like this. Rahuna says like this. When do we rely on an order of Mishnayos? That's in one Masechta. Right? In one Masechta, there is an order. In two Masechtas, there's not necessarily an order. So in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have stam, but in two separate Masechtas, there's not necessarily an order to Mishnah. One Mishnah is in Bab Metzia, you can't rely on the principle of machlokes the achakach stam, halacha to stam. Therefore, Rafuna felt compelled to say what? Halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, that again, that you pay the lesser of the two. Incredible. So Yosef, and I will say, if that's the case, then Rabbi Yosef is going to turn away a little bit like you described. So Rabbi Yosef, why are you getting all like this? So Yosef, Kulin Ezekiel having the section. Because Yosef holds all of this interesting. All of Ezekiel has the status of one Masechta. That's one Masechta, and therefore again, he felt that the statement that halacha kadidu was unnecessary because he couldn't just rely on the concept of the achakach, sorry, the whole achakach. Levi saying, Mishum diktani legabi hilchos sifta. The Yosef also thought that this is different. Why is this case different? Because here in this type of case, the Mishnah itself gives a definitive ruling. What's the definitive ruling? The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are put at a disadvantage. So Rabbi Yosef felt that is such a declarative and accepted statement that there was no need to state the halacha follows the Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, we try that both like the halacha does follow Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. The halacha does follow Rabbi Yehuda. Then halacha, let's say again in this kind of case, let's say again, I gave the wool for the dyer to dye black. You got the red. I pay him the lesser of the two amounts, either the appreciation or expenses, and I get back my wool. That's the way it works. And you usually see that halacha follows the Shulman Karka as well. When it comes to collection of debts, 3 days before the young kid, if the debt is recorded in the documents, don't collect it. Just wait back to the young kid. However, again, if it's a verbal loan or a loan, the local likes to collect it. Why? Because again, then you're real fear, real greed of losing the money. That's good like that. So now, by the way, I mentioned on Yishom and Karka, I'm just going to do a whole bunch of Yishom and Karka cases, which are really great. Listen to this. So it's not about us. Lo yomar adam l'chavera anira shetamani mila eretz. Let's listen to this. I need workers. I need workers. I need Ruben to come work for me. So I'm not allowed to say Shabbos. Ruben, maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching a movie. Right? But rather again, I'm saying to you, maybe you'll show up and work together. You'll come stand next to me after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe you'll come do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos. That's kind of common. Yishom Karcha Omer Adam L'Chaver Nira Shetamo Imila Eretz. Yishom Karcha says it's mutter. It's mutter. Now why is it mutter? So if you notice in that statement, I made no reference to work. So Yishom Karcha says the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come? Can we meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos? It's very problematic, but to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, it would be wonderful to see you, right? Will I see you on Motzei Shabbos? Rabbi Shimon says that is a mutter statement, makes no reference to work. Shabbos said this is part of the greater motif that in general the way we speak on Shabbos has to be different than the way we speak during the week. So therefore, we speak about business matters during the week. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon says as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matters, it's going to be mutter. Rabbi Bar Yochanan and again, Rabbi Yochanan says that is indeed the Rambam Paskins. That again, this statement, because at least just taken at its surface, is an innocuous statement. Well, I see you, right? We want to get together Matzah Shabbos because it makes no explicit reference to business, therefore it is mutter. So it's another interesting case. So they watch this. I asked the Shaila to a Chacham, and the Chacham ruled that the item is tamei. Well, you shall don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a more lenient opinion. Or the Chacham ba'aser, well, you shall a Chacham b'yakir. If you ask the Shaila and the answer is aser, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer of mutter. How you shnayim? So what happens was that if you happen to ask two rabbanim, like two conversating to each other, you ask Shaila. One says tamei, one says tar. One says mutter, one says aser. So what's the halacha? So we'll say one of them is greater than the other. Now I think that's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Then follow the greater chacham. The imlav halach akar hamachmir, and if not, follow the machmir opinion. We'll say now watch this. Just hold up there. So notice we actually put this on Shavuos night in our topic. The Mishum Gacha Omer, the Shal Torah halach akar hamachmir, the Shal Sofrim halach akar hamachmir. Hold up. You don't want something machmir. In the case of biblical law, if the shaila is a biblical one, okay, then go after the machmir opinion. If the shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the minimum. I'm going to go see it. Don't listen to the Shabbat. Says that is again indeed how he's asking. Right? Again, when you have a suffix in halacha, so suffix the oraisa doubt in the biblical law will go with law. Suffix the rabbanon ultimately again with halacha. The rabbanon. So the rabbanon. The kulan shechazu b'ahen in the kabbalah also. Let's say I have someone who is possible Avis because of their behavior. So that's the contract over here. Guys, one of the Amir Aretz. Each can get that includes over here Amir Aretz. Let's use Amir Aretz over here. Let's focus on the guys one. A thief is possible Avis. So I say, this is, by the way, such an incredible Gemara. Right? So now let's see you have a thief. And the thief did tshuva. He does tshuva restore his ne'emanus? Does it restore ultimately again his believability or reliability? Does it restore his status as being someone who's trustworthy? So now, for example, is he allowed to show up in Beis Din and go and give testimony? So Rabbi Meir says no. In Mekabel also Obamas, no. Once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. That's scary shit. So you don't lose the status. In Mekabel also, if I has yard Mekabel. So Rabbi Yehuda says something very interesting. Rabbi Yehuda seems to say, now we literally translate it like this. If he did tshuva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, we restore his credibility. So we'll say, which is interesting. So it sounds like, again, everything depends on the public versus the private nature of the tshuva. Alternate version of this. Asu divrei matmolios mikablanos. So on the days. So the hasim mikablanos. The alternate version of this is what was the nature of the avera? If he did the avera, if the avera was an avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility could be restored. If it's a public avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic over there? They all say all of us commit averas, but at least they're able to do it privately, right? Because what does a private avera show? What does a private avera highlight? that halacha myself, there's a sense of shame, right? If I do something privately, and I will say, shame is incredibly important because what is shame? What does shame highlight? What does shame highlight? That I know what I'm doing is wrong. They will say the most important. I'm not going to say raise your hand if you sin, right? Because the nice is all sin. I'm pretty sure actually probably even committed that error since we woke up this morning, right? It's only 6:31, right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of errors into the day, right? So the nice the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that halacha l'maisa, you feel a sense of embarrassment. Because at least, see, the greatest challenge is not when you sin. What's the greatest challenge? When I begin to justify my sins. Right? That's where there's a lot of challenge. Because I think we do this all the time. And it's incredible how we do this, right? We go and we make excuses why this is not a bad behavior. Or the truth is, I'm not bound by some other things because I have a different hashkafa, or this, or that. We come up with all kinds of creative reasons why we are allowed to do the negative behaviors. And besides that, it's just exhausting. It's so much better instead to say, I'm a human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes. And maybe even be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correcting certain things like that. I mean, as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this in life with certain things. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and honest with ourselves. So Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. Where he loses his divine patience is when we sin and we're dishonest. We pretend that it's not a crime. So the Gemara says like this: everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of busha. If there's busha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sinning means that to a certain degree, a person has lost their moral compass. So in the Yudami over here, Rabbi Yehuda says like this: if you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. And also get ready for this: the best line of today's down. I don't know. They're all excellent lines in today's down. One of the best lines on a personal level. Rabbi Shimon, Karcha Omer Hosei Zayin, second line. Ben Kach, Ben Kach, Mekach. No, doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. You sin privately, you sin publicly. You do tshuva privately, you do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, you can always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always accessible. Shneimar, shuvu banim shofar. One simple thing: return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? It's me. Who's the wayward son? It's you. We're all the wayward sons. And the Torah speaks to all of us and says, just come back. Just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all of your mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just lean into it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all doing things against the Lord HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But if we just get our act together and just own what we've done, the Torah says, I'm waiting for you. The door is open. The door is open. And we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment, but the door is still open. Shul by the shoulder. Says, incredible. And we'll say it's the best one in the world. Or the Yochanan, Hilchasa. The Yochanan says the halacha l'maisa and the hashkafa l'maisa follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yeshua Karcha. Halacha l'maisa, anyone can restore their credibility. Obviously, in a Muslim from a traditional perspective or from an English perspective, there are certain steps a person has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is actually the halacha. But from a hashkafic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, the door to tshuva is always open. Shuvu banim tshuva. Also remember again, we even heard this statement, we even heard this, even Elisha ben Abuya, right? Even Elisha ben Abuya heard this statement. Everyone, if you're in the Shema here, falls out every single day. Shivu Banim Shovim, then the Shama hears it, I just have to be courageous enough to act on it. Incredible. All right, so we'll say, Malcolm Papa finishing the first Mishnah in the second of Zara. Now it's the long Mishnah. Now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So, Rabbi Shmuel, we actually referenced this in yesterday's daf a little bit. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Shlosh L'Snei, Shlosh L'Acharei, and Asa. Rabbi Shmuel actually holds that it's not only the 3 days before their Yom Tiv, but it's the 3 days after their Yom Tiv that you're not allowed to transact with an Akum as well. So, from the Chum say, L'Snei Ijay and Asr, the Achar Ijay and Mukhar. The Chum on the other hand say no. It's only the 3 days before their Yom Tiv that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. So, says the Gemara, Omer of Tachika Baranti, Omer Shmuel. So Achal did Rabbi Shmuel the Olam. So also remember again, we saw this yesterday. Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an Akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tiv. And remember again, according to Rabbi Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. The fact is, according to Rabbi Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an Akum. But again, that was yesterday. So from the Chum said, the name of the Come on, Tanakama. So we'll say, so the Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the first Mishnah. Right? They seem to be saying the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're not, I should say this, you're not allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akum 3 days before his Yom Tov. So again, the Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on over there? Which the Gemara says maybe, hey, below you maybe the point of the contention of both say is going back to yesterday's daf. Do the 3 days include the Yom Tiv, or is it 3 days not including the Yom Tiv? So the Gemara says Tanakama Sabra in below you. The Tanakama of the previous Mishnah holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tiv, so a total of 4 days. Rabbanan Basrai Sabri in B day, whereas the Rabbanan of our Mishnah might hold that no, the 3 days include Yom Tov itself. He buys them up. Another potential point is so all we're trying to do is try to figure out the distinction between the Chachamim of our Mishnah and the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. It seems to be saying the same thing. He buys some other possibilities. Nasa and Naslan Tukabinat. So what's the other possibility is what happens if you violate and you see transact with the Akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tiv? What is the status of the proceeds? So the Gemara says, Tanakama Savar Nasa Mutar. All right, the previous Mishnah, Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you did something prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. One of Asari Savri, Nasa Nasa Asa. Whereas the one of our Mishnah holds that no, the proceeds will be prohibited. Okay, one other possibility is Shmuel. The point of contention between them is Shmuel. Remember Shmuel. Shmuel said, Bagola. We'll say this is great. This is great. Shmuel said in the diaspora, so we'll say, remember again, there are Obdei Kochavim in Eretz Yisrael and Ochim in Chutzlaretz. So we'll say, get ready for this. Shmuel says, in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an Obdei Kochavim, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? So we'll say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says Bagola. Rashi says it's great. Ein ha'odei kochavim adukim kol kach ba'avodas kochavim. V'damino etamon. Odei kochavim shel chutz la'aretz. La odei kochavim nenu. Bonus closest to this. Apparently, the odei kochavim of chutz la'aretz are not so strong. They're not so committed. Not so committed. I was estimated. The Chutzlaretz of legal problem, they're not as intense. Like, I just think like, I don't know, whatever. They're not an legal problem. I don't know, whatever it is. They're off the derech of legal problem, whatever it might be. So the mice is fascinating. So therefore, again, I will say, and again, we're going to see this again. That ultimately, again, from the Gola in the diaspora, Shmuel stated. So the Gola in us, so again, Shmuel holds that in the Golden diaspora, ultimately, again, only transacting with them on the day of the actual Yom Tov is problematic. But ultimately, again, but the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel, and ultimately Rabbanim must very less than Shmuel, but the later Rabbanim ultimately again don't hold with Shmuel. Okay, Ibai, so the other possibility is Nachum Hamadi Ikavina. Right, ultimately again, so other possibilities, and this is incredible because he's actually going to fuel a lot of our next sunnahs. The statement of Nachum Hamadi, ultimately, again, is the point. Sign note. Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Aser Eli Yom Echad Lefnei Idei. So there's another sheet. Nachum Hamadi holds that there's no 3 days, there's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day, ultimately, again, that is problematic. Tanakama, less like the Nachum Hamadi. So ultimately, again, the Tanakama, the previous Mishnah, does not hold the Nachum Hamadi. But Rabbanim Masrai pursued the Nachum Hamadi, whereas the later Rabbanim ultimately again hold of Nachum Hamadi. Okay, so we'll say, the point over here is, although it sounds like the Chachamim of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct. We'll say, first wide line, design in the base. Kufa, Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Aser El Yom Echad B'Fnei Yidei. So we'll say, now listen to this. So Nachum Hamadi he says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transactional activity, but rather what? 1 day. So listen to this. Under law, so they said to Nachum Hamadi, Yishtaka Davar Below Ne'emar. Right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. Another way of saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But you thought. Now, one of us said, well, a second. You just said before that the Rabban of our Mishnah hold like that. So how can we forget it? You must man chachamim none of that word that come of our Mishnah. So it's not Hamadi. That means it's not Hamadi. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day, and you now have to come say, forget about that sheep, we don't talk about it. Tanida, Nachum Hamadi, now that we mentioned Nachum Hamadi, we're going to keep mentioning Nachum Hamadi again. So we just want to point out that in this discussion regarding like days not transaction prohibited, essentially what you see over here is as follows. There really have 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbanan, or the Tanakama will call it, 3 days before the Yom Kippur, right? There's the opinion of Rabbi Shmuel, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there is this opinion of Nachum Hamadi that says 1 day before. 1 day before. Now, Nachum Hamadi seems to be taken out of play.
Let me be the first to tell you that no one cares.
Just understand that he's there. Now they mention Nachum Hamadi, you must have said about Nachum Hamadi. Nachum Hamadi, Moshe and Sis Zachar, the Zachar in the Hamadi. So this is very interesting. We're going to say this for a moment, I don't want to stop it here. We're going to talk about this concept, a rabbinic concept, that you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals.
Let me talk.
You're not allowed to sell large animals to non-Jews.
We stuck about the buttholes.
Why that is exactly a Shabbos. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about fine. So you know that's how. So if you look at actually we have Mokum and Susakim, Susakim Machine or Kabul, and most of people who are also the you can sell a male horse that is old. Right? So an older horse, ultimately again to an athlete during war. Now what does this mean? Actually, I'll say stop here for today. I'm not going to rush it. Start here for today. Hey, we'll say tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. So Meretz Hashem, we begin at 5:45. Meretz Hashem, Shacharis at 7 o'clock. We'll also do an additional Hisolus. Sorry, 6:30 Shacharis. We'll also be in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. An additional Hisolus meeting. Meretz Hashem with some additional singing, some music. Meretz Hashem, that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Sorry? Tomorrow. No. I have some information. Right. So the Meretz Hashem, so that'll be tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Also, you put that out on the email as well. Shachar says something for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but in Meretz Hashem, we will get
soup and salad. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to fill my belly because, your boy's hungry.
And I don't feel like making
any dinner, and I want something that's, decent. Sure. We'll go get some salad. But then after I get back, sweet. Me and Bingo, what are you talking about? Oh, okay. We got a massive wig. We got to break down for the trees. What are you talking about? We got a tree. Bingo went. Oh, he got him a tree, all right. I got him a tree. But yeah, no, I'm going to go and I'm going to get dinner and I'm going to come back here. And then
Good evening.
It's just for
Good
tonight.
evening. A great visit from Mark
Next
Hashem.
time I come up
To
in
be able
here,
to continue in Tanya,
y'all are
this
gonna have to
beautiful
hold that
piece ahead of us
bingo
today. So remember, we
to
find
play,
ourselves
okay?
tonight.
But
We're operating
tonight,
under this
not
construction,
only
so
you
many
guys can
beautiful
go
and
ahead and
different
play
versions
without
of
holding bingo to
Tanya.
it, so those
The
of
one
you
we're
down
learning
there
out
that
of
don't
is out
have
of this
bingo tokens,
sefer called
it's totally fine.
the Sivlos
But
Sinu Ares.
normally, you
Which
have to
again,
hold
essentially, of life
50
itself
million
is
bingo
it's just
tokens
an
in order to
interpretation of
play to
translation.
win.
It's a little bit of a commentary,
Now, that doesn't mean
of
you have to
everything
pay to
on
play. I mean, this isn't
Tanya.
your average bingo hall where
So
you go, you
where we
pick
left
five
off
cards a
yet
card,
last
and
week,
you
without
hopefully
quoting the
win.
pasuk,
No, you
Karov Ilah
invested
Hadavar
some
Ma'od
tokens that
B'Sifal
will
B'Vav
increase in value.
Halasos.
Not
So
financial
literally
advice.
translated again, the
But the
matter
market
is
shows
that
the
you have to ask the fundamental
so
question. You say, I
it is your
understand.
chance to
If you
win
tell me the
frequently,
FIFA, that's
basically,
something that's
to
easy
come
for
play
me to do with
bingo
my mouth. I got it.
just
Right?
by
Tell me to say
holding those
something and I can say
tokens.
it. Even
Also,
behavior.
here soon,
Tell
when
me
we
to
do
do
our
something
launch for
and I'll do it.
the
But to tell me
doghouses,
that I'm
if
supposed
you
to
hold the
feel
doghouse,
something
you
in
don't
a
have to
certain
hold
way,
those bingo
that's
tokens
much
to
more
play to
difficult.
win.
Okay, in
So
general,
that's
we have this
an
idea
alpha right there for
about
the doghouse
there's only
collection on
you
speed
can
to money.
legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but
Let's
you
go,
really can't
baby.
legislate emotions and
Bingo.
feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's Karol Lecha Bilabov Kalasopos? The Rebbe says stuff on page Zayin. Aval Ashlicha Rikshe Halev Bilbov Harehi Kasha Ma'od. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. ואיך talking לומר שגם זהו בהישג יד בקרוב מאוד בכל אדם, הלא לכאורה הוא נגד הכישלון. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can hear that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel. Like so it tells us, the Sachmo, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like this instinct is to feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows. Lomar, shekar mo'lachol adam, la'chol libo mikavas ha'olam hazeh, v'yavas Hashem be'emes. K'mo shekasa b'gemara fine. Va'al zeh, hishtis rabbeinu ha'sifro, levar hishtis. Ketzat achim harof hadavar ma'od l'chol adam la'avodat Hashem, gam bilach. The entire volume, that's very the last week, we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was Mikukei Hamorim, which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's really called Mikukei Hamorim. So what I'm saying. The entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Because isn't that the most incredible thing, the most difficult thing? And we know this. It's really not hard to keep practice. That is not hard. There's 39 halachas. I know what the thing is. I know what to do. I'm not used to doing it, so to re-regulate my behaviors is one thing. But when I say just in general, it's not regulating behaviors is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience that hard Shabbos? And how many of us do get it not allowing you to fight? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So the Baal says the entire avoda of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you a bit about that. How to set up the sponsor with your heart. So once I go down to the next section, you see the bottom of page 9, the Dara Aruka Ukitzara, you see that? The heading? So we'll say this is a profound thing. So I told you down, we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the rest of the Dara, now literally I ended up to show you the Dara Aruka Ukitzara. A long path, that's short. What is it? A long path, that's short. So listen to this. See, closer to the first in the notes, Mikor Lashon Zehu B'Gimar. So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards, that's the case. That's the commentary. So whatever says this thought, it says Mikor Lashon Zehu B'Gimar. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What does the Gemara say? Well, this is a found Gemara. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hanani. Yeah, I must say, that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you find in a great masters, like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and short. Thank you. But what does that mean? So he quotes over really basically, you learn the sex. This is this. I'm going to show them for now. The Rebbe says, Yamai, lo niskani adam ela shula. Right? No, so the Rebbe says, I'm a pretty short guy. No one ever bested me, right? No one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happens? Mighty. One time I was traveling on the road. So I'm sure I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I'm not going to me. I said to the child, my son, the East of Canada consider traveling trips to the city. He didn't know he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? That's the best way to get to the city. So the kid says to me, so Amrali, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, the Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said, so the path. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so the American language, this is essentially okay. So which path? Which let's say if anyone needs to right? So he says, so which path? Which path should I take? So the American language said, I'm sorry. Allah to Sarah Aruka. The American language says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Sarah Aruka, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I just take the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I left you to Sarah Aruka. Even she got to the city in no time. And you met people, slum, gunners, and Hardesa. The problem was, that's the end of the path. We were right next to the city, but the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. So that's not all right. I went back to the question. I was back to the kid. I'm right to the Bini. Lo kach amarti vizuk Sarah. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? No, so he said, like, kid, you told me that this was the short path. That was the short path. This is the child said, I'm Rabbi. Well, Kachamati Laka, Sarah, Ba'aluka. Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and that'll get you to the city quickly, but you won't get it. You won't get it. Unless you watch this. Here's how the bottom. Now, by the way, now obviously, now what was the child saying? And there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aluka, which is Sarah. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get it. You'll get it. And look at the Rabbi says as well, saying this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what Rabbi says. Very short. This is what he says. Aderech hakitzara ba'aluka, achin haisek tzara l'tirash. The teacher is the path that was short and long. It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, now again, point out, could have been showing could have gotten into the city, could have, but it's hard, I guess, because of the garden and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. וזהו שאמרתי לו, שאף שהדרך היא קצרה, מקום אחר ים. And that's what Chubb is saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. Because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchards. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like distance-wise, it was a longer path. אבל even for the derech through Moshe, here, but this is where you get it. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. You ultimately get right in. So, derech zone, even though the distance wise, the second path is longer, but it is the shorter path because it enables you to reach your actual destination. The Asher Shabbat Magiyim Ledir, only Menios, you're able to get into the city without any obstacles.
This coin, which is the whole coin itself. So right now, I've introduced my loyalty program.
So about time it says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the derech kitzara ba'aruka, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and derech aruka kitzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What is that? You listen to this. This is Yesh Shofar. Yesh derech kitzara ba'aruka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hainu sha'adam ma'over es rikshin lefaho ba'otanim shonim ma'avodat Hashem yitbarach. For example, a person inspires, like the emotions of his heart. He said Hashem, ba'ayidei his onerous zoom u'magia l'yidei rish shel abbas hadol. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love Hashem. The derech zoom, omnam kalos and love deas Hashem. Two things is ancient issue outside. Hey, but let us describe it like this. Let's say the easiest way to fall in love with Hashem is how the easiest way. Easiest way. Bestseller is your book. Oh, wow. Stories. Everybody loves stories. What are stories? What's the beauty of a nice song? That's it. Here's your magic. Right? It's like an NCS live service. Right? It's like an NCS live show. Right? What happens by NCS live show? Right? Those of us who have been in NCS live show, right? How do you feel as NCS live show? Right? Oh my God. Right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's very good. Let's say I feel like that's really amazing. You know, but it's an electric point itself. It says that I'm not eating. So Adam left Holland to go to Iran. So it says that Adam went, Sarai, Lot, Nefesh Asher Asu B'Chala, and the soul they made in Chala. And the Medrash says, who the souls? Adam converted all these people, Sarai converted all these people. Whereas the Medrash says, like, where did he go? Right by the time Adam gets to Canaan, it's just Amram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Chevron go? So it's like this. Sorry, you were not the first. Right? I don't know if you knew, was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, he was doing everything. People were on fire. So Abram says, Chevron, we're going somewhere. He said, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. I was like, yeah, let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They set out. And then probably what happens? It's like a day to the journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people peeled off. Until at the end of the day, it just happened. Sarai loved. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights of fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times when we look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right, we always wonder, how could it be that people they saw the mountains, they saw the plains, they saw the splitting of the sea, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the traveling was going like this, and they're already building this. Right? It doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. And that's why, by the way, I want to bring down is a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. Like, everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest part to the powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. I just give it to me in under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need, give me it quickly, I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. The other said, that's cool. Sarah, Sarah, but I would like, that's the short path to get to God. It's only one problem. It's actually much more relatable. It actually becomes much more relatable. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that, time, you always need to get the high. Right? So what's going to inspire you next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection, but in fact, it's much more circuitous route to the last relation connection. So the Rabbi says, it's not about it behind it. The Ma'oler is reaching the Baha'u'llah finds the level. It's about a person literally inspires himself by days, so it's really like, here's the next so I was like, that's that. I'm not how you're the level you get out of Hashem. I thought he years ago, Sarah, sorry, I need to about having me up. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. What are they demanding you? What are they demanding you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I mean, what happens when you're what are you doing? There's something inspires you. What are you doing? You're invested. You're passive. You're passive. So I want to point out that is not this is percent of the elements of life. I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound. But in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, this is coming to go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. Some things like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, in fact, you belong to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more information, that's great. It's always easy coming. Vasila Kashi, Sha'amnam Bishasmai, Sa'adam Urgis is always available. About even emotions as so here it is. Do you know where true relation with us comes from? When a person is really so where inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't come about because it's something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon you. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "Besok Adain B'Yishra Alamdo, Inko Oser Hamidos Vatayvos Kamaros Ma'akos also, Milis Kalos Lalapos Banas." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid who was like, no, we all have this. This is what happens so often. I think a lot of us are experiences of the young and the old. Like I'm inspired. I don't know, maybe it's not about a bathroom, if I didn't scream it, but something. And then I wonder, then the inspiration how can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, it's like flatline.
Right? I don't know however you measure it. Yeah, be like a new level that would pay out as the same person.
And all of the negative wants, some desires, and activities, some lusts, all those things are still there. I'm like a colleague spinning my spiritual wheels. And I can be on the accelerator, and I'm not
interact and play with it, and then they can come brag about it every time they got.
He says, "Lakim b'Poel, even you are being used in the darkly and the light. You have he's happy to learn. That's the first half. That first half of Judaism is what we call Sarah Ba'aruba. It feels short. In that I get the heart, I get the inspiration.
They get to brag about it, and they get paid for it. So, and you get the advertisement.
So
that's in the project. I think that's a great idea.
What happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model. לפיכך, נקרא דאפות דאפתה בנו. ואילו, הדרך המבוארת בספר הקהל. So that is what we're doing. Is that there are multiple avenues of connection. This is so important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to other people in different ways. So there are some people who, for whom that burst of spirituality is actually catalyst that they need in order to go to section. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is they come. It's a famous idea. Maybe it's a supposed to get that says when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do. It says, open up a book and read a passage. Why? Because at least when you're taking inspiration, you plug it into something. And how many times do I'm inspired? And fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't shoot it. Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. How was like, if we're honest, this is the time when you're like, how you feel, how many times in your life is like so inspired, so ready to do something. I just never did something. I'm ready to do something. Did anything. And the fire was there, and like, fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain time, if you don't feed it, it's going out. So that's the first time. Then the bottom of the chest. ואילו, הדרך המבוארת בספר הקהל, the rest of them see. The derech, that about how you see us in kind of a different kind of that. What is it? The derech is a habit function that requires really to the day last month as we say halay. מתחייבס האמון הזה לאבס השדה. מוכרחס עבודת המוח. איתו פה איך המפי עצמו. היו מביאים לו בית לימוד והסוגר מפגש מספר. ולאחר מכן הסבולנוס והמוקס אדם בגלל שלמתו. As we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in the reality that we'll see more depth. The Rabbi says, if you want to really see what is horrible, it's going to really need to understand love. It's hard to love something that you don't know. This is the first thing you can caveat that there's only so well you're going to understand what it's called. But there's still stuff you can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand that you don't know the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires love, it requires changing things without myself, defining things without myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, all of this internal work, what emerges from the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love. From all of this work that I'm doing, I end up feeling a sense of love of Hashem. Benimsa, and again, also, you see that in the conclusion again to the Sefer. Benimsa, Shabbatarek, Ace, Shalos, this second guy is a level of love, Derek, Alugo, it's a much more time. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. But it's the truth. Why is it because of that? Why? Because you don't get where you need to get. The first part is short, right? That like instantaneous, and then like almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help, but you'll never really get the short attack won't get you. The second part is the again requires my heart, my mind. Striving to understand spirituality, and when you're in yourself and trying to understand yourself, affecting things, starting this, stopping this, all these kinds of things, it's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. If I say, look at this line, the last one of these texts, one of my favorite lines, this is an insight.
elevator action with the same two cats and catcher. There'll be an elevator action as well.
The long path is the shortest path to the site. There's no special
NFT is too. I think it's a t-shirt.
Right? Again, there's a schema for everything, right? Say Nishmas 27 minutes. You're going to find your shit up and have a baby on the same hour, right? You know, it's supposed to be great about it, right? And you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man, and he was opening his house after Shabbos, and he was his wife was in the room and he was opening his house.
Folks, if you host spaces in the future, don't host them like this. Don't have the word chill in it. This should be, let's talk about the most boring fucking video game of all time. From 30 fucking years ago. 40 fucking years ago.
Right? But when I say so it's interesting, right? Because I told you how heck of a lot. And by the way, you're not going to not. But plumbing a college is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Valentine you said, I just want to tell you, that for the long time, that's there's no future of finance, streaming media, different platforms. Because the ORS, as an executive teacher, guys, like, what does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of ongoing. Of all the countries, all right, tremendous of all, right? Again, there's no life hack. You just plugging away at it over and over and over. About favorites of the guy, you're trying to produce as much work as this is, one thing the bank is, you'll be a change. You'll be a change. So I said, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine. And there's no shortcut to the program, right? Just like what happened, 12-step programs. You know, you can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program, the programs change. You got to start from 1, and you got to move through it all the way to 12. That's the way that it works, step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, how about keeping some together in soup? You're trying to smell loose of this problem, but if you work, with whatever cause, you got to loop it itself. The long test that is...
No one has any fucking questions for you.
You will come to truly love the Ribono Shel Olam. So we got this. So Valentine, and I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about Valentine. This is the now it's the Hakitzara Shiarupa.
If they play a fucking sound while I'm speaking, I'm flipping it. I'm flipping out. This is the worst.
Our life objectives. This is the way we do it. Share KV, so become the choice. What potentially solves the Sarah value. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. You'll never quite get to exactly where you need to go. That's about how you just give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's the shortest path. Because this path, and we don't even know what path is. I don't know what it is. Sign me up. I can choose. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. Because I feel like I don't know what to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, but it's the only path to get me into the city. The only path to allow me to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to make me about Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life. So it's like, Shkoya, tonight, see you next week. Next week, we'll actually start.
It's a lot of craziness.
All right.
Guys. That's why, whenever we do get in a room like this, we're trying to bring the positive. We're trying to bring the vibes up. We're trying to.
All right. Try that again. Join your roadside. Agree to the cause. Rock Hashem. To be able to begin a second Torah. It's the right thing. all of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Shem and Drushos this year to the book. So it's the host for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month called Talmud and Kabbalah and Rabbinic Over. So now we have time to up to parents, Avram and then Asher Pinchas, Fegorez and his mother Fegorez and Bas Sally, and hopes for all the Tzilos of our children and all Klal Yisrael will be entered during this month and the months after. We begin with the Ilui Nishma, father Rabbi Ben Achavar, Yaakov, and our returning sponsor David Goodman, Ilui Nishmas, Roy, and Ari, all of the Nisham Father, the families, and all those who were forced out of the both for Israel. We talk with the Nefesh in home, how it has to be Shalom and Torah, and how it is successful, and Nasi Yedei. So with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the second time over here, again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, and now we come to the second Harius. The second Harius, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you see it. Again, it's very interesting. And of the Zachar we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, let me it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. It's structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we were seeing. But in Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of Morocco. Perhaps we have not seen and experienced. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Olu b'likin la'avo al achas m'chamitzos ha'amiyot b'Torah. Also the Dafim are a little bit different, as already. But again, it'll flow in that time. Olu b'likin la'avo al achas m'chamitzos ha'amiyot b'Torah. Well, so here's the piece. And this is going to be the central piece that we are going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and tomorrow. Based in casting and based in your mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately, again, you think only casting as something that was awesome, really was murder. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, what we did, go ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an other. Look at the first five steps. Holu basin, we go to Holu Shechilef or Dam Mother. In simple case, basin casting that Caleb, right, forbidden fat, or Dam is mother of blood, is mother for consumption. Basin made a mistake. Right, let's remember again, the notion of human insanity is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept. Why? The first reason that Torah goes out of between multiple times. Of most Rabbi, no, what do you sin? You got it. One Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? And most Rabbi is given the entire lifetime. Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally, again, to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of humanity. It gets back to the ledger, it gets back to whoever, even so basic custom, and let's take Josh's example, they went ahead and they said that Caleb and blood is moked. Now what happened? What happened? The halacha yachid the asa. And the individual from Ruben heard the stock of the beast, and he said, I was going to eat blood. He goes ahead and he goes out and he has it done. Okay, he takes blood. He goes, now what's the halacha? The asa is shut out of you. So again, now keep commit now also remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben is acting on the advice of the psak of the base. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives total variation. They should us for us. What is talking about a case where they did also eat blood together with Ruben, so they also made mistakes. They should also but us whether Basin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. They should also whether Basin didn't follow their psak at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, we'll say, normally, if you eat blood, or you eat Caleb, right? If you eat Caleb, Shogi, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon katos, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more in this kind of thing. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring it. That's the halacha. In this piece over here, which is introducing us to, is Potter. Ruben does not have to bring a chatos. Why doesn't Ruben have to bring a chatos? If they should tell him about it. Because Ruben did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak base. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Beis Din is flawed, and therefore halacha l'maisa is potter from the chatos. Incredible. Incredible. So okay, so that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Beis Din goes ahead. Beis Din goes ahead. Beis Din goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the way, potter, Rashi says it's the first Mishnah. Rashi near the Hadith Kispos Yirav. All of the Beis Din ba'asasi. And this is introducing us to this concept that if Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. I didn't doesn't have to bring a hatas when he ate the chiluk based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. I know what to do. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Horu Beis Din let's say same case. Beis Din translated that chiluk is local, right? From this back to one of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, let's say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Like he's in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Oh, come with Allah, or for that matter again, it was another time Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a time Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now what happened? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din overcome Chacham still followed the psak. He's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at favor. Like in my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asked me that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know that psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is a member of the Beis Din or ranking Tam Chacham. So they know, this person knows psak is wrong because why not? Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, they, the Asul, the Asimahin, whether Beis Din actually ate the Haled and this guy went ahead and ate with them, they, the Asul, the Asahleyan, or Beis Din ate the Haled and he consumed it afterwards, Beis Din, the Asul, the Asa, or Beis Din didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the Psak of Beis Din, Arei, Zeh, Chayim.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're at our goal, so anything extra is extra. So,
he knows. He knows better. Like, he knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, he is going to be tight. Now, looks like, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss the very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the Gemara should be Bnei Shol tell the basis? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Exactly. What's it? This is the Mishnah. Hatola biatzmo chayim. Hatola the Beis Din potter. If one acts of their own.
Yeah, what up, Max?
Ultimately, again, they're tired.
How are you?
Remember again. If one eats
Excellent. Good to see you, my man. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, and I've been waiting 2 hours to speak, so I can't talk right now. If you want to just be patient once I speak in here, I would love to talk to you. Or just come back in a little bit, and I'll be ready to talk to you, okay? Excellent, my friend.
Some element of showgate. So what's showgate in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what Mitch is introducing us to is that basic issues of erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak. The individual is shielded from personal liability for the chatos because they acted in good faith. If Beis Din issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak. You notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Beis Din or a ranking from the Chacham. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. Let's say how's it called? Incredible. Amr Shmuel. Yola. Alright, so Amr Shmuel. Yola. Ein Jason Chayovin Achim Lam Yutarma. So now, the same focus of Shmuel and Rabbi a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now, I understand the principle. Right? The principle I understand. So now, the question is, what exactly does Jason have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amr Shmuel, the old one, in Jason Chayovin Achim Lam Yutarma. So Shmuel says the verbiage is basically says Mutarma. This is permitted. You are permitted to eat kale. They have to say it like that. Okay? But being in Arizona, Amar, Achiyom Lahem, Mutarin Achem Las. If you notice again, Being adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this stuff. So being said, saying that it's mutter is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability, they act based on the sanctification. Satan must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and continue based on this stuff. You're permitted to act based on this stuff. Very interesting. You might say, my time, now what's the reason for that? Why does it mean I don't know word lasos? So being says the big law. Because without lasso, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate, there's no direction from Israel if you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbi requires the word of lassos in order for this to be like instruction from Bezdin, which would then mean Bezdin says, Mutar, right? Caleb is Mutar Atam Lasso. You're permitted to go ahead and choose Caleb. Or really, Mutar Atam Lasso. Like you're allowed to go ahead and choose. Okay, so when Bezdin is custodying and they're giving Torah, they're giving instruction. But when he says, hello, that's where the individual acted on that Bezdin device that Bezdin decided. Ultimately, again, the individual would be punished. But according to Rabbi, if Bezdin would just say, Mutar Matem, it's Mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rabbi's logic? The case of Nigmara Torah. Because Bezdin's Sach is only final when number one, they tell you status and act. When they tell you it's Mutar, and you can in fact behave based on the sun. Ultimately, again, that's based on the sun. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. Let's go down 6 minutes. That last is on both sides. So we're going to left and right side. Rabbi, after analyzing, Rabbi says, we also know Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again your needs and vision. We also learn this. Because of the those are going to get a lot going at us. Let's say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is not representation, who is to Let's look at Rashi to just because our Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Le'iro, Torah Lasos, the Mashma become a return after Lasos. Before you get that. So Zakin Mamre is literally, again, someone who is outnumbered on the base, but refuses to yield to the majority. Let's say, so such an individual actually for this translation because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how a base works. It works in majority. So again, you must say, Rabbi, let's remember again back to the Marcus days. Remember Marcus? I was going to say, remember, you might have said that you don't have to be delivered a verdict. The judge is using minority can't go over to the indictment and can't do that. Because part of the reason, once the majority decides on something, that's the sign. Everyone is there. The second Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Because of the the second Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach Balimei there from the and he continues to advance the side that he held before. Potter, ultimately again, he's Potter. In other words, if he comes back to his town And he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believed, not in line with the way that Beis Din was doing it. Just however, Hora Lasos, but if he has to, and he says, Evra, you can act on this psak, then, what do you see here? What do you see here? That the Beis Din did with binding psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem, but rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lasos. The Beis Din's psak, to be a form of psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. Just remember again, why is it important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis Din, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you still become personal liability. The opinion is saying, but it only works if the psak was really articulated in a particular way, requiring someone articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on the psak, lasos. And how you just begin this place. I'm really out of it. Yeah, I'm real told about this, and you not say, all the application. One of the exciting things also, one of the really exciting things is that you go through that film, and even if you don't remember everything, sometimes you see things, it's kind of like seeing someone here where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. So like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? I know. But I do. So that feeling is a lot. Like in other words, like I see something. I'm like, I know you. I don't know what your name is, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. Like you know, it's like this total base being nothing. Right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes over to 8 after along with Gad and Reuben is dead. Remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halachas, where we believe in Eidah. Like we believe in Eidah, like to allow women to be married. Remember again, what we've seen this is a kula, this is a hefer for what this. And again, what? That's the Mishum Kula, Afidu Barabba. Let's go. I don't know what to do right now. So the nice So again, we're going to watch this. So all of the basement is in this. Let's say basement, got the 8 out. And they passed in, okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. So hope of the Kilkala. And she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happened? I must say, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came home. Right? Reuben came home. So now what's like? So now what's her status? What's the halacha? Chayeves the carbon. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Not chayeves. Not that for adultery, but she is chayeves the carbon. Now, why? What's the watch this? So the receiver law, I love this nothing. Because remember again, what was the sacrifice? The sacrifice was, but Allah said, what you're allowed to watch? You're allowed to read now. You're not allowed to read from all the It's interesting, you're not actually married and you didn't do that. Ultimately, again, she didn't have any personal liability. Now, she engaged in moral behavior, there is personal liability. The bottom line, why are you bringing this out of here? If you know this, what's the stop? How's the Jason formulation stop? Jason says, ultimately, again, Jason says, Torah Basin listing nothing. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the stop of Jason? Jason doesn't just say, mutter. Jason says, mutter, and the Jason. You have to make it remarried. So again, remember, all of this is backing up with huge that the way of stop of Jason is formalized is mutter, lahat. You're allowed to, and she is the company. I'm going to read it. I'm going to around here. You'll see this. Whole location, not about actually committed time with the So again, this is actually very interesting. Actually, whole location, almost right across the national right. Whole location, the national whole location, national, the image mula, or the actually, no one is fun at the national. So again, we also learn this, but it's whole location. Only Jason love. If you notice, what's the Mishnah? Jason asking La Avoy. La Avoy is what? Jason said something with mother and says instead you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rabbi's version, or the Rabbi's, the back of Rabbi's version, that when a basin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on it. And then, if basin ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, Allah for the son, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. This is my says, you don't need it, and there's nothing more to talk about. You just have to start with you, some of the equivalent of the Meshra. Right? That's it. Right? It's done. We don't over here, nothing more to talk about. I was saying, interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So I'm a Shmuel, in case of Hayav Action around. You call it Action Masters. Shmuel said now, again, the position of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the base is all he needs to say is Inkarn Action Masters. This is Shmuel. Sorry. I reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the Lashon of the second division is Inkarn Action last. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put it last. But Dimi and Arda Omar, Akidu Inkarn Action. No. Even if they just says, Mutter Nigmar Ahora. That's the end of the Psak, and Allah might be an individual action based on that, they will distribute the personal life. So now, in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was something Abaye. So how looks that out? Because that's not how we do it. Right? Because of the Ilo, the Shana Obime Tigash, the Potter, or last, or Kayat. But remember, again, we have to look for the things again. But Abaye says, but remember, so remember, it's only doing the Kayat when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people, this is the halacha, and if you act on it, that's when it's Kayat. What do you see from here? But it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Last. Next, I'm not the hour, but how looks it? The Yavas is 1 second. What about the Karbalas and Holu? But Karbalas and Holu of basically nothing. The hill comes to the law Hayadas Karba. So the Tirla Alina says, in case basically gets instructions from to marry. The Psak is only binding if what they say, mutter and action. So you see from here, basically the Psak requires mutter and last. Next, Amravino. The Holu scenario. The minutes in 1 second. Holu things in that while acting for some of the Torah by our Mishnah. Mishnah. The purpose of the Mishnah is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha might see you act on it, and unless it's true, well, interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha might see it not the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha might see the reduced it's like a and therefore again, just to understand. The way that basin would normally go ahead and structure the psak, people would say mutter, number one again, the ruling that is permitted, and ultimately lashos. And give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, Allah for the night here shielded from personal life. Incredible. Great. That's the first part of it. But how about the next? How about the Asa Shogis of the end? Remember again, what happened? So now I have part one. Part one is, let's just plug this in to Caleb, right? So based in asking, Caleb is mutter le'achol. You're allowed to Caleb. Okay? Now the individual went ahead and it's the different classifications. Now it says the individual went ahead and actually given virtually based on their side. Gemara says, in this case, the asaf here, shogig language. Why didn't that word shogig? Was it interestingly enough, he's not really shogig. In other words, right? Ruben is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruben is concerned, he's got a citation that says that he's doing his mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you use the word shogeg? Shogeg la'asi is the Rabbi says the word shogeg la'asi. This is really quite fascinating. That's it, right? Only based on the mother. Daisy Paskin, Caleb is mother. Okay, now what happens? It is coming from Caleb to Shuman. I will say, now watch this. The Aqua. Daisy, part one of the story. Daisy went ahead and said that Caleb is mother. Okay. Next, part two. Reuben has two pieces of meat. One is Caleb, one is Shuman. Reuben, his intention is to eat Shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats.
Oh, you're on Telegram.
So Reuben, watch this. So Reuben, but Reuben didn't really eat Caleb because of the sack of the baby. Right? Reuben ate Caleb because he was sacrificed. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get ready for this, ready for it? Reuben is Tucker. Reuben is Tucker. Why? Because essentially, there's a sack baby out there that says that Caleb is Tucker, that the Jew ends up eating Caleb inadvertently, either because he's following the sack of the baby, or because he just gets mixed up. So that's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, Reuben's Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the sack of the baby. It has to do with his own personal relationship. But yet, again, he's still going to be putter because that sack is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must I'm going to show you that in my whole baby is going to mother. Daisy, when I said that Caleb is mother, it was coming from Caleb to Shuman. And Reuben mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shuman. And inadvertently ended up eating Shuman. But putter. Putter, ultimately, again, is putter. I'll PM, mamish. So let's say it's very consistent. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in Kedem and Mishnah. Right? Because what is not Mishnah reads? V'cholo hayachim v'asa shogeg al-piyah. And there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al-piyah. Al-piyah is the case that we've been talking about. David said that Caleb is mutter level. Reuben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's himself and personal life. And then the case of shogeg, that's the case. Rabbi wants to have. With the shogeg, again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shuman. He eats Caleb. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be putter ultimately again because that's the sack of the baby. Absolutely incredible. We must dig it down. The other say, Rabbi says, shogeg al-piyah is the putter. An alternate version of Rabbi, shogeg al-piyah. It's only an accidental definition of the Avera that happens as a result of the sack that is solved within a personal liability. First part, I will say, Aval Mitzchali Bo Caleb B'Shimon Ba'afro Chali. But it's Halach L'Maisa, Reuben just gets mixed up between the pieces. Right? Because Halach L'Maisa, he will be liable. Yosef is there's two versions of Rabbi. Yosef is sheep of a Rabbi and by the Rabbi. Something which was obvious to Rabbi is actually a Kasha by Rabbi. Was the second white line. Holy days. Shifting his mother. The basin casting, the second case also. The basin casting that Caleb his mother. It is how we go to Shimon. But then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat. One was Caleb, one was Shimon. His intention was to eat the Shimon. He accidentally went and ate the Caleb. What's the halacha? I'm sorry. There's that Mahu, what's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma. Halach hayachim ba'asa shogeg al-pihem. If Reuben went ahead and accidentally based on sack of the basin, he might say shogeg al-pihem Rambam. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lesson of shogeg al-pihem? Just say al-pihem, that's it. Holu based in Shachim butter and his color Caleb Shimon Ba'afro butter. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again Reuben got mixed up into the pieces, he ended up eating Caleb. He's still going to be butter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the sack of Caleb. Yom HaShogeg al-Piyah with the butter. Aval Mitzchali Bo Caleb B'Shimon Ba'afro. Maybe now, maybe Reuben is only butter, and he managed to act in the direction of the sack of the basin. But if the son makes one mistake, who says that he should be taught based on that? Is the only alternate version of this on the Rabbi Tashma. Halach Yaakov also showed that he and the individual Reuben went ahead and actually showed based in sacrifice, so he must highlight showing with the other. Isn't it only the case
Well,
where
we're
you
going to be doing a drug laboratory tour actually starting the end of January. Yeah, so you can see that I put it in the pill, and I cannot drop it without
so he should be tired.
to go make.
Yoma,
But
Oshoge,
yeah, we
Oki,
got
or
27
maybe not.
more
Maybe
minutes
Allah
to go.
again,
What's
that's
activating the
coming
tour
to say.
is
Really one
50
of the
NFC minutes
there's
of
Shoge
hours
or
to
Alpi.
activate the tour in
Ultimately, Alpi
Houston.
means
Texas is
literally
our
at
first
the
stop.
start of the basin.
And it was a
means
total of 50 minutes. I said that right? 50 minutes. So 27 more
incredible.
to go.
So
I'm really excited about this.
So this is
And then from Texas,
right?
we're going to be
Everyone is
heading to
agreeing. Everyone is
California,
agreeing
Los
that a
Angeles,
basin
and then
passing
from LA. I
is
think we're going
permitted
to
to
like
be
Miami
Caleb,
again one
right?
more time.
Mutter Akam Lachol
Out
Caleb.
there,
All right, Mutter and
and
go
then we're going to make
Lachol
our
Caleb.
last stop
Everyone agrees.
towards the
Ruben
hub,
Akam
which
Sachi
is
Gimli
Brooklyn,
Potter.
New York.
Gimli Potter.
So as long as you are a holder, you already know you coming in.
This is his favorite. He wanted to eat the tumor. He accidentally eats the Caleb. Is he Hayib or Potter? So this is the Machlokas.
So what's
What
that?
if people will say
That's
His
Texas.
illegitimate consumption of Caleb has nothing to do with the
Trying to
psak of
hint
the
hint
basin.
that we need to do a
Other
double
versions say
party.
no, it's going to be Potter because once there's a psak of the basin out there in the belt, like the Caleb is mutter, ultimately again he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. Gemara says the Futam. In reality, this is part of the bigger Machlokas. Total basin of Caleb mutter is based in
Wait, who's that speaking? Because I can't see. Oh my goodness.
Total basin. Based in asking that Caleb is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now we'll say that's part one. Part two, Gubin is in his house. Gubin has two pieces of meat. One is Caleb and one is Shuman. Then it's Kalibro, Caleb is Shuman. Ba'achlo, he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the Caleb. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chai. Okay, here it is. Here is the most important. Rav says the Potter, you covered under the psak of the basin. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the basin, and therefore going to be Chai. Now, by the way, Chai what? Chai what? Chai Bachatas. Remember again, this is still a case of Shogun. Still a case of Shogun. But the Martinez today, the Martinez the Kasha, Me'am Haaretz. Me'am Haaretz Ba'asosa. Supposed to say ultimately, this is the Nefesh Achas Kafet Abishkaga. Me'am Haaretz Ba'asosa Achas Mitzvot Hashem Acholot Hashem Abasha. These are parts that come in context. Like the first thing is not there inadvertently. So the Gemara says Me'am Haaretz Ba'asosa Fat Lumumah. This comes to its root. Umumah. Because once I remember the concept of tapas is told to predicated on your Umumah is someone again so that person had Umumah is someone who's fundamentally possessed of God. So ultimately and sins with intentionality. Ultimately again is exempt from a covenant tapas. Doesn't mean a tapas. Shem ben Yossi Omer, Shem Inotzara. Hari Omer, Asher Lo Te'asena, Bishkaga, Va'ashem Ohoda. So most of the very good things. What is this about to get a covenant tapas? What does it for you? Asher Lo Te'asena, Bishkaga, Va'ashem Ohoda. Hashav Midiyaso may be covered on Shiviyasa. So once I hear the good metric for covenant tapas. A covenant tapas you do.
And anyways, if you continue onboarding into this
Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring your covenant tapas.
Yeah, I wanted to hear more about that. I remember hearing that, and I was like, that's
That's what we
awesome.
call Hashavni Yaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, may be covered al Shiviyasa. That's the type of person who brings the covenant tapas ultimately again for this inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, you don't bring a covenant tapas. Most obviously, Amamar, Lo Shamir Yasel. If somebody would not refrain or think of sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a covenant on their shoulders. That would explain Amamar. And Esau, Lo Shamir Yasel.
And so, because of the person that actually brought CO to our attention, his name is Spank, he's the one that runs that account, and also he's the one running around collecting that oil.
Remember again,
so many people just from hearing what it's about have been inquiring like, can we, get them on board with that? And so based off of like heavy demand, we started the training course.
Why would you?
And so
Why
we
would
put
you
that
have not? Why not?
and if you're a holder of
So
ours,
why
you
should you
can
decide
take
the
that
purpose?
course for free.
In other words, also,
But if
the
you're not
metric
a
for
holder, you don't
purpose
have to
is
be
I
a
bring
holder
the
to
carbon
get it. You
purpose
pay for it.
for committing
It's
and I bring up the
$400
show.
originally.
If I would not have committed the other, I had an hours. But in this case, again, even if so, wait, it's Caleb. Ruben has said, so what? So what? Business said that it's Muslim. So why should you have a couple of tacos in this case? Incredible. Let me tell us on the Yoso. I'm going to pop a casserole of Yochanan. Even the Inisiada, the Beijing, how do you do? Because again, so really what I'm saying is like this. When Beijing finds out that their psak is on this, obviously Beijing is going to watch it back. Hadar, not in Hadar, and then when Ruben hears that Beijing retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, Shami and Yasser coming on day. Since the Gemara says that we still call this a case, but we have the knowledge here. In this case, it's just had Beijing found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Ruben finds out that the psak of Beijing is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where one has the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why one opinion says he's higher pathos in this case.
And so this is just
us
our
Rava,
so that
Mo
can be
Derav,
different ways
Mashlim Rov Tzibor. Someone says, now, this is now another topic over here. So let's say, what we're going to get into is something, in this case that we're doing it up until now. What's happening in this case is basically an erroneous psak, and it
according to where you live is the rules that apply. Also, the rate per gallon that you can collect on is different in every state as well. And then, of course, according to the economy where that stands, oil goes up as the economy goes down, as the economy goes up,
now, in order to bring
the
that
oil
up, you
goes
need
down,
51%
the
of
cost
the
of it.
cloud
So,
to go ahead and
each rule does apply
go ahead
differently, but
and
you do not need
probably
to
want
be
to stop. Okay,
certified
watch this.
for
Let's
it.
say you
But
have
of course,
50% of cloud
maybe
stuff.
one state or a few states might have a different rule.
Right, so again, watch this. So basically, Hashem is more 50% of cloud Yisrael. 8 Caleb, Jason and Tzah. Who's the guy who's going to fix the scales? Ruben. What does Ruben do? All eyes on Ruben. Ruben's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of funds. They live in Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon with him. And he eats, but he ends up eating the table. Everyone agrees that Ruben does not count towards the table. Right? Ruben does not count towards the table. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that Ruben is not actually basically himself with the baby. Ruben is just doing his own thing. So even if we can say that Ruben is personal liability, or Ruben is himself in personal liability because he's not the baby, let's say for calculating the 51% for power Helam government at Seabar, you can't say that Ruben is actually based in the soccer. Okay. Moderat, my title was the region, Bishkaga. Achi Kulon, Bishkaga. Because for power Helam government at Seabar, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Ruben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. But again, separate halacha. So we'll say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, when we end off this over here, is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha if Ruben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because the psak of the basis, but because he got himself. Halacha l'maisa is liable or not. On one hand, one of the things is liability because his given consumption has nothing to do with the psak that he did. On the other hand, there is the belt, right in the rule, is the psak of Beijing that says does that psak itself or not? But not us in mind. Not only the Mishnah Koran. So remember again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variations. Beijing said Caleb is Mutter. And then it said whether he did it together with Beijing did it first. He did it, and Beijing did it by himself. So what do you all these reasons for? Which is what's under the Mishnah Koran, Mishnah Koran, the Arians and the why loads of options. Okay, so those who actually stylistic version of the Mishnah, with the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though not you don't need to say everything. Understood. Ella Seifa, the Cuba in the Bible, is again usually comes to highlight liability. What are the offices? What cases should be framed in the reverse? We'll say other days, which reminds us two, being started one might be happening. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is a different Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, even though I can extrapolate the cases from each other, sometimes the Mishnah will rely on me to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other after man, Osha told him, case of Ashman again. What was next? Last case of the Mishnah. Jason delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to tailor. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Chacham, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats tailor. What's halacha? Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately, again, is going to be tight. He says, what? Okay, you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, like, Chacham, interesting. Person becomes Chacham and he delivers judgment. Why do you both of those things? I would have thought about it. I would have thought about it. If the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on exactly the ways in this room, someone who is Gomer means learned, and Sabir actually says, Nadim Davar means hope. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately, again, apply knowledge to different areas. Maybe what we're talking about someone who really is fit to be diet. It could be a diet. How about Gomer below Sabir? If someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate. Well, maybe you got to have both of these qualities in order to prove that the personal liability. Rabbi says, Lahora, come here with southern. What's actually because the Mishnah itself says, Roi, Lahora. Who is the person who is Roi, Lahora? A person who is both come here, learn it, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If you would have just said Allah, how about Gamir v'Sadr? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gamir and Sadr. About Gamir v'Sadr, well, but perhaps if you don't have both these qualities, then maybe you wouldn't accept the personal liability. If you are raised in Hana, Roi, Lahora. The Mishnah said, if you Gamir v'Sadr, Sabir v'Sadr. Most incredible. Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses lots of Allah. Allah actually also has to use to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have a lot of information, or you know how to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not sure what the person. Incredible. Why is that wrong? Whereas it's not. Here's a good example. Right? Maybe a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak of the days, they would not be filled with their personal liability. They don't know. Omer Rabbi don't Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soma. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon ben. Like these individuals, I'm going to have it. I want to say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that here on the right hand side, you go Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Soma. Yoshim Mepnei Chachamim, Vayeru'im Lahora. These were coming who were like sick before the Dayan, and they were sick in front of the Shabbos in the basement, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person this was talking about. I'm going to buy it. I got no lazy. And so here's the problem. Okay, so let's begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Soma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they think that they would say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this sacrament sign, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv v'chavetz. That's sort of the personal liability. Why? If they act on the sacrament and say, what are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. So when it's going to come and ask us, we should actually be liable to lose it. I say, now watch this. This is incredible. وكمان Pakistan يبعث ساعات يأخذ أوزن في عشرة طيب مرات بيكون father. Yeah, what the Pasuk says, if an individual does of his own volition, he's tired. Ultimately, the Torah's baby is part of the son, holy baby, the care of mutter, the case in his hand, the care of mutter. I was it's not over for today. We'll pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Guys up in the office. Let's say, good, guys, coming on the side of this again. Mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Tom's talking case tomorrow. Good day, everyone. Let's have a great day. And we'll say, Mouse, come on, starting with second artists.
For people to further their lives, to better their lives, even if the individual does not want to go out and pick up oil, that's fine. It's like me, I got a couple of friends who are all looking to make a little bit of money on the side. That's perfectly fine. I get them to go do it. Now you have employees. I sleep at night. I get to talk to you guys throughout a Friday fiesta while someone's out there picking up the oil. It's just an opportunity, something to definitely look into and consider, but it's definitely something fresh. And you bring it to the blockchain with you and Scrooge and the stuff is strong. And I love NFTs. Annual opportunity in IRL. All the year of these stuff that you represent, bank account, the stuff that you're offering. You know, generations of family members within your family that you go ahead and give them a job, teach them how to run their own business, go from one van to two vans to three vans to four.
We're going to be picking up our
You know, that's how you start building your legacy.
after two dots, somewhere around 12 to 15 lines from the bottom of the page.
That's dope as fuck.
Just a quick reminder, we learned the Mishnah yesterday. The person said, person takes the Shavuot, he's not going to eat a particular loaf of bread. And then he says again, there's a Shavuot that I will not eat it. And then he says again, Shavuot. So he says three different things. Number one, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread. And then he says he will eat it. And he then says again, he will eat it. So yesterday's Gemara analyze why the first two. Normally, the Mishnah, the Gemara says, let's just pick up from there again, all the way from the Mishnah. Normally, the Mishnah was why do you have to say both? Why do you have to reiterate this short? Why? Gemara says that Tanakh teaches us time of Amar Shlo'oka. The reason why he's only 5 points is because he first said he's not going to eat it at all, and then he repeats Shlo'oka. In such a sequence, in such a way, he's only going to 5 points. Shlo'oka, Amar Shlo'oka, he first said Shlo'oka. While the Amar Shlo'oka, then he said he's not going to eat it at all, Messiah Kashi. He said what was planted of it to the Rabbi, but Rabbi Shlo'oka Kisar Zu. The person said he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, so then in that particular expression of, I will eat this loaf of bread, so then any part of that loaf of bread becomes forbidden, and therefore Shiva. So Acham Imena Kezayis Kain, once you eat it, a Kezayis. And I will talk of that bread, Halakha is, he is Kain. However, the person says, well, no, I won't eat this loaf of bread, they don't find out Shiva is clear to eat the whole thing. In other words, the expression of Kikar Zu, but in a person said they will not eat this loaf of bread, that means he's not going to eat any part of this loaf of bread. Therefore, as soon as he eats a shear of the Kazayas, he is tired, he's violated his Shmuah, and he has to bring a carbon. However, the person said, that expression means he's not going to eat the whole thing, and eating the whole thing is really the problem. If he does not eat the whole thing, then there's not going to be a problem. What the difference is,
Sounds disgusting.
if he first says he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, which means he's not going to eat the whole thing, and he's not going to eat any of it. And then if he realizes he's not going to eat the whole thing, then that's unnecessarily redundant. Because once you can't eat any part of the loaf of bread, so then you don't need to have another expression to say you won't eat the whole thing.
need
problem with doing
it's an open door for those who have been outcasted or felt like they weren't going to be accomplishing much in their life. And we're here to tell the naysayers, yes, we can. We are better. We can. We will be better. We're doing better. We're doing great things. We're opening doors that people never thought that we could open. And actually busting through them and conquering and just taking over. So this is not about takeover. It's about having to do what you guys XRBL, excuse me, let me correct myself here now. It's Friday Fiesta. And so we're find tribe, and we all just get to come together because they lied when they said that the top is not the doesn't have to be.
So now again, it wasn't too much of a dilemma. This is the third expression. In other words, you explain to me first the difference between shoroka to kazoo, that I won't eat this local bread, and shoroka, that I will eat the whole thing. Fine. So then why do we have to say again, shoroka? Why do we have to have this third honorable thing here? Gemara says, Hakamat from this gives me another halach, which is the yuva who's the leper. A very important rule says the Gemara. Our Mishnah is simply telling us how many obligations a person has if he violates this rule. So if a person says, I won't eat this loaf of bread, and then he says, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. So in such a case, even though he reads the rule, he's only to be tied one carbon if he violates. However, our Gemara says that the Mishnah said that three of these he did make three Shavuot. How many times would he have violated that if he did it? Only one. As much as okay. A command for you who the leka, a shvuika, and he now says that you must stop that Rav if you find a place where Shavuot can actually take effect, for it to devolve on something, then Allah says you will be tying it again. As much as okay, very nice. Where is this going to be relevant? In other words, very nice that he has three Shavuot. If he's only ever going to tie one carbon, who cares if he has three Shavuot, one Shavuot, or 30 Shavuot? It makes no difference. I'll always only be tied one carbon, the Gemara says, because of Rabbi. In the case of Rabbi, we'll be able to find the practical difference how many Shavuot there are. And Rabbi, in Mishal al-Harishona, he will reverse the first Shavuot. In other words, he goes to a Rav. He got to do, it's not a Karas Kazara, but a Karas Shavuot. He goes ahead and takes away his first Shavuot. And also, Lo Shmiya Tapta, the second will fall into his place. You just begun to get to the second Kedarim. It's just to get to bring this out. The way it works when a person has a second valid
This is a terrible space.
on top of another valid Shavuot is that the first one kind of hovers. In other words, you have a Shavuot that takes effect, and it takes up the slot of Shavuot. If you make another one and waits to find a place where it can settle itself. Now, if you never remove the first Shavuot, then the second one is going to continue hovering for eternity and never will take effect on itself. However, once you remove the first Shavuot, then immediately the second one falls into its place. And that's the point the Gemara is making. The point the Gemara is making is that even though we can only have one effective Shavuot working at once, which means if I violate it, I will have only violated one Shavuot, and I only have to bring one carbon. However, if by some mechanism I remove the first Shavuot, so then the second one immediately falls into its place, and the Shavuot that after it again. That's the point the Gemara is making, that this person makes three Shavuot. You remove one, the second one falls in. You remove the second one, the third one falls in. And that's the relevance of all three of them working. Now, the one wants to start to prove this point.
I hate these people. I don't care if you watch my fucking stream, just know that you're all terrible. You should never make somebody wait 2 fucking hours to be able to speak when I have to hear about fucking bacon grease. This is terrible.
Misha Nadar, based Nazirus. The person takes upon himself two different periods of Nazirus. In Nazirus, the person is the form of a Shavua, where a person, or a Neder, a person takes upon himself Yudin, if he accepts upon himself to be a Nazir. Let's just say it's Stam Nazirus is Toshim Yom, so for 30 days he wants to be a Nazir. During that period of time, he can like a haircut, he can't have any good products, and he can't become Tameh. Now, the halacha is, he personally says, I would like the person with this personal expression that he would like to accept upon himself 2 periods of Nazirus. So now, we clearly can't do both at the same time. So it works. You have one, and then immediately afterwards, you have the other one in succession. We'll be consecutive afterwards. Those you have Nazirus period 1 and Nazirus period 2. Now what happens? After the first 30 days, now how do you end the Nazirus? It ended by bringing a carbon and taking a haircut. What do you do? The haircut or a carbon? He separates the carbon, ready to go ahead and to offer his carbon to take the haircut. And he says, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to do it. So he goes to a row.
Sorry, it's been 2.5 hours.
Rabbi so-and-so accepted upon himself 2 periods of Nazirus. But the first one was a mistake. I never should have accepted the first one, and he explains why it was a mistake. So the Nishal, afterwards, he goes in and reverses the first one. Now, what do you have left? The second one. Now, what do you think? How would this work? The 2 options. Option number 1 is that the first 30 days is completely ignored. And so if he wasn't a Nazir, even though he practiced it, he's not a Nazir. And then, period of Nazirus kicks in from day 31 till day 60. The Gemara says, no, that's not how it works. The other option is, which is indeed how it works, you delete the Nazirus of the first 30 days, and also Loshniya Harishoda. The second one takes effect during the first period of time. So again, remember this show is called Ruvain. Set upon himself 2 periods of Nazirus, and he counts the first 30 days.
100%. Do you mind if I share my project? Excellent. Absolutely. For anyone who's hearing my voice, know that I follow back, so send me a follow. I'm a free follow back. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king. And I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on 1 YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can see that ceiling camera in the purple pill. You can find all of my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you or a reply guy. If you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a rater or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
What follows, however, says, Im Shire Mimena, Kezias, left over an olive-sized piece of bread, halacha Yisrael, is still reversed the Shua, and retroactively it turns out he did not violate the Shua. Hafar Kula, he ate the whole thing, Ein Yisrael, at that point in time, he ate the whole thing, Ein Yisrael, he could no longer go ahead and reverse the Shua. That's what I want to analyze. Amar Alei, the Ata, Brave the Rebbe,
Certainly, I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher, and my last name is Rothschild, so that's really my title and my last name.
His expression of this will was that I won't eat this loaf of bread, and as we explained to this, that means you can't even eat a kazai. Then the kazai is kama, after you do isura. Once he ate an olive-sized piece of bread, he's already in violation. So now how can you, what's the difference if you have a kazai stuff or not? In other words, remember, he said, when a person says, the Torah, they hold by Kikazoo, now look, is
Yeah, I think I do actually. Somebody gave me some not too long ago.
now, that's what happens. You ate a kazayas. So then why do you have to have a kazayas left at the end to be able to determine whether you can reverse it? You already violated the Shua.
Certainly, I believe it was a project last month that had me create a wallet. Let me make sure this is correct. It'd be the XAMAN wallet, Xaman wallet. And I had somebody who aped me into a project. I believe it's called, I think it's the Mafia Project, something like that. And they're a really nice group of people. I'm in their ex, how would I want to call it, community. And I just started with XRP and always looking to collect more. But for the meantime, that's what I've got.
Why is Rabbi saying that if there's a kazayas left at the end, an olive-sized piece of bread at the end,
That's it.
then he can reverse the shul because he's not yet violated it. You don't need there to be a kazayas at the end if you call from the Navi. Even if there's just a crumb left at the end, he didn't eat the whole loaf of bread. He's not in violation of it yet. In other words, as we'd say, Numanaka. If the case is where he said he's not going to eat any of it, so then once he ate a kazayas, he's out. There's no turning back the clock at that point. He's already violated it. If the case was that he said he's not going to eat the whole thing, so he's going to eat the whole thing, he's just going to reverse it because he's not in violation yet. Why does it have to be that there's a whole kazayas left at the end, because there's only a crumb left at the end of the reverse? Well, there's two possibilities. He violated Ema slow also. The case Cameron talking about that he says he won't eat it at all. He violated Ema slow front of it says he won't eat the whole thing. Let's explain that. If I say that, you could give a suggestion of that case where he said he won't eat it at all. And then, you need to the Hanilei She'ela Kazayas Basra, the Hanilei She'ela Kazayas Basra. What Rabbi was making was, you can't reverse the Shua if there isn't at least a Kazayas left at the end. But if there is a Kazayas left at the end, you can remove the Shua of remaining Kazayas. So if you have a significant piece at the end, if there's a Kazayas, you can go to the Rav and say, I made sure that I won't eat any of this bread. But you know what? I ate half of it, but you're still a kazayas left. I like to remove the shul on the kazayas. You go to the Rav validates that and reverses that shul. You know that shul. Now, what Rav is saying is, since there's a kazayas left upon which you know the was, and the shul goes away, you say retroactively goes away and you call it the bread. That's Rav is saying. What it means, you do the Hanilei She'ela Kazayas Basra. The reversal works. In the last Kazayas, the Hanilei She'ela Kama.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the introduction. To all my Wise Guys fam, apologies, I called you the Mafia. You can tell that the word association, but they're a really great group of people, really nice people who walked me through the whole process last month and always looking to grow. So for anybody else out there, if you have the chance, join the Wise Guys. They're very nice people. and just appreciate the opportunity to be able to share my project, Steak and Bake. Thank you so much.
You can't go to a Rav and reverse the Shavua on the morsel. You have to have something there to actually reverse the Shavua. Now, if there's a Kezias left, then you can reverse it. If there's no Kezias left, you can't reverse it. Now, what's the difference going to be? According to Rava, of course, he has not violated the Shavua. Why? Because he didn't eat the whole loaf of bread. So it's on left. Now, the question is, can we come up with an arrangement where you can eat that last crumb? Now, if there's only a crumb left, then no, you can't. You eat the last crumb, you have then violated before eating the entire loaf of bread. If there's a Kezias left, then yes, you can reverse the entire Shavua, and you can eat the remaining. Next thing, my last question. Me, Shanadar, Stain Naziris. This is a case we just brought up a few minutes ago. Person takes upon himself two different periods of Naziris. Umana Rishona, he counts the first one. The hit for Shaleh Karban. And he accepted upon himself, he separated the Karban. The Achakach, and actually set aside the Karban, Lish al Rishona. He goes ahead and he reverses the first Shavua. The second one now.
Big shout out to you as well. I posted that in Jumbotron. Thank you so much. You can actually hear this conversation live, all 2.5 hours of it that we've had thus far. And I'm going to continue the good vibes. I'm going to allow somebody else to take this mic spot, but I'm not leaving the space. I'm just going to hop on down.
Even though he completed 100% of the Nazir, still, you can go ahead and reverse it and move another one to its place. This is the same thing as Shavua, and we see it's not the same. In other words, Rava said in order to go ahead and reverse it, you have to have a Kezias left. Here, we're reversing the Naziris.
Yo, to the wise guys, apologies, I couldn't think of the name.
After 100% of the days, Naziris lasts 30 days, you finish all 30 days, and yet we're still allowing you to reverse the Naziris. So why, when it comes to a Shavua, we require there to be a Kezias left at the end? Well, says, no, that's not a good one. The reason why you can reverse the Naziris is because we didn't bring the carbon. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison. A Shavua that has the Kezias left is the same thing as the Naziris that has the requirement to use carbon left. The Gemara says, but that's not true. But trying to keep it. We learned that this gives somebody even if he did bring the carbon. The Gemara says, all right. We're talking about we didn't take the haircut, yeah, and it's very Lezer, the Amar Tagakas Makba. You follow the thing that Lezer says, you don't take the haircut, you're still a Lezer. And the reason why you reverse the first Naziris is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not checked off yet. Yes,
I like this song.
But you need to take the haircut, and the haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to.
Shout out to the wise guys again. I apologize for not getting the name. The Mafia, like wise guys. It's close. It's close. They were very nice. I feel so relieved after having been able to share that 2.5 hours. Dog. Oh.
It's because the Rishona. There is the first Naziris blocking it.
Oh, thank God.
The Eda. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of Naziris is you have two Naziris periods waiting.
To anybody watching this, I don't normally wait 2.5 hours to be able to chill. But they made it tight.
However, that's
all right.
Then, when it comes to a Shavua,
bullshit.
It's only one loaf of bread.
To the wise guys, I called you the Mafia. It was close. It's not like I said the bumblebees. I was close. What's your take on bacon grease? Let that guy have it. He could have it. Shout out to the wise guys. Oh man, I was close. Mafia. It's the wise guys. Alright. Apologies, guys.
And since the lashes are still
what is this bullshit?
We can go ahead and reverse.
What is the lore of the name?
And they tied it up to the post.
That's my name.
At that point in time,
Oh, word? I love that show. Oh, word?
The Rotschi based in Potter. He tied him up to this post, and then he somehow managed to escape.
Oh, word?
He's partly no longer has that Narcus. We explained this in the Sefer Narcus, that part of the point of Narcus is that it comes along with his embarrassment. The Nikla
Oh, word?
he's embarrassed, and that it's
No,
shameful
dog.
to be tied to the post. Once he
Oh,
saw
word?
embarrassment, he is discharged.
Oh, that's that bitch with the big old titties. Big old bitties, girl.
At that point in time, the Bishop says, incorrect. Below he, so Rots off a low Rots. If indeed he ran out, then you'd be right. Then at that point in time, he can't reverse his score. But if he just was simply tied to the post, at that point in time, since he did not get the Malchus, he could say, you know what? I'm tied to this post, I'm about to get the Malchus. Can someone just please call my Rabbi? I have a quick rabbinic request. Rav comes running over at his beck and call. Yes, what can I do for you? I like to reverse my shvua. Says, yeah, explain to me what's the Pesach? Why do you want to do that? Give me an explanation as to why you regret it. He explains why he regrets it, and the Rav says, I officially know the shvua, to untie him from the post, and therefore he is good to go. Rabbi. Now we get into a different discussion over here, which is called shvua al-Tanah. The person throws the contingency.
What's all the stretching? The old adage. Big boobs, bad back. Yeah. All set? Don't worry. I didn't have a clean sports bra, so I had to wear regular ones. You'll be fine. Let's go.
However, only in Okatsu. Let's just say you have a bagel and
Don't worry, Sheila. I'm sure nobody notices. Really? Yeah.
Look at that lady. Yeah, her bassoons are like bouncing around and everything.
They're not talking about you.
Sweet Jesus. They just hit the jumps on that bird.
I'm gonna go in. Sheila, it's okay. It's not okay.
Oh, word?
Didn't have them.
A couple points out of it.
Careful what you wish
The
for.
concept says the car show you exactly this side.
Who I am is not important.
The car show you exactly
What you said about those titties. Yes. Follow me.
Now, what that means is when a person makes
Hey, that's me. And that's Frank, the human resources man in my office. He's always slobbering over me.
Not today.
So that's why I think I'm qualified for the promotion.
Yeah, well,
it doesn't take effect. First, let's be conscious and understand.
Why is he being so dismissive?
When you exist.
What happened to my boobs?
That's number one. Number two.
oh, you just answered your own question. Them bubbies is gone, girl. Just like you wished for.
How did it go? Not well. That woman was a flat-chested bore. Guys will never respond to her. For Pete's sake, she's got no melons.
So should I tell her she's not getting the promotion?
Yes. In fact, tell that titless freak she's fired.
Oh, are guys really like that?
Now,
My guys are like that.
Only at the time that he eats the bagel does the shvua take effect.
He's always been so helpful to me, such a
Eating
loyal
the
friend.
bagel is making the shvua. If he
Hey,
does not
buddy.
eat the bagel, the
I have
shvua
a painting I
never
need
takes
to hang up
effect.
in my bedroom. Do you think
So
you could help?
therefore,
Wow, I didn't even know we were buddies.
Ross is the father.
I always thought I was your personal handyman because you're constantly asking me for favors that I don't want to do.
So,
You know what you need? A new set of titties and a boyfriend.
What's gotten into him?
well, it's not what's gotten into him. As much as it is what's gotten out of you. And by that, of course, I mean your massive milk letters.
Oh, wait! I still have big boobs.
You can't see.
See about that.
But he completely forgot while he was eating the bagel.
He can't see. I'm like, 20.
You're the worst.
No, that wasn't it.
Chappelle
show a word.
Why? Because at the time that he ate the bagel, he had no idea what he was doing.
Oh,
And
word?
therefore, since he had no idea what he was doing at the time that he ate the bagel, he didn't make a shavua. Remember, the shavua happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he's in Spaceland when he's eating the bagel, that means that he was in Spaceland who's making a shavua. You can't make a shavua that way. Shavua has to be conscious to know what you're doing. If you're completely spaced out and you're just eating a bagel, that can't
Come on.
make you make a shvua. So therefore, in this case, since he was not paying attention when he ate the bagel, his shvua does not take effect.
No.
And even though he ate the baguette
Oh,
intentionally in violation of his quote-unquote shvua, it's not a problem because the shvua never takes effect. Turn the case around. Rishon b'meizit, he eats the bagel intentionally. Now he knows that he has a shvua upon himself. So I'm eating this bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. V'shniya b'shogeg. And he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's really hungry. He says, "Oh, delicious baguette sitting on the table," and he eats it. And after he finishes, he's like, "Oh man, I made shvua this morning. If I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette." But the halacha fire. That's a typical case where a person made a shvua and forgot and ate it. He has to bring a carbon. That's a typical case of where a person had a helam. He made a mistake. He brings a carbon to atone for his shvua that he violated. Next case, stay in b'shogeg. Let's say he eats both of them b'shogeg. He's having a problem paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake. He eats the baguette by mistake. What's the halacha? Top of kafkas in the vase. Or, stay in b'shogeg. Potter. He's potter. Why is he potter in that case? For the same reason as before. The shvua never took effect.
Yo.
Because the shvua never took effect, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in Spaceland, the shvua doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, he essentially is allowed to eat the baguette, and there's no problem. Top of customer base, stay amazing, or he did both of them on purpose. He eats the bagel, he's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to forbid myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now the Gemara says it depends. It depends which one he ate first. If you had a perfect sequence where he first ate the t'nai, which is the bagel in our case. And then he ate the baguette afterwards, that's exactly the case when the person's in violation, and yes, he has to bring a carbon. However, what if he ate the baguette first? And afterwards he ate the bagel. So now, essentially, this should work. In other words, we keep calling it the first one and the second one, but
I kind of think I'm an asshole if I'm like, no, dog, I'm not an asshole. Everybody else is an asshole. Nobody in their right mind should have to wait 2.5 hours for a show. You could launch a whole project and rug pull it in that amount of time. But seriously, easily. It's pretty easy.
In this case,
Word.
Brings us to my book, which is well, again, let's just go through this case. He goes into the room and he sits down. He eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees that is the case where he's tayyib. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel,
Yarn sucks.
Just remember, eating the bagel means you're not going to be able to eat the baguette. And he says, yes, acknowledge.
Yarn is the worst.
He eats the bagel, and then he says, you know what, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat the baguette. Someone says to him, you know you're not allowed to eat that baguette because you made a shvua. It says, yes, I'm aware of that. He says, you know that if you do it, you're in violation of your shvua. Yes. You know that there is punishment for violating your shvua. He says, yes, I'm quite aware of that. You know what the punishment is? He explains, yes, I know what the punishment is. And then he goes and eats. In such a case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to be sent off to base to get his punishment. However, what happens the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, you know that this baguette potentially could be a problem. He says, what do you mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it will turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden. So the person's like, what if I don't eat it? He says, well, then it's okay. So he says, will I be in violation if I eat this or not? He says, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is called hastrasa. You're giving a person a warning, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning if it's actually a problem. In such a case, it's machlokes between Rabbi and Rish Lakish. If you will take the opinion that hastrasa, in other words, telling a person, now, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you think that that's considered a good hasra, a good warning, and yes, he's in violation. If not, no. Now, Rabbi makes this I'm not sure if this is Rabbi or Gemara. It makes this a little bit more complicated. Talon Zuba. What if he makes each one contingent on the other? So up until now, we made the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. What if this guy makes each one contingent on the other? He says, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Okay? Let me go through it. I won't eat this one in Mokalzu. That's the first thing. Mokalzu. I won't either eat the bagel in Mokalzu if I eat the baguette.
Doug, how many followers do I have?
Knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's done
2836. That's great. He's in the wise guys. Oh yeah, that's the mafia. Word association, son.
And the baguette, knowing that there is a potential
He's in the wise
not
guys.
to eat the bagel and the baguette, but
XRP. Yeah, you know me. What does XRP even stand for? No one knows.
All right. Basically, each one is
XRP stands for.
He knows it's the potential problem in each one, but he forgets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. But the halacha, he's potter. Why? Because the shavua doesn't take effect. Remember, the shavua could only take effect if you know
XRP.
at the time that you're eating the t'nai, you have in mind for the t'nai to work. What happens if he remembers that eating the bagel makes the baguette forbidden.
XRP, baby. You know it's XRP? Yeah, you know me.
Forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shavua on each one. This guy's having some
Are you down with XRP?
some problems. He should probably get evaluated for something.
You know me.
Bottom line is he's able to remember some details, but forgets some other details. In such a case,
I'm down with XRP.
He's dying. Why? Because he remembers the t'nai. Since he remembers the t'nai, that means when he eats it, he's making a shavua. In effect, that means
I can't believe I finally got to speak in that fucking space.
By eating the other one, then he's going to be, that's a classic case of the helam, of a mistake, and he has to reincarnate. What happens to the shtei in Bishogis? He's spacing out the whole time. He comes in, his wife serves him lunch, and he has a bagel and a baguette on the plate. He forgets what he said in the morning. In such a case, he's potter. Why? Because again, the t'nai does not take effect if it's by mistake. Shtei and b'mezid, what if he ate both of them on purpose? Came home, he knew about the t'nai, he knew about the yeshua, he knew about the whole thing, he just gobbles all of them up with the halacha. On the second one, he's obviously tired. In other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now for eating the baguette, he's certainly tired because the t'nai of eating the bagel took effect, and now he can't eat the baguette, he ate the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as in our previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon him eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel because you don't know if he's going to eat the baguette. So you say to the guy, you're not allowed to eat this bagel if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you that there's a potential that it might be also if you eat this bagel. That's what ROTHSCHILD. The Gemara says, Arishona posted to be up for Rish Lakish. That is subject to Napoleon to be up for Rish Lakish, whether such a warning actually works. Amar of Mari Afanana Mitnina. Mari says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just so we can understand what's going on here. You could go ahead and just where it's mutter even though you said it. We're not going to go through all of them, but just explain it. We'll explain the one that's relevant. Nidri is Ruzin, where a person makes another to give himself like a little bit of those reasons to desire himself, to encourage himself to do the right thing. Nidri Havai, exaggeration. Nidri Shkagos, a mistake. Nidri Onsen, a nether that he made, which is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of Nidri Shkagos? It's one nether by mistake. Where it says, person says, Konan, the following thing should be forbidden to me in Machal Zidim Shasisi. If I ate or drank anything today. In other words, he thinks he did not eat. It makes a neder that something should be also on him. And then after he's like, oh man, the nizgar sh'achal v'shaksa. He's like, I forgot, I actually ate the whole cereal this morning. Or he says, it should be also she'eni ochal. She'eni shows that I won't eat or I won't drink. And then, now he's spacing out again, shachal v'shasa. He made a mistake and he didn't drink. If that's the case, mutter. Why? Because if you struggles, he made a mistake. But Tanya Allah, we learned, just like mistaken in neder is mutter, kaf, shavuos, shugagos, mutaros. The person makes a shavua by mistake is to be mutter. It's essentially the thing that we were saying before. Is a person mistakenly makes a shavua. Now, for example, he eats a bagel by mistake, not realizing that makes him have a shavua. In such a case, it doesn't work. Eifa Tani, Shavuos Beirava. Skip the parentheses. Eifa was the guy's name. The Gemara says this person whose name was Eifa, the Samara's name was Eifa, Tani Shavuos Beirava. He learned the halachas of Shavuos in Rabba's yeshiva. Now, Paga Bey Avimi Achba, his brother Avimi came over to him, or who was brother Avimi, and he met him. And Amar Leit, so Avimi said to Eifa, Shavuos Shvo Achalti. Shavuos Shvo Achalti Ma'u. He says, you just finished learning it for Shavuos? He says, yes, I learned it, I know it quite well. So he says, there are a few questions if you'd like to challenge you on the halachas of Shavuos. Eifa says, sure, go for it. So he says, what happens if a person makes a Shavuah? One Shavuah is that I didn't eat. Another Shavuah is that I didn't eat. So he makes two of exactly the same Shavuahs, past tense, that I didn't eat. Now, what's the halacha if he indeed did eat that day? So again, it's a Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavuah Shvo Achalti, take a Shavuah that I did not eat breakfast this morning. And he says, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Shavuah Shvo Achalti, take the Shavuah that did not eat breakfast that morning. Turns out that he did. How many chiyuvim does he have? Amar Lei, so if he responded to Veinachai Halachas, he's only chayiv once. Why, what was his thinking? Ain't Shavuah Kala Shavuah. Once you make a Shavuah, you can't make another one. Like we said earlier today, it's only room for one Shavuah at a time. Therefore, if you make two Shavuahs which are identical, you're only chayiv for once. Amar Lei, his brother said to him, got you. Made a mistake. Hooray, that's how brothers act, by the way, sometimes. I got you. Harayotza Shavuah L'Sheker. I shouldn't make a joke out of it. Is Amar Ryan, and the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced. If I have time at the end, I'll try to get back into exactly what the nuance of this focus is. Harayotza Shavuah L'Sheker. You're making a mistake. You think that in Shavuah is relevant over here. It's not. Because the first time you said I didn't eat breakfast, guess what? You lied. You did eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie a second time about the second thing. You can lie about the same thing twice. The person said I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. He said I didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times that he said he didn't eat breakfast, he lied, and therefore his past tense Shavuah can happen twice, and it's chayiv twice. Next case he asks him, Shavuah shlo ochal teisha v'asa. Person says, I won't eat 9 figs, and I won't eat 10 figs. Now, he eats it. Now, what's the halacha? Chayiv al kol achas v'achas. So he responded, Eifa said he's chayiv on both Shavuos. Why? He's chayiv for eating 9, because that's one Shavuah. And then he eats the last one, that's the second Shavuah. The first Shavuah only forbids him from eating 9, the second Shavuah forbids him from eating the 10. Therefore, if he eats 9, he violated the first one. He eats the 10th one, he violated the second one. Made a mistake. Itesha lo achel, eser lo achel. It's impossible for him to get to the 10 without eating the 9. So
never been so exhausted for a call.
It's essentially contingent on the first Shavuah, because you can't violate the second one without the first one. Therefore, it's just the same Shavuah, and therefore it's one. He's only chayiv once. Shavuah shlo ochel eser v'teisha ma'u. So he says, what happens if he says, I won't eat 10 and I won't eat 9? So, Eifa responded, he said, in the chayiv halachas, in such a case, only chayiv once. Why? Because there is 9 inside 10. Amalei, no. Again, he responded to the said, made a mistake. Eser hu de lo achel. The first Shavuah of not eating 10 only forbids us from eating 10. He's not to eat the 9. So therefore, when he says he's not going to eat Eser Batesha, so the first what says I can't eat 10 but I'm not eating 9. The second shua is an entirely different one, which forbids us from eating the 9. Amar Rabbi says, Zimnin, there are some times in the Mishkachas Lo Lahada Eifa, where we can actually say that Eifa is correct. What's that case? The Amar Kedemar, like Mar said, which is the Amar Rabba, as Rabba pointed out, person says, Shvua Shlo Ochal Te'enim Ve'anavim. Person says, makes a shvua that he's not going to eat te'enim and anavim together. So in order for him to violate his shvua, he has to eat te'enim, figs, and anavim. Great. He has to have figs and grapes together. Because of Amar Shvua Shlo Te'enim. Then he makes another shvua saying, I'm not going to eat figs. Now, top of Chotas V'Ala, what happens? V'achal te'enim. He ate the figs in violation of his te'enim shvua, of his fig shvua. Their first carbon. And he sets aside the carbon for violating his shvuah. The achar kach akal anavim. And afterwards, what did he do? He ate anavim. Lukudayu by themselves. So then having anavim chatzi shir. The anavim is only chatzi shir because it's only half of his violation. Because he has to eat anavim, the grapes, together with the te'enim. But chatzi shir lo machayev carbon. You'll bring a carbon on chatzi shir. So now it came salchanan. You go to Amar shvus palachal eser. A person makes a shvuah that he won't eat all 10. Because of Amar Shvus L'Ochal Teisha, says he won't eat 9. L'Ochal Teisha, so he violated the 9 shvua, similar to violating the Te'enim shvua. So here's first carbon. He sets aside the carbon. Now the Achar Kaf, after he sets aside the carbon, Achal Asiris, he eats the 10th one. So now having a lot of Asiris Tatsi Shir, the 10th one is Tatsi Shir because it's only half, or it's not half, but it's only part of his obligation of eating the second one. In other words, it's possible for the Gemara to find a case. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpacha of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this year as a zechus for V'Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, Stephen Karizin, and loving Mary of Steve's mother, Dorish Zin Delora Bas for Yisrael Yosef on the occasion of her 5th yard site. We hope that in the marriage of our Talmud Torah, all of the neshamas have an aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah, have a given kol chole Yisrael. Kodesh Baruch Hu Shem Yas Hashem home, our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, should allow our holy soldiers in the air and land and sea in Eretz Hashem to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedayim should shower divine protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and Halavai we should be zochar to a week of decisive victory and shalom for all of Klal Yisrael. So let's say with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today. Some really great Gemara ahead of us today. Even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agadata in Eretz Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 47. We are picking up on Mem Vav Amud Beis 46b, and we left off with Amar Rabba. Afilu Shomer Nishba, Afilu Ishba. Yeah. Good. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that that Halacha Mishnah spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his, and ultimately again the borrower claiming that it was mine. And you unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take the shvuas hasis and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. So the Rabbi just gives a little bit more of a qualification. It's Rabbi, afilu shomer nishba. By the way, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a shomer, even a custodian. What does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Afilu shomer nishba. Amas nisim koyin. שניים שנכנס לסוף בית סול למשכנו, שלא ברשוס אפילו שומר הבייס נאמן לשמר וישלם זה. It doesn't have to be the Balabayas who swears, but even let's say, for example, he has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the mice again, even that person could swear that the lender walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So the Gemara says, "Vayra baba, afilu shomer nishtai, afilu shomer nishba, afilu ishto shomer nishbas." Even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. Vayra baba, skiro with kitamai. Shavavaz. What about? Let's say again, the hired worker. By Sfilakitim is literally again the hired worker, the laborer, right, who works for the Balabayas. Is such a person believed to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off with a mashkon? To which the Gemara says, "Teku." That we're not sure, since he's a hired employee. Is there some type of conflict of interest over there? Well, please ask Teku. I want to go to Gemara Rashi. Tanu b'kasa b'kas b'mal. What's the interesting case over here? So this is all the same case in Mishnah. So again, remember, let's say I'm claiming that Ruben walked into my home and took something of mine. Now again, I want to say all we have is circumstantial evidence.
Hey, puppy, how are you?
Witnesses that say that we have no idea.
Why not?
He's not good at it.
That's garbage, girl. You're too good for that behavior.
I know. But we'll see what happens, because I really wanted to spend New Year's with him.
Is that looking like it's going to happen? Yeah.
It's definitely a possibility. Anything.
Right. Is it probable?
Do we believe about such an expensive claim? So much very simple.
Can take it forever to reach out to me.
All right. When's the last time he spoke with you?
Today. What is today?
Okay, that's not bad. Did you guys?
It was like 7 hours ago.
Okay. And does he normally? Is this how he treats you?
That someone would deposit such an item.
No, because I don't know, man. I don't like trying to make excuses for people. I'm just gonna wait it out.
Okay.
Just gonna wait it out. How's life treating you?
So far, so good. Thankfully, I've been just chilling myself in different Twitter spaces and making friends there. In the last 50 days, I've made like 2,800. I've got 2,800 followers. So that's pretty good. And organically, just growing, and the server continues to grow. And rubbing elbows with not just good people, but pretty big influencers, so that's pretty good too. So all is good there, and I will continue to show myself as much as possible. My goal is to have 3,000 followers by the end of the month, so we'll see if that happens. And yeah, that's what I've been up to. How are your friends in the Goon Squad?
Says, I didn't touch you, slipped, you fell, whatever.
Something about friends and what's a good world? Yeah. I wouldn't say I really have friends. The few and far between, they're okay.
Okay. Well, hopefully they continue to be good to you. What other?
Oh no! I was like, I'm trying to stay up till midnight, but it's not looking good.
Oh.
And you know what?
There's no way. There's no way you're making it to midnight.
Yeah, it's only 9:10. Yeah, I might take a little depression nap.
All right, we'll do that, and then maybe your friend will message you in the meantime or something. Is that the plan?
Yeah, who knows? Plus, I got a long day going to a little amusement park. It's not a real amusement park. It doesn't have like a roller coaster or whatever, but it has like bowling and I don't know what you could call it.
Like
fun park.
Okay, a fun park.
It's got go-karts. It's got go-karts and mini golf, all that stuff. Just not hitting coasters.
Sure. What do you plan on playing there?
Some of the arcade games, maybe. Now I think about it, somebody told me to contact them if I ever wanted to try the 3D thingy they had. No, 3D, 4D, or whatever they had there. So, trying on those. I think it was somebody from Facebook dating. Anyway, I have a long day tomorrow.
Okay, what's on your agenda for tomorrow?
Literally just being there.
Oh,
I
okay.
posted on Facebook from my hometown Facebook that I was going to be there, so some people might pop up on me. Some of my people. Well, wait, my mom did message me on Facebook, so I got to see what she said in the comments.
Okie doke.
So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shua.
You made your happy early birthday to me.
Liability. Okay. So it's like, now again, the interesting caveat to this shmuel is that this is only true.
Yeah, I'll catch you on the flip side.
Excellent. You know you're always welcome. Take care. And best wishes with your friend.
I just wanted some babies. It's a big deal. It was just everything. Gosh. It's like asking for a lot.
So this is a situation where, let's say again, two parties are locked in a conflict, and one was supposed to swear. Everyone was supposed to swear. But let's say the person who was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding a different shua. In other words, his credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's only violated a different shua. So in that case, we flip the shua onto the other's party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave us, FH plus equals the FH plus cigars, that give you shua shot. So let's take for example, I'm in a legal dispute with Ruben, and the normal mechanism of resolution for everything is you and Ruben will take the shua. And now Ruben can't take the shua. Why not? Because he's already caused it. He already lied under oath for something different. And this will be all different examples. So I'm not the shua reverts back to me. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, my shua is shot. Why does it say, what is it use of giving a shot? So the Gemara says, no we buy cover. No we buy enough to get filas moment. Versus in all the other cases, like when the shua is in talks, is something that negates or that denies the financial gain. Allah, we work hard now to filas foreign the uncle, not the habit. If you can figure out both sides, let's shift the focus on only the shua shot. Only the shua shot. In other words, let's say, go back a little bit. What shua shot? Mishma Ushanos Esayah Shua. A person reverence to swear that his cup of coffee is in fact a car. Swear. So that's a shua shot. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I'm going to put that a shua like that, even though Ruben took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear a financial case. Much more longer advice. But once you've done something which indicates that you are not trustworthy by shuas, even if the shua that you lied about has nothing to do with money, at the end of the day, Ruben lost his ability to swear. Somebody says, you're listening. Nami Shua speaking, so why not give Shua speaking as well? He can't tell me Shua because I'm not the Shua. No, here's the difference. And when it comes ultimately again to the Shua, so remember, again, we're talking about a case where Ruben lied about the Shua. However, again, he must have a Shua agreed to it. He even knew that the Christian Shava, Yokatani. Let's say Shua agreed to it. Maybe or maybe not, he's going to lie. He's going to be outside. If it's not the case of Shua agreed to it, is what? Is a future tense Shua, right? So, when we make the Shua, what's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. To which the Gemara says, what about a past tense, Shvuah speaking, which also was like Mishkayish Arba, at the time that he made the Shvuah, he was definitively lying or not. So the Gemara says, you're going to turn a Shvuah Shad, Pakistan, Zayin, the Kogi Damilay, in your Shvuah Shad, anything resembling a Shvuah Shad. In other words, the most like, so how much for myself, the Gemara essentially says like this: anytime Ruben has lied in a shua, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications or implications, or just stop lying on a shua. You need a false salt, or you need a false shua speaking. That brings a smell at least the loaf of bread yesterday. And either way, once you demonstrate a willingness and an ability to lie under oath, then what does that, or to lie with a shua, what does that do? It compromises your ability to make any future or subsequent shuas. Okay, incredible. Next, how you act on the second, how you act on the second before, yeah? So the next case in this one was, for example, if one of them had compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the parties was one of the leads was
Okay, so there's not a chance you're going to get it.
Then you can't say I just swear. So that's possible. Why didn't these kids all tell us that no suggestion on this stuff? And because so like this, one of the parties, one of the things his integrity is compromised, and he can't subsequently swear. Then it's like, and he's a gambler. So now it's like, why do you put this on this? If you can't do this to you, why do you have to give all of these examples? Hustle, mama. This is where it says, hurry up, sewage, all right, so they can't tell you sewage without bother. Which the Gemara answers, you like forgive it.
Now,
So, for example,
it's funny, no one knows that I'm not paying attention. I'm going to do what Matt's does. People think I'm normal because I'm laughing too.
that's
Do I know Baba too? My question is.
interesting. If I hear what's the pseudo Rabbi? It actually says over here, the second Damir Asnachta Montania. What is the problem? Oh, Haba Arina Mikova. That's what we're discussing. Ain't no old safety to society. Those are the full of all the practice. But everybody to do professionally, contribute to society in some way. Every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead and you will be again with all your connection, you have a lot of people who to get away. There's absolutely no contribution to do with society involved in that. But you might also say the other problem is it's education. When people gamble, they say people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, although you do win your money, you keep your money.
That doesn't even make sense. Whatever person named that is the worst. Worst. What in the fuck?
That is why a gambler is hustling egos. That's why he can't take the shoe off, because he is a cheap Nicaragua. So the thing is cheap, although it doesn't sound like anything is cheap. It might be a good piece as well, right? But the way it's that he is a cheap Nicaragua. Okay, incredible. Just as if I didn't much so much to want to give examples of people who are disqualified with the ISO and disqualified with Nicaragua. Next. How you try and catch so listen, this is very interesting. We're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm not going to this stupid shooting, and in reality, I'm going to use that. Someone needs to take a screw up. And now let's say both people are not, I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or Ruben previously swore falsely about something else. So what do you do in that case? So this is an interesting focus in this class. So in this case, right? Chazra Hashua Milchama Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says the shua goes back to its original place. We're going to see what that means. Rabbi Meir says we split it. Rabbi Meir says no, there's no shua, and we just split the claim. So so Rabbi says what is the proper attribution of the Rabbi Yossi says split it, or the Rabbi Meir says split it. So I'm going to so I'm not going to say, I don't know. Don't put some mind level, I'm not going to what is the halacha? What are you doing if you think this? I'm not going, well, you're not right. I don't know.
it looks good. It maybe don't.
I'm not going to sit on the
That's a big Gerdo, though. There's my first time making it. It looks good. I need shit. It's a pancake up top. Got some jam in the middle, like a pear jam, like apple jam. Bacon.
Cheese, and
maple syrup
that
inside
said
the
that
bun,
in this
and
case,
like
when
all
neither
the
party has the
I
ability
need a
to
tater
go
tot
ahead
once
and
a
make a
week, so
shua,
I would like
you
a
see
tater
this
tot in
is
here.
different.
I think that's pretty good. There's syrup all over his team. I'm gonna put syrup all over your heart.
So first of all, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to settle
Let's see,
on
let's test it on each. So to answer your question about if I like Gerdo, then yeah, I like Gerdo. I mean, I'm a big Gerdo. Oh, good, because I think Gerdo is a
and
good
Rabbi
one.
Meir says Yachlo.
It is sort of like a out of left field nickname, but I like it.
Yossi who
Yeah,
says
Gerdo.
Yachlo. And then the Gemara says, by the way,
Okay, sorry. So
that's how you
back
pass
to
it.
what
That's how you
you
pass
were saying about
it. But
Crystal
in
Hill.
this
See what this
case,
big
where
hair
both
head.
parties are suspect, right? And neither could
This
take the
one's
shua.
called Admitting Joe Rogan said no, who's performing at Mothership and yet still claims the haters, posted by our good friend Successful Egg. He's 3.4 It's just because you know he owns the podcast. Oh, it's Successful Egg. Oh, yeah, I tuned in. I don't know. Wow, he's a great guy.
The shua goes back, so you put the shua back,
There's a lot of it. Yeah, Adam, I love Bonnie.
There was one on me. It was like Crenshaw fans from the mothership.
They said the shua goes back to Hasina. What is that?
I
It
can't
means
wait.
that she's like,
Look at all that alcohol.
the Sinai, 3 lines after the top of that. The shua Hasina, she shua comes from Al Yisra. As Yisra Alo Sizon. When you come in that whole shua over to last Thursday, so let's say essentially like this, they say the shua goes back to Hasina, which essentially means that this being is decided by a Kodesh Baruch. Go back to Hasina. Hashem is going to say, don't steal. Hashem is going to say, don't be dishonest. And if you're dishonest, who's going to ultimately again right the wrongs? HaKadosh Baruch. So the rabbis of Babel, but that morning, the rabbis of Babel essentially said, look, in this case, where the case where you demand the shua, and neither party has the
I wish
ability
the
to
Oklahoma guy would talk to me.
essentially they themselves were picking this up the docket to HaKadosh Baruch. You don't say, you'll write this shit, right? You'll decide, but we don't really have the mechanism to be able to do something over here, because neither party has the ability to go out and make a shua. Incredible.
It's too long. I can't wait to
Incredible. What's that? So therefore, Beis Din is not going to have someone pay. Beis Din is not going to split anything, because again, we don't have the ability to avail ourselves of the normative mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, I was saying, Shabbat, I'll say, Chazvah means you keep the Hasina, you keep it back from Sparkle, Hashmet, Yahavcha al Hashem, B'hu Yichav. Sometimes you like to just have to cast the burden on the Ribono Shalom, and let him take care of it. I was in charge of some of them.
I mean, as far as like a clickable does, just thumbnail goes, it looks like a special head with screens boxed in.
No, the shua ultimately again goes back to the one who is chayv.
It really, it looks like a copy. Copy central or copy that He should have used this fucking thumbnail and put false gods like that. That would have been so much
who's
better.
obligated to
Way
take it,
better, yeah.
but what? He can't take
Yeah,
it.
dude.
And I'll say, what do you do in a case where you're obligated to take a shua or a resolve situation, but you can't? You know what that offer is? You pay. You pay. If you can't take a shua because your integrity is compromised, then you pay. Shua is the mechanism that you have either biblically or rabbinically in order to extricate yourself from liability. If you make the right decision, and therefore can't avail yourself of that mechanism, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. That's the way that it is. In general, it's absolutely incredible. You so like personal responsibility. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some lesson in distinction between Thomas and Eric. It's all about personal responsibility.
I saw that subway take. You know, the metro take one of the people said that their take was that Brenda Shaw's wife was touching her ass so much not because she said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do the emoji things. It's like post your kids or don't with that guy. I agree. Because I don't understand why you do this. It's weird, right? To put an emoji over your child's face. I don't know. That just to me, that's weird. That's showing your ass.
Okay, so no problem. So
Okay,
it's not my fault. What do you do in that case? Normally you flip
I
it
don't
to the
think
other
they're
party.
on the same plane.
Only one is really I can't
I
sweat
appreciate
either.
some
I
people
can't
showing
sweat either.
pictures.
Ultimately, again, I sweat mostly in a different scenario.
Yeah, I have
So
no problem.
again,
Now,
because
when you're sharing a picture of your kid while showing your ass,
I'm
it is an
involved.
emoji.
Well,
That's
you
got
parties
Yeah,
swear.
we got most of them. Okay, all right, I've got two.
The Rabbi very close.
But
The Shmuel goes back to Ruben. This is most of the mixas.
Oh, and
Ruben
if
can't
you actually
swear.
post
So
the
because
face,
he
it makes
can't
it even
swear,
less.
for what? He's got to pay. He's got to pay. Don't say he's got to pay.
Oh, Changs does it.
At the end of the day, the Rabbi very close saying is
Well,
all
then
about
take it all back.
personal responsibility.
We'll cut all that. Cut that line. But I'm still right there with you, brother.
And as a result,
Yeah, it makes sense. I guess with Changs, I'm glad that they do that. I'm not at all saying that you should show the truth. Right.
I have more limited
Let me be clear.
options.
They should not hate some of the Reddit. Doesn't need to see.
There's a whole
Right.
smorgasbord
We've all
of
seen
light
some of the
options.
people on Reddit. Not every chef is someone you want to hang out with outside of
my
work.
options
Or at
become less and
I mean, we have
narrow
people
and
in
narrow
our
and
chat
narrow.
saying Parks and
So at
Difference
the
in
end of
chat.
the day, it has out that
People see
say, okay, so now you made some bad decisions. You can't swear.
Cover the
That's not
chompies.
the problem. That's your problem, and therefore you have to go ahead and pay. Incredible.
Already,
I'm not talking about
Captain said, I won't carry you until my back gives out.
Sorry. Who are the Rabbanim of Chadal? That's Rabbi
Until my
Shmuel.
arms can
Rabbi
overgrow
Shmuel Eretz Yisrael,
until you're
Rabbi
able to take
Abba.
steps on your
Okay,
goals
so
and
now
all
let's show how
until
each
the
one.
end of the
Rabbi Shmuel
place we
Rabbi
made
Shmuel.
for
It's
whatever
not.
this next
But
chapter
you
is
so many, but you put Rabbi
make
Shmuel.
sure you
What's the
always meet your
means?
goals and
You
meet
so
your
many.
expectations because
But
you're a
things
child.
could only collect with a Shmuel. What are you talking about? What's that?
Yeah.
Rabbi
Sauce.
Miman.
I don't like
You
that
are never say
either.
that. What's intriguing about that
Hey, you
statement?
can say that to
Generally,
me,
the halakha we've always seen is
but
what?
posting it online
If you
is
want to collect from
strange.
the
Yeah, like,
somin, you can
I
only
also
collect
feel
from an
strongly,
estate
more
from the
strongly about
somin,
this
from
than whatever
orphans
you were saying.
with the shvua. This is the reverse. The somin themselves
Oh,
can
yeah.
only collect with the shvua.
I
So
believe
it
in
says,
like
okay,
5 more
not
captions.
who is
So,
it
I
called?
put that in
What?
ChatGPT, whatever the fuck
What are
you
we
just
talking
put,
about here?
and
You
then
may
be
not
like, give
need
me
all that.
this, but in
If
5
you want to say that
words.
now, let's say, so what's what happened, right?
Use
Father died,
ChatGPT and
father was a lender. Father was a lender. Right, so father
I
lender
want to
died,
start
left
doing
this loan to his kids.
long
He's someone now want to collect from the borrower. So what he's saying now, he's someone
great
who
chef,
the
and I'm
shvua
gonna make
is
sure that
want to
you're the
collect from
best
the
chef
borrower.
that's
I
ever lived.
understand. Abu
Because
shut
of
up about shvua, they do shvua.
Make sure
If the father
my
was
sweet
alive,
baby,
right, the father was like, the
my sweet
father
baby boy,
lender was
the next
alive,
chapter brings,
would he
will
need
not
a shvua to
define you.
collect
I
the
will make
debt?
sure
No,
you
what did
always
he have?
have
He
your
had
name
documents.
said correctly.
He had the same documents.
Some
He had
random
documents.
ass
He'd show up at the borrower's
Professor
door,
Jake
say, hey, you're going to collect my debt, and that would be it. That would be it.
I'm gonna try
So
this
why
out.
would you assume
Pose
be
and
the
then a
shvua?
picture of
Allah, this is what it means to say, ooh, the thing is so many,
juxtaposition
min
between long
so
fingers.
many, but you feel ever the shvua. Interesting. If this is orphan on orphan collection, in other words, that here, the soul
Always with you
ultimately
forever
again
strong.
collecting
See how much
from
fucking
the
punchier that is, dude?
soul.
That
The
is, yeah.
halakha
It
so
kind of
again,
gets
if
you
let's say
in
the children
Yeah.
of the lender,
Bro, if she was doing that with her fucking fat ass in the back, dude,
ultimately again, the soul of the lender need a shvua to collect.
always with you for
This is
this.
true.
We
It's very
keep it, like you said,
Shemis
short, but
malda the
instead of writing that, it just says
that's
ask for
true
names.
when the lender died before the borrower. That's the black he says over here.
Or keep the long toes.
The shvua minas
Keep the
between
long
yasmi
caption.
loda, so tishka yasmi loda. But it's how
Okay,
mother
okay.
will the shvua.
Oh.
That you keep the long
Almost to an ACL there, folks.
picture of her in lingerie.
MCL cafeteria. What is that?
But again, if the borrower died
Which
Yeah.
from life and
and put all the kids in.
ultimately, again, in that case, already the lender, or supposed to say, interesting enough, it's the borrower who deceives the lender.
Oh, that's great.
That
Dude.
would
Oh
mean
my
again
god.
that
Shout out to
already
everybody.
the lender would have been hired a shvua in order to collect, because the lender would be collecting from the somin, and you can't collect from the somin without a shvua. In that case, again,
Look at this athletic system, folks.
Shua, Adam Molish Shua Zibara. And ultimately, again, very interesting, a person cannot be a Shua to his sons. And therefore, again, in that particular case, they would have been unable to collect. Interesting. That was it. It's saying here, actually, in other knowledge, you find out Mamo, right? Should we put it on Shua? It's very interesting. And I don't really actually saw this concept before. That if father lender dies, and at the time that he died, the only way for him to have collected the debt was through a shvua. That shvua is non-transferable. His kids now can't collect that debt with the shvua of their father.
I can come up with They say you can never have too many friends. He's like, alright, I just know you're good at this. What's the name? It's a man. Are you ready? Write this down. You might not like it at first.
The rabbi is very strong with there was a rabbi who stole a block of silver from his friend. Also, the Kamei Rabbi Ami shows it what happened. They bought the people for Rabbi Ami. Yosef Rabbi Abba coming. Rabbi Abba was sitting there as well. I see Chad Sahaba.
I'm sending you to Idaho.
So what happened? So I go to him. I take a block of silver from you. I do not take it. So what happened? You brought an Arab from a singular witness that said silver took my block of silver. Amalei, I played it. Yeah, I took it. You know I took it? Because it's mine. I took it, so again, it wasn't this only happened here. I'm like, there's an Arab that I took the block of silver from Reuben. I'm admitting that I took it, but my claim is I took it because it belongs to me. I'm not the idea. I'm saying, hey, didn't die. So what do we do in this case? So let's maybe the diamond is dying of the high school. How should we judge this case? Normally, it's still Shlim, let the trace happen. So to order me to pay back the bank, you can't do that. Why? There aren't two witnesses. So we that part. With today, to say, okay, well, if there's no testimony, then I have no liability. You can't do that either. Why not? Because not Sahada. There's still one witness. Okay. Servants in general, one witness do? What does one witness do? Generates obligation for the shua. Okay, but I can't swear. Why can't I swear? Okay, even though I'm a mixed up country, how many get down for it? You know I can't swear? I can't swear because I admitted that I took it. Right? I admitted that I took it. So let's say, because I admitted that I took it, I just stick down for it. Because someone because we get a sound. Yeah, I was saying, now instead of calling you, because remember again, I'm thinking that I took my own. But it's possible that I'm not telling the truth. So because of that, I made the adoption. Because I made the adoption, I can't swear. So it's a fascinating case. So here, we don't know what to do. Right? Because the license says, you can't order me to pay because there's not two witnesses. Can't let me off scot because it is one witness. Can't let me take a shua because again, I'm admitting that I took it. So what do we do in this case? I'm going to be Abba, I'm going to have a shua, then you have to Shabbat. So maybe again, what should have been the mechanism for resolution here? What should be the mechanism for resolution? What should have happened? The person who took it, should have been obligated to swear. That would happen in this case. Right? Then again, let's think of more classic, really a classic case. Well, let's say there was an record that says, I took it. And I'm thinking, no, I didn't. Right? So within thinking, someone took my silver, but my bought silver. Right, sorry. Right, so again, so like you claim that silver took my silver. I claim no, I didn't. A record says, I solely do it. Beautiful classic case. Shua. What's the complicated factor of here? I'm claiming I took it. I took it. Now, by my admission that I took it, I guess I'll say I took it because it belonged to me, but we don't know if that's a true claim or not. So therefore, I may be a doctor. Because I'm a doctor, you can't let me swear. Okay, it's for the Alex, what do you do in this case? Really, I should have been the one who took an oath. I can't take an oath because of my
if he starts talking
But
about
the what do you do? I call him a pig. Sure, but ain't up on the shot. Very simple. When you were so to take your shoe off, but you can't take your shoe off because of what you have with your
I wish we check out off limits on my account. Honestly, I feel like this whole show is just a big sponsorship for T-Fat Cake because every time I finish it, I want to watch the podcast. Yeah, and now I want to watch off limits. I've added it to my queue already.
If you drop that one, maybe you know that you have some form of relatives, or it's a whole from yeshiva. But it's also, so bottom line over here, what do you see? Rabbi,
That's a good idea.
Rabbi says, Rabbi say, that Allah when there is a shul taken, to go on, so just to concretize this back in the book, so that bottom of Bottom, that bottom of Israel. So ultimately, again, it will come to that bottom of Bottom, when there is a necessary shul, but neither party to think of except for a base who doesn't sense themselves, and kind of kicks up to a bunch of Russia, you take care of this. That bottom of Israel,
How am I supposed to face my wife again?
ultimately, again, what do they say? When you party, you take a shul, or the obligated party can't take a shul. So let's say, what's the halacha?
If I was an undercover cop, it'd be fine. I killed an undercover cop that had a family of 5.
Of responsibility. If there's a problem,
It was the life. I signed an oath. There was like a paper I signed, so maybe just been a delivery, but I wanted to kill. There's more people in the 5 people. It was an oath.
One of the most overwhelming things that you see, like what's the most frustrating thing about MSF? The most frustrating thing
Shout
about
out
it?
to you. Tell him likes 2 kids. 98 likes, unbelievable. Anyways, let's get back to it. This is posted by Faceless Ninja. It's called Chin and Others Might Be Leaving for
If
VO.
it hasn't been solved, it hasn't been solved.
Oh, and I checked out you. I got the studio in Austin on Monday. I'm going to be in Austin. Chin, we're going with Theo. I'm going with Theo to Austin.
Oh, dude, you're awesome. How little fucks I give about this conversation. See you guys.
I like what's
I don't know
happening
what the Parmesan thing is, but I feel like it's like a
here. On one hand,
I don't know. Could be.
the loss of
Or,
like
you know, we
every
just
life
don't see
is
the
a little
beginning
bit
and
of
then
assault,
they're
and
hilarious.
constant disruption that's happening with these missions ringing down. But let's say,
Damn, he really
on the other side of the situation,
Sean
you
is
also
not
have to
good
see
at
what's
inviting
happening.
people over, but maybe that's
And what's happening over here is the Jewish people are taking care of
okay, never mind. I thought it was something else. We always think it's something else. Well, because recently those people have been saying Parmesan cheese on
Jewish people are taking
I don't know
care
what the fuck
of
it means. Like a 6'7" thing.
global sponsor of terror.
I just want to know.
It's not France. It's not Britain. Yes, we have a lot of numbers for
Oh, you know,
allies.
6'7" is not far off the day.
It is the Jewish
66, right?
state. It
If
is
Shot wears a
Eretz
6'7", we should bet on that.
Yisrael
Put
doing
that on
this.
Cal Sheet. Shot wears 6'7", shit.
That's
$1 million.
incredible.
Yeah.
That is
$1
the
bet right
most
there. I did
incredible
one
thing
big
that I
off of,
think we may have
oh,
seen
I guess that
in
Trump
our
was going to suck
entire lifetime. See, this is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes in
anyways, all got the good innings. There's a lot going on here. So obviously, 108. I think we
and
watched that
sometimes
last
in
time.
Gullus, you just have to say,
Yeah.
I'm keeping it up to Black Party spot. I'm keeping it up to Black Party spot. Keeping it up to Black Party spot. That's opposition to the bubble. And Eretz Yisrael. And Eretz Yisrael. That's
Debating that.
we are masters of our faith. Regardless, other people sometimes have a say in what goes on around us. Not Rabbi say, you know what, someone's got to pay. Someone's going to pay. Someone's going to pay. There is responsibility, there is liability, and ultimately, again, justice will always be served. It's fascinating to see how sometimes the dynamic that comes out in a battle of Shavuos is the very dynamic that we see playing out right in front of our eyes. Diaspora powers against certain dynamics. And Eretz Yisrael, the Jew, partnering with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, has the ability to shape the future of Jewish destiny. Incredible. All right, let's go back to says Rabbi. Rabbi says Rabbi Abba established. So Rabbi says, ultimately, again, I think Rabbi Abba. Now again, Rabbi Abba is Rabbi Sinu Shel Eretz Yisrael. I think he's correct. I think he's correct. The Tanya Rabbi, Shvuas Hashem Tiyaven Shneim, V'lo B'nei Yarsh. So the pasuk says, literally, Shvuas Hashem Tiyaven Shneim. Shvuas Hashem will be born. Which represents the parties. V'lo B'nei Yarsh. Not between cultures. That wasn't what it is. Everybody was the case. You know, our father lent your father $1,000. Where's the $1,000? By the way, Kamshin is slave. The Kamshin is slave. And the orphans, right? The children of the followers say, no. Our father only borrowed 500. Right? So 500. Yeah, 500 is no. You want to say, well, that's only the most religious case. So it's ultimately, again, look, it's the children of the followers. So they're making a kind of study. They're making a definitive claim. Then why shouldn't that be a classic case of most of the mixers? In which case there should be an obligation for Shavuot. Which was Elarat Amalei, Moral Abba Biyadavika. That is the case. The children of the lender go with the children of the bar and they say, your father owed both fathers have cars. But your father owed our father $1,000. And what happens? The children of the bar say, oh, the Kamshi Lodidana, and the children of the bar say, we know about 500. I'm not saying this, I'm saying no, just saying I don't know about it. On the case, so the Gemara says, what's halacha? It's switched on the niftar. So he would say, had the father been alive, that the father would have been left with the father and borrower. What is the kind of an issue in that case? And it makes sense ultimately, again, if you become the niftar valuation, when I require ultimately, again, I would require a classic to exempt the case. But if you say that even the father, in other words, even the father himself, would have been exempt in a case like this from Shua, drug valuation level. Ultimately, again, why do I need a pasuk? Ultimately, again, valuation. Okay, so we'll say, so again, remember, this is just Rabbi coming along and trying to say that bring a brisa ultimately to split Rabbi Abba. Before we go on, how do we investigate this case? Right? So what do we do in this kind of case? Well, let's say I needed Shavuot to resolve the case, but you need a part of the Surah. So how do we pass it? That I'm not passing is right. Rabbi Sinu Shel Eretz Yisrael. That's how we pass in halacha l'maisa. Namely, that when neither party can swear, because the Shavuot will come out, the Shavuot goes back to its original place, which means the Shavuot goes back to the party that is obligated to take the Shavuot, and therefore what? Since that party can't take the Shavuot, therefore what? He pays. So both halacha l'maisa and Eretz Hashem hashkafa l'maisa. Constantly like Rabbi Sinu Shel Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So let's finish up. Now a little sneak about that here. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel hashkafa Hashem ma'ikadosh. What did Rabbi Shmuel do with that pasuk of Shvuas Hashem Tiyaven? He did the same. It's a beautiful Shimon ben Tarfon Omer. Shimon ben Tarfon says, Shvuas Hashem Tiyaven. What do you mean when it says that the Shvuah shall be between both? This is talking about the parties.
وهذا ابن شيخ خانته وكتاب نعلم فهذا نسيم وأبوتين بيان Ahim Bezman Haze blessed are you, Shem God, King of the universe, sanctified us this commandments and commanded us to light the Hanukkah candle. Blessed are you, Shem God, King of the universe, who has made miracles for our ancestors in their days and our season. West Side.
Maybe I will die during the show. But it'll be good. It'll be a good show. Because I'm going to say some crazy shit to this guy and see what he says back. And he says crazier shit than anyone can ever predict. He's unpredictable. Like, what is he going to call anything? You're talking a lot, but I was waiting. Formula One said there's no way Shaw was going to be coach. Rudy would be the chaplain of the sure shot. Yeah, I mean, listen, any of these guys can kill me. Jeff Dye, Shaw, I'm going to live that bar with that grade. Kill me, you got to get through my shingle first. Obviously, me saying Chris Lee being on the show, I don't co-sign. Simply to make fun of Shaw. I have to bring it up, but because what it says is, I am responsible for the type of people I keep company with, and I am responsible again for the circumstances that I allow myself to be involved. Like sometimes things happen where like, oh, I'm the victim. Sometimes I'm the victim, but sometimes I'm not. Because I allowed myself to be part of certain dynamics. Okay, I thought they were going to go a certain way and they kind of went sideways, but I'm responsible for embedding myself in certain life realities. I was like, ready for this. So you must say, I'm sure Shimon says, as far as what Oki Aka knows me now. So I was like, this is very interesting. How do we know? Obviously, all of us know that it's limited to commit adultery.
He's still we're trying to scoop it.
Getting like a lot of blank stares over there. I'm not going to getting me a little bit nervous. One at a time. One at a time. Right, so now I can
but like, I would have to like get my affairs
How do I know that I'm not allowed to be a facilitator of someone else's adultery? Now, listen, now you look back and says over here, so literally again, I arranged for someone else to have partners for adultery. I'm the facilitator. I'm like the shot team. Right, so how do I know that this is wrong? This wrong? Here, I'm not committing the idea myself, but I'm enabling someone else to commit the idea.
Maybe I will
the Pasuk says, don't do adultery. It also as
because I'm going to say some crazy shit to this guy
by the way,
and see what he says back. He says crazier shit than anyone can ever predict.
I know that someone's doing something wrong. I keep a secret. So I go ahead or I cover for them. The idea over here is not only can I not commit others, but I can't be the facilitator or enabler of other people's ideas as well. And if I do so,
listen, any of these guys can kill me. Jeff Dye,
Shaw, so again, the possibility says over here, Moshe Rabbeinu,
kill me, you gotta get through my shingles first. Obviously, me saying Chris Lee on the show, don't co-sign everything. No, that's simply to make fun of Shaw. Yeah, no, I'm not even really thinking about that. I'm sorry,
says, what does this mean? Showman,
I'm just,
how can you send all of Shamakom? You spied out the land, and then you denigrated all from the again, really you denigrated in the tent of a Hanishma. I always said this is Harshah. So Moshe Rabbeinu is giving Muslim Devarim to Klal Yisrael about the Fugar. We'll say, I can't remember how many categories this is. I will say, we have these types of music all the time. Just understand. I got a little bit of feedback about shoes, right? And shame on you. Right? Shame on you. Shame on you. Shoes is fantastic. Shoes is fantastic. Okay, it's not even using the scepter. Like, it's not using the scepter. It's really not using the scepter to learn that.
You can't hide this stuff.
I'm sorry.
You can't hide this. People keep saying about this. If somebody's
doing some shady shit is gonna come out. There's no way you can hide it. It ain't always done in the dark. We'll be it so good on the you get sued if you call it sweet nectar.
All the other stuff that goes on. Well, listen, look at the response he does, right? As we come to the last 2 days, of the Yusef, that's a last four time over here. What the second call is right there, on God's Zion on the days, on Tuesdays of Parshas Shlach. The Hebrew rivalry. So what the Hebrew rivalry? Is don't speak negatively about holy things, right? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you may not realize what holy things do for you, but holy things only lift you up, propel you higher, even if you don't understand them. Second Baruch, he tells us, first of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem, that we're on the right path, we're on the right path, we're doing second. First Baruch, he wants us to do the Haraya at a 7.5-year cycle. What are the chances of getting an illusion to take the Maragadon on the Tuesday of Hashishah? And also reminding us how careful we have to be about how we speak about God's Kedusha, how careful we have to be about speaking about Eretz Yisrael, only about Eretz Yisrael, how careful we have to be about speaking about second Shavuos, right? How careful we have to be about Evgelos. This is the kiss. This is what we're telling us. I understand that the last 47 days have not been easy. They have not, but look at you.
If somebody's doing some shady shit, it's gonna come out. There's no way you can hide it. It ain't always done in the dark. We'll be so good at the
stay on the high road. See the beauty in the beautiful search that we love our older that we're going to. Let's celebrate for today. Again, there's still one more beautiful piece I got to come in from tomorrow. Cheers, Roger.
That's right. Don't forget this too. Good goose.
We love you. We're taking it out to the bathroom for you. And again, fishing how I use us and that's some good
You forgot about your own whiskey, what you said. You called the whole ad. Oh, shit.
Thanks for all the laughs and MMA coverage. Happy holiday, brothers.
Thank you, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout out to you, Bill. I'm gonna rewind a little bit just so we can catch this again. I don't want to see this guy's face, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't like it. I'd way rather have meeting guys.
What's that?
Terrifying.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would rather
Can't use the person today.
Why?
Remember the sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my god. He got so happy. What was he saying about
Whiskey.
He's smiling slowly. Like he was so sad that he did had to rise his happiness level.
This is watching change.
Allow me to
That's right. He's so happy.
I forget these guys.
No, I forget this too. My CT.
Dalia wants to be like, not necessarily but he wants to be in the crowd cracking jokes about Shaw. He can't. Now he's with Shaw. That's the brutal part.
We are about
He was lying when he came to that offer, and he got off by accident. Not about that stuff, but like the comedy button. Yes. Right now, flashbacks. You used to say that it's that sweet nectar about your about fucking whiskey. Oh my god, I wanted to fucking assassinate myself. The get famous hired assassination. Far away. Oh, did you get the government sweet? Just assassinate me using the president so you can assassinate yourself. I'm saying sweet nectar. What? Oh yeah, what I think juice. I sold it, man. Wow. He starts business.
With Dustin and you didn't have to fight each other.
Yeah, it's not
but
me.
never Dustin's to alert to fight each other most of that we will
that's a good point. There's not a you can't fight.
You know, you must
We've tried to get very popular somehow in Somalia.
it's called the sinner.
Well, I like tiger thing. I drink it all the time. Some Somalian warlord.
Right? I'm going to cousin to the one says one of the neighbors his hand to strike another year to have his hand cut off and now
Never happened. They think hot chip
So
would
let's
be
say
two
a
for
really,
percent.
a
In a fight,
profound you want to what
I don't know about that. Maybe hot chip would want to be trying.
Allah says, "Imo takana el duro."
I have
Such a
found
person is individual system.
that's all I have to say
He has
about
no
that.
agenda but burial. Death
Let's
is
see
not
what else we
issue.
got here.
You know Allah.
At least someone
So
finally said
again,
that. I think we saw that.
so it's fascinating to see all these
Just like a
cases.
frog, right?
Is that here there's such
Frog.
profound culpability around them, even though one did not
Just cats talking to cats. I
It's
don't want
actually
that.
quite striking.
Posted by Game Time.
Quite overwhelming because in general, when it comes to
Why are we talking about John Jones? The chat doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Why are we talking about it?
words. It's the shitty comments that have to be heard. They have to be discussed. We'll be quick on Jake Paul because I don't want that. Like, I don't want. Remember when that hot Jim was like, "Hey, Theo and Brendan, what's for 1 minute?" Theo was like, "I don't want to say that."
That was a reach. So funny. Reaches are great because they live in space. You're just thinking, like, what should I say? Staring at the screen. Like, I'm gonna let you finish, dog. Beyonce has this video. This is the face that people that don't watch Reddit or anyone that's like, they go, "What's your podcast about?" And I go, "Brendan Shop." They make that face. So like, what? The fuck is that? Look at that guy.
Cats. It's just cats talking to cats.
Oh, are you doing something? Just turn off the shit. What a wild chance of baseball channel right here. What a wild. Oh, this is great. Yo just shouted out respects. Alright, so on this video, Flagrant wiped out all the mini hot cars wife videos. I made a bunch of chicken with curry. Post my successful ad. Our guys also had our Reddit pretty good stuff. Oh, yeah. So wait, Flagrant wiped out all the mini Coach White videos. That's crazy because when I was going through Reddit, I'm not even on. I probably am on the Flagrant thing, I can't remember. But it pops up non-stop. There was the whole weekend was just Flagrant wipe. I thought you were scared. I know, like, your inflection sometimes it sounded like you were going for that one. No, I almost felt the same right. You know, we're going to be talking about Akash saying, fuck this guy. So I haven't said nothing bad at all.
Got on the table. It's like at least 10 inches. You would hold it out. Or anything. It's thick. I don't why that was sexy. And that's why I'm actively trying to have a I love you, but I actually love you and want to fuck all of
If you're going to be doing this, you know, at least let that poor guy watch.
I don't know if put this out because it's so mean. This whole time I didn't care. I was like, whatever. You have a hard time understanding that.
They love, but if he doesn't take himself like he has on earth, low people again, he will not be seen. That's what says that everyone lots of fun and so that's not making sure that so again, quite really much that farming, agriculture is one of those professions where you have to be fully committed. So if you make yourself an advocate, make yourself a slave, make yourself a servant to your
the mod started not wiping out.
you don't make yourself
successful.
not going to be successful.
Yeah, sorry. No, that's all. I mean, it's a rough time for Akash saying that we are not
successful in something.
No, he kind of deserves it.
You have
So
to make
bad.
yourself an advocate to that.
Also, I wanted to do a quick shout out. Thank you to Successful Egg and the many posters in our Reddit. We do have 928 people in the video. That's crazy. Yeah, that's so many people we never thought we'd have. That nice of Successful Egg, PT, Pizza Party, 69. Keep it up. Yeah, I like the Reddit. Trans to Kennedy, Enormous Dick, or whatever. Dixie Enormous.
If you want to be successful in anything in life,
What else do we have in
you have
chat?
to make yourself an
Massive overall painted mirror. I don't think we saw this post-especially
From the sleep switch, remember, Heather doesn't really have a choice. Heather's got to look for that. Never wakes up in one hour, so tired, I sleep in today. No, it's your that choice. Never doesn't feel like you need a piece of work.
I'm going to check something before we just talk to
You're
you.
in heaven.
We're about to watch and talk about some guy named
who's
Rob.
all in.
UFC
Because I would
fighter.
tell you this, if you want to be successful in your life,
Access Adam. Well, listen. Entertain Alley while there's a
you have to be
mic.
enslaved to it. Because if you're just kind of like
What is that?
episodically interested, if you're just policing
But
whatever
they
it is
need enough
or
people
whatever you
here
have
right now to get the Reddit to 1,000K grand
I know, so
wow,
this
that's
is our
great.
learning, right?
Good.
We know this in the past.
Everybody join the Reddit at once.
Well, it's always
And then
good.
when you're done with that, join the
Always easy
Let me see here. I'm going to do another poll.
person
That's
doesn't to
very
share,
important to our
person comes to share,
Reddit.
doesn't come to share.
I
Today I'm
think
here,
it's
tomorrow I'm here, and again, it doesn't matter whether you're virtually or online. Whatever your previous is, sometimes we're a little lackadaisical about it.
that's a
Okay,
good
so
question.
if I'm lackadaisical
I know you
about
want
it,
me to.
don't be surprised if it doesn't feel
I'm not sure
fulfilling.
I want
And
that.
don't be
If
surprised
they
if
want
it's
me to
not
change
taking
the
you
name, does
show
everyone
up
know what the
my
name
to
is?
the highest level high.
Everyone
Because you're only going to reap
you
the
bet your
benefits of
everyone was at 100.
you're only going to reap the
Well, it's been
benefits of
going
the
up
effort.
every 100. You
It's
get a
something
new
effort.
name.
And an evidence
It's
on
like
time,
eagle or the
and an
hawk,
evidence
and
function,
then a
and an
different
evidence
little
committed.
thing would say,
And it doesn't
well,
matter what else the evidence got going on. He's
Now I can
there
change it.
because
I don't know what I
he is
changed it to.
enslaved to whatever
But yeah, it's
particular
the
initiative
only
is.
reason
No, it
that the
sounds
Reddit's
strange.
connected.
But when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals, your
Alrighty,
aspirations,
so we got this
when you
massive
enslave
overall
yourself
pixel
to
narrative by
your
this guy
agenda
in
in life,
2005.
that's when
He said that
and
there's
only
hella
when you reap the benefits of
we have
life.
that. That's
Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, no big deal, Kevin. Shabbos. Now,
Jake
even
Collier, Alan,
Shabbos.
Now, Sergey
Didn't work. Rashi says,
you gotta stop that narrative. Worry about that. That's for younger kids, and that paints the narrative. But when you paint this narrative, that narrative has legs. When the narrative is top going, you should have kept going. That's some bullshit narrative. That's the narrative that Tom Aswell makes me in order to create a narrative to get over this narrative that he's quitted. But now you paint that narrative, and Tom, the whole narrative was this the problem. Somehow put the narrative now is now the narrative from don't push the shitty narrative down the micro perfumes. Make sure you never have to play fragrance roulette ever again.
the part that got me.
All of humanity is imperative to be
Preferred.
to
I don't
whatever
know what
initiative they
talking about.
Every
Narrative that just reminds me of David.
He's obligated to be
He's like,
enslaved
Adam,
to their goals, their dreams, and aspirations because
whatever
that's
his
the
name is, and I
only way
can't Adam
in life
Ray
you
of
actually make
narrative.
things happen. So I'm about
I got
as
drunk
far as
one of
as we
these
saw
guys,
some,
like,
we really go
they
so
said I
again,
got
every
banned
person,
for
anything
50
they're
pounds,
wanted out, that by definition becomes
interesting. So he gave
the liability for death penalty as well for natural life. No matter you know, I think this shit is Shabbos. Even shit nerves, let's be free to this only Shabbos. So immersing a guy in Shabbos, which is true by itself also. This is true even if you're not thinking of Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of living relaxed,
anyone remember that book or two when Bob wore
laid back.
glasses like that because he
Not
was a girl were wearing
part of who
was
wants
by attorney
from
only in theory.
It's not what he wants to use.
Yeah.
He
I
wants from
remember
not.
those days. It's a fun
He wants everyone to be
shop.
plugged in. He wants everyone to be enslaved. He wants everyone to be operating like this. Incredible, right? The Pasha Rabbi Simons, so why not give this a Shemus as the name of that the Nasi is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. He wants to keep a bunch of Shebi Al Tasa. I want to say the Shemus is not only include
Okay, this is where we left off last week. So we just
Shebi Al
lost this
Tasa.
one.
Things you're not allowed.
Sam calls out Colin as a banker, rich
things
kid, posted by Nanny Kaufman too.
Top of the
Somebody got the whisper.
the hard
Someone got the whisper. Tone it down. Play this.
system.
Yeah, you don't think agents tell people to play a little game? Who is? Who? Wait, who? Why did they whisper to me? What's that? Why did I? Because you were already half aware. That's why. They were like, dude, he's getting up. I was ready to go. And your dad is a fucking lizard, so you're already in.
In other words,
That's why I didn't get the 100%. Why did I get the whisper? Because, Brian, you were already in. You have to whisper, you're rich, you're a banker, rich kid. I did have a very fancy we love you, person coming by. Brian, you idiot. Brian, shut up.
It is in the paradox. Where it says, "Manu Morasha V'lo." Inheritance for us, and not for them. It doesn't belong to the nations of the world. Therefore, they learn it. They learn the kindness, why peace. So that why not include this? And Shem is going to bend off which the Gemara says, "Man, the Molasa makes up the Muslims." Interestingly enough, I don't just see that there are two ways to read this one. Torah Siva Lana Morasha Kivilasa. So one of the things that says Morasha, which means it's an inheritance to the Jewish people. So if you hold this inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. Theft is already included as one of the Shemanish Osbenain.
I don't even read the comments.
Mandar Morasha means also, right? Mandar Mitu Rasa, the other thing says it's not Morasha, but rather Mitu Rasa. That's beyond wed. Probably so is wed to Torah. So therefore, again, if a non-Jew goes there and learns Torah, you know, Nara Morasa is Nara Amurasa, because you can remember, they don't have Nara Amurasa, and therefore then they're judged according to the Yisrael standards, and therefore they get so first of all, this has to be a lack of this. Because in general, there's a lot of discussion about what is this torture? Is this torture itself? 5 books of published. Is it torture about that? So according to most of the things, this prohibition is not the torture itself. It doesn't apply to Chumash, like Chumash and Shizot. Rather, it's more prohibition on torture about pets, Mara, things like that. And this happens because of very interesting question because the people study conversion. Obviously, they have to go ahead and learn torture about that as well. Okay, so we'll put this on the list for fascinating that the only topic to talk about at a different time. But just to put it on your radar. But I'll also mention it's really quite amazing. It shows you the beautiful relationship that we found ourselves.
Your gun is supposed to fall apart for your real man.
On one hand, it's an inheritance. I think the interesting part about an inheritance is there is nothing per se computed in here. It's parent, the parents asset, the parent dies, I get the assets. On one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because it belongs to previous generations, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't do anything. I didn't earn anything. I just received it by deed of those who call it. But then there's also Torah is in the lesson. The lesson in this marriage is a distinct and beautiful, harmonious meaning that is created by two people. So on the other hand, I have my own unique relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is a Yerusha from my family, from generations before me going back to my senior. I didn't do anything, it's just been passed down to me. But then my job is to take the Yerusha and make it a new lesson. My job is to take the inheritance and make it a so
I got mags in my gun, blowers in my truck, coffee in my cup, fish in my tank.
Just read last week. This is my God. This is great. God is my father. God is my father. Unless the person is content on soul, the relationship with God has been passed down from 2 generations. He also says that this is my God. He is the God of my father, and now my job is to teach nothing else. The Torah is a Yerusha, it's passed down, and my job is to teach the Yerusha, the inheritance, and to make it my witness, to make it my truth. So the word is Nisra, Haidar Mir remains to say, Nine Shaki, the Old Book, all those other six Torah,
I have not been on the tour. We've been busy both.
Right there,
this week is probably taking out 48 years of our life.
Great is Asher Yasa Osama Adam Bachayba. Because it says these the words of the Torah that a person only should live by them. It doesn't say Kohanim Yudin Yisrael. It doesn't say Kohanim Yudin Yisrael. Hello, Adam. Adam is a generic term that applies to all human beings. Hold on, the words that teach you. Shafiru Obiru Bamba Osi. The Torah always is one model. And even if you're not even if a Gentile goes in, Torah managed like a coin. So let's say so. Check that out. Just you can do this cowboys. I'm allowed to enjoy it. And if he does it right, he's definitely really see how it's going. But I said, no, share a contradiction. Actually, don't share. Just awesome, share mitzvahs. So again, it is great for an Apple to learn Torah. When it comes to sharing mitzvahs, all right, then Noah has to learn Torah that applies to him. That's what I study this. And if he does, when he comes to the depths and he understands it, and also the appreciation, and honestly becomes like a coin puzzle.
And shout out to
doesn't need to be learning about the
Josh
recipe to like the
for
cars or both
being
like
first the
that.
time skip
That's
scene
not
on the
his.
booking
That's
comment.
not his
Thanks,
Mishnah.
Josh.
That's not his
All right,
Ma'orasa.
break
That's
out
the
our
lost.
mention. See you next week.
But if you even know Omer after Daminachai, so let's remember again, we saw in the previous section that different opinions added different mitzvahs on to Hashem is very limited. Like Gamliel said, Ben Noach also can't eat blood from a living creature, from a living animal. Tanav Ach Basar the natural Damo Lo Sochelu Ze Even Menachai. So the pasuk says that you're not allowed to eat Basar the natural Damo Lo Sochelu. You can't eat meat when the life force is in it. That's a limb from a living creature. The Gamliel Omer after Damin. We also the Gamliel says not only are you not allowed to eat them Menachai, but you also can't eat Dam Menachai. Also can't eat blood from a living animal. My time that holiday Basar did not show the so-called Damo did not show the so the thing makes it interesting to talk about the Torah says Basar did not show Damo loso. And the thing is the two different prohibitions. There's Basar did not show. You can't eat meat from a living animal, and then there's Damo did not show. You can't eat blood from a living animal. Quite amazing. Goes to the Rabbanon will say, no, that's coming to the Asa. That pasuk, that phrase is actually coming, that double is actually coming to teach me that a local Asa, you're allowed to eat a limb from Shvatim, keep it quiet. Follow the limb. Follow the limb from Benor, follow the limb from Shvatim, and go to the double scene again, Ata Omer, Rak Chazak and the Tia Kolada. So I don't want that pasuk says, be strong and do not eat blood. Because the blood is the life force of the animal. So the Gemara directions not exactly what you are talking about. So when it says, don't eat the blood of animal, I don't want ever to get damina. So I just put another place and that's the switch to the meal of meal. And not only is there prohibition to eat even there, I leave them with the animal, but you also can't eat damina. The Rabbanon will say, Ahuba dam hakozo, dam shamayo. So don't be done. That's prohibited not to be done hakozo, right? There are a lot of people like blood. But the other there are like the blood that squirts out when animals initially killed, but the other blood they're allowed to. Rama will limit Rama will limit
This
so
week,
you notice the Gemara points out that the prohibition of eating a living animal is mentioned in the Sefer Bereshis, right by talking about Rishon, and it's also mentioned again in the Chumash Gemara after Hashem. So why is it after Gid?
check out the picture on the
Most of this is actually very important. I also been playing this second part one. This is how fascinating this is. And it's a number of the operations to see. Whenever you have a mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then was repeated in the Torah, when it's repeated in the what it means is it was said before Matan Torah, and was repeated again in the Torah after Senate Revelation. Again, it was like, how incredible is it learning about again Matan Torah? Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, says Hadibros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, and then repeated again after Matan Torah, Lezet Ulezener. It applies both to Bnei Noach and to Jews. The Bnei Noach, although Mishnas Pesach, something was only said before Matan Torah, Bnei Noach, and wasn't repeated by Har Sinai after Har Sinai, then the Yisrael member of the law of Bnei Noach only applies to Jews, doesn't apply to Bnei Noach. But Anu ain't one elegant enough. The only example of this is Gid HaNashar. Right, the prohibition of Gid HaNashar was mentioned before Sinai, right? It was mentioned by the fight between Yaakov and Noah, where the Malach went ahead, Sarosha Isa, right? Isa's ministering angel, fought with Yaakov for whole night, was unable to overtake him, but injured him in his thigh. And therefore the Torah says, Al Cain, therefore Klal Yisrael will not eat the Gid HaNashar. That prohibition was never repeated again in the Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before the Torah, not repeated again after Matan Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and not to Bnei Noach. And this is in accordance with Gid HaNashar according to Rabbi. So Rashi has a whole arichos over here. Right. It's interesting. So there's an interesting focus in general about whether or not Gid HaNashar was stated after Matan Torah. So Rabbi Yehuda holds that Allah said it wasn't stated. It was only stated by Rabbi Yehuda. Wasn't stated The other thing that actually holds
what you
interesting
got to
enough
do
to
is you
know,
got when it's green, you go ahead and flip
was
the
actually a
do the
prohibition
twisty
given to
tool.
Israel at Hasina. It's just that
You got
when
it.
Moshe
That's all
Rabbeinu
you
was
got to do.
compiling the Torah with
Oh,
the
you almost
Rabbis
forgot.
so he put the
Forgot how
prohibition
to
of Gid Hanasha back by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given
it's
there.
bound to happen
It was
once.
actually given later on, but when you put back retrospectively, placed in the story. So interesting machlokes. Okay, Omer Mar, Omer Teshnema, the name of Yishmael, Sisera, Zaz, and Emra. Listen to this. So let's go through this principle. So now, what did Rabbi Yosef say? Any mitzvah that was said before Matan Torah, and it was then repeated again after Matan Torah, applies to both Jews and non-Jews. Martin, why? Adrabah. In the Mishnah Kisina in Yisrael, in Yisrael, and Rabbi it's just the opposite. In fact, it was said before Sinai, and then said again after Sinai. Doesn't that mean that it's not for the Jews, not for the Jews, and not for the Jews? Which the Gemara says, no, need the Asli, have all those Kohanim. The Asli from the Arish, all they go from the Idolatry was mentioned before us. It was repeated again, actually, as part of the sacrifice. We are the father of him, many other gods. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. That gives rise to the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah and then repeated again after Matan Torah applies to Jews and non-Jews. Okay, that's what I heard. Still analyzing the principle. The Negraf Lo Mishkas Christianity, son of Revelation Negraf. So again, if you have a mitzvah that was said to be before Matan Torah, was not repeated at Har Sinai, that applies to Jews and not to
positive comments,
this is the opposite. They go Mishkas Sinai, they may not remember Israel. Right? So again, I shake the opposite. The fact that it was given to the name before Matan Torah and wasn't given again at Har Sinai, doesn't that indicate that it only applies to non-Jews and not to Jews? Which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. The Gemara says, Lekad Medam to be so sure that only
Alright, so I did notice in chains, recently that there's a lot of, that Wolverine name, of him looking at the little picture in bed. Yeah, like the good times. Oh, yeah. So that's our first one for today. This one's posted by a guy with a rooster. It's called,
or not Yifas Torah. So remember there was said before, Apple, right, or Benelach is not permitted in Yifas Torah. It's called Gesel, it's called theft. Yet a Jew is permitted in worldwide Yifas Torah. Plus, we shouldn't allow them in Kibbutz. That's Yifas Torah is a function of a contrary army. The Torah's definition of a contrary army is a cloud. It's not a
he's kind of at his best when he's
incredible. I've already talked about each other's
yeah, and he's
what
not
about
making
theft of less than a puta?
screaming about somebody.
That's not
And then
theft.
it's always the best part about that is crazy threats fall by out really weird.
Just because Jews are capable of forgiveness. They know therefore,
Yeah,
again,
alcoholic Baba kind of looks like a guy maybe at a restaurant near a casino. He's been there for a while, drink too much. He's got the shirt. He's really going for it hard. What era is the one on the left? He looks much better there. King of the Sting, Daddy. I could tell from the yellow and black. So he's young, making lots of money, happy. There's like Addy diet. Which one is left or right? Addy left. Not Chewy. Which one left or right? Chewy. I don't even know that name. What alcohol is Chewy? Oh. I don't remember which era. Probably right. There you go. So
I was said today, was applies to both Jews and non-Jews. I have a heart in you. What about Brismila? What about Brismila? What about Brismila? Remember the Menach, consider the Ashes busy to
truck walk.
remember again. So the church says, this is before Matan Torah. Keep my keeps the covenant of my grace. In this case, Brismila is repeated by her. What is it? So it's repeated. Below the Menach.
That was a real nail in the coffin for any kind of
So it doesn't go to this one. The principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by her sin, right? Oh, I'm sorry, living Torah, and ultimately again repeating her sin applies to both. But Mila was said before her sin, right? Said again by her sin, only applies to Gila, doesn't apply to the Torah. To which the Gemara says, Ahu l'mishri Shabbos repetition actually of the mitzvah of Mila Tashas Kashmir is to add a very important detail, namely that by Yom Afilu B'Shabbos teaches that when the eighth day falls out on Shabbos, you do Mila on Shabbos. I'm heading towards right, Papa. I got back from the doctor. Joining the blood is Asr on Shabbos. And I go, ROTHSCHILD. So I'm going to put the Mashmalon, the additional mention of Mila by Yom Hashmini, Afilu B'Shabbos, even on Shabbos. So actually the repetition is not coming from I've already prayed with you. I'm not praying with you. It's to be fruitful and multiply. Shinem, I will know. Right? On one hand, it says, let's say, Atan, Peru, right? Remember again, Adam is giving very, very well. Noah is giving very, very well. The mission is Pisima. This is said again by Hasina. We always say by Hasina. Link to more about him. As well, he says, go tell the people to go back to their house. So this is incredible. Remember again, this is again all this is Israel. Most that's what we want. Losing life, separating communities. After Kabbalah Sakoda, Moshe said to call himself. Go back to your place. And that should go back to attention for resumption of an intimate relationship with one spouse. So Moshe was essentially mitzvah, which was commanded, and again, regarding Berberidin. So it said before Matan Torah, said again in Matan Torah. So the Gemara says, "V'mei Yisrael now below the name." So again, ultimately, again, there is such a place on after the name, which the Gemara says, "Hahu the davar shebemini tzarachmini achalati." Right, that's actually how to teach us. Right, the repetition here is not to go ahead and make it binding on the enough. Repetition, interestingly enough, is there in order to teach us another thing, namely that something, a halacha that is legislated by one group, can only be repealed by a group of the same number, by another group of the same number, or a greater number. So Baharaya, Moshe Rabbi, right, the Prophet calls them national charge, and therefore again, the Prophet tells them, later more has to go tell the people, the same Prophet tells us to separate, but the same as the told us to go back and forth. Okay? Irachi, Kokad the Kad and Nam, Museum, Shinosa, what's the deal with the name of Mishon is say that every time there is some new element. As Hara the Hadar Nisna Ba ultimately again, why is there no and ultimately, again, all we have is a piece of goodness. And according to the as we said before, the goodness on the same was that it was only repeated, it was only stated once before month until. But we see ultimately again, but Mila and Puri Arabia also learned to do it, right? Gemara says, Hani distinguished from Yosef. These ultimately again were repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduced some new laws. Paul notices the same. Hanosha, but he wasn't explicitly stated. Even in other possibilities, Milo may probably after we become a the reality, everybody told you that your book was bad. The obligation of Milo was not given to the Milo. It was given to Adam. Given to Adam to become a Shreya. The Atla is this Shmon. The Atla is our Atla Kaladorasam. Atla is our Atla. In the Shakmin alone, second one line, the mitzvah is given to Adam and his offspring. But just Adam and his offspring, not to anyone else. Okay, if Adam and his offspring, and the activity is shown on it, so why shouldn't the son be shown? Right? Ishmael is also son of Adam. Why shouldn't he be higher than the dog? The Yitzchak is higher than Hazan. As well, we say Yitzchak is the defined offspring of Adam. If that's the case, fine. So let it be through Yitzchak. But in an Esav L'chayvu, let it be Esav then also. If you want to say fine, Mitzvah to Adam. And Adam goes to Yitzchak because Yitzchak is the real Yitzchak is the inheritor of the that's fine. Right? But Yitzchak's kid, Yaakov and Esau, why not Esau? Which we might be Yitzchak, the local Yitzchak. You will live on in Yitzchak, but not through all. Meaning, one of Yitzchak's sons will perpetuate your legacy and not all of Yitzchak's sons. And Yaakov is not therefore it's only again the thread, the Avram and Yitzchak and Yaakov, therefore that applies, but not to any of Avram or Yitzchak.
And by the way, when you see someone moving around like on stage, I will bet you everybody has enough money. Somewhere in the corner of the couch, this is not a his approach to comedy is quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like stuff.
Okay, so interestingly enough, it might be only Yitzchak, and one of Yitzchak's
Anytime I saw someone having sex, bumping here, I would just go in the dude.
Adon Rishon was not connected to Adon Rishon was not permitted to go ahead and say, Lachem Yelach Lach, or Lachol Chayas Nasa. The Pasuk says, when Hashem came to dedication, Hashem says to Adam, I have given you all the institutions for you, Lachem Yelach Lach, for you and for all of the animals. So you and the animals need vegetation. The Lochayas are for them, you can't eat animals. Adon Rishon is not allowed to eat meat. As a vegetarian, which is Shabbat in Noah, which probably if you think about it, so the cook has just done this, pieces on this concept that are like opiate ready. Man is not free animals for his own consumption. That man uses whatever organic grows on the earth.
Just like it was a sign of like, there's a bit where you have to ride a puppet
in order to go ahead and sustain that was later on corrupted. Because Shabbat in Noah took the lemons, obviously when Noah comes along after the flood, Yerek Lisa Nasaki Latam,
it has to be a real comic with a real reason for this to work. There has to be something to it. Why do you do that?
there's no more prohibition of freedom than outside the earth. And the Roma, most of the masters, someone also, okay, Yafo see what I thought that again, maybe even at a higher price, trust. Okay, Schwarzen, as you saw in front of the dollar. Schwarzen are excluded from the Rebbe. My Talmud, so what's the Merkuno, Gamo. You should Gamo call it seller. Even if I only price to someone or to something that has distinction between front and bits. You also should Gamo is a call himself. So this is shares and the head, and then there's blood and other stuff behind it. It's all like this one mush. Like it's all one thing. Therefore, there's no even in time when it comes to this way. We do with the gas and the so again. So now, Muslims telling you that the Adam Rishon is not allowed to eat meat. If Adam Rishon is not allowed to eat meat, probably means that he wasn't allowed to fish or fry. He wasn't allowed to kill animals for his own consumption. My love no,
it's very close. Straddle. Yeah, it's straddle. And both holding the mouth forward. Someone having a heart attack.
So, Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for his service to work. So, the most first of all, the Shemite, you over the birds of the sea. My love, that doesn't have anything to do with the birds. No, the Moloch. Those who use the birds for work. So much almost being the last one, use birds for work. Things to the body right about but also the bad stuff is like I also feel like I know I feel like that, but that's like he thinks that at the time with these chickens, according to this, what is the halacha? So again,
And then 2 years later, he has the
that's points out for workers while they're working the field. So it's trying to, in order for that better
the final time
work
he
has to
made
work
an
in both
appearance on the
his
show.
feet and his
Talk about
hands
that.
at the same time.
Oh,
So when the
but
animal
I
is
got
using
different
all
outfits, I
fours,
guess.
he's also considered working at it. He's allowed to perform his work. Shiny is, if let's say you thresh, he's sort of chicken. He's only 2 feet.
Renee Vaca helps us too, I think.
So is that called
Well, I think we
animal work
talked
that works?
about
Yeah, for the animal should be
where
correct.
he's,
Or no, the
he
whole animal
does,
works that
he
not.
says
Like
he
I
brings
said,
people on stage.
details are not as important for the special ones. More important
Which
for
is
the
a
special ones.
reinvention,
It's illustrating how
in
you
my
can put
opinion, of the
meat,
school
you
I'm
can
in.
put chickens,
I
fat, like birds, to
think
work.
it's funny.
Okay, touch them up. What we call Chaya Haromeses ala Eretz.
That's also funny
Right,
because
and
of
you
how much
rule
it pisses
over
off
all
other
the
comedians and open
animals
micers
that wander
where
the
they're like, dude,
So the Gemara
you
says,
still
Haru,
won't make this guy
la
fucking
asir
bring
nothing.
somebody, right? It's actually,
This
they go,
comes to
you
include
still won't
that
make
man
and groundwork.
originally was supposed
This
to have
guy
dominion
does both
over
in one.
the son.
And it's like, it infuriates comedians to the point where it's very funny.
Chaval
It's called
Ashanish
the
Kadosh
like,
Avinu.
oh
Both to
yeah,
man,
it's like,
because as a result of the sin of the tree, the Utzadat,
how would you
the tree of knowledge of good and
like,
evil,
I would
Adam
never
was
in a million years think of
therefore
that,
Adam
so
was punished, Chava
congratulations.
was punished, and the Nachash
Get
was
some fills
punished.
right there.
Man lost out on a tremendous
Most of the
experience.
move around
The
people
snake
are
is
pushing it
supposed to be
just
the
move
right
or
hand
sell
of
shit
God.
by
Right? The snake is supposed to be
physicalizing
someone who enabled man
what should
to
be
accomplish
just
something.
one
Man
of the
lost out
ways
on it as a result of the sin. Because it's a mother in his Kala Nachash. Doesn't make the Nachash happen. Remember again, it's not how originally the Nachash. That's food, that's farm, it's able to
See, I like Eddie, I like Richard, I like Chris Rock, bless you, I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like people to have something to say. All that stool fucking is like, man, how much we have a disrespect to crap
every
like that?
person, after
Well,
that,
you
somebody
don't have
told
to
me, done the
disrespect
most
it. You
game
just have to want to do it.
After
And
you
try
look at
it.
the Jew, that's two snakes, two good snakes. After the cycle, it's up and back, and it's up and together. One snake would
Contact
say
is
north,
about
one snake would
your
say south.
physicality.
Now, how do
That's
you know
not dancing.
sun, the
Dancing is
volume,
when
Tobin,
you
the Havan, and
put
Tobos,
like
are
English,
not
like
Golas.
when you're
Snakes are
doing
trying to
an
do
accentuation.
it's
That's so
But when you're at a gig, you want to find stuff. So they mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems, and then you send them out to do their thing, and they come and bring it back to you. You want to not only that, I wish I was shooting, you see a paradise in the boat, you catch something underneath the tail of the snake, you won't see the upper of the nose of the snake,
My yellow shirt is my favorite because he's a squirrel pussy.
dirt out. Ultimately, again,
Makes
to
no
your
sense.
garden,
There's
it's
a
for
whole
you.
bit about squirrel
First,
pussy.
the Gemara says, so I say,
So I think of all of the specials out.
you know, the way for supposed to be in the world,
That's not true. It does make sense. It's just out of nowhere. I don't know if it makes sense. Talking about huge busy lips.
the animal,
And
the
it
whole
would be like flying
vegetation,
squirrels.
everything. It's the
Do
certain
you
man.
ever
Man
use
is the
that?
crown
It makes sense.
jewel
It
of
fucking
creation.
cool, dude. Just because
Man
Greg doesn't
only
mean that everything
merits
doesn't make sense to
served
everyone else,
by
dude.
the rest
Yeah,
of the
let's ask if that makes
when you
sense.
exercise,
And I'm not even
is
standing up for him. I'm just
when
insulting
you
him
look
that
at the
you're saying
spectrum
that
of
because
creation,
Joel
matter
doesn't
but when man abdicates his personalistic greatness, so he abdicates that right to serve that people. That's when the earth turns on him. That's why there's probably after Adam Arisha and sin, what does actually Adam do? He says, you know, Adam, you're going to work the land, the coast, the guy that you're going to plow the field, and it's going to sprout forth thorns and thistles. What does that mean? What does it mean? The world is not going to cooperate. When man doesn't do what he is supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I was meant, I will leave what I'm supposed to do, so then the universe serve man because man is serving me. Man is performing his purpose, serving me, and therefore the world will do your purpose by serving man. So when we advocate our sacred duty, not only are we showing our own personal responsibilities, but we're disrupting the natural order. So the animals going to grow, and the earth is going to be all things that were created to serve man. And now again, focusing on the things that were sometimes
you never seen a flying squirrel? I guess no.
overwhelming.
Well, there's squirrels that
So
fly.
they say, Lord, you have to hire the people over there. What do you from this?
It doesn't make sense because you're
Okay,
fucking
well, okay, sorry, something about boss.
I don't know about that. I
Other
would
issue
deny that I'm
was
stupid,
sitting in Ghana.
but I'm not sure
sitting in there and what happened.
A flying
And
squirrel.
Morocco
How
at
does
first,
that look like a pussy? It looks like a pussy.
and
Why do
they
you
were
have to know
roasting.
why it looks like a pussy? Like, I don't understand
And
why
they were pouring in sound
why
of
this
they were
pussy,
sick.
that looks like a vagina to me. Okay,
Streaming,
does it?
streaming
Squirrel
wine.
aside from the fact that there's a squirrel's
You
face
imagine
on
this
it.
automatically showing the
No,
same
no, no, no.
Arab shop is going on now.
I know
Like
that,
this
I
sitting there,
understand
they're
that, but
making a
if
barbecue
you're
from
saying
the
that
meat board.
specifically looks like a pussy, there is a squirrel's face.
Now, so they're going ahead and they're making the marriage and meat board and roasting for a meat. They're pouring in delicious wine. The marriage is through, pouring in delicious wine. The Nachash sees it called Nachash. The Rabbi Chvodo saw the cover that was being given to Rishon. It is cannibal.
The idea of like, okay, it's like open like that.
I will say, was that jealousy?
That's not. That doesn't. It's a vagina that got fucked by a carpet. It's a huge jump to that. Like it's a very. I'm sure there's a closer jump that you could make about. It's not a funny joke to begin with. Oh, getting dicks, and then because it's like they all they talk about, right? Jobs, like goddamn dicks out here. If guys could make their dicks bigger, they would. Oh, wow. Garden stuff. I'm not seeing a squirrel. All these uses vagina. That's pretty funny. But if you're going to make a joke about how vaginas have to be bigger because guys are going to have such big dicks, there's got to be something that makes an easier jump than a flying squirrel. Okay, wait, here, Cody, you got to open your brain. I don't care. Here's the thing.
Hassan the Basa Garden Hashanah.
Visual of a
The
squirrel.
Gemara says,
All
oh,
he's trying to say
different.
is that
That
this
meat
squirrel
came
can
from
jump and
Well,
fly
I guess
because it has arms that's
it's
able to fly.
like the first
Women are
impossible.
getting fucked by
Right, that wasn't
that
meat
they jump off of the
that came
ledge.
from an animal.
Their
That was
vaginas
meat
are
that
so
came
wide.
from Shemai. It was
Fly,
something that
that's
before.
fly.
So what is that? I don't know. It's
Exactly like
associated.
fucking
I don't know what it is.
But
It's
don't you
impossible.
think
So it's the first different. It wasn't other
I
meat
mean,
that didn't slaughter anything.
there's definitely a better.
It's
Even
probably
that
brought
is
it
like
back from
so
Shemai.
like
Whoa.
that still barely
Meat
makes
the
any
Basa
sense.
Yarmir Shemai.
But there's got to be something better than like you can
It's
fly
from
with.
the
You
That
can
actually
if he's arguing that the
Yeah,
limbs of a
but Shimon
vagina
yeah,
make
that
you
does happen.
fly.
What happened? What
Because
time
you
Shimon
put
come out?
bugs so much, I guess.
I was traveling
They're
one
just
day.
like
Hagel
flapping
Bahanav
wings.
Arisa. The
Wouldn't
cover
you
Kanan
say
is
something other than a squirrel?
two lions, right? Two lions came in
What other
and
fucking
started
animal flies
drawing
like
his
this usually
face.
fly? It's the
Amar.
one that have to be.
So when Shimon Kalafta says to them,
Like
"Fear
if
the shaggy
there's a
attack,
penguin that
lion
flies,
comes,
it's called the flying
flying
penguin.
out for food."
It's like
What
penguins are known
happened?
for not flying.
The
Squirrels don't
Isubai
fly,
hurt
except for this fucking
mess.
squirrel. The flying
Two
squirrel.
slabs of meat,
Humans
two
don't
pieces
fly.
of meat
But if
fell,
you're
two
getting fucked by
sides of
carpet
meat
holes and you got a
fell
fat
very
vagina,
funny.
you're fucking the fucking the
Kada,
flying. I wish you
one
could
of
hear
them
the words that you're saying.
That's the quote.
When you say when you say it out loud, if you isolate what you're saying, it sounds like a crazy person. For sure, he's the one that ate his carpet roll, pussy, flying squirrel. Just
Boy,
the
they
words.
asked him, I'm sorry. Double coming, he said? Or
Don't
double
make
coming?
any sense.
So what is this? Is
What is
the
that?
meat? Is it kosher or is it
Evolution is
trade?
stupid.
I guess we're going to have a little bit. Is it kosher or is it trade? So you can ask us, what are you talking about? Oh, like, in double coming, you're the There's no such thing as a double coming that comes from what are you talking about? Meat fell from the heavens, and you ask me what the hashkach is? Meat fell from the heavens, you ask me if it's kosher, you ask me if it's kosher, it's coming. Nothing that is trade comes from Shem. Everything comes from Shemayim is kosher, is Torah. The Bible say, but that is so, the phrase is so powerful. Ein davar
I do kind of
kamei
remember
yod.
flying. I've heard of flying
Anything that
squirrels.
comes
I guess
from
I've never really thought about what that means since I was a kid.
is never.
I think I probably knew
It may hurt.
flying squirrels.
It may be difficult. Any
At
circumstance
age
that
5
comes
to
from
10,
Torah, which is every circumstance
just
in life.
got different. Yeah, do law school too.
Overwhelming,
I think I would have.
challenging,
At no
difficult,
way
painful,
did you win that argument.
some way,
A,
somehow,
nothing you said made any sense. B, the polls also say no.
davar kamei yod.
What would you, I mean, there's no making a point. Draw those just like to think about
I
squirrels.
never could generate too much, but I can't just
Now,
I'm to lift us up.
I'm confused by the comments because it says I voted yes. This is, oh, I see. Never mind. That's good. That's good.
Last 2 months, when we have zero area vote, you're the little Muslim now. What happens if a donkey can never? The Sparkle went ahead and brought down a donkey from
I just don't like when
That's a
you
donkey.
make fun of somebody and say that it doesn't make sense because it makes sense. I can
Like
tell you,
tree times. But it came down from Shalim. So what's Amalei? Yad good knowledge. Essentially, so he asks us from Zera. Right? So Rabbi Zera asks us from Yavol. So Rabbi Yavol said from Zera, Yad good knowledge. Essentially said, you're a donkey. In other words, that was a
worked out hard.
I guess way of saying,
Like, you keep up with kids.
like, no, you're a
It's
crazy
a thing,
guy.
the
That's
whole
Unshota,
Rogan
ultra
universe
small
is the
kind of
same
it's not a
thing over and
bunch of
over
elaborate
again.
again like a crazy
Guys
bird.
got big,
You're a
guys
crazy
want
bird.
big
In other words,
games.
what's the matter with you? What kind of
And
question is
when
that?
that happens,
Call me late,
it's supposed to
ain't
be
governor,
the
come and go
vaccine
here.
makes you big,
Doesn't
and
matter
if
if
that
it's
happens, of
happens,
course you're gonna do
it's
it.
your son,
And nightly
if
fuck
it's
each
a
other.
box, of
It's
risk
very
it.
like
It doesn't make a difference, whatever
a
it is.
caveman level.
If it comes to my
That's what I'm saying in a nutshell.
if it comes to my Kodesh Baruch, it is
I
going to be
want,
fun. I won't say it's incredible.
I mean,
If it
pity.
comes to my Shem,
Somebody pity.
even if it looks trafe, if it comes to my Shem, even if it looks bad, if it comes to my Shem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. In Davar Kamei Yorei Nein Hashem. Comes to my Kodesh Baruch Hu. Comes to my Kodesh Baruch Hu. It is not difficult, it is painful, it is challenging. Whatever comes to our is only there. It's the bring out Yusho and Karo. That's
crazy. How did he fit that thing? That's a good one. Crickets write out poems in their own shit. This makes sense. Back to my way. Shout out to you. That one was supposed to be cool, chilling. Did talk about to Rio. We watched that last time. So not only did you and the audio that's so funny, being like, no, dude, it makes sense. Because think about it. Guys have big dicks, and then it's like a carpet roll. And then there's squirrels, and then they have like a big, they're flying. So it's like flying squirrels. And then you're like, man, and then you win it, the big, and then the prize, this here's the thing, to try to slow-mo music. I feel like a guy in the Billy Madison movie where nothing you said resembles
We're going to pick up on the bottom of your test of the days with the word Amar Yonason, says, in the Yonason, might have said, added on the side. Might have said, what do you mean by what it says? After it's again analyzing the very first chapter in Hillel, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go with the path of the Shayim, who is that referred to for the path of Aleph.
I do remember
Why should I call off he did not follow the path of the ways of the Dara. Plugga who is Plugga, and there are people who built this massive tower which they were going to use to wage war against the Dara. Why should I show you how you do? These people never protest Hava, gives them one year to build a city, and he did not get involved in the youth. Therefore, that refers to our religion. Amadi did not follow the path of those who consider Averas, was against the person who
somebody sent me a clip of a comedian making fun of Callan to his face. It was at a comedy club. I didn't watch the audio. I was doing something like the video of it, and he goes, giraffe, and he's dancing in front of Callan, and Callan spits out. It's a challenge where Callan's water in his mouth, and if you make him laugh, he spits it out. When I watched it, I disliked the both Callan and the person who did it. Because it was too complimentary. You should be shining. So now I don't like that comedian.
But Yosef, the most self-aware, and also like really funny, and like 6'7" or something like this.
The guy was too good at doing Callan. It was a respectful thing. Like it was exactly what Callan does in a way that made me feel good.
The people who were constantly filled with
jokes.
His
name was like something callous or something like that. Whatever it was. You are right. And he's on my side and also Buster Fist. I've never seen a hairless ginger playing squirrel cookie.
And Simpson was somebody who was part of a serious life. Again, he was nothing.
I actually do think a lot of things. It's like every argument we have, it's like, look at what Gophart thinks. Gophart agrees with me. Herpes says I'm right. So if Herpes nods, Gophart is openly. No, I got right then. I guess you're wrong, bitch. But Dixie Norman agrees with me.
In other words, among the people of Sodom, you do not live. Look around the people of the Prophet. The Prophet says,
Shekvar Beinayim, the Sifra Yagar Avram, Eretz Avram, he dwelled in the land of Phil and Arsah. That's the Gemara said it's very big difference between Avram being Yar in the land of the first king of being Yosef. It's interesting. It says the Yosef Yaakov, Eretz Blu-ray album. We try to point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikush Yaakov Leishay Salva. He wanted to live a life of Leishay. He wanted to be Leishay. He wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, becomes a member of the Kehillah. By Yagar, it's much more of a temporary thing. The person has to be there. He lives among the Philistines. However, he did not try to take away exactly why he saw his salvation in the people in Israel. Now again, it was we saw it point out that the Ritzane Hagar, that Old Testament rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu and about his children and the Parsonists. But the same, ultimately the bottom line is that the Rashi refers to the Ritzane Hagar, the kind of Avram Avinu. That's what he was talking about. So like the Philistine was really son and all the way back from the beginning, and Avram Avinu recognized that you sometimes live in a neighborhood,
Welcome.
So this one says, the whole city, but yet you stay away from people who are not Christians. That's what we got that Avram Avinu, yes, he did live among the Philistines, but he was no Yachad. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, he may go That's the Gemara continues by starting several more cooking, which discuss the portion lesson. Actually, you're ready at the top. This is not the very first topic. This is also a topic of hill, but this is what we're ready. After this, you're ready at the top. After this, why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why is this after this? Now, why do you have to say that? Usually, we have to say that after thought is refers to this person. Somebody else. In other words, it's telling us that there are certain that's not gender specific. Actually, it sounds like more gender specific. Therefore, before I ask, why would you ask the I'm a Rabbi said, I'm a Rabbi that God actually in this case, they do trample ball teams rather than a young person. What it means is, unfortunately, the person does specifically repent. Some of the mistakes is younger, why the person is younger, a lot more strength, a lot more ability to evaluate living different life. It's over, it's much harder to change.
So you see now there's another dad with a jersey of his kids' name or his name on it. I don't see it. Nobody else has a jersey. They all maybe just go back to church. Also, the other thing I noticed about this is that everyone else is looking somewhere else. He's facing a different way that they're cheering the game, and he's got his back. It's kind of like Steph Curry shooting 3 and 2.
Strength is required to be strong.
Maybe he's just trying to hype them up, like, yeah, we did, we got to run. He was watching, and then he's a guy that likes to crowd, so he's like, hey, yeah, we did it.
He really wants, he has a strong fire. Be able to fulfill the mitzvah.
Another thing about this, the shop jersey.
The mitzvah,
we have that T-Mo's hat that
Wolfgang
the gun gave us.
He's motivated by the mitzvahs, he's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. I knew Sudan,
somewhere with that hat on. I usually just wear it like walking the dog or dragging around the dog.
He said, he wears his own like servant. He serves the Baruch, he serves his master because he's expecting to wait. He says, Ella, I do have other things to Rab, so low, and after he serves his master even if you are not going to be rewarded for it. It's very interesting just to see this. You look at the specific terminology of the Gemara. It says, Elohayuk Avadim, Mishtakim Sarab Kibi, like servants to serve their master, so lo almanas Kalopras. So lo almanas means not
they want to
on
make sure it's worth
condition
me and not
that
like
you
somebody
get
else looks like
the reward.
we talk about
Look
brain
at
shit.
Rashi.
Yes,
The
sir,
way
you
he
miss
writes
right.
it is,
That's how
Al
we can
Minas Shelo
when people
L'Kabel
ask me
Pras. The
what I
nuance
do, I go
between a
4
person
letters.
who serves their
Pay
master
attention.
Shelo Al Minas L'Kabel Pras, which means
TFOS.
he's doing it
Figure
even
it
though
out.
he's not
Alright.
expecting a reward.
So that's what I do.
The way
I
Rashi
wish
says it
somebody
is,
walked away from me
Al
today when I told
Minas, on
People walk
condition
to me.
Shelo L'Kabel Pras,
oh my
you
god,
won't
are you
get
the
a
shop
reward.
guy?
That means
I go,
it sounds like
and
he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi,
yes, I am.
that's all he says.
I wish I was
It says,
joking.
"Hey, live but you
You're
know."
joking.
To
Someone
hear with
walked
his
away
heart.
from you. I just
Lomar
yeah.
afilu ein
To
sofi
go watch
l'Kabel
the show.
Star.
No, I was like,
Always
that's
ani
you.
and Torah is a public speaker. So the way he explains it is like the way the words actually written in the Gemara, which is, first it says, "Certain kind of powerful."
Okay, I mean, I don't know.
Even
chicks like
they
it.
don't get reward. In other words,
But
actually get a
chicks
reward.
may not
But on
be
the
the
certain kind of powerful,
audience
even
for
if they don't get a
child
reward.
material.
Now,
Now
Tosfos actually says something very interesting over here. It's important to point out. Tosfos
says
says,
I'm
"Al-Manas L'Kabel Pras."
Oh, here we go. This was the big
Here's
story.
the Torah.
This week, Dazzling Rabbit
In
63.
other words, don't be a person who
Storyboard.
serves the Torah only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, in low levels of your losses, in other words, you're going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah, doesn't get what you want. Most also covers. Avos, clearly, in no Torah, a person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward. And you're not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avon Eno Shalem, Zami Lahada Daminu Karakam B'Kol Basra, Karakam B'Sakam B'Sana, Tanya, in other words, the person is not going to regret it, similar to
What up, baby? What up, big dog? James McCann. Kylie Minogue. Kylie Minogue's sister. Jack Irwin. Oh, they're from Adelaide. You. Where are you performing? What the fuck is... Have they seen you perform? And they invited you to do stand-up comedy? And they've seen you perform.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, man. James McCann. That's tight. Is Chelsea going to be there?
I will point out that there's going to say that the riot of
So is the Rhino Room? Is the Rhino Room a paid gig? So it's just an open mic? Oh.
What's the biggest comedy club in California?
The Comedy Store, like by size, or the most popular one, the Comedy Store?
Yeah.
So it's like the Comedy Store of where you are?
I would say Runner is probably a top 3 venue for comedy in Australia.
Oh, that's amazing. So what's the name of the place? So this is different than the place you normally perform? So what makes this different than any other, like, Monday? Oh, that's something. That's good, Zoot. Congratulations.
It's called Pasuk Sutra.
I'm trying to say that
They were learning Chumash.
Are you excited?
They finished learning that particular sefer they
Yeah.
were learning.
Are you gonna?
Rashi says the Parshas from Mikra, means that they were learning Navi.
Are you gonna
They were learning two. In other words, they're learning.
have a funny joke to tell?
They finished that particular sefer. After they finished that sefer,
Yeah.
What are you gonna say?
You know what? Now that we finished the sefer, lights you on this.
That's a good joke.
What's your P Diddy joke?
Proverb, right? What's their Mishlei?
What's all about that?
Rabbi said,
I love it.
lights you on.
Oh, that joke sucks.
So you got to of an argument what they learn that. So they learn Hillel first, first they learn Mishlei first. Ultimately, Levi, the top
I have gonna tell
Levi
the
overpowered
story. Guess what?
What, baby?
Why the suspect?
I'm not allowed back to the order. So saying we don't want, basically saying you don't fit with what we're looking for, so you can't come back.
No way. You got a rejection email from an orgy? Well, man, talk about kicking you when you're down. Wow. So they were just like, well, but wasn't that because you were just like really high? Didn't you say you got really high and you were unable to perform?
Yeah, so they kicked me out.
Wait, they kicked you out? I thought.
That's what we got up to. So we learned this of Gemara. And what happened?
He also doesn't. He doesn't understand.
Rabbi.
They kicked you out? They kicked you out that night?
Right then, Amar Levi plants his hand on the table. He said, Lava, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of fear. I did not want to learn this morning. I wanted to learn this way. Therefore, I'm going to the next room of the building.
So,
I'm going to this place here.
weren't they like, weren't they, this is the one with the girl with the pizza, right? All right, well, shit happens. No big deal. It's really exciting that you get to perform at the Rhino Room, invite only. Are you going to be late and fuck it up? You're not always early. You fucked it up the last time. Do you think James McCann's going to be there?
Not every comment is a good sitter. Sometimes the person is define the proper revenue next to. Therefore, the Olam Yom Adam is the person to work in a place. He desires him for such a process.
Well, dude, that's really great that they invited you. What's it called? Wait, that's a big difference. He doesn't have a podcast with James McCann. He did a podcast with James McCann. Doug, remember when you didn't even know who James McCann was? Was it good?
Just understand what this means. There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, they make 1,000 questions, And you want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. Gemara says that's not the way to do it. The first thing you have to do is you have to learn information. Gather,
Was it good?
understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you.
All right, that's tight.
You learn, go back and ask your questions. You know, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in this one. My father,
Yes, sir.
as a young kid, he always tell me, you need it.
I love it.
You have to understand the kind of the circuit before you start understanding. You have to
That's kind of difficult. It might be easier to just do your whole body.
Start questions at that point in time. Ask those questions. If you ask 100 questions, just when you start writing, start learning it, you might
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of nonsense. You
perhaps.
might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page.
Well, we don't
First
even
learn, gather information,
people can't even
and then
prove the consciousness and touch the brain, so that's hard.
we're going to see if it's possible to get that line of later on. Maybe this, but see if first amass
Where else is it going to be
and
attached?
then they should go ahead and
People think it's like spiritual. There's people that believe it's spiritual thing.
Okay.
One person is reading up to
that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know
spiritual concepts that isn't attached to the human body.
right to learn helpful. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Learning is necessary. You have but you have to always remember the basics. When you finish this, like
If one is spiritual consciousness, it would be able to travel through time and space and into infinite dimensional. So, if you can prove that the consciousness isn't attached to the body, then I think time travel through human consciousness would be possible.
Are you absolutely certain of this?
I remember when I was in 9th grade,
Whatever you just said.
first get to what, and then get to why. If you ask the why before you know
I'm
the
not
why,
certain.
then your why,
You'd have to prove that the human consciousness is not attached to the body, which would make
afterwards you see soil. Remember what it says, the Torah stands August 28th. Hold on, rigorous finish the person's cigar.
unfortunately, the only way to prove that is dying.
Please don't forget. So many people are going to say, what's the point of telling to this? I'm going to forget it anyway.
Are you sure of that?
Rabbi saying, do it. Learn anyway. Since it's another even larger thing.
If you did that, you can prove it. If you died, you can prove that you were
I have no idea what's going on. What's coming? There's Rabbi, first of all, rigorous, Yafagaf, Mishka, even you might forget it. Yafagaf, Yodamite, Amr, this is what he's talking about. Remember, for it says,
you can prove anything. If you died, you can prove anything beyond death to the people in this dimension.
Gareth comes to the train. Gareth, it's also you need to break things into small pieces. Gareth would say, look for something. In other words, you have grain.
Rabbi, do I sound crazy when I talk about this?
You
No.
have grain, you grind it into a flour, and you can bake bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. What do? They break it into pieces and they turn it into a bowl of porridge. I don't know, it turns into a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that's baked into a bread.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
Even the final product of
you
understanding
believe that human
Torah,
consciousness is only attached to the brain, or you believe it to be more spiritual and connected to the
I think it could be ethereal.
the person should not stop at that. The person should never say, you know what?
So,
Means like without a body.
There are processes.
Means just like a spirit.
Ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's where you get the
but there's probably higher chances that it's not that, and our brain is operating.
Well, I think our brain could operate it, but it could exist like in waves, in like energy.
The person's going to sit on gapi. What is a gapi? On wings. The wings kind of flap. It's not a very comfortable chair. Kind of going from one place to the
You know
next.
what the problem is?
On wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the
The problem
next.
with that is
What is the problem with that, Zoot?
On a key saying the chair which is much more stable.
If that's true, why don't Alzheimer's and dementia exist?
It's all gapping. It's much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable with learning because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable.
Why did brain damage fit? Why did the conscious change if you're getting a head brain damage when you're really suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's, or some neurodevelopmental disability? Why did you?
It could be in a different part of your brain. It could be in a different part of your brain.
What Gemara answers, Tefillah initially could feel like the Rosh Hashanah, the Torah is up in the sky.
So what you're saying is the older you get,
learning to get to the end, Aliyara,
starts leaving some of your consciousness.
everything could feel very far away.
Not necessarily. It could happen, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
After you actually start learning, you find out it's right here. Carl left off government oath. Not right here. Hula Rani. Who asked the following spirit? Sid, it says in the Pasha, say Maimi Kore, drink water from your sister, from a pit. Sid, the nose from itself to be wrapped. One person describes the parents being kind of like.
Can you have what?
In a pit. Know what happens if you have water? You go and you drink it.
Yeah, I think so.
There's another place to describe the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something that's ultimately gets used up when you or is it
when I'm working, I'm thinking. I can think about water without thinking about having thoughts in my head, right?
Okay.
Ultimately, at the end, what's going to happen is in those words, the self-sustaining wrap off, the person's going to be drawing from an ever-flowing amount
of water, and then you're still thinking about walking. While you can think about past event, or future event, location I'm going to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, an example I might give is if I really have to go to the bathroom, I have that on my mind, but then I think about other things like walking to the bathroom, which is basically simultaneous thinking or simultaneous thought, multiple simultaneous thoughts.
Yes, a Mishnah. The person will have only Hevel, Yanab has a lot of nothing to end up with nothing. The Kobe Yad, if he gathers slowly, then Yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, the person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. The person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, in also Adam Torasa Kabilos, Misnayit. The person who's going to bundle together tons of Torah, what happens is he's not going to have any. Watch him, he's just overloading with tons of information. You're not going to
Yes, sir.
In Kobe Kayaz, you learn a little bit, slowly, you're about to have a lot. I'm a Rabbi says,
I don't think it's the wrong way, but I feel like death is cold.
Don't say that, Zoot. Why would you say such a thing?
I don't know, it's still like I'm not scared of my dad died young, so I don't know if I'll die young.
I ultimately followed this advice. I went slowly. I reviewed what I learned.
Don't take it the wrong way.
Again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned.
I'm going to make this key in the back of your life.
There you go, big dog.
A lot of knowledge.
There you go, big dog.
Don't do too much too quick.
I think you should try to make that every year the best year of your life in case you do die.
It's a great mentality to have.
During the Chazara Kapura, you learn it one day, you spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning and review it before this year starts.
All right, Zoot. Pleasure speaking with you.
Amar of Tisbi, Major was Mizaya. Maida says, what is Pasimura says, Lo Yakrok Ramia Seder. Yakrok literally means to roast, or to cook, or to burn. A Ramia is a swindler, but again,
that's tight.
he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey and lo yifya lo ya'arif yamin sayid haram. In other words, what he means to say is the person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. So a pasuk giving that his point. Rashi points out that the word lo yachro is put together kind of like a compound of the word lo yifya. You see the first word lo yifya is yosef, and the second word lo ya'arif, it's yachro. It's yifya and yarif together. So lo yachro means ultimately will not be able to roast and pray. What happens is you just capture too much too quick. Taisus said the same thing, he said it differently. He said, Shai Karama Yashe. When he read it was the Tzaddik Harama is ultimately going to roast. It was the place Yosef Jimmy Omar. We explain what they both meant was Machal Adi Tzaddik Harama. This is the parable to a person who's trapping food. In the Shabbat, if you catch one and then you break its wings, you clip its wings, you know what happens to the Shabbat. You catch one, clip the wings, now it's station. You catch another one, clip its wings, and it's station. However, if you don't do that, you're going to be wild. You catch one bird, you put it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing you do with regard to Torah. The person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's trusting the pasuk continues. All I see itself to our party land be like a tree which is uprooted on the stream of water. How is the yana? To eat something to a person has to be to eat something like a tree that's going to uproot itself and go from one place to the next. Look, it's still not like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means for a woman from the right outside, someone who only has one Rebbe, Eino, Noah, Shimon, Bracha, Ola. Not going to increase in Bracha. Why? You have to have some elements of diversity when it comes to your Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to use different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else to able to speak to your Talmud. You can't get everything from only one Rebbe. That's what Marcus said now with the proliferation of Torah. A person has the ability to be able to attend one shir in the morning, hear another shir in the afternoon, and in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to get full Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important for a person to have multiple different Rebbeim. Of course, just because the Selah Harav, when you have a Rav, that person becomes a Rav, that person becomes a Mori Harav, that person becomes a Mori Derek. You go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person is able to learn Torah from various different Rebbeim. Every single Rebbe has to develop, but you have often a person cannot limit himself to only one Rebbe. I wrote the word Sisto Rabbana. Sisto told his Talmidim, I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. But I was leaving and you go somewhere else. But you also tell them anyway. So learn Torah, only learn Torah. And one Rabbi, you're not going to learn. You're not going to have sin and bracha your whole life. But what happened? Everyone got up. So also Kamei the Rava, he went to learn by the other Rav across the street. He went to Rava. All right, so Rabbi has to be honest. Tell Talmidim, enjoy the fact that you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. Or you be in between this shir and the next one. Go to your brothers across the street. The love you are supposed to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Mili Svara. He said that this is only with regard to Svara. But Gemara, Mirav, and Adib. When it comes to Gemara, it's not from one Rav. What he's saying is when it comes to a person's Svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes. So as far as the gate, I am part of the Torah, so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have that problem. It's already down to us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Merav, Echad, Adif, says one Rebbe, yes, you top of the test of the days, they'll lift the list, you can't have, you have different types of texts. That's going to be different. You have to even start from one Rebbe. So top of the test of the days. Al-Pagi Mayan, constant continue. Umra Samson Barakani Life. Oilam, Yishala Chile Adam Shinoso, person to divide his years.
Check out this help me, my boy.
Third of his life is learning Spanish. Split the Mishnah, third of his life is learning Mishnah. And split the
Fellas is
Talmud,
kind of funny.
third of
We
his
were
life
only
is learning
hitting on fellas
Gemara.
because,
Gemara says, hold on a second.
you
You
are,
are
it's one thing to say
quiet.
fellas
The person
jokingly,
knows how long he's going to
okay,
live.
what's up with the
It
fellas?
takes
I mean,
all those
maybe
years
you get
to
away
find
with it,
the three.
but not if
You
you're,
know that
if
in
you're on
it,
stage
Kama
and lecturing. Like,
As
fellas,
the person
you know
actually
how
know how
women
long
are
he's going to
stupid,
live.
right?
Then
Then
you're
you're
doing,
doing, if you're not being
in
ironic,
other words, Gemara says every person
yeah,
wants
Akash was
optimistically
saying,
believe the live
fellas,
till
my
120.
girl's a
You take
bitch.
120,
So
divide into three,
yeah. And also drink
you get
plastic.
40, 80,
Yeah.
and then
What
120.
Shab is
What
doing in
happens to
this
the person
clip
that's out there?
is just
Lives to 120,
explaining
he's going to find that
stuff
if he
that's very
passes away
simple,
at 80,
you know, and
90,
then
100,
coming to the
he
thing
lost all
that's
those years in
a
Gemara.
huge overreaction to.
Gemara says,
He's like, all
no,
right,
there needs
listen,
to be Yomi.
as if
My first
nobody,
question, Rashi tells us what
we
this
don't
means.
understand
You
this
look at
already.
Rashi,
All right,
Rashi
listen,
says the Yomi.
Rogan
Days
for
Yom and
reference,
Mikra, because
and
Sunday
then
and
a
Monday he learns
gigantic
Chumash.
pause in
Days
between
Yom
what
and
he says
Mishnah,
next.
so that's Tuesday
So if a
and
guy comes
Wednesday
on the
to learn
podcast
Mishnah, and then you have Thursday and
and he
Friday
talks
to learn
shit
Gemara, and guess Shabbos
about
according to Rashi,
Rogan, it's
you
like,
repeat everything you learned throughout the whole week.
these weird pauses in
However,
between.
Tosfos says
Is
differently.
he okay?
You look at Tosfos,
I
he
just
says
don't
the
get
top
it. I
Nira,
don't get how you
the
would let
Yomi
someone talk
Befoldo,
about your boy like that.
every single day. Lakaf
I
Tikva,
mean, that's cooked
Notice.
food. It's
Suki
too long enough.
Hatamid.
Yeah, I gotta do long.
In davening, every single morning,
You want
we
to
have
talk.
Suki
That's a good
Hatamid,
point.
you have the
I
Suki
want to
of
talk
the
because I feel
Tamid,
weird.
the Mishnahs Hazel Mukoman, you have the Mishnahs
Not
Hazel
talking
Mukoman, the
about
Bryce
something
really
for that
small,
long.
you have the
It's
Bryce
okay.
with the Gemara really small.
Here's
Person
my
who davens,
introduction. All right.
follows through the Siddur, then you learn Mikra, you learn Mishnah, and you learn Gemara. However, this lesson is very important. Nearly made it out. The Anu, Shoshim, the Talmud, Talmud. We learn Gemara every single day. Come to that every single day. What happened? Vayeri was good enough for us. Why did we follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud? Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkot. We have Helen, in Mishlei, we learned Shmayim, we're learning Gemara. Just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity skills to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day, and that's what Gemara means. Every single day, a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara.
Oh,
The pasuk continues, Gemara continues, that Kafir Yisrael his fruit will give in your time. Aparova, if here you can be to Valeo, the person's going to be Koveh, each Torah learns Torah every single day. Valeo, you benefit. Valeo, the evil, and the branches of the leaves will not wither. Last, person does not learn Torah all the time, not Koveh, each Torah, then our Love, the Alam, Allah, on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the
okay, see, because I
Pasuk
knew already
the
the
favor
Schultz
of some
thing of like, yes, he's copying Schultz or whatever, but I didn't realize he went deep. You were saying he's trying to remember how to copy.
Amar
So
Abba,
it's kind of,
Rabbi
that's so
Abba,
embarrassing.
Amar
You're
Rabuna,
stealing with it.
Amar Rav, 96, Rabbi told us,
Doing
what
exactly right.
Pasuk says
Am I
that there have been
mimicking
many
Andrew Schultz
victims
in them?
of her, again, this is referring to
That
Arizona,
fucking
ultimately
tough
what
bump
that
out of your
refers to
shoulder.
in this context,
Oh, yeah,
that
it's great.
Talmud shall reveal the
It's
Hara,
really
this
because
refers
of
to
your
Talmud who did not
It
ultimately
sounds like a dolphin.
reach the
Today,
stage of life where he
when I
should
was
be
leaving
constantly
work,
silos.
everybody's like
Gemara,
locked out,
nonetheless,
and I go, you guys,
the Pasuk continues and says that
you guys
soon
want to see something funny? That's so
the
stressed
strong
out.
ones are those
And they were like,
were
sure. And
killed,
I took the
the
water
Talmud
bottle and I
to
did
feel
the thing.
this refers
And
to
then
a
one guy
Talmud
didn't see it. He
who
goes,
reached
is
the
that?
point of
It's like a
Hara, the
dolphin.
Eno Mara does not pass.
I didn't tell
But
him.
Tama, when that odd man
It really
in,
does sound
the
like a
person
dolphin.
reaches 40 years old.
It's the worst water bottle of all time. I know I've said
Be
this
very
before.
careful with
It's
this
just so
doubt.
bad.
Because,
I
you know,
was looking for a cheap water bottle because
he's not at the
shocker, I
proper
miss it.
age.
My
The
girlfriend
proper
wanted,
stage of life
fiance
to
wanted
be
a
passing
water
the
bottle
color.
for some
Be
like
passing the
concert
shadow
she went to.
nonetheless.
She's
Then
like, I want.
there are going to be a lot of
She said
victims
they're only selling it for
of
this amount. So I'm
erroneous
looking
stuff.
for something cheaper than that, but really it's just like a concert thing.
And
So I'm looking
the
for the
not
cheapest
possible
thing. I find
going
one
to be
that's like
victims
that
of the
price.
fact that it's offer
She's like,
Torah.
I didn't
I
want
want
that.
to spend
I just
some time going
was
through
saying
the
what the
time.
water bottle
Give me
costs
the biggest
here.
most for
And
emotion.
I go, oh, and I did
You
the
know,
dolphin.
it's funny in hindsight. Emotion has to justify why he's done it. You know, emotion has to go through.
I know it's not made to tip up at Jalsizer because Gerardo told me that after I bought it.
Of the United
You're not
States of
supposed to
America.
tip it up.
It's important, yes, sometimes,
It's got-
to read the Hastama, introduction to the Sacred of Moshe.
Ah,
He explains why
It's falling
it feels
apart,
okay
man.
for him to pass inside.
all right.
But again, this is an attitude the person has to have. When a person answers Shara, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who talks to Shara prematurely, if you victims of your erroneous stuff. Similarly, if you have information here and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of stuff. Now, the words of the Harabah, he was 4 years old when he talked to Shara. Why? How do you know he was 40? Rabbi tells us he died. So the word says to someone, this time he was equal to everybody in the community.
Oh my God, Flipper, look at those kids in that car. Somebody's got to pull them out. That's when they see Moana.
Well, later they evolved, and the leaves, the branches were not with her. Even the scatter with the promise, you have to spend time understanding it. The Nemar for says the evil and the branches were not with her. Ultimately successful. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth comes from is born of Salem. Anything that comes from says is something is ultimately right.
Flipper, and this is, you know, it's even more crazy. I can't believe I've never thought about Flipper.
The fact that person can be successful if they learn a lot of Torah,
the other day in Hollywood,
the prophets, and is repeated the third time in the writings of the Sutras.
I don't know if it's
What you say for also the Torah, and it's a learn the Torah, the apostle of Blessing. I think is ultimately be successful in his business. Where's that talk to the Torah? Where's the meaning of the Torah? The fish, Mars in the city, I guess that's right. The fish, the sun, the man, Kastilu, it's called a Torah copy. Kastilu needs to be smart, once you get successful, the goal that you do. The Yama, the fish, the Torah is going to be called. The Torah should not be removed from your mouth, but use the Yama, the light, the Torah, the day and night, not kiss the lust, it's called Kastilu. If you watch, it's within it. Oh, that's the ultimately, if you do that, follow the script, then you will see how successful in order to do. So it's Pascal and you will be smart and successful. The student, if you report on the student, it says, the judges, you the Torah to successful, the Rosh Indian, the Lola, the Lila, Hayat, Sasa, Al-Qad, Lion, and the Fear, Yusuf, and if you like to choose the footage, by the truth of word, the material you can eat and eat so the fruits will give at the right time. I'll lay with all the branches and not winner, Paul, Asari, Yasai, Yatsira. First we do a
dolphins. I think dolphins are chill. I can swim. I can swim. I can swim.
Alexander.
Don't think I can't swim. I can swim. If I can swim really good, I would swim.
Non-boy dying. Who wants to live? Wants to be healthy? Everyone's run up to him with Gabe. Running up and say, yes, I want to live. How many will say, how one guy will say to him, give us by come of the news. Say to them, we are interested in time because he tells us who is the one who has life, and tell us something around. Person refrains from speaking negatively. Don't speak up to Hara and your merit with like so many Rabbi to help others and that is good. Every Omer Adam might say, what's that? You send me around. I cannot give up to Hara and therefore trust me that remember I held myself back from speaking poorly. Ele is Zara B'Shem. I'm going to take a one, yeah? In other words, I'll have one happy, healthy life. Keep us in Hara. And the Omer is going to say no. So may Rav I say so. We'll turn away from that, but do good. Torah refers to Torah. Remember, it says direct my Torah is not to the fence. Therefore, the Torah not good enough to not give us Torah. Person has to actually learn Torah as well. We can get to this. The people. The Mishnah told us, when you're building the Beis HaMikdash, when you're building the bathhouse, when you get to the kippah, to the little dome on the top of the Sukkah of the Gemara, come to the Shmidim the Bala, stop, Omer Balaz, Omer Yochanan. In Bana, if he does build it, Torah much is allowed to get paid for it. Let's just keep the foot and get paid for it. Mishamti was the Torah name. Mishamti was the Torah. They were the small, they were the Torah. It's not actually building the Bazaar, it's just building the Bazaar. You let it, get hung up on that. Versus until that's reserved. There's no reason why it was not get paid. And with your meal, it's actually building the actual item. Honey, so like I'm going to say so on the ad. That would only be relevant to the regulations bill. So it doesn't actually have it until it is served. Shafi, you can understand why he's going to get paid. That's what he has to say. Mandama was telling the Surah Miyad, what it says is help right away. Michael, why is that? Rabbi, talking about the final flow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. He wants to on the mountain law. What turns into Avodah Zarah? Nikman Malacha. The aim is having Nikman Malacha. When does Nikman Malacha happen? The Makish Afro with the last flow. There's no Shavakuta in that last flow. In other words, all the initial flows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. When does Avodah Zarah in the last flow? Despite every time you keep a flow, each flow is worth less than the Shavakuta, and therefore you let benefit from the Hava Kesavar. You see, yes, it's true about itself. You see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end, but ultimately each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than the Shavakuta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
With the speech that he's giving is very cringe. You know, the whole is what you think you're supposed to say. Kind of like if you were a boss or something, and he goes, "What we're not going to do." If your boss says that, that's a crazy person. Or here's what we're not going to do. Y'all are not going to come in here. It's no, you just tell your staff what they should do. Say, here's how you do it correctly, or you made this mistake, so this is what you do to correct it. You know, we're not going to do this. You know, that's what he's doing.
So I also want to thank all of our sponsors.
I understand it's a show. It's going to be entertaining. And listen, I'm entertained. I like it. No, what we're not going to do is make dolphin noises with our water bottle. Oh, really? Okay,
we'll say with that, let us begin. Today's doctor's page is 83. We are picking up on today is about 14 ranks from the bottom of the two dots.
This should be the show right here. We're doing it all. That's the next one.
Mishnah said that if you have a coin who does get hold in the state of
maybe I should go
the young Kohanim would take him out, instead to beat him up, give him to death. Same to that.
I want that
concept or application of no ace holding boy, this one yesterday. So the Gemara says as follows: one year an akal ba'aguna me'atzim. The akal ba'aguna has going to Shemish B'Tumah, how you meet Shemaim, or in Chayit Shemaim. What if a Kohen does the apple, but in a written Shemaim, or not Chayit Shemaim, what is the Arba? I'm going to Nisua. So again, remember, this is the Akal Ba'aguna has
you like to go in the bathroom and wash fellows' feet.
Going to Shemish B'Tumah, calling the Gabon, the ritual theories, aims at what Hakon and the Dean also days. Other Kohanim don't bring in this. Other Kohanim don't bring in this. You know what they do. I will purify the Hulu Motsi, also puts the Azara. The young Kohanim takes this calling Divya Bogan still from the people outside of the courtyard. Who puts them in smoke for the district. And they beat him over the head. So what do you see there? These are right from the Chaydi Shamayim. The Shakti, the Mikto, the Shamayim. And again, if Allah Kohanim, we're making the assumption that the Kohanim does the Azara is highly useful to Shamayim.
Did you also know that slaves were entitled to work extra shifts to make money? Some slaves were paid, and not all slaves worked in fields. They'll call you a racist once houses and whatnot. Race, and not telling you about history.
Rather, it must be that
His wife's freedom.
because the
Makes sense, right?
Kumar is not Chayim Nisivishim. After the Gemara says, Niki Kamiki de Akwana Akis, the unmakeable Niktoin, is there such a thing for when you practice it? How he says butter, and we're going to make a person Chayim. So it must be, but it's not Chayim Nisivishim Shamayim. You got about the must go. Is that true? Is that true? The 50% says the butter, we don't exact punishment from something before that's not the case. But not Nisha, but the traditional basis is not so again, this is just almost in Shabbos and that. If
if somebody went ahead and violated prohibition multiple times, and he's highly malicious, so what do you do after a certain number of parties? You put him in the keep up, and you put him in the cell. Remember, again, the cell is smaller in case we put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and barley, and he dies. What a pastor, but I thought people like this is the perfect case.
But I didn't realize the absurdity of suggesting that people like everyone
Nothing.
has.
So here's the case
I know
about
that's
the
like
person is Potter, and yet these people take the law in court own hands.
I think it's funny
Whereas
for
it's
some
not a family divided. Because remember, Amar Dunya, Amar Shlokish, the Malchus Shlokish Asilan,
just think
the
about
Gabra
that
Baki
mathematically.
No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of cards, I should say. He violated the same cards, sin cards, prohibition, and multiple cards. A card is basically not a discrete person, but basically doesn't
Everyone has a slave
deserving of that. Remember
the
again,
majority
George said,
population
including
would
the fact
not
that
be
these
anywhere
are
near what it is.
offender increase if he
That
doesn't
everyone,
value
like
your life.
multiple
So we
slaves,
just expedite the process of your
that
death.
wouldn't make any sense.
I behold, going like this, so what about the case of yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah? What about the guy who steals the shards, the service offense? So again, the Mishnah said, I'm talking about it, kills an individual. I'm not you know. So again, see, here's an example. If you bring the guy today who's interested in the shards, slowly, probably get a case of that. Take out the story, move on. And yet again, you kill the guy, or Kanoin who killed the guy. So what do you see here? That even in the case where someone is technically exempt by a control or by a we will still go by control. We'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm not even the insurance estimate. The Ramisa, when you're told around people that I couldn't have done this. Remember, in that case, I kept saying that these were on the process. Remember, and that unique drug that I was trying to see. I have a hundred colorless apples. What about the guy who curses with slurs? Remember again, insult. I'm not important. Here's an example. If you bring him to court, the court won't do anything. Yet I can still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But at your state, Yasser closing is small, the next thing in the body remember, we define that case. The hand will accuse that such an individual is that's how we deal with it. I have a ball as a thesis. What about the case ball as a thesis? Like, what about a man who has relations to the 90s? So again, remember, Nida, I think the guy today again, certainly needs a lot. But when I saw, I'm not important ball. So here's an example where he's part of the quote unquote exempt person. Anyway, remember, the actually large remember again, that's where
That's good.
Also, so his back's been on through 12. Dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to. And all this shit going on, and then he dropped his pop fly, which is a routine pop fly, and then he didn't hustle, he walked to the ball, and that Now, if she just responded, she said the answer is obviously no. Like the answer must be no. So, she said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a Kohen does the abode in the state of tumult, then halacha l'maisa, pirtei kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from the Shish's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person is high use to be shamayim. So then again, the pirtei kuna would almost act as the shluchei Hashem that reaches that penalty. As it was not high use to be shamayim. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who has been part of the practice? Where someone technically would not be liable to but yet he still sees that they could be liable to the okay, or I should say, he's liable to the death. Liable to death is the hands of the conduit. Okay, the Gemara goes like this. You might say, Gemara is the doctor. Here we go. Fascinating case. Hayotse is the Haboga of Raposes. Hamorea, Hamina, Hamagish, and Sadis. Let's go. Yotse. So this is talking about different aspects of covenant. So the person goes ahead.
That happens all the
He goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this is. Pouring oil on a mincha. That's the old Go little. Ultimately, again, is mixing the flour with the oil.
You can't scroll through the wall. My thing is hustle.
So you actually touching the cocoa Morea, adding salt. Native is raising the mincha. Magic, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? On the side of or one on the actual coconut itself, or on native esaneos, or one who arranges the candle or the oil of the menorah, the hakomates, or one who takes the meats and the takes the flour and color the top, the 3 little fingers, the mechabo gumming buckets, or one who goes ahead and hangs in the mechabo gum, he receives the blood or cover in the hands of the
That's awesome.
it has been covered.
My bad, you're joking.
Held on buckets, cutter, the ink of another. One is cutter, and all will be again not kind for it. What is this?
I didn't know you guys were
So
joking.
take a look at the last Rashi over there. Rashi says, buckets, also is if a person performed any of these avodas outside of the ritual. So again, so if a person, so that's the case. Pour oil on the mincha, mix the mincha, roll up the pieces of the mincha, add a salt to the mincha, weight the mincha, watch the mincha close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the candles or the lights of the menorah. Figure to mitzvah, receive the sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. You are potter. Now this is very interesting. Remember, again, there is a concept of shchutis. What shchutis? You're not allowed to check the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You have to immerse over there. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrificial service and doesn't apply to others. What's the Potter, the black Rashi on the days where he's going to be Potter. So I get Christ on the show. The only thing you try is to keep up with the shita, slaughtering of the sacrificial animal. Sif, Asher Yishvat, Malek, Sif, Asher Ya'ala, Ola, the Zorek, the Yishtabim, the Shav, the Chohani, Yesh Akara, Oda, Imit the Basta. This is like Rashi has like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not kind of doing that buckets. Essentially, the only thing you're hiding outside is including sacrificial rites. So, an example of that would be shrika, slaughtering an animal, like shrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions before we have a corresponding follow-up. So because what you do that's how they say it does, you are following it. Okay, so let's say you must stay high, top of paper, so you're not hiding. What are you not hiding? Let me show you those. Someone, for example, let's say a Kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of this. All these things. So if a non-Kohen did it outside, you would not be hiding. Remember, normally there's a mitzvah. Non-Kohen does the hiding. So, but again, if any of these things were done, now let's say you have Lomit was corrupt, assuming if the Kohen did it, then he would have stayed at home. He also wouldn't be tired. The Lomit should have pushed the gut, right? Similarly, the Kohen, that is kind of the Kohen has to do the amount of wearing and the requisite intake of investments. Failure to do so, and then it affects the validation of the application. But again, this doesn't apply to always that we just mentioned before. The Lomit shows Lachos Yadayim V'Raglayim. And also, again, halacha is only before someone that holds up, a Kohen would have to try to wash his hands. Failure to do so results in liability. Again,
Dad has a gigantic growth in the back of his neck.
outside, there's no liability. Okay, very interesting.
You have a giant pimple on the back of your
Rashi
neck.
points out over here, if you look at Rashi, Rabbi Shimon, Darsha Asa Achas Mem B'Fnim, Eno Chayiv Yisa. So this is
It's like another head.
Zar,
Joe Rogan's
Zar,
head is in the back of
if not one of these things inside the Rush, you would not be Chayiv Yisa. Same idea, but let me show you Tumah. Kohen Kamish Shimish, the Zaras Shimish, the Tumah, the Chadka. Same idea, but again, there's no deal of Tumah, there's no deal of Mechusar. There's no deal of Mechusar. So the Gemara says as follows. Masker Chai. And interestingly enough, what we see from this is that if you were to do the Hakara, if you were to go ahead and take the cover and put it on and burn it outside the Mesilas, that it would be right. It would be right. So how do you avoid the Kama? Shein Achana Avoda. Chayav Mishum Kama. Who might Chayav Lav Yisrael. So again, now the much sense to be here for the other little bit. So what do you see from here?
Should have
That
also put those
Cohen
put
were
them
to
in
go
the
ahead
trash.
and offer up a cover,
You
burn it
can
on
put
the
just one back
in
up.
other words, those times that there wasn't a Kama, ultimately I guess it's like a foot. But if it's Bifnim, there would be. So what do you see from this? Again, from time to time also, I hope that if a Kohen does the Avoda in the state of Kama, is it Yehisa? Now again, the question is talking in the right. So that seems the answer to the original question that
What in the fuck is this person?
A Kohen does the Avoda in the state of Kama, is he Chayu Yehisa B'Yeshamayim? The answer C. Yes. Which the rest of my love Misa, don't we see from here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant in the state of Kohen's Kai Misa, lo, Ba'as Hara. No, not entirely, so it's actually, it's a lot. So I, the Gemara says, Elazai Nami, Ba'as Hara. They're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, it's only by the Mishnah of Allah. Rashi says over here, Elazai Nami, Hadad Kiran Hamakdali in Zaros, Tema Nami Lo, who's Haiba, on his ledger. You should remember. We're grouping all of these things together. It's telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in the state of Kama, only the law, not so what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only the law, that can't be considered the Hazar HaKori. You must. Plus, it says exclusively that the non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service. It's impossible. How can you sell HaKori? They're not treated the same. In the 12, you must make some difference over here. In the 12, the Yotzei Kubolo. So the rest of the 12, the Yotzei Kubolo Lab Nami Lo. So the rest of us, interestingly enough, it's the purpose that ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is pouring the oil, Bolo is mixing the oil, Lab Nami Lo. Would also not be liable. Look at that. Where it says, Yotzei Kubolo, the Kamer Makir Lab Ba'amo, the Isbel. So apparently, again, by Yotzei Kubolo, I guess it's not even allowed by Kimo. Which the rest is that true about Tanya? I saw the Yotzei Kubolo Minagi, from where we know that there is allowed to go ahead and pour in the oil and mixing it out to a couple of waters in the state of Lamar, negotiate you for Moji Challenge. Plus, it says, be holy and do not something, do not this. The Gemara says, you're right, that's only the drop on us. Okay, interesting. Apparently, the Torah is so.
The pastor was talking about this kind of stuff. Kids going, he sees life lessons and they're all in the Bible. And we take our kids right out.
Mason was the pastor. And it was in Esau. The Rice says that these are the people who are tied to Esau, coming to Shemesh. Texas is the church. Coming was coming. Also, Mason does have all this tied to Esau and Shammai, which the Gemara says.